Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4LC. Chapter 104 The Kill Order from the Top. The Shibuya Incident ended tragically. Gojo Satoru was sealed, the 4 great natural disasters were all eliminated, a large number of ordinary people died, and the entire center of Shibuya was flattened. Huge loss to the country. Directorate General. The atmosphere in the room was so solemn that you could hear a pin drop. A melancholy young man with a long sword on his waist, looking a little fragile, was standing in the center of the empty room. He is none other than the top-level sorcerer who returned from Africa, Okatsuyuda. Okatsuyuda looked through his bangs and scanned the surrounding doors. He knew that the top leaders of the sorcery world were behind the door. "I'm here, what do you want from me?" A majestic old voice sounded. "Okatsu, it seems that the experience in Africa has transformed you. We are very pleased." In response to this, Okatsu frowned, feeling somewhat unhappy. "This African experience has indeed made me improve a lot, but what does it have to do with them?" Only Gojo Satoru can say the word, relieved. And this time, he ended his training early just for this reason. He already knew the general situation about Shibuya, but he was more concerned about the sealed Gojo Satoru. At this time, a stamped paper list flew into Okatsu's hands. Kill Order List. Okatsuyuda looked forward with a puzzled look. The high-level voice sounded again. "As you can see, this is a list of people being executed. And you will be the executioner this time. 1. We have confirmed the fact that Geto Shiu is not dead. After our discussion, we have once again issued a kill order against him. 2. Itadori Yuji's suspended death sentence is changed to immediate execution. His danger is immeasurable. 3. Imprison Shaolu for life. Imprison him in Hongxing Palace and hand him over to Lord Tien Yuan for custody. Reason: the reckless technique has caused great losses to the country. 4. Permanently expel Gojo Satoru, and anyone who attempts to unlock his seal will be sentenced to death. Considering various factors, Okatsu, you only need to take the lead in executing 1 or 2 of the above. Shaolu, I will let others take him to the Hongxing Palace." Okatsuyuda never interrupted the senior executive's words. He was no longer the timid boy he used to be. How the top management makes decisions is their business. They naturally have a scale in their hearts to measure right and wrong. After thinking for a while, he looked around expressionlessly and said calmly, "Leave it to me." After saying that, he quickly left this disgusting room. After Okatsuyuda left, another senior executive spoke up. "Did you miss one?" A deep voice came from behind the door. "Are you talking about the execution of Masamiki Yagoshi?" "Haha, there's still a need to hide in front of Okatsu. If Masamiki Yagoshi is willing to offer the method of making the cursed corpse, he can be pardoned from death immediately. You can even be promoted to become the 5th-class special sorcerer. Let the most obedient Yancey handle this matter. I hope ye Masamiki can make the right choice." The other senior executives did not object to this, but instead agreed with it. They have long coveted Masamiki Yagusa's ability to create cursed corpses, and this technique itself is not uncommon. However, only the cursed corpse created by Masamiki Yagoshi has the consciousness to act independently. Most importantly, the cursed corpse will absolutely obey the orders of its creator. This is also something that they attach great importance to. At the same time, Night Goose Masamiki also has huge hidden dangers. If Yei wanted to conquer the world, he could even quietly build a powerful army of cursed corpses without anyone knowing. This terrifying ability must never be owned by one person. The safest option is to hand it over to their top management. In the past, they only dared to think about it, and even the charges were only the killing of Itadori and Geto Suguru. But now the biggest threat, Gojo Satoru, has been sealed. No one can stop their top management's decision anymore. Except for the one named Shaolu, there is still a slight hidden danger, but they believe that Lord Tien Yuan will deal with him. In the meeting room of Jujutsu High School, the atmosphere was completely different. Night Goose Masamiki was lying on the bench, looking at the people below with a smile. And Shaolu was here this time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He was greatly relieved because the Shibuya incident happened too suddenly. Not only that, the enemy is also extremely powerful and cunning. This made him very worried and he couldn't sleep the whole night. He thought that many people might be sacrificed this time, but he didn't expect that everyone would return safely. Wasn't Gojo Satoru sealed? Wasn't Shaolu restricted by the account and unable to participate in the battle? But the final result is so perfect. He even doubted whether he was still dreaming. Thinking of this, Masamiki looked at Mei Mei. "Teacher Mei Mei, I heard that you solved the legendary super curse spirit Herpes God. Can you tell me what the Herpes God's techniques are?" Masamiki opened a thick book that recorded all the cursed spirits known so far. But the content of the divine ritual regarding herpes is blank. Mei Mei smiled slightly and shook her head. "I did encounter this special grade cursed spirit, but I was not the one who actually solved it. At that time, you and I were ready to fight to the death, but Shaolu suddenly appeared and killed the Herpes God. In short, he was the one who saved me. You can ask the higher-ups to transfer the reward for killing the special grade cursed spirit to Shaolu's account." Everyone was silent. What is the difference between calling you and calling Shaolu? What? Teacher Mei Mei was also saved by Shaolu. Nobara Kugasaki stood up excitedly. When she noticed that everyone was looking at her, she smiled awkwardly and sat back in her chair. Ahem. What I meant was that I was also saved by Shaolu. If it weren't for him, I would have been carried back here by you guys, wrapped in a white cloth. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, thinking about something. Masamiki suddenly realized. I see, that's why no one sacrificed themselves in such a desperate situation. It turns out that Shaolu took action. I didn't expect that he could save 2 people even when he was being targeted. Ahem. Nanami coughed twice and raised her hand. Actually, Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the shocked Yi. You were also saved by Shaolu. Nanami's mouth twitched. Although it was embarrassing for him to be an elder and still need the help of the younger generation, it was embarrassing for him. But, I'd better say it out loud, so as to pave the way for finding reasons to take leave and go on vacation later. He doesn't want to wait any longer for Malaysia. He wants to go on a spontaneous trip. Yes, I was already exhausted, and the true man's Wu-Wei transformation was about to start at any time, and then Shaolu appeared. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Another rescued one. Shaolu was chasing after the special grade cursed spirit, and he actually had the energy to save people. At this time, Aijichi and Nita, who were sitting in the back, stood up. We too. No, it should be said that the entire auxiliary supervision should thank Shaolu. Otherwise, I don't know how many more people will fall victim to Hiruta's murderous hands. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Chapter 105, The Battle of Zen Temple Patriarch. Wow, Shaolu even helped with the auxiliary supervision. Masamiki felt strange. Why does it feel like Shaolu has become the nanny of the college? Juju Yuki sighed. Really, that guy stole all the limelight, and I, a special level player, didn't even fire a single shot. This makes me look so embarrassed. Why do I feel like my presence is unnecessary? But I have to admire his strength. A post-war meeting turned out to be a thank you party for Shaolu. And he himself is actually sleeping in the dormitory. It would be great if I could be the one to take the spotlight. Dongtang touched his nose and said with a smile, Big sister, don't say that. The previous rescue was not very. Shut up. Before he could finish his words, Juju Yuki glared back at him. When she thought of this, even though she was usually thick-skinned, she felt a little embarrassed. For this reason, Dongtang had to shrink his neck and shut his mouth obediently. When facing other people, even Gojo Satoru still maintains an arrogant attitude. But facing this guide, he was always a little afraid. Juju Yuki gave Tudo a threatening look, then smiled and explained to everyone. In fact, I just happened to arrive earlier. I definitely didn't delay on purpose. I said the timing was just to liven up the atmosphere. You should believe me, right? Everyone. I don't believe you. Night Goose Masamiki glanced at Juju Yuki and wanted to scold him but didn't dare to. What if this crazy woman runs away abroad again and doesn't come back for several years? We finally managed to call her back this time. We absolutely cannot let her slip away. The high school, and even the entire world of spellcasting, is in urgent need of high-end combat power like her. At this time, a hunched old figure walked up. The visitors were from Lei Temple. Utahime, Zenin Mai, Kamo and others all stood up. Old man Lian, why are you here? Masamiki looked towards Lei Temple with some pride. In this Shibuya incident, it is obvious that their school performed better. Lei Temple looked at Masamiki with a calm expression. The order from the top has come down. Let's talk alone. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone turned their eyes towards Lei Temple. They knew that although the hidden danger of the Shibuya incident was resolved this time, the top leaders would definitely not think so. Now that Gojo Satoru, whom they fear the most, has been sealed, those old guys will definitely find an excuse to make trouble. Nothing good is going to happen. Night Goose Masamiki was silent for a while, then looked at everyone and smiled calmly. You have received Shaolu's kindness this time, so you should thank him. After saying this, he left with Lei Temple. At the same time, the Zen family. The gate behind the high wall was tightly closed, but it still couldn't conceal the extremely tense atmosphere inside. Zenin Zibi was seriously injured in this incident and even lost an arm. All the forces in the Tien Yuan family began to covet the position of the head of the family. Among them was Zenin Naobi's own son, Zenin Naoya. In the long and quaint corridor, Zenin Naoya did not feel sad because of his father's broken arm. Instead, he was chatting and laughing with Zenin Osamu's wife, Maki and Mai's mother, and other branch leaders with a relaxed look on his face. However, anyone with common sense can tell that Zenin Naoya is implicitly mocking the incompetence of the two sisters Maki and Mai. The indirect meaning is, these two people who were born unable to even sense the power of spells are simply a disgrace to the Zen family. To still dream of becoming a strong man like Fushiguro Shiori is simply wishful thinking. It would be better for him to go back to the Tien Yuan family and commit suicide, or become a servant obediently. This way, at least he can make a small contribution to the Tien Yuan family. Faced with Zenin Naoya's sarcasm, Maki and Mai's mother did not refute. It was just that the pair of hands hidden under the sleeves were tightly clenched, with nails deeply embedded in the flesh. After arriving at the main hall, Zenin Naoya walked in as if nothing had happened. Having been used to being arrogant since he was a child, he did not take these elders seriously at all. Zenin Osamu and Fushiguro Shinji's brother Zenin Shinichi looked solemn at the moment, discussing the condition of Zenin Naobito's broken arm and the successor to the position of the head of the family. However, Zenin Naoya was laughing as usual, as if his biological father's broken arm and serious injury were of no concern to him. It can even be said that his father's broken arm and serious injury was a great blessing for him. This time, his goal is to fight for the long-coveted position of Patriarch. The position of the next head of the Zen Temple can only be held by him. In his eyes, no matter his brothers or uncles, they are all trash. Seeing his appearance, Tien Yuan said with some displeasure, "Naoya, it's your father who has his arm broken and injured, and you are still so careless. Haha, why do you have to use this as an excuse to step on me?" Zenin Naoya looked at Zenin with disdain and said bluntly, "Uncle, compared to my carefree attitude, you, as a high-ranking official of the Zen family, only gave birth to 2 useless daughters with no magical power. I think you should not fight for the position of the head of this family, because, it's shameful." Having said this, Zenin Naoya grinned and stared straight at his former uncle. If it were in the past, he might not have given the other person some face in person. But now, there is absolutely no need for that. He dared to be so unscrupulous in front of the elders at home, so he must have great confidence. At a young age, he perfectly inherited his father's technique, casting spells. And he has always shown amazing talent. Now, he is already a first-class sorcerer, and it is only a matter of time before he surpasses his father, Zenin Zebiran. In the future, it is even possible to become a top-class sorcerer. However, as soon as he uttered the blunt words, the heavy punch of the Zen fan reached his face. The strong fist wind whistled past. Zen Temple fan looked angry. Although he himself was ashamed of giving birth to Maki and Mei, over the years, no one had ever dared to say such provocative words to his face. The next moment, Zenin Naoya, who possessed the projection spell, moved extremely quickly and easily sideways, thus dodging the attack. A cold light flashed. Zenin Naochi's long sword tore through the screen and slashed towards his neck. Suddenly, a voice of announcement interrupted the fight between the 3 people. A butler in a black robe appeared at the door, holding a piece of rice paper with the owner's opinions written on it. Chapter 106 Field, Black Flash Octagonal Cage. The butler opened the wooden door and stepped into the house. He was not surprised at all by the signs of fighting inside. This kind of scene was not the first time he had seen it. Among all the disputes among family heads throughout the ages, this was still considered a minor one. The butler knelt on the tatami, cleared his throat, and looked at the 3 people. "Since the 3 of you are here, I will read it out. The position of the 27th head of the first Zenin family will be inherited by Zenin Naoya. Secondly, all cursed tools and property kept in the academy and in the family's forbidden storehouse will also be inherited by Zenin Naoya. But the use of the cursed tool in the forbidden library must be approved by Zenin Osamu and Zenin Naochi." Hearing this, Zenin Naoya's originally smug expression instantly turned cold. There has never been such a ridiculous rule among the family heads of all generations. But why do I have to face restrictions here? Tisk. Zenin Naoya was a little unhappy, but he still suppressed his anger. What he has to do now is to obtain the position of the head of the family. He will naturally find a way to eliminate these rules in the future. However, the next words of the butler made Zenin Naoya completely stunned. The butler continued, "If for some reason Gojo Satoru dies, or loses his ability to move, and is unable to influence the world of spells, we will fulfill the agreement we made with Fukushiro. His son, Fushiguro Megumi, will take over the position of head of the family and inherit all the property and cursed tool." The butler read all the contents on the rice paper in one breath, then bowed slightly to the 3 people and left the room. What? Zenin Naoya, who was full of vigor and energy just now, was petrified immediately, his eyes wide open and bloodshot, expressing his unwillingness and anger. He took a deep breath and looked at Zenin and Zenin Naochi standing beside him. I saw that the 2 men had already sat there, one sipping tea, the other wiping a long sword as if nothing had happened. It seemed as if these things had already been expected by both of them. Zenin Naoya looked at the 2 of them deeply, clenched his fists in reluctance and walked out the door. Damn it, damn it, damn it, my father is really getting old and confused. Fushiguro Shiji has been dead for more than 10 years, why are we still keeping a bullshit agreement with him? Just because Fushiguro Megumi, that useless BD, is qualified to take the position of the head of Zenin family. No, absolutely not. At this moment, Zenin Naoya in the corridor was in turmoil. The silent roar in my heart was completely opposite to the leisurely and relaxed feeling I had when I came here. Just as he was venting his anger, an evil plan suddenly came to his mind. An evil smile appeared on Zenin Naoya's lips. In that case, kill Fushiguro Megumi. Solve the problem from the root. This way, those people will no longer have an excuse to restrict him, and the position of the head of the family can only be held by him. Maybe Fushiguro Megumi never thought of becoming the head of the family, but a man is innocent but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. If you dare to stand in the way of Zenin Naoya, you must be prepared for an accidental death. Soon after, he obtained the approximate location of Fushiguro Megumi by asking the person in charge of intelligence at home. Now the high-level verdict has come down. It is known that Itadori Yuji has been sentenced to death and the kill order has been issued, and it is said that Fushiguro Megumi seems to be looking for Itadori everywhere. Shibuya and Kyoto have now become hell. The death of a few sorcerers is perfectly normal, no one would suspect anything. Inside the college dormitory, Shaolu didn't care about the undercurrents in the outside world. He was sitting at the head of the bed, welcoming his first realm. Looking back at the entire process of the Shibuya incident, he thought it was still okay, at least it was mostly under his control. I had poked Sukuna's eyes out myself anyway, so I couldn't really describe what the experience was like, except that it just felt a little strange. After all, those were the eyes of Sukuna, the king of curses, so it was normal that they were different from those of ordinary people. As for playing pain carrying rice, although it was a bit embarrassing, his last shot of Shinra Tensei was so cool. Should I consider it mission accomplished? But why hasn't the system appeared yet? Is it possible that all my work is in vain? Just when Shaolu was feeling a little uneasy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards are being distributed. Field, Black Flash Octagonal Cage. As the cold mechanical voice entered his mind, Shaolu felt as if he was electrocuted all over. Then, everything went dark before his eyes, and he arrived inside the area. Shaolu looked down and saw a bright red carpet under his feet, and fighting gloves on his hands without him noticing. There was a sudden sound coming from the big screen behind me, and cheers from the audience could be heard from the empty space. Shaolu looked back and saw the big screen light up with his handsome photo appearing on it. The corner of his mouth twitched. Wow, this field is quite real. Can he really pull the enemy in to fight him in the octagonal cage? The octagonal cage was sealed with iron nets, and the ground was stained with dark red blood. The thing hanging high in the sky should be a score counter for accumulating points. Under the colorful lights, the surrounding area was filled with audience seats, but there was no one there. At this moment, the system reverberated throughout the realm. Field, Black Flash Octagonal Cage. Once opened, you can designate one person and force him/her in for a fight to the death. The final victory or defeat will be determined by the points. In this area, you can only perform physical techniques, and only by performing Black Flash can you cause damage to the opponent. As the introduction of the system was finished, the scene in front of Shaolu's eyes distorted and changed. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to reality. Recalling the words of the system introduction in his mind, Shaolu only wanted to say one thing at this moment. Awesome. Can you only fight with physical skills? And you have to use Black Flash to cause damage. This is tailor-made for you. As we all know, Black Flash is an extremely difficult spell to perform, and the highest combo chance is only Nanami's 4 times. Unfortunately, I can hit the Black Flash 100%. If you add the 8 gates of Dunjia, even if Sukuna comes, he has to be beaten up. However, it shouldn't be that simple, judging from the several battles with Sukuna. His physical skills were also top-notch, so performing Black Flash shouldn't be a problem for him. But think about it, how could the Curse King only be able to release slashing attacks? Shaolu stood up, focused his mind, and then placed one hand in front of him. Field expansion, Black Flash Octagonal Cage. Boom. In an instant, the domain spread across the room, crushing the surrounding furniture into pieces. Soon, the octagonal iron mesh cage that I had seen before appeared before my eyes. Shaolu nodded in satisfaction, and with a slight movement of his mind, he cancelled the domain. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Crunch. Shaolu opened the door and saw Juju Yuki appear in front of the door. But at this moment, she was not as relaxed and casual as before. Instead, she frowned and looked at Shaolu with a serious expression. Although I really want to ask you what type of women you like, there are more important things at the moment. Come with me, everyone is waiting for you. Chapter 107 Yaga Masamiki's request. Soon, Shaolu, under the guidance of Juju Yuki, came to a secluded classroom. The atmosphere in the classroom was solemn, and everyone in the college had a gloomy face. Most of the staff of the college were there, except for Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi. Considering the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Shaolu had roughly guessed the reason for the incident. After the Shibuya Incident, he naturally knew that the top leaders would issue a killing order. At this time, Masamiki stood up, ushered Shaolu to her seat, and walked up to the podium. Time is running out, so I'll just say it. I learned from Lei Temple that the top leaders have made a decision. Soon, Masamiki told everything he had learned. At first, the first few items were the same as in the plot and did not surprise him. It was not until she heard the verdict about herself that Shaolu raised her eyebrows in surprise. Life imprisonment. You also want to seal me in Hongxing Palace and put me under the care of Tien Yuan. The reason is that the reckless technique caused great losses to the country. For this reason, Shaolu couldn't help but applaud the old guys in the upper echelons. They were really good at finding excuses. I have nothing to say. I did flatten the center of Shibuya, but so what? Seeing that Shaolu's expression was not too turbulent, Masamiki sighed and continued. So, the top brass asked Juju Yuki, who was about to meet Tien Yuan, to capture you and take you to Hongxing Palace. For a moment, everyone present turned their eyes to Shaolu. Obviously, they already knew about this before Shaolu came, and now they just wanted to see how Shaolu would react to it. Hearing this, Shaolu turned his gaze to Juju Yuki who was standing beside him. She took out a pair of iron handcuffs from somewhere, waved them at herself, winked and smiled playfully. Don't resist, everyone. Yuki. Masamiki glared at her fiercely. If you want to play cosplay, go to Shaolu tonight. Can't you tell the difference between different occasions now? Tisk. Juju Yuki whispered to vent his dissatisfaction, then raised his head and started browsing his phone. And Yu stared at Juju Yuki with an unfriendly look. This woman has been teasing Shaolu intentionally or unintentionally since Shibuya. I must be on guard against her for my elder sister. Ahem. Masamiki coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. He actually forgot that Mei Mei was still there. Shaolu. Don't get me wrong. We are certainly not trying to arrest you. The top brass are completely hopeless. We are just asking what you think. Thoughts. Shaolu was silent for a moment. I'm thinking of going to the higher-ups and launching a Shinra Tensei as well. Anyway, those old guys are brainless and like to issue killing orders at any time. Then I might as well give them a kill order and just kill them directly to save trouble. As soon as these words came out, everyone took a deep breath. As expected of Shaolu, she is strong and powerful. Are they actually going to issue a kill order to the top brass? Although they also disliked the top management, they had never thought about such a thing. And the Shinra Tensei he mentioned as the super standard technique that flattened the Shibuya battlefield, right? As expected of Shaolu, she could come up with such a brutal method. But, this idea seems good too. Masamiki waved his hands and advised, I suggest you don't do this. There are many irrelevant people living around the high-level positions. If you use that move, I'm afraid there will be countless casualties. Juju Yuki put down the phone in his hand and asked puzzledly, then what do you say we should do? Of course we can't really capture Shaolu and take him to Hongxing Palace, and we don't have the ability to do so, but if we do this, Shaolu will definitely be stripped of his title as a sorcerer. You, Masamiki, have always loved talent. Would you be willing to let the high school lose a genius like him? Just a reminder, if Shaolu wants to become a curse master, she has a bright future. If possible, I really want to see the fight between Shaolu and Gojo Satoru. It must be more shocking than the fight between Shibuya and Sukuna. At this point, Juju Yuki licked his red lips, revealing an extremely excited look. Others may not know, but as a top-class sorcerer, she can feel Shaolu's terror more clearly. Especially the move that flattened Shibuya, which made her doubt who was the strongest person in the world. Kugasaki Nobara snorted coldly and drove the nail deep into the table. Why don't we just rebel against the top management and become the masters ourselves? As soon as she finished speaking, many people, like Shaolu, gave a thumbs up to Kugasaki Nobara. This caused Kugasaki Nobara, who had been so passionate just now, to lower her head shyly. After hearing these words, Masamiki's mouth twitched wildly. Things are not as simple as you think. If we kill those senior executives, new ones will take over. Moreover, there is an extremely complex network of relationships behind this, and there are too many unknowns. The top leaders have been in office for so many years, they must have their own trump cards. It may not be that easy to kill them all. At this point, Masamiki took a deep breath, looked deep, took out the prison gate from his pocket, and looked at everyone. From today on, I am no longer your principal, and I will no longer be involved in anything you do from now on. The top brass said that anyone who dares to try to remove the seal on Gojo Satoru will be killed without mercy, so I will be the initiator. As he spoke, Yii Masamiki threw the prison gate into Shaolu's hands. The Death and Annihilation Tour is about to begin, and we can't be without Gojo Satoru, so I hope you can help everyone rescue Gojo Satoru. Please, this is my lifelong request. Masamiki bowed deeply to Shaolu, recalling the scene when he first met Shaolu. At that time, he beat himself up and showed his unparalleled talent. And now, no one knows how strong he is. Perhaps, just below Gojo Satoru. If he helps, he will definitely be able to assist everyone in the college. They had already discussed it long before Shaolu came. That is, to go against the top management. The higher-ups were afraid of Gojo Satoru and would not allow anyone to unseal him, but they had to do this anyway. Shaolu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Masamiki's words. Is this the start of setting the flag? Others may not know, but he knows it very well. Masamiki did not tell all the high-level information, but deliberately concealed the content about his own death sentence. Would this middle-aged man, who looked burly and serious all year round, choose such an ending even though he was completely disappointed with the top management? Just then, ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a long-term mission. Win over all the sorcerers of the Jujutsu High School to join Akatsuki and replace the corrupt high-level officials. Reward. 9 Magatama Samsara Eye! Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Shaolu was shocked. Mist Grass. Chapter 108 Goodbye Sorcerer, Hello Curse Master. 9 Magatama Samsara Eye! What does the system want to do? Should he activate Infinite Tsukuyomi? What's wrong with living in a world of illusion? After calming down, Shaolu fell into deep thought. Now that he already possesses the Rinnegan, the 9 Magatama is not very attractive to him. But as I said before, you can do without something, but you can't live without it. Anyway, winning over the college experts is just a matter of convenience, so just take your time. Shaolu held his chin and pretended to think, well, I can promise you, after all, a technical college is a technical college, and a senior executive is a senior executive. Everyone was delighted to hear Shaolu speak so sensible. But, Shaolu stood up, glanced at everyone present, and smiled slightly. I need everyone at the high school to promise me one thing. At that moment, everyone looked at Shaolu in confusion. What's going on? I haven't thought about it yet. Shaolu waved his hands. Gojo Satoru had not yet been unsealed, the Death and Annihilation Return Tour was about to start, and the top brass had started to make trouble again. It was obviously not the time to win them over. Juju Yuki looked at Shaolu who seemed to be smiling but not smiling. It's not okay to make excessive requests. Shaolu waved her hand casually. Don't worry, it's not too much, it only takes a word from you. Just a word, everyone couldn't help but complain. Why make it so secretive? However, I don't think Shaolu would make any excessive demands. Therefore, they did not object. In that case, I'll have to let you be a curse master for a while. Masamiki Yeye suddenly burst out with momentum and summoned cursed corpses to surround Shaolu. Shaolu was arrested. It was obvious that the higher-ups would list him as a curse master. But all this is only temporary. Once Gojo realizes it, everything will change. He looked at Shaolu. There are spies outside the hospital, let's put on a show. There are many high-level eyes in the current colleges, and most of them are mixed in the auxiliary supervision. Although given Lu's strength, it was reasonable for him to break through their encirclement and escape. But the performance has to be complete, at least there has to be some fighting sounds to make it look realistic. Juju Yuki summoned his own Shikigami. Hurry up and fight, I still have to go see Tengen. Remember to act more realistically. Seeing this, Shaolu smiled faintly, nodded, and condensed a medium-sized Rasengan in his hand. It seems I have to be a curse master for a while. At the same time, outside the hospital, two furtive assistant supervisors were lingering at the gate. Hey, why haven't Masamiki and the others taken action yet? There's no movement at all. Yeah, they're not plotting something in there, are they? The two are the eyes that the top management has placed in the auxiliary supervision. Once they find anything wrong, they will immediately report it to the top management. Just when the two of them were somewhat confused, boom, the entire house in the courtyard exploded with a loud bang, and a strong gust of air swept in all directions. The two of them felt the ground trembling beneath their feet. They looked at each other and exclaimed. A fight really broke out. I saw Juju Yuki, with long hair flying and curse power surging all over his body. Shaolu, don't do anything stupid. Follow me to Tien Yuan in front of you. Maybe you can get out again in the future. Night Goose Masamiki casually threw out two cursed corpses and shouted. Don't resist anymore, Shaolu. Looking up, I saw Shaolu standing in the air, holding a Rasengan in his hand ready to be launched. His face flushed with anger, he looked down and roared. How ridiculous. Who removed the curse from Shibuya? Who killed the three great natural disasters? Where were the top brass when I was desperately fighting Sukuna? Where were the top brass when Sukuna was almost chopped into pieces? And the higher-ups put me in prison for life just because I damaged a little bit of a building. FKU, the senior executives. Those old men are nothing. They want to restrict my freedom, Shaolu. After saying that, Shaolu threw the Rasengan in his hand towards Shaolu without hesitation. Careful, Juju Yuki quickly created a cursed barrier to cover everyone in the academy. Boom. As the Rasengan fell, the entire courtyard was instantly enveloped in white light, and even half of the Jujutsu High School was shaken. When the mighty force faded, Shaolu was long gone. In the ruins below, everyone in the college covered their chests and coughed uncomfortably. At this time, the two high-level spies outside the hospital were already dumbfounded, and even their legs and feet were shaking slightly. They had naturally heard of Shaolu's power, but they never expected him to be so powerful. One of them came to his senses and said, sure enough, they couldn't stop Shaolu. Did you record it? Yeah, let's go, I don't want to stay in this damn place for a moment. Just after the two left, a crow flapped its wings and flew into the yard. Mei Mei slowly opened her eyes. The spy from the college is gone. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Juju Yuki looked at the place where Shaolu left and sighed. Tisk tisk, I never knew Shaolu's acting skills were so good, especially the last part scolding the higher-ups. It made me feel really good. Kugasaki Nobara nodded in agreement thoughtfully. Yeah, I feel like if Lu doesn't want to be a sorcerer now, maybe he can consider entering the entertainment industry. Well, now that Yumenjong is in the custody of Shaolu, we don't have to worry about the higher-ups plotting against us. You can help Shoko during this time and see if you can find a way to unlock the prison gate. If it really doesn't work, then I can only ask Master Tien Yuan for help. Night Goose Masamiki sighed and turned away. The panda asked in confusion. Dad, where are you going? Masamiki waved his hand. Let's go find the old man from Layan Temple and have a drink and relax. Hearing this, Panda frowned. Why do I feel like he's hiding something in his heart? ... Early morning in Shibuya, on the deserted street, the scarred boy stood alone on the roadside. He already knew the high-level decision. During the Shibuya incident, he was force-fed dozens of fingers by Lu Hu. Counting the ones I swallowed before, there are already 15. At this moment, he was fully aware of the danger he was in, and the Sukuna in his body was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. I am now like a bomb that can explode at any time. During the Shibuya incident, if Shaolu hadn't existed, I don't know how many lives would have been lost. Even if the murderer was not himself, he used his own body. Itadori, who has always been kind, could never accept such a thing happening. He also thought about staying with Shaolu for the rest of his life. But after hearing that the top leaders had issued a killing order against him, he finally chose to leave. He cannot die, but he cannot drag everyone down. Now all I can do is to kill as many cursed spirits as I can. Looking at the empty and dilapidated streets, Itadori took a deep breath. Then he clapped his hands with a determined look. Bang! The crisp applause broke the silence of the early morning. The sea behind him surged, and huge cursed spirits broke out of the water, creating a huge wave. Itadori didn't hesitate at all and ran at full speed to avoid the attack of the cursed spirit. The strangely shaped cursed spirits behind him saw the human's presence and chased him like hungry wolves smelling blood. But they, with their low intelligence, don't know that the human being who is fleeing like a lamb to be slaughtered is the real hunter. In a dark underground parking garage, Itadori stopped running and shouted. Swelling, the loud voice echoed throughout the underground parking lot, and Zhongshang suddenly opened his eyes. With an extremely cold look in his eyes, a blood-piercing technique was instantly released. Call out. In the pitch-black underground garage, a flash of blood-red light compressed to the extreme flashed. The blazing blood line shot out like a laser, piercing through the chasing cursed spirits one by one like making candied haws. Chapter 109 The Executioner, Okatsuyuda. Seeing this, the other cursed spirits also realized the horror hidden inside. They wanted to turn around and run away. However, Itadori had already arrived outside the garage door, blocking the only way out. He bent his body slightly, clenched his fists, and punched forward with full energy. Bang! The incredible force instantly smashed the cursed spirits into pieces. As Itadori threw a Rasengan, the last bat spirit in the sky that wanted to escape was killed instantly. At this point, the streets returned to silence again in the early morning. Zhongshang walked out slowly, and his cold eyes instantly turned into endless tenderness the moment he saw his younger brother Itadori. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh at his brother's extraordinary strength. Without casting any spells, he was able to easily deal with so many cursed spirits just by relying on his physical strength. Compared to his previous fight with me at Shibuya Station, Itadori has made considerable progress. After a round of generous praise, Zhongshang patted Itadori on the shoulder and said gently. Take a break. You've been killing for a whole day and night. Even a machine can't stand it. Itadori showed an impatient expression. Over the past few days, Zhongshang had been praising him non-stop. This made him feel a little annoyed, but also more curious. How did this man who firmly claimed to be his biological brother judge that he must be his biological brother? Looking at Itadori's complicated gaze, he recalled with a swollen expression and said. Thinking carefully, your mother should have sutures on her forehead, right? Itadori's body trembled and his eyes widened. Although the memories of his childhood are old, they are still deeply engraved in his mind. Thinking back carefully, it seems to be true. Sutures. The person who sealed Gojo Satoru during the Shibuya incident also had a similar suture line on his forehead. Could it be that his parents have some kind of relationship with him? Just when Itadori wanted to continue asking, an extremely cold aura enveloped the two of them. When I looked up, it was the special first-class sorcerer, Zenin Naoya. Zenin Naoya stood on a high place with a haughty look on his face, looking around at something. Why isn't Fushiguro Megumi with you guys? Itadori and Zhongshang looked at this arrogant sorcerer with a haughty tone in surprise. Isn't he a sorcerer sent by the higher-ups to hunt him down? But what did he want to do with Fushiguro Megumi? At this time, Zenin Naoya glanced at Itadori below with disdain. You must be Itadori Uni who is wanted by the higher-ups. It's really bleak that you can't even go back to the high school. Now, your backer Gojo Satoru has been sealed, and no one can protect you. But you should be thankful that you are not my target. Tell me the whereabouts of Fushiguro Megumi and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will grind you to dust. Itadori frowned when hearing these arrogant and provocative words. But what he cared about was why the other party wanted to find Fushiguro Megumi. Judging from his tone, it was obviously not a good thing. Itadori looked at Zenin Naoya with a scrutinizing look. What do you want to do with Fushiguro? Zenin Naoya looked down at Itadori as if he was looking at trash, and said without hesitation. Nothing, he just happened to block my path to becoming the head of the family, so I wanted to ask him to die. But it seems that you really don't know the whereabouts of Fushiguro Megumi. After saying this, a sinister smile appeared on Zenin Naoya's face. Suddenly, his figure flashed and he launched an attack. Killing Itadori would improve his reputation to some extent, and such an achievement would also help to increase his prestige in the Zen Temple. Zenin Naoya was extremely fast, and just when his attack was about to hit Itadori, the guy next to him was furious. Anyone who dares to attack my brother will die. The blood-piercing technique forced Zenin Naoya to give up the attack and retreat to dodge. At the same time, the Itadori brothers attacked him without hesitation. However, having received the true teachings from Zebiran of the Zen Temple, he was able to perform the transmission spell with ease. He dodged all of Itadori and Shosang's airtight attacks. Zenin Naoya, who had moved away, did not put away his relaxed and casual attitude, and looked at the two people in front of him seriously. Their attack and speed have reached the level of a first-level sorcerer. It seems that I have to show some real skills. Haha, since you guys are going to resist so stubbornly, I'll have to let you see the strength of the big three sorcerer families. However, just as the three were about to continue the fight, a huge curse suddenly enveloped the sky above Shibuya. The terrifying fluctuations of the cursed power even made it difficult for the three of them to breathe. Itadori's eyes widened, and his first reaction was, this powerful spell, could it be Gojo Satoru? However, as the power of the curse increased, this idea was instantly overturned by him. No, this powerful oppressive feeling of curse power is even more eerie and terrifying than that of Gojo Satoru. It seems to come from a cold devil's cave. Moreover, the concentration of cursed energy seems to be even greater than Gojo Satoru. Who else in the world of spells has a greater reserve of spells than Gojo Satoru? The next second, a streak of light flashed by. A young man with dark circles under his eyes, looking unwell and even a little frail appeared in front of the three people. However, Despite this, the three of them couldn't help but feel a hint of instinctive fear in their hearts. It was as if there was an extremely terrifying cursed spirit hidden behind this thin young man. Okatsu frowned slightly. Why are the Zenin family members here too? Apart from Maki, he didn't know anyone else from the Zenin family. But looking at his clothes, one can roughly guess that the man is undoubtedly from the Tien Yuan family. And it seems that he is of a high status. Itadori looked at the boy pointing a knife at him and his legs involuntarily took 2 steps back. Obviously, he didn't know his fellow brother. Little did they know that he was the executioner who came to claim their life. At this time, Zhongshang immediately pulled Itadori behind him. However, as an older brother, he knew very well that the sorcerers who appeared in Shibuya were most likely the executioners who wanted to take his younger brother's life. Moreover, the strength of the person coming is extremely powerful, far surpassing the Zenin Naoya who had fought before. Okatsuyuda held the knife in one hand and slowly walked towards the 3 people. With a single strike of his hand, he could easily knock down the solid wall that blocked the road. Cold words came out of his mouth. What do you 3 have to do with Itadori? As soon as these words were spoken, 2 drops of blood quietly condensed in the palm of his hand. Sure enough, his previous judgment was correct, this was another guy who wanted to take his brother's life. After feeling the pressure from a cursed force as powerful as Gojo Satoru, Zenin Naoya decisively put away his arrogance. He raised his hands with a smile and laughed. You are Okatsu-kun, right? I have heard of you for a long time. Don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with them, and I'm not your enemy. The legendary special grade sorcerer Okatsuyuda is indeed amazing. Then Zenin Naoya even tried to get close to Okatsu by claiming that he was Maki's brother. Although Zenin Naoya has been arrogant since childhood, he is not a fool. If he were to choose him just because he is unhappy at this time, it's tantamount to seeking death. Itadori was stunned. So this frail-looking boy in front of him was actually the senior Okatsu mentioned by Fushiguro. Faced with the sudden appearance of a top-grade sorcerer, the 3 of them had their own plans in mind. The Prime Minister said in a deep voice that only Itadori could hear, prepare to escape. This young man in front of us is not someone we can handle. Chapter 110 Okatsuyuda's Plan. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Suddenly, Zhongshang shouted, Itadori, run. Itadori clenched his fists, stared at the back of the man, then turned and ran. Zenin Naoya chuckled and said, go after him, Okatsu-kun. I will help you solve the obstacles that stand in your way. But please don't report to the higher-ups for now after you kill Itadori. I want to use him as bait. After saying that, Zenin Naoya instantly launched an attack towards the nearby Shosang. As Zenin Naoya made his move, Okatsuyuda was like a flash of lightning, instantly breaking through Shoxiang's defenses and chasing in the direction of Itadori's escape. A-hole, Shosang, who was restrained by Zenin Naoya, was extremely anxious. Without any hesitation, the red blood condensed in his hand burst out towards Zenin Naoya. A chase is going on the streets of Shibuya. 2 figures quickly shuttled across the road. Itadori knew that he was no match for Okatsuyuda, so he ran as fast as he could from the beginning. But even if he didn't look back, he could still sense the cold aura following him. Even, as time goes by, it gets closer and closer to me. Itadori looked at Okatsuyuda who was following closely behind him and was shocked. What a fast speed. Even if he was holding a long sword, he could still catch up with me in such a short time. At this moment, there was only a difference of 2 body lengths between the 2. I'm afraid it won't be long before the long sword in Okatsuyuda's hand will hit me. On the other side, the fight became more and more intense. While fighting, he was still thinking about his brother's safety. The brief moment of daze was accurately seized by Zenin Naoya. Bang! 2 heavy punches ruthlessly hit Zhang Zhang's chest. Seeing him staggering back with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Zenin Naoya sneered. The technique you used should be the red blood technique of the Jamo family, right? What a coincidence. The red blood manipulation technique has no effect at all against my fast movement. You are perfectly restrained. The Zen Temple Zebi spread his hands and smiled lightly, looking contemptuously at the swollen figure in front of him who wanted to tear him to pieces. He didn't regard Zhongshang as an opponent of the same level at all. The opponent's only move that can hurt him is 100 refinements, which requires a strong charge. However, in actual combat, he would not give the opponent time to accumulate strength. So, you better wait patiently for your brother's body to be dragged back. This is a dead end. Faced with Zenin Naoya's ridicule, Shoxiang ignored it at all. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified. You dare to stop me from saving my brother. You are already dead in my eyes. The words fell. Whoosh. 2 blood arrows hidden in the sleeves suddenly shot out. The Zen Temple Zebi people sneered. Ants always like to make meaningless struggles. Meanwhile, on the street, Itadori jumped over the white car with peeling paint in front of him. The next second, a sharp blade followed closely behind. The sharp slash cut the car into 2 pieces like tofu. The corner of Itadori's clothes at his waist was also cut. Itadori felt a chill down his spine, he was almost cut in half. And Okatsuyuda, who was following closely behind him, couldn't help but sigh. He actually dodged it again. You know, in foreign countries, even killing an ordinary special grade cursed spirit doesn't take so long. This junior student in front of me not only has strange body movements, but also has the same physical talent as Maki. Thinking of this, Okatsu kept walking and sighed. Junior, Don't resist stubbornly, just play a show with me. Just then, there was a loud roar ahead. Itadori raised his hand and punched hard, sending the several-ton car flying and smashing towards Okatsu behind him. Itadori knew in his heart that if he just kept running away he would be caught sooner or later, so it would be better to fight back appropriately. This will actually help delay time. Swish, the car flying in the air was cut in half with a knife. Okatsu's steps were delayed again for a moment, and Itadori in front quickly ran towards the group in front. Suddenly, a shadow loomed under my feet. Itadori looked up and saw a car coming straight towards him. Boom. Itadori quickly moved away, but the nearest intersection leading to the building complex was blocked by the falling car. Itadori took a deep breath and turned to look at Okatsu who was walking towards him. Sizzle. The long knife was placed on the ground, creating sparks and a sharp sound. A cold breath hit me in the face. Although he looks so weak, he can give people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Okatsu is obviously not a powerful sorcerer, but the huge amount of cursed energy surrounding his body is almost overflowing from his body. How much cursed energy does this guy have? This reminded Itadori of Shaolu. Although he had never felt such a sense of oppression from Shaolu's cursed energy, he had never lacked cursed energy. During the Shibuya Incident, he used all kinds of super standard techniques like they were free, and he never ran out of cursed energy. So who has more cursed energy reserves, Okatsu or Shaolu? Itadori shook his head repeatedly, cursing himself in his heart. I'm almost dead and I am still thinking about these things. He looked at Okatsuyuda with great vigilance. Although you are not a power type, your super standard magical power makes up for this shortcoming. So, even if I fight you in close combat, I won't get any advantage. Okatsu came with a knife in hand and looked at Itadori expressionlessly. Your guess is correct. After 2 months of training in Africa, my total amount of cursed energy has surpassed that of Master Gojo Satoru. But considering that the teacher has 6 eyes, his cursed energy consumption can be almost infinitely close to 0. So, in terms of strength, I'm afraid I'm still a little bit behind the teacher. Okay, let's end this conversation. Please go to your death so I can report to the higher-ups. It's a pity that although you and I are from the same school, we have to face each other like this when we meet for the first time. At this point, the reminiscing between the brothers ended. Swish. The long sword with huge cursed power turned into a shadow, cutting through the air and slashing towards Itadori. Itadori, who barely dodged the attack with his combat experience, couldn't help but recall his master Tudu's words. He once said to himself that the more powerful the sorcerer, the harder it is to see the direction of the spell power. Itadori has a deep understanding of this. However, the Okatsuyuda in front of him was even more outrageous, under the cover of his huge cursed power. It is impossible to tell which move is a feint and which one is fatal. Or in other words, every move of his attack is deadly. Thinking of this, Itadori couldn't help but worry. If he was on the verge of death, would the Sukuna in his body take over his body again? Will Shibuya once again face doomsday? Thinking of this, Itadori's heart surged, his eyes slightly reddened, and he looked at Okatsu with great determination and shouted. Grandpa said that I should help others as much as possible, at least to allow everyone to die normally. I want to die surrounded by people, not as a traitor. So, sorry, Okatsu-senpai, I won't surrender. Chapter 111 Shaolu vs Okatsuyuda. At this moment, Itadori hated himself and the higher-ups immensely. He hated himself for being incompetent and unable to suppress Susanoo. At the same time, I also hate the higher-ups because they made it impossible for me to even hope for a decent death. He died under the auspices of the public. Haha, Grandpa, you sound so easy, but now even a decent death is a luxury for me. How can I die surrounded by people? Itadori's sudden shout made Okatsuyuda look slightly stunned. At this moment, Okatsu seemed to see his former self. He had also heard about Itadori's deeds in general. It can even be said that his experience is extremely similar to one's own. He was also imprisoned in a small dark room covered with talismans, and was also issued a death penalty order by the top leaders. He was also saved by teacher Gojo Satoru. Thinking of this, Okatsu wanted to stick to his plan and rushed towards Itadori with his sword again. The two figures collided instantly. Okatsu's moves were getting closer and closer, and each strike was aimed at the fatal part that could kill Itadori. Itadori stared at Okatsu's long sword. Combat experience told him that the only way to destroy the long sword in Okatsu's hand was to destroy it. Only then will I have a chance to survive. Itadori dodged and fled, using the scrapped cars on the street as cover to delay time. Just after climbing over a scrapped off-road vehicle, Okatsu suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost and chased after him. As Okatsu swung the long sword in his hand, what I heard was not the sound of a blade tearing flesh, but the crisp sound of metal colliding. I saw a fruit knife in Itadori's hand. This was the only weapon he had just grabbed after climbing over the SUV. Soon, the two clashed again. But Itadori's experience is obviously weaker than Okatsu's. Itadori focused on the sword, ignoring the stability of his lower body, and was seized by Okatsu who kicked him away. Itadori's eyes widened, his body bent, and he flew backwards at high speed. He just felt his abdomen churning and almost passed out from the pain. After stabilizing his body, Itadori managed to stand up, recalling the teachings of Master Gojo Satoru in his mind. As expected, my strongest weapon is not the technique or the cursed tool, but my body. Thinking of this, Itadori wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and plunged the fruit knife into the ground. He clenched his fists, pushed off the ground with his feet, and attacked Okatsu. Facing the fatal blow coming head-on, Itadori did not dodge, but instead chose to fight back with injury. The long knife tore Itadori's clothes on his chest, leaving deep knife marks. Under the stimulation of severe pain, Itadori raised his right foot and kicked out a black flash. Bang! This whip kick carried black lightning, hitting Okatsu's wrist holding the knife. The powerful force, coupled with the black flash, directly knocked Okatsu away. After stopping, he looked at the broken samurai sword in his hand and his numb arm. Okatsu couldn't help but marvel at the strength of this junior fellow apprentice. As expected of Gojo Satoru's student, he is not as easy to deal with as one might think. His random tactics of exchanging injuries for injuries and his super strong power also caused him to suffer some minor losses. This junior fellow apprentice is not a lamb to be slaughtered. When Itadori saw Okatsu stunned, he suddenly rushed over and punched him with a powerful punch filled with cursed power. However, the next second, a pale giant hand that seemed to come from hell tightly grasped his head. Itadori's eyes went dark, and he could not move. A devilish voice from hell rang in his ears. What do you want to do with someone's Okatsu? Okatsu stretched his still numb arms and smiled calmly. Rika, why did you decide to come out today? Itadori widened his eyes and turned to look at the devil behind him who had locked him up. Rika opened her bloody mouth, revealing fangs that were sharp enough to pierce a human body, and roared at Itadori. The swollen curse power came like a flood of water. Itadori's breathing stagnated and he swallowed. Is this a Shikigami? I just heard Okatsu call it. Rika, what a scary thing, when did it appear? Okatsu doesn't have any seals at all. Didn't Fushiguro say that summoning a Shikigami is inseparable from the step of making hand seals? I'm sorry Itadori, this may be painful, but it will be short. As he spoke, Okatsu held his katana horizontally, preparing to stab Itadori in the abdomen. The next second, the space twisted and a vortex appeared. Two slender fingers firmly grasped the long sword, preventing it from moving forward even a bit. Shaolu smiled. Hello, god of pure love. Shaolu. The moment he met Shaolu, Itadori breathed a sigh of relief. Okatsu decisively abandoned the half-broken blade in his hand, retreated backwards and distanced himself from Shaolu. He looked carefully at Shaolu who suddenly appeared. He had heard of this name several times, and the one he remembered most vividly was when it was on the list of high-level executions. You call me the god of pure love. Shaolu pointed at Okatsu, then looked at the Curse Queen behind him and smiled meaningfully. Ms. Rika, should it be okay for me to say this? Hearing this, Rika made a series of affirmative sounds. Yeah, Okatsu and I are pure love. Although I kind of hate this guy who suddenly showed up and interrupted Okatsu-kun's actions. But considering that he is so sweet-talking, I won't do anything for now. Itadori was held in place, his jaw dropped to the ground. He stared at Okatsu and Rika with eyes wide open in disbelief. Is this senior's taste a bit too strong? The sorcerer actually got involved with his own Shikigami. Apparently, Itadori didn't know about Okatsuyuda's past. Okatsuyuda didn't pay attention to Itadori's strange look, but looked at Shaolu with a serious expression. If I remember correctly, the higher-ups seem to have sentenced you to life imprisonment, right? And not only did you not go to Hongqing Palace, but you appeared here. Okatsu didn't say anything else, the result was already clear. Hearing this, Itadori suddenly turned his head, looked at Shaolu in surprise, and said angrily. High-level officials, even you are going to be punished. If you hadn't been there for the Shibuya Incident, who knows how many people would have died? Are the higher-ups so unreasonable? Shaolu spread his hands and said with a nonchalant smile. Unfortunately, I am now listed as a defector by the top leaders just like you. My situation is even worse than that of a curse master who has committed many evil deeds. At this moment, Itadori's impression of the top sorcerers completely dropped to the freezing point. Okatsu frowned, and after some thought, he decided to implement his plan. Shaolu, please move aside. I can pretend I didn't see you. But as the executioner, Itadori needs to die once, otherwise I won't be able to complete my mission. Die once. Itadori was confused. What on earth was going on? Can I die twice? In response, Shaolu shook his head. Others may not know, but he, who has watched the plot, knows Okatsu's good intentions. First, Itadori was put into a state of suspended animation, and then at the moment Itadori's heart stopped beating. The reverse curse technique was activated at the right time to bring Itadori back to life, thus concealing the truth from the top management. However, Shaolu thought that there was no need to go through so much trouble as he had already checked before coming. There are no high-level eyes around here for the time being. Okatsu's original intention was good, but there is absolutely no need to make Itadori suffer, the child is already miserable enough. Shaolu looked up at Okatsu. No need to fake Itadori's death. Just tell the top management that Itadori was rescued by Shaolu. If they are dissatisfied, tell them to come find me. I will be waiting for them in Shibuya. Chapter 112, Fists and Black Flashes, shocking Okatsu. Hearing this, Okatsuyuda was suddenly shocked. He stared at Shaolu and asked in a deep voice, how do you know? As early as a few months ago, Gojo Satoru had a premonition that the world might usher in earth-shaking changes. He also told himself this idea, that if anything unexpected happened to Gojo Satoru, he would rush back to the high school to save the situation. Although, at that time he believed that Gojo Satoru was invincible and nothing would happen to him. But now that things have developed to this point, it proves that Gojo Satoru's feeling is not wrong. Now that Gojo Satoru has been sealed, it is unknown when the Death and Annihilation Tour will begin, and Itadori has been sentenced to death again. Therefore, the moment he received the order from the top, he decided to fake Itadori's death and deceive the top leaders. But he kept this matter in his heart and never mentioned it to anyone else. Shaolu, how could she possibly know? Facing Okatsu's questioning, Shaolu smiled and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. I can't read minds." However, Okatsuyuda still stared at Shaolu with a wary look on his face. Shaolu had no choice but to clear his throat and imitate. Junior, don't resist stubbornly, just play a show with me." As soon as these words were spoken, Okatsuyuda's expression froze and he stood there in a daze. "I see, isn't this exactly what I said to myself when I was chasing Itadori not long ago?" So, Shaolu had already been watching the battle quietly from the dark at that time. "And I haven't discovered anything yet, etc." Itadori was completely confused at this point. He looked at Okatsu with a confused look on his face. "Senior, is what Shaolu said true?" Facing Itadori's question, Okatsuyuda did not respond, but thought for a moment and looked at Shaolu solemnly. "Even so, I still want to do it my own way. Unless, you can show me enough strength to reassure me." He had naturally heard about Shaolu's strength, so he had no problem protecting Itadori. However, he didn't know Shaolu's character. The way this guy talked always gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him. He was a little worried about handing Itadori over to this guy. "Really? Then go ahead." Shaolu looked at Okatsu and smiled calmly. For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Itadori. Hey, why are these two fighting again for no reason?" Okatsuyuda took a deep breath and said calmly, "Rika." As soon as he finished speaking, Itadori's body suddenly became lighter, and the terrifying feeling of oppression behind him disappeared instantly. The cursed Queen Rika, who controlled Itadori, turned into a gust of cold wind and instantly came to Shaolu's side. Li Shang opened her bloody mouth, her face was ferocious, and her extremely sharp claws attacked Shaolu's head. Although what this guy said before was nice, anyone who dares to go against Okatsu will be unforgivable. Shaolu turned his hand to face the vast curse power coming from behind, but he was unmoved and just said lightly, "Shinra Tensei." Boom. A powerful repulsive force instantly spread out with him as the center. At this moment, Rika's huge body was directly flung away, and even the surging curse behind her faded a little. "Shaolu, be careful." Following Itadori's exclamation, Okatsuyuda's broken sword was already approaching behind Shaolu. The moment he decided to fight Shaolu, Okatsu chose to go all out. What Rika did just now was just a detailed attack. Shaolu couldn't help but sigh as her Sharingan turned. As expected of a top-notch special-grade sorcerer, his speed is much faster than that of real people. It seems that when Okatsu was chasing Itadori, he was completely letting it go. "Humph, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me." Okatsu spoke coldly, and the broken knife in his hand had already stabbed towards Shaolu. In such a short distance, no one can escape except the one with no bottom line. But the next second, Okatsu's eyes widened. I saw that the broken knife passed through Shaolu's back without any warning. The imagined wound was torn apart and blood gushed out, but it did not happen. Instead, it was like stabbing into the air, with no sense of substance. Then, due to inertia, Okatsu passed through Shaolu's body. Seeing this, Okatsuyuda's expression froze slightly. How so? What a weird technique. In the moment he was stunned, Shaolu's fist was already approaching his face. Bang bang bang. The two men quickly started fighting. At first, Okatsu was able to fight Shaolu back and forth with the huge amount of cursed energy in his body, but as time went on, Okatsu became more and more frightened. Shaolu's punches were full of black flashes, which shocked Okatsu greatly. Feeling his arm numbed by the shock, Okatsu blocked with his sword, using the force to create distance. Okatsu's indifferent face showed a hint of shock. How many black flashes did he cast just now? Okatsu shook his head mentally, he had lost count. He only knew that every strike of Shaolu was extremely casual. But even in this case, punches, kicks, and even elbow strikes can be attached with black flashes. When did black flash become so easy to pull off? Itadori, who was watching from a distance, was also extremely shocked. Is this true or false? Didn't Gojo Satoru say that black flash must be performed under high concentration? And is it possible to strike only when the error between the curse power and the impact is less than 0.000001? Most of the time I was in desperate situations and had the chance to make the move based on my feeling. But Shaolu's moves just now seemed very random, right? The result is black flash in every punch. Shaolu didn't think too much about the two people's shock. According to the plot, everyone will be able to use black flash in the later stages. With Okatsu's talent, it is not difficult to perform black flash continuously. Later, Itadori used black flash as the most basic attack, and it also caused soul damage, causing considerable trouble to Sukuna. At the moment when Shaolu was thinking, Rika's huge figure quietly appeared above Shaolu. Seeing the curve of Shaolu's mouth, Okatsuyuda quickly spoke out to stop him. "Rika, stop." After hearing this, Rika gave up the attack and quickly floated behind Okatsu, rubbing her cheek against his and said coquettishly, "Okatsu-kun, I'm almost there." However, Okatsu, with his pupils trembling slightly, said solemnly, "No, he has seen everything you do." "What?" Rika said with some dissatisfaction. "I just went around it easily, does that guy have eyes on his back?" Having said that, I stopped abruptly. I saw that the place where Rika had appeared just now was filled with sharp wooden thorns. If it wasn't for Okatsu's reminder, Rika would not have been able to escape the instant grafting technique. That's it, I recognize your strength. Okatsu sighed and looked at Shaolu and said, after all, they are all Gojo Satoru's students. A simple test will be enough. There is no need to fight to the death. Although he still had many moves that he hadn't used yet, the Shaolu in front of him was definitely one of the top special grade sorcerers. Chapter 113. Do you think you won? You're not going to fight anymore. Shaolu was a little disappointed, because he knew that Okatsu still had many moves that he had not used yet. For example, copying techniques. He also wanted to see if Okatsuyuda could copy his own ninjutsu. No more fighting, your strength is enough to protect Shaolu, but... At this point, Okatsuyuda looked a little hesitant. Seeing this scene, Shaolu smiled bitterly. Does he look like a bad guy? He naturally understood the other party's concerns. Then, he waved his hand casually, and the space in front of him twisted, forming a fist-sized vortex. Shaolu reached his hand in, fumbled around for a while, and soon found a strangely shaped box. As this, the prison gate that seals Gojo Satoru. Okatsuyuda immediately stepped forward and looked at the prison gate in Shaolu's hand. There is no doubt about it, this is the prison gate, and this is the only thing in the world that can seal Gojo Satoru. But why is this thing in Shaolu's hands? As you can see, Masamiki and the others entrusted this thing to me. This is a hot potato. You should know that the top leaders have issued a special warning that anyone who tries to unseal Gojo Satoru will be killed without mercy. The reason why Shaolu agreed, besides the reward, was also because she was grateful to Gojo Satoru. After all, Gojo Satoru was the first person he took advantage of. The double divine power is the reward obtained from him. I see. Okatsu heaved a sigh of relief and completely let go of his guard. The people at the Polytechnic Institute entrusted Shaolu with such an important prison gate, which naturally showed their great trust in him. It seems that my previous concerns were unnecessary. He was already wanted by the top brass, but he was still willing to use such a tough approach to protect Itadori. This would get him into a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Okatsu felt a little ashamed and looked at Shaolu apologetically. I'm sorry, I was too suspicious before. Shaolu waved her hand and said indifferently, it's okay, you don't understand me, I can totally understand. After putting all his worries aside, Okatsu seemed like a different person. He looked at Itadori, and his previously cold face suddenly showed an extremely warm smile. Haha, Junior Itadori, I apologize for scaring you earlier. Dust. Itadori touched his head, feeling warm in his heart. It turns out that this senior of mine was really just acting. I haven't been completely abandoned yet. I have Shaolu, Okatsu, everyone at the technical secondary school, and Zhongshang who has been sticking with me these past few days. Although I don't really want to admit that I am his younger brother for the time being. Thinking of this, Itadori's expression suddenly changed, and he said anxiously, oh no, Zhongshang is still fighting with that guy. ... Under the bridge, a fight between life and death continues. Bang! Zhang Zhang's figure flew backwards again, knocking the bridge pillar behind him into spider-like cracks. At this moment, Zhang Zhang's entire body was almost stained with blood, and there were shocking scars all over his body. He had long lost count of how many times he had been knocked flying. He only knew that he had to defeat Zenin Naoya quickly to save his brother. Zenin Naoya bent his body slightly and breathed heavily. At this point in the battle, even he couldn't help but admire Zhang Zhang's amazing willpower. With so many injuries all over his body, anyone else would have collapsed long ago. Even if he mastered the red blood technique that could regenerate blood, he couldn't have lasted this long. But he just managed to hold on. What kind of monster are you? An indestructible cockroach. It was Zenin Naoya who had the absolute advantage, but he was already impatient. And I vaguely feel that if I continue to drag this on, I might be the one who loses. Facing Zenin Naoya's question, Sangshong wiped the corner of his eye that was obscured by blood and said, I'm just an unqualified brother. My brother is being hunted down, but I still can't find a way to get rid of you. It's ridiculous. Tisk, you stubborn fellow, I'm going to grind you to dust this time. Let's see how you can stand up again. As he spoke, Zenjo Naoya once again launched the projection spell. In an instant, he arrived in front of Zhongshang. However, the big hand that wanted to hold down the swollen face was strangely avoided for the first time. Zenin Naoya didn't believe it and thought that the other party was just lucky and happened to guess the right direction to avoid. However, in the following attack, the projectile spell that Zenin Naoya was so proud of seemed to have failed. All of his attacks were actually dodged perfectly by Zhongshang. Zenin Naoya, how is it possible? After dodging the attack again, Zhongshang raised his lips slightly. Haha, your spell doesn't seem to work. During the conversation with Zenin Naoya, he secretly gathered his strength and performed the technique Red Scale Leap. He also deliberately concentrated all his spell power into his eyes to improve his dynamic vision. At this moment, his eyes were almost stained with blood, but he could still clearly catch Zenin Naoya's movements in such a blurred vision. The next moment, Zenin Naoya activated his projection spell again and attacked Zhongshang. But something unexpected happened. He had clearly dodged the opponent's attack, but suddenly he groaned, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his body. Zhongshang supported himself on the stone pillar with his bloody hands and managed to keep his body steady. At this moment, Zenin Naoya showed a sinister grin, and a blood-stained dagger, the cursed tool, appeared in his hand. Do you think I can only attack stupidly with my fists? Although using a dagger to attack is indeed laughable, but if I kill you, no one will know about it, right? Zenin Naoya saw that the knife had instantly cut the tendons of Zongshang's hands and feet, so he had lost the ability to move at this moment. Only death awaits him. Zenin Naoya twirled the dagger in his hand and slowly walked towards Zongshang, uttering mocking words continuously. In fact, the Zenin family disliked Fushiguro and even hated him very much. But Zenin Naoya has always regarded Fushiguro Shiori as an idol he adores. The man who used the cursed tool to perfection also trained himself hard on how to use the cursed tool. That's why he was able to instantly sever Zhang Zhang's tendons at the moment when their figures crossed each other just now. Let me think about how I want you to die. You are now, and you will bleed to death sooner or later even without my help. What do you think of this way of dying? If you kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes, maybe I can give you a good time, ha 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 ha. Seeing the weak and speechless Zongshang, Zenin Naoya laughed up to the sky. As a special first-level sorcerer, I was unable to defeat the opponent even though I was restraining him. This is a shame for him who has always been so proud. Therefore, even if Zongshang chooses to kneel down and beg for mercy and lick the soles of his shoes, he will never be allowed to die easily. However, just when Zenin Naoya thought he had won completely, the sound of Zongshang was heard again. You thought you won. An extremely cold and hoarse voice sounded. The large amount of blood flowing under Zhang Zhang's feet suddenly burst out. Chapter 114. A good hand of cards played badly. The sudden burst of terrifying red blood made Zenin Naoya stand there in a daze. How is this possible? With such an outrageous amount of blood loss, he still had the energy to unleash such might. No, it is absolutely impossible for humans to use such a large amount of red blood manipulation technique. Then the indestructible cockroach in front of me must be the legendary cursed fetus 9 phases diagram. Zongshang was bathing in the sea of blood, and with every step he took, his aura was rapidly rising. His hoarse voice sounded again. I must walk in front of my brother and stand for him. Cut off all obstacles, this is the meaning and value of my life. And a guy like you must be very cold and indifferent to the people in your family, right? Hearing this, Zenin Naoya's expression froze for a moment. He thought of his 2 younger sisters, Maki and Mai. In comparison, I seem to be quite indifferent. Ha ha ha, no, the Tien Yuan family only respects the strong. Why should I care about those 2 pieces of trash? Zenin Maki is a piece of trash who can't even sense the power of spells. Their only function is to highlight my strength. Zongshang retorted. As a brother, I totally disagree with your absurd remarks. I have never thought about changing your mind, because you are hopeless. The sonorous and powerful words came out of his mouth, and at the same time, the sea of blood behind him rushed towards him. Faced with this large-scale attack, Zenin Naoya was forced to use his magic to evade it. However, the little bit of blood that splashed onto Zenin Naoya's body had no killing power at all. Seeing this, Zenin Naoya grinned and said, so it's the last gasp of a dying force. It seems that the opponent was seriously injured, which resulted in his seemingly terrifying attack being ineffective. Scare people, that's his only remaining function. Just when Zenin Naoya was gloating over his misfortune, an extremely fast, blood-piercing attack has already arrived. The compressed red blood, which was like a sharp sword, actually had a tracking effect. No matter how Zenin Naoya tried to dodge, he couldn't escape the pursuit of the red blood. At this moment, the proud son of the Tien Yuan family no longer had any arrogance on his face. In his haste to dodge, he ignored the gap in his lower body. Bang! The expansion phase was moving at a very fast speed, and a sidekick with the power of red blood came. Zenin Naoya instinctively raised his hands to block, but was still blown away by the huge impact. Zenin Naoya managed to stop himself and look down. At this moment, the noble clothing representing the young master of the Zen Temple family was already stained with blood. Not only that, the blood that seeped into his clothes could actually cause the blood in his body to coagulate. My legs felt as if they were filled with lead water, extremely heavy. Zenin Naoya's eyes widened, and for the first time he showed a look of fear. Is your red blood poisonous? However, what responded to him was a very indifferent voice. Those who don't know how to cherish their brothers and sisters must be killed. The wounded Zongshang closed his eyes, clapped his hands together and pointed them at Zenin Naoya like the muzzle of a gun. In order to protect his younger brother, he spent more than 100 years. Based on the characteristics of his own physique, he created the most powerful technique that belongs only to him. Red blood manipulation technique. Supernova. Bang bang bang. An explosion sounded like a time bomb. Suddenly without any warning, clusters of scarlet blood balls exploded from Zenin Naoya's body like blooming flowers. The exploding blood was like a sharp spear, instantly piercing through Zenin Naoya's body. Phew, almost suffocating pain swept through his body, and Zenin Naoya suddenly widened his bloodshot eyes and let out a miserable cry. A few seconds later, Zenin Naoya fell to his knees helplessly, still muttering these unwilling words to himself. No, impossible, I am the pride of the Tien Yuan family, the only future head of the family, and the future emperor of the Tien Yuan family. I would die at the hands of a lowly piece of trash who was controlled by family affection. There is no cure. Zhang Zhang's eyes were indifferent, and a blood arrow condensed at his fingertips. Just when he was about to put an end to Zenin Naoya, he suddenly heard Itadori's call in his ears. Swelling phase. Zhongshang turned his head with difficulty, looked in the direction of the voice, and found Itadori walking towards him in good condition. Next to him is Okatsu, who was chasing Itadori before, and that Shaolu. As he thought about it, his vision gradually became dim and he fell down. Fortunately, Itadori ran over quickly and caught the bulge. Looking at the bruised and battered face in his arms, Itadori was deeply moved. Shaolu, with his face swollen and almost bloody, knelt on the ground with his knees, lowering his head helplessly, as if thinking about something. There is not much change. It is still the same as in the plot. Zhongshang fought a desperate battle and won a tragic victory over Zenin Naoya. He had already reached his limit, and was only able to hold on because of his worry about Itadori. The moment he saw Itadori, the obsession in his heart disappeared and he fainted. Ahem, Okatsu-kun, save me. Zenin Naoya's weak voice came, and he looked at Okatsuyuda with pleading eyes. At this moment, he looked extremely embarrassed, and there was no trace of his previous arrogant look. Before Okatsu could speak, Shaolu's shoe sole had already stepped heavily on Zenin Naoya's face. Shaolu twisted the soles of his feet repeatedly, causing Zenin Naoya's face to be squeezed and deformed. You, how dare you humiliate me like this? Do you know who I am? Of course I know. You are the son of a Zen temple Zebi. Your father should thank me a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here just for a broken hand. But considering your character, I'm afraid your father's death would make you happier, right? Facing Shaolu's questioning, Zenin Naoya's heart suddenly jumped. How does he know himself so well? Zenin Naoya reluctantly moved his eyes, staring at Shaolu's appearance, and then widened his eyes. He is Shaolu, there is no doubt about it. Now the big three sorcerer families have received the portrait of Shaolu wanted by the top leaders. No wonder Itadori didn't die, it turned out he was the one who saved him. Thinking of this, Zenin Naoya looked at Okatsu again. Okatsu-kun, save me. The Zenin family will give you enough rewards. However, in the face of Zenin Naoya's two requests for help, Okatsuyuda remained expressionless and wiped the ring on his ring finger, as if he didn't hear what he said. Okatsu had no good feelings towards Zenin Naoya, and even felt a little disgusted. During her time at technical college, Maki once mentioned that the Zenin family disliked her. Shaolu stepped harder and said sarcastically, it seems that the young master of the Tien Yuan family doesn't have that many connections. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Maki said that she would personally take the life of Zenin Naoya. Hearing this, Zenin Naoya, who was still thinking about continuing to plead, suddenly laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha, just relying on that piece of rubbish that can't even sense cursed energy. My daydreaming sister is still dreaming of becoming someone like Shen-er. Shaolu was speechless about this. The Zen family really played a good hand badly. In the past, there was the tyrant of Tianyu, Fushiguro Shiga, who was ostracized and disliked by them. Now Maki, the future second-generation tyrant, has been subjected to ridicule since childhood. Chapter 115. Death and Extinction, Migration and Rebirth. Are all the people in the Zen family blind? The two most talented people were driven away by them. Everyone says that Hyokinji is a high-level gambler, and the Zenin family is just a low-level gambler. The two SSR geniuses were discarded as R cards. If Fushiguro Shinobu and Zenin Maki are trained well, the strength of the Zenin family will definitely be further improved. It's a pity that the Tien Yuan family is beyond salvation and can only wait for the whole clan to be massacred. If Fushiguro Shinobu kills half of them, it won't be long before Zenin Maki kills the other half. It's just hard for Fushiguro Megumi. He may not know that he will be left alone when he becomes the head of the family in the future. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Shaolu moved his horn away from Zenin Naoya. Remember to tell the higher-ups when you get back that I'm protecting Itadori. But before that, Shaolu's mouth corners slightly curved, and the scarlet pattern in the pupils turned. Tsukuyomi. As Tsukuyomi was activated, Zenin Naoya's body stiffened, his eyes became blank, and his body twisted and rolled on the ground, as if he was enduring great pain. Don't kill him, but make his life worse than death. There is nothing that can't be solved by one Tsukuyomi. If there is, then use two. First, I'll give him a 3-day and 3-night Tsukuyomi small package, just to vent Maki's anger. Not long after, Shaolu and the other two left with Zhong in a coma, leaving Zenin Naoya alone rolling in pain under the bridge. At this moment, his face was grim, veins bulged on his forehead, and white foam flowed from the corners of his mouth. No one knew how much pain he was going through, and even if someone passed by, they would probably just think he was a crazy beggar. Night. Inside the collapsed ruins, the lit bonfire illuminated the darkness. Shaolu, your fire magic is so versatile. Itadori held the barbecue in one hand and gave a thumbs up with the other hand. Although Itadori appeared to be relaxed and happy on the surface, Okatsu and Shaolu could clearly see it. The young man in front of me is forcing a smile. The Sukuna in his body seemed to be a shackle that he could never get rid of. The word, time bomb, has been deeply engraved in Itadori's mind. Itadori looked at Okatsuyuda. Senior Okatsu, why did you go to so much trouble to save me? Facing Itadori's question, Okatsu smiled and said, well, the reason is simple, because the people I care about you very much. Itadori's body trembled, and then he lowered his head silently. He knew that the person Okatsu was talking about was Gojo Satoru. If it weren't for Gojo Satoru's protection, he would probably have been sentenced to death by the higher-ups immediately. Now that teacher Gojo Satoru is sealed, he can't do anything. In fact, There's one thing Okatsu did not say, which is that he and Itadori have the same shameful past. All have been burdened with unbearable constraints. Compared to himself, Itadori's restraints were obviously far greater than his own. This junior student must have already suffered inhuman torture. Suddenly, Itadori looked up and spoke slowly. Okatsu, Shaolu, agree to one of my requests. If Sukuna takes over my body again, please kill me immediately. Shaolu's strength is unquestionable, and this senior Okatsu who I just met should have the strength to kill Ibusuki Nuo. Okatsu hesitated for a few seconds, then narrowed his eyes and smiled. Well, I will do it without hesitation. Shaolu joked. Don't worry, Sukuna's 2 eyes have been poked out, he should be quiet for a while. After hearing this, Okatsuyuda was shocked. Sukuna's eyes were poked out. Who did it? In his opinion, if he tried his best and with the help of Rika, he should be able to defeat Ibusuki Nuo. But what ruthless person would think of poking the opponent's eyes in a fight with an opponent of this level? Itadori pointed a finger at Shaolu who was eating barbecue. Okatsu's mouth twitched. If it was him, then it was possible. If I have the chance, I would like to fight Shaolu with all my strength. The 3 months of training in Africa not only increased his strength, but also made him more and more eager to fight against the strong. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the ruins behind him. Itadori stood up immediately and looked at the direction of the movement with vigilance. Who? A tall man with a spiky hairdo and wearing a black magic uniform walked out slowly. It was Fushiguro Megumi who left the high school alone and disappeared for several days. Fushiguro, why are you here? Itadori asked in confusion. Itadori nodded towards Okatsuyuda and Shaolu, without asking about any past events, and simply said, we should go back to the Polytechnic, Itadori. However, after hearing this, Itadori lowered his head with some self-blame and said in disappointment. I'm sorry, I can't go back. Itadori always believed that if he had not participated in the Shibuya Incident, things would not have been so serious. At least the subsequent awakening of Sukuna will not happen. Now that I am wanted everywhere, wouldn't it cause countless troubles for everyone if I go back now? Tisk, why are you still blaming yourself? This is clearly a conspiracy that the fake Geto Suguru has been planning for a long time. Why do you always take the blame on yourself? Itadori, your kindness shouldn't be used in these places. Fushiguro Megumi grabbed Itadori by the collar, lifted him up, and stared at Itadori angrily. Seeing the delicate atmosphere, Shaolu and Okatsu silently made room for Fushiguro Megumi and started eating melons. Itadori did not resist and let Fushiguro Megumi grab his collar and scold him. After a long while, Itadori said sadly, I'm sorry, now I'm like a time bomb and I can't save anyone. You can still save me. My cursed sister, Fushiguro Miki, disappeared. I found the remaining curse power deliberately left by the fake Sha Yuji in her room. I don't know the other party's specific purpose, but it must be related to the death and return journey. Just as Fushiguro Megumi finished speaking, the entire Shibuya suddenly echoed with an extremely familiar voice. The resentful spirits surge, cross to the other side, die and fly away, and then migrate to be reborn. The endless cycle of struggle has begun. I am Zisuo, and I would like to invite everyone to participate in this great game. The rules are as follows. As Nozomi's words fell, the entire Shibuya and even the country fell into turmoil. Thousands of curses were released at this moment, and the entire country was forced to be covered with 10 curtains that only allowed entry and no exit. Nearly 100 million humans were forcibly relocated to the other side of the border, and the scope of the death and migration was rapidly expanding. It spread from local areas to Tokyo, and then covered the whole of Japan. The account that only allows entry but not exit has forced a large number of ordinary people to be forced into this disaster without knowing it. The world of spellcasting is facing an unprecedented disaster. A few minutes later, Fushiguro Megumi clenched his fists tightly. So this damn guy is called Zuosuo. My sister was taken away by him. Fushiguro Megumi looked like a lost soul, with his head hanging and eyes full of despair. Why did Nozomi drag her sister, who posed no threat at all, into this game of life and death? Okatsu stood up and said in a deep voice, the death return tour has begun, we need to prepare as soon as possible. Everyone, please follow me back. Now that the death and annihilation tour has begun, the top management can't spare much energy. As long as you don't get caught in person, you'll be fine. Shaolu didn't hear clearly what was just said, because, at the same time, the cold mechanical sound of the system came into his mind. Chapter 116. Don't be a god. Ding. Trigger life choice. Mission option 1. The strongest cursor, stop the high school from unsealing Gojo Satoru and help Nozomi assimilate Tengen. Reward. Azanagi. Mission option 2. Speed through the death and rebirth tour, and get the top 1 in the points ranking. Reward. Illusion. Other gods. Mission option 3. A battle across time and space. Use your strength to conquer the greatest sorcerer from 400 years ago, Lu Zion. Strong reward. Heavenly hand power. Ahem. Each of these 3 rewards makes him very excited. Azanagi is known as a forbidden technique that changes reality. It can change things that happen within a period of time that are unfavorable to the practitioner, and only turn favorable things into reality. Even the reality of death can be changed. It is an ninjutsu that can make oneself invincible for a short period of time. In simple terms, it has the function of a resurrection armor. However, the cost of performing this technique is extremely high, it will cause blindness. To some extent, Koto Matsukami is even more powerful than Tsukuyomi. It can directly invade the opponent's brain without being discovered by the opponent and modify the opponent's will. Such a heaven-defying ability is simply too outrageous. The only downside is that the cooling time is a bit long. Even with just one look, Sukuna could put down his butcher knife and become a Buddha, a righteous and highly skilled sorcerer. I just wonder if I can make Obito forget about Rin and fall in love with someone else. Although the ability of Tien Yuan is equally exciting, it is not that attractive to Shaolu, who already possesses Flying Thunder God. After some thought and decision, Shaolu finally chose the most powerful illusion, Koto Matsukami. The next thing to do is to quickly run through the death and return game and get first place in points. With my current strength, I should be able to do it as long as I don't waste time. Shaolu, Shaolu. Okatsuyuda leaned closer, looked at Shaolu questioningly, and waved his hand. From the moment the new sound was heard, Shaolu seemed absent-minded. Ahem, sorry, I was distracted just now. Let's go back to the technical college. A high school in spells. Tactical interior. A group of highly skilled magicians were sitting together, and in the middle of the table was the prison gate that sealed Gojo Satoru. Itadori sighed. Ah, the third day of missing Gojo Satoru-sensei. Shoko, with dark circles under his eyes, held a piece of chalk and wrote dense words on the tactical board. These texts are almost all about how to unlock Gojo Satoru in Death and Return. Okay, everyone, come here. After a few days of hard work by Utahime and I, we have some results. Let's talk about the sudden death return first. I believe everyone has heard the voice of the person named Nosuo not long ago. What on earth is the death return? Personally, I think everyone can understand it as a real-life battle royale, an infinite cycle, or a noose breeding test field. Currently, there are 10 huge enchantments across the country that only allow entry but no exit. You can think of them as dungeons, and the interior of each dungeon has become a place of bloodshed and purgatory. As for the rules, that damn noose has already explained them yesterday. You should all know them, right? At this point, everyone suddenly felt awkward, looking at each other. Obviously, few people can remember all these complicated yet extremely important rules. Seeing this, Shoko held his forehead and sighed. I knew you guys were unreliable. Everyone sit up straight and listen carefully. At once, everyone sat up straight, took out the paper and pen beside them, and prepared to record it. Although Shoko usually looks like an intellectual older sister, this gem of the Jujutsu school can be very terrifying if she gets angry. Seeing this, Shoko cleared her throat and began to introduce herself seriously. 1. The selected swimmer must go to any enchantment to participate in the death swim within 19 days, otherwise he will be deprived of the technique. 2. Even ordinary people, if they enter the barrier intentionally or unintentionally, will regard themselves as participating in the journey of death and extinction. 3. Swimmers, that is, players, will gain points every time they kill other swimmers. A sorcerer will gain 5 points, and a non-sorcerer will gain 1 point. 4. Swimmers can spend 100 points to add rules to the game. The rules of the Death and Rebirth Tour are complicated, with a total of 9. Shoko's throat was dry after she finished speaking. The speed at which everyone held a pen reached the fastest level in their lives, and they all wrote down the rules in their notebooks. Shaolu, aren't you going to write it down? A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Itadori, who copied homework a lot during school, had developed extraordinary hand speed. He finished recording first, turned around, and saw that Shaolu did not take any action. Shaolu pointed to his head. It's all imprinted in my mind. Having read the plot, he roughly knew the rules of Death and Return even without listening. Although these rules are complicated, he only needs to pay attention to a few important points. At this time, Itadori frowned. How can I tell if I have been selected? The second after he asked the question, a small golden insect with fluttering wings suddenly flew out of his body. Instantly, some information about himself appeared in front of Itadori. Itadori stood there in a daze, looking at the introduction about himself on the information panel, and fell into deep thought. Was I chosen? However, he reacted quickly. No, the one chosen was not him, Itadori, but Sukuna, the king of the curse in the body. Realizing the situation, Itadori's expression changed. For a moment, everyone cast serious glances at him. Unexpectedly, Sukuna also signed a contract with Noso. What is this person behind the scenes plotting? At this moment, in everyone's mind, the danger level of Nozomi is on par with Sukuna. Okatsuyuda patted Itadori's shoulder and said with a smile. It doesn't matter, we will fight back if the enemy comes and block the water if the enemy comes. Everything will be fine. Thank you, Okatsu. Shoko looked at Itadori with a serious expression. Then Itadori, for your own safety, please be sure to go into the barrier within the specified time and participate in the barrier. Itadori was a little confused. Life safety. Don't the rules say that at most I'll just be deprived of my skills? Anyway, I can only beat people with my fists, so how can I know any skills? It doesn't matter if I don't go, right? Shoko shook her head. According to my investigation, I'm afraid the price is far from that simple. If the chosen one refuses to participate, not only will the death and annihilation journey be forcibly deprived of the technique, but he may also pay the price with his life. What? Itadori held his head and shouted in despair. Damn Sukuna, get out of me now. If you want to participate in this damn game, go by yourself. Don't use my body, a-hole. Now that countless people have been involved in the death and annihilation journey, the kind-hearted Itadori will definitely participate, but when it comes to the Sukuna in his body, he is a little worried. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. What Shoko said didn't make sense. Simply depriving someone of the technique by force would most likely result in death due to the backlash. At this time, Shoko put her hair behind her ears, glanced at Shaolu and said softly, "Now let me tell you how to unlock the prison gate. This is the method I know after reading all the books. First, we need to find the Amasaki Hoko, which is said to be able to ignore defense and forcibly cancel the spell, and the black rope that cancels the spell." Unfortunately, both cursed tools were destroyed by Gojo Satoru himself. Everyone was speechless. Good fellow, Gojo Satoru has cut off his own escape route with his own hands. Shaolu. Then let's go find Tien Yuan. That old guy has lived for so long, he should know other ways to unlock the seal. In fact, Shaolu knew that in order to unlock the seal, he had to go back to the world of death and destruction to find the angel Lai Chihua. However, it would be more appropriate for Tien Yuan to speak out these things. Shoko nodded and had no choice but to do so. Perhaps we can also thoroughly figure out the ultimate purpose of the noose initiating the Death Annihilation return journey. But, Shaolu, are you going too? Shaolu nodded. Of course, who doesn't want to see what the legendary Tien Yuan looks like? Of course, if Tien Yuan didn't know what was good for him and wanted to imprison him, he wouldn't mind tearing the palace to pieces. If I remember correctly, Tien Yuan seems to have a lot of eyes, right? Chapter 117. Meeting Tien Yuan, bloodstains from many years ago. Soon after, deep inside the college, Hongxing Palace, where Tien Yuan lived in seclusion. Tien Yuan, who is a master of barrier, is not easily seen. His location is very hidden, and it can be said that he is constantly changing among the 100 doors. If you can't find the right door, you will never see Tien Yuan himself. In the dim corridor, Fushiguro Megumi walked in front, patiently explaining to several people. Itadori complained, then when are we going to find out? Master Tien Yuan's residence is so hidden, why does it feel like it's hiding from something? Shaolu smiled inwardly. Ever since the astral plasma incident that year, the Tien Yuan assimilation plan has failed. After so many years, Tien Yuan is now probably even closer to the appearance of a cursed spirit, which makes his situation extremely dangerous. The most important thing is that Tien Yuan in this state is completely restrained by the noose that possesses the cursed spirit manipulation technique. Therefore, there is no doubt that Tien Yuan has been hiding from the noose. Okatsuyuda said to himself, Kyujuku Yuki Senpai, she should know the relevant clues, but it's a pity that we couldn't go with her. As they were searching aimlessly, a pale face suddenly emerged from the darkness, giving several people a fright. Wow, there's something dirty. Itadori was so frightened that he took a fighting stance. His face suddenly fell. Hey, look carefully, it's me. He immediately walked to Itadori's side and began to check if Itadori was injured. This guy doesn't want to be separated from his brother for a moment. Seeing this, Itadori breathed a sigh of relief and said angrily, why did you come here alone, and appear in such a horrible way? In fact, it's not Itadori's fault. In the previous battle with Zenin Naoya, Shoso was not only seriously injured, but also lost too much blood. This resulted in his face being extremely pale when he just woke up. A little red blood bead condensed on his fingertips, and he said with a slightly proud tone. I might be able to find Tien Yuan's exact location. Itadori and Otoko-Yuda cast suspicious glances at him. Can this guy find Tien Yuan's hiding place? Maybe it was just an excuse to stay with his brother Itadori. Facing the two people's questioning gazes, Zhongshang did not get angry, but explained. Tien Yuan is in Jiku. Although I don't know the exact location of Jiku, my brothers are also there. The 9 phases of the cursed fetus diagram is one and the same. The red blood manipulation technique in my body can clearly sense the location of the embryo. Although it's just a necrotic embryo. Having said that, Zhang Zhang's tone became lost. Hearing this, Itadori opened his mouth, but finally said, thank you. Although he has accepted the fact that they are both cursed fetuses of the 9 phases, he still finds it difficult to empathize with them. This is what I should do as a brother. After he finished speaking, Zhongshang let the blood bead in his hand float in the air and soon flew towards the door behind him. Follow the blood beads. Soon after, Shaolu and his companions, guided by the swollen blood bead, came to an extremely secret room. Although the secret room is small, it has everything you need, including a sofa, a TV, and various household appliances. At the same time, I saw 2 familiar faces, Zenin Maki, and Kujuku Yuki. However, the long-haired Maki has changed drastically. She cut her long black hair into a neat short style, and took off the special glasses that allowed her to see cursed spirits. With her beautiful face, she looks very heroic and has the demeanor of a female general. The moment Maki saw Shaolu, he was a little surprised at first, then seemed to think of something and immediately turned his head away. She vaguely remembered that Shaolu once said that she looked good with long hair. Now I look like this. Tisk tisk tisk, Maki actually has a shy side. Jujuyuki quipped meaningfully. Shaolu smiled awkwardly. Maki looks good in this outfit as well. When Maki heard this, his body trembled with his back to the ground, and his ears turned red visibly. As for Maki's appearance here, Shaolu could already foresee what was going to happen next. The second generation of gods and tyrants is about to be born, and the good days of the Zen family are coming to an end. Well, I guess you guys are here to look for Tien Yuan, right? Juju Yuki, who was sitting on the sofa, smiled knowingly and gently pressed the red switch next to him. Boom. The entire Hongxing Palace trembled, and everyone's sight was shaken. The wall of the room slowly opened like a door that had been sealed for a long time. A long, dark corridor appeared before my eyes, and the dim street lights on both sides of the corridor could barely illuminate the road ahead. At the end of the corridor is a huge iron door with ancient characters carved on it. Tien Yuan's location is behind the gate, and I haven't even seen it myself. I've waited so long for it, and it's still quite a big deal. Juju pointed in the direction of the iron gate and complained. Fushiguro Megumi was extremely anxious and said in a deep voice, "The situation is urgent now. We can't wait any longer. Even if it's offensive, it has to be done as soon as possible." Everyone nodded. Obviously everyone knew that Sister Fushiguro was taken away by Nozomi. Wait a moment. Before entering such an important place, please explain his identity, even his position. Juju Yuki looked at Zhang Shang with a scrutinizing gaze. Just when Zhang Shang was about to reveal his identity, Itadori answered first. "He is my brother." After saying that, Itadori looked away somewhat shamefully, avoiding looking into Zhang's eyes. Zhang Zhang's eyes suddenly widened, and he clenched his fists as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The call of brother made him forget the pain that had not yet healed. At this moment, even if he was asked to fight Sukuna in a one-on-one duel, he would nod without hesitation. Jujuyuki smiled meaningfully. "In that case, let's go." Soon, everyone pushed open the last door of Hongxing Palace and got on the elevator leading to the depths of the underground palace. As soon as they landed, everyone realized something was wrong. This place should be visited by very few people, so why is the ground stained with blood? Wait, there are signs of fighting all around. Chapter 118 The Shot at the Door. Following Itadori's exclamation, everyone frowned and looked at him with serious eyes. Looking at the old bloodstains on the gray and old floor tiles, and the bullet holes deeply embedded in the walls, everyone was puzzled. It seems that an accident happened in Hongxing Palace many years ago. But why is there old bloodstains in this rarely visited Hongxing Palace? Also, judging from the location of the bullet holes in the wall, it seems that they were shot from the rear door. Shaolu knew everything that had happened here. A gentle voice seemed to transcend time and space and sounded in Shaolu's mind. "Let's go back, Sister Satoko. Let's not try to assimilate anymore." Bang! A ruthless bullet pierced Tianli's head, destroying the hope that had just been born in her heart. Shaolu shook his head, dispelling the images in his mind, and sighed in his heart. "We have to ask Fushiguro Megumi's good father, Zenin Shinji, about this. This shot can be said to have opened the source of all the troubles. I'm afraid that Shen-er, who was only interested in the bounty back then, never expected that it would have such a big impact, right?" "That's right, the blood on the ground was the blood of Tenriko, the star plasma who was shot in the head that year." As a peer, Yuki Kujuku was also aware of the tragedy that happened 11 years ago. This is the scene where the astral plasma was shot and killed by someone. This is also the pain that Gojo Satoru has always been reluctant to mention. Let's go. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Tien Yuan is just ahead. Kujuku Yuki looked deeply at Fushiguro Megumi. She did not specify the last name, and the crime committed by his father had nothing to do with Fushiguro Megumi. It can even be said that the father and son have completely different personalities. If the kind-hearted Fushiguro Megumi knew that all this was done by his father, I'm afraid it's possible that he would do something as stupid as a son paying for his father's debt and dying to apologize. Come to think of it, she was once chosen by Tien Yuan to assimilate the star plasma, but of course she would not do as Tien Yuan wished. QG, plus, %. Oh, it would be great if we could bring that damn guy back to life to atone for his sins. Waving his hand, Juju Yuki shook his long hair and strode forward. This was a bit confusing to everyone, but it gave Shaolu some inspiration. Resurrection to atone for sins. That's a good idea. Shaolu's mouth curled slightly, and he already had an idea in mind. What would have happened if I had told Fushiguro Megumi that his last name was Gojo when we were in Shibuya? I'm afraid that in the next second, the tyrant will completely break through the defense and tear the prison gate apart with his bare hands. Led by Juju Yuki, the group passed through several doors that kept changing positions and finally entered the Tien Yuan main hall. This place is isolated from the world, like a pure land between life and death. There was nothing but blank space all around, not to mention any trace of Tien Yuan. Juju Yuki crossed his arms and guessed. Ah, could it be that Tien Yuan is here? Could it be that it refuses to meet us? Hey, Master Tien Yuan, we have brought the wanted criminal Shaolu here. Why don't you come out and show your support? She suddenly went crazy and yelled, which made everyone's mouth twitch. Yuki-senpai, please stop adding fuel to the fire. Fushiguro Megumi couldn't help but complain. If Tien Yuan and Shaolu started fighting, given their strength, they and the huge Hongxing Palace would be the ones to suffer. Shaolu had a blank expression on his face, although Tien Yuan's strength was not described in much detail in the plot. But he is definitely not as strong as Gojo Satoru. Tien Yuan's strength is more reflected in wisdom and barrier layout. Just when everyone thought that Tien Yuan would not appear, an old voice sounded all around. Nice to meet you, excellent juniors. Everyone turned around and looked. A figure bathed in a sacred white light slowly walked towards the crowd. As the white light faded, a four-eyed monster with a taro-like head and wearing a long robe came into view. Itadori stood there in a daze, and whispered, "Is this the sorcerer who claims to be omniscient, Master Tien Yuan?" Fushiguro Megumi. "This guy, is he a human?" Okatsuyuda. "Is this the mysterious Tengen?" The appearance that resembles both a human and a monster also makes everyone have different thoughts. Facing the curious gazes of the crowd, Tien Yuan looked calm and didn't care. Instead, he said calmly, "The descendants of the Zenin family, the bloodline of the Daojun family, the cursed Taishiangtu, the heaven and curse binding, and the Sukuna container that is rare in 1,000 years." With just a glance, Tien Yuan, who had never left Hongqing Palace, told the identities and origins of everyone with great accuracy. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, as expected of the all-knowing Tien Yuan. However, when Tien Yuan's eyes fell on Shaolu, his expression froze strangely. "Your origins, I can't even see through them." This statement is shocking. Everyone turned their eyes to Shaolu. Everyone knows that Shaolu was brought back to the technical high school by Gojo Satoru when he went out to buy dessert. However, no one knows Shaolu's specific identity and origins. But now, even the all-knowing Lord Tien Yuan has seen Shaolu's hidden background. At this moment, two dazzling rays of light shot out from Tien Yuan's calm eyes, instantly covering Shaolu's body. It wants to find out the truth about the man in front of it. However, the next moment, the sudden rotation of scarlet was infinitely magnified in Tien Yuan's eyes. As a strange scream sounded, Tien Yuan's face changed drastically, he covered his stinging eyes and staggered back. Curiosity kills more than just the cat. Shaolu's calm voice suddenly sounded. Just now, Tien Yuan released the spell to spy without his consent. He naturally wouldn't let it continue, but not because he was afraid of being discovered as a time traveler. After all, he had the system to rely on. If Tengen has this ability to see, then what is the point of Gojo Satoru and Sukuna? Shaolu was on guard against Tien Yuan using this opportunity to do something to him, so he had to be on guard against others. What's more, Tien Yuan in this state cannot be trusted. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. No way, Shaolu's illusion is so powerful that even Tien Yuan can't resist it. Maki said disdainfully in his heart. Those are eyes that can even know the past, how can Tien Yuan resist them? She vaguely remembered that during the competition with Shaolu, the other party revealed her past that she had never mentioned to anyone else with just one glance. It's almost more detailed than she knows herself. All of a sudden, the status of the mysterious Lord Tien Yuan dropped a few points in everyone's mind. After recovering from the shock, Tien Yuan regained his calm demeanor. "You are Shaolu, the person that the higher-ups asked me to arrest, right? I am sorry for offending you just now." As he spoke, Tien Yuan's mind raced. While scolding the top brass countless times, he silently included Shaolu's name in the list of high-ranking officials along with Luo Suo. "Hey, Tengen, if you still stand on the side of a sorcerer, please give us an answer." Kujuyuki looked at Tengen and questioned. Maybe other people in the college were in awe of Tien Yuan, but she didn't have a good impression of him. Tien Yuan looked at this woman with whom he had met many times, and said calmly, "Although I look like a demon, my heart is human. Ask, I can answer both of your questions." Chapter 119 Impure World Reincarnation. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and nodded. In the discussion with Shoko before coming here, they had already done their homework. Fushiguro Megumi took a step forward and asked the question that concerned him most. "Master Tien Yuan, what is the origin of the noose? What is his purpose in starting the journey of death and extinction?" Faced with this question, Tien Yuan sighed and put his hands behind his back. The two words Wansuo, noose mean, the noose of mercy and the rope of compassion. In ancient times, the noose represented a saint of great compassion, but nowadays it is an outright monster. It's the height of sin. The ultimate purpose of that kid's death return is to force all humans in the world to evolve. The requirement for assimilation is very simple, which is to assimilate humans with me. He is currently taking the first step. Thousands of years ago, this method would not have worked for it. But ever since the astral plasma incident, its body has become increasingly uncontrollable after failing to reincarnate. The current body is even closer to the perfect cursed spirit in the legend. So this is why it has been hiding from the rope. Such shocking remarks made everyone present stare blankly in place with their eyes wide open. That guy's ambition is so big. They actually want to evolve all the humans in the world. What will the evolved humans look like? The world's order is about to collapse completely. Crazy. Crazy as never before. Tien Yuan ignored the shocked expressions of the crowd and continued. "You don't need to ask the second question. I already know the answer. In history, Nozomi has been defeated by Six Eyes more than once. After his rebirth, he changed his strategy. From killing Six Eyes, we turned to sealing it. This way, Gojo Satoru will not die, and no Six Eyes will be born. If you want to unblock it, you have to." Having said that, Tien Yuan had an unfathomable look on his face. He waved his hand and a dimensional crack appeared in front of him. Then he took out his most precious treasure, the prison gate, wrapped. At this time, Shaolu also snapped his fingers. There was a distortion in the air, and a dark vortex appeared. He reached out and took out the prison gate. Seeing this scene, Tien Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. How is that possible? He actually knows space-related techniques. What is the origin of this guy? Seeing two extremely similar cursed objects, everyone was extremely surprised. The only difference is that the surface of the prison gate territory is covered with densely packed and ferocious eyes. But the one in Tien Yuan's hand was completely black, with only a tiny seam on the top. It can be vaguely seen that they are a pair of eyes sewn shut with needle and thread. Could it be that there is some connection between the two? Itadori observed it repeatedly and came to the conclusion. Could it be that this dark cube is the tool to unlock the seal? Tien Yuan nodded. This thing is called Yumenjong, Guo, which is the back door of Yumenjong. Quote, the only cursed object that can communicate with the unique space of the prison gate. If we undo the stitches, we can unseal Gojo Satoru. Ah, so simple, just remove the stitches, everyone exclaimed. Shaolu complained in his heart. So the way to unlock the seal is to let Gojo Satoru take the back door. And why the sutures? Could it be that the source of everything is not Sukuna, nor the noose, but the evil suture? The next moment, Tien Yuan poured cold water on everyone. This is not an ordinary suture. Only Fushiguro Shigeru's Amanagi Hoko and the black rope in the hands of the foreign black magician, Miguel, can untie it. What? And, do we need these two cursed tools? When Itadori and the others heard the names of the two cursed tools again, they were instantly petrified in despair. Then, Itadori sighed and told Tien Yuan the whereabouts of the two cursed tools. So, Master Tien Yuan, is there any other way? The cursed tool can no longer remove the seal. Yes. Facing the expectant gazes of several people, Tien Yuan seemed to have expected it. Hearing this, everyone immediately perked up again and cast expectant glances. In the Death and Annihilation journey, there is a sorcerer who lived thousands of years ago. She is the angel who has the ability to eliminate all spells, like Chihua. Finding her will also unlock the seal of the prison gate. I can't sense her exact location. Lai Chihua, another old monster from thousands of years ago. It seems that there is one more reason to join this Death and Destruction tour. Moreover, the Death and Destruction tour covers such a large area that it would be difficult to find it without knowing its exact location. Therefore, we must act separately, and it is more appropriate to search in a wide-ranging way. Faced with such a reply, everyone was thoughtful and began to discuss. Not long after, everyone who got the answer from Tien Yuan discussed and came up with the simplest and most brainless method. The three strongest men, Yuki Kyuji, Yuta Okatsu, and Shaolu, went directly to different barriers to search. Itadori, Fushiguro Megumi was assigned to seek the help of another special-grade sorcerer, Kinji. Because, during the previous discussion, Itadori curiously asked about the strength of senior brother Kyujinchi. Okatsuyuda's answer is that if he is in good condition, he can even beat him. So, how could such a powerful helper be ignored? Just when everyone was about to make up their minds, Tien Yuan poured cold water on them again. I must kindly remind you that if Mr. Shaolu can enter, then everything will be fine. But unfortunately, as a master of enchantment, I can clearly sense that this game called Death and Rebirth does not welcome him to join. Shocking words. Everyone opened their eyes wide in disbelief. What, is that despicable fellow Koso doing the same thing he did in Shibuya again, excluding Shaolu from his tent? Tien Yuan shook his head in denial, looked at Shaolu, and said seriously. It has nothing to do with the account. This is a rule added by the creator of Death and Rebirth. In other words, this Lord Shaolu has something that makes Luosuo extremely wary. Before starting this unprecedented game, Luosuo set this rule. Tisk, that old fox is so shameless. He keeps saying that everyone is welcome to join, but he's actually doing this behind the scenes. Hearing this, everyone was indignant. Itadori was so anxious that he scratched his head and frantically asked questions about Noso's family. If we lose Shaolu, the trump card, the efficiency of finding angels will be reduced. There will also be many uncertain risk factors. Most importantly, he was afraid that the Sukuna in his body would take advantage of Shaolu's absence to cause trouble again. Just like the Shibuya Incident, if Shaolu's divine soldiers hadn't come, who knows how many sorcerers would have died. And this time, the conspiracy behind the noose is obviously bigger. Shaolu frowned slightly. Was this Laolu playing dirty tricks on him? This is indeed a small problem. I want to speed through the game of Death and Return. How can I speed through it if I don't even have the qualifications to participate? But, Shaolu's mouth corners raised. Don't panic. Do you remember the fourth rule of the Death Return? Itadori's eyes lit up. You mean, swimmers can spend 100 points to add rules to the game? Yes, Shaolu, you are a genius. The points of the Death Return tour can be transferred to each other. As long as we quickly collect 100 points and add a rule to allow Shaolu to participate, won't that be enough? Shaolu looked at Tien Yuan. Can this use of rules work? Tien Yuan pondered for a moment, and finally nodded affirmatively. This method is feasible, although the noose is the founder of the Death Annihilation Return journey. But he still needs to abide by the rules he set and use the rules to break or neutralize them. Even he can't stop it. Shaolu laughed. It's good as long as it works. Since Luosuo is playing tricks on me, I naturally cannot lose the limelight. Question mark. Everyone looked at Shaolu curiously. Even Tien Yuan, who was always mysterious, couldn't help but look at Shaolu. Judging from his tone, is there any other trick to check and balance the noose? The next second, Shaolu's voice suddenly rang out. Spiritual summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Everyone. Chapter 120 Death, the dead are alive. Boom. As Shaolu finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook. 5 2-meter-high wooden coffins emerged from the ground. Shaolu slowly stood up, looked at the 5 coffin doors that were tightly shut, and said calmly. Still sleeping in. Bang. As soon as the words fell, the 5 coffin doors exploded as if they had received an order. When the smoke and dust completely dissipated, 5 extremely familiar figures appeared in everyone's sight. For a moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Volcano. The 4 natural disasters. Dead. The dead are alive. Itadori rubbed his eyes frantically, repeatedly confirming whether he was hallucinating. Main, Luhu, Hanami, Chuogen, and the man who looks a lot like Fushiguro are all alive. I'm not dreaming, am I? Itadori grabbed Shaolu's shoulders and shook her hard. Shaolu, did you use an illusion on me? Otherwise, how could something more terrifying than a haunted place happen in broad daylight? Compared to Itadori's crazy shock, the others were also in turmoil. Their minds were blank at this moment, leaving only unspeakable horror. Several people were killed by Shaolu almost in front of their own eyes, and were burned to ashes by Shaolu's strange black flames. Logically speaking, it should be completely dead, but now it appeared before their eyes again in its entirety. Moreover, there is no missing limbs at all. However, their dark and cloudy eyes and the irregular cracks on their faces inadvertently proved their strange state at the moment. Shaolu waved his hand and chuckled. These guys are still quite capable. After all, they are all top level. It would be a pity if they died like this. So I fished them out of the belly of death. After all, it would be too easy for them to die like this after killing so many people. Let them atone for their sins in this death and destruction journey. Long before, he asked Shoko to help extract the DNA of these people. Fushiguro Shigeru's leg bones, Luhu's skin, Masato's hair, Hanami's blood, and Togen's octopus tentacles. These things were collected by Shaolu during the Shibuya Incident. Unexpectedly, Shoko was able to extract their DNA. Shoko also deserves credit for allowing these heavyweight guests to appear again. Since Nozomi created a great game called Death and Rebirth, how can we miss the 4 natural disasters and the Heaven and Tyrant? Only this time, their position changed from the enemy of the High Commissioner to the friendly forces. After these words were spoken, Tien Yuan's mysterious expression could no longer be maintained. It stared at Shaolu with blazing eyes. What is the origin of this guy? How can he bring the dead back to life? Even though it has lived for countless years, it has seen almost all the weird spells in the world of spells. But until Shaolu summoned the dead, its brain, which stored countless knowledge, almost crashed. Unimaginable, unimaginable. It certainly knew about the psychic spells that could be used to summon spirits for a short period of time, but it had never heard of a spell that could snatch a person directly from the belly of the god of death. There is actually such a technique in the world of spells. The dead really came out to atone for their sins. Juju Yuki lightly covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes moving, looking at the 5 resurrected people in disbelief, especially Fushiguro Shiga who had killed Gojo Satoru once. Clearly, she just casually said that she wanted the deceased to come out to atone for his sins, but Shaolu actually let him out. Tisk. This guy is full of mysteries. What on earth can't he do? Fushiguro Megumi clenched his fists, his eyes were red, and he stared at Fushiguro Shigenobu who had his eyes closed from beginning to end. We meet again. Do you still want to act like a coward? Open your eyes and face me. Fushiguro Megumi suddenly yelled like crazy, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Could it be that there is some hidden relationship between the two? Shaolu slapped his head. I almost forgot that I had set up some restraints for safety reasons. Although there shouldn't be anyone in this world who can use the impure world reincarnation technique like Uchiha Madara, it's better to be careful about everything. Bang. With a snap of fingers, it was played. The 5 reincarnated people opened their eyes in confusion. Luhu frowned slightly, looked at the vast white scene around him, and muttered to himself. Is this the legendary Pure Land? Could it be that hundreds of years have passed? Then, in a second, its expression suddenly froze, as if it had seen an extremely terrifying demon, and it suddenly pulled back. After pulling away from Shaolu, Luhu looked at Hua Yu and others who had also retreated to his side, and then looked at Shaolu's face and those acquaintances from the college in confusion. Ha! Junrin yawned heartlessly as always. He lifted up his long blue hair, stretched his limbs and stretched lazily with satisfaction. Luhu, long time no see. You should still remember me, right? I was the one who gave you the nickname Volcano Head. The real person's rude voice sounded, and Luhu looked unhappy. Who can tell me what is going on? Aren't we all dead? Atonement. Hua Yu crossed his arms, glanced at Shaolu who was smiling the whole time, and said in a deep voice. That guy killed us and resurrected us through some unknown means. He also told us to atone for our sins in the next death and destruction journey. What? We are a natural disaster. How can we atone for our sins? If there is any atonement, it should be those humans who destroyed the environment who should kneel down and confess their sins. Don't even think about it. I, Luhushi, would rather be killed than humiliated. I will never bow down to him. If he dares, he can kill me once more. However, the next second, thump, Luhu's body suddenly became out of control, his legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a thud. ... For a moment, everyone present looked at Luhu with contempt. Luhu struggled with all his might, trying to get up, but he couldn't muster any strength. How is it possible? My body is totally out of control. Shaolu, you devil, what on earth did you do to us? Nothing, I just want you to participate in the Death and Destruction Tour and give me all the points you earn. You should understand the word, part-time job, right? Shaolu looked at Luhu with interest and said, A fantastic home. Before Lu Hu could finish his words, Shaolu's Sharingan moved first. The four great natural disasters suddenly stood up straight, as if Shaolu's words were an imperial decree that could not be disobeyed. You have no choice. I can bring you back to life, and I can also control you just as easily. You are all smart cursed spirits, you probably don't want to experience the Tsukuyomi package, right? After saying that, Shaolu grinned, and his scarlet face emitted a bewitching light. Chapter 121, Special Class Worker. Threats, naked threats. The four natural disasters felt a chill on their backs and swallowed their saliva. The real people in particular nodded like chicks pecking at rice, indicating that they would definitely perform well in the death and return game. He never wanted to experience the feeling of Tsukuyomi again, not even for a second. Obviously, several people have acquiesced to Shaolu's orders. There is no way. In principle, they are natural disasters, and they used to be teammates with Sha Yuji. No matter what, they can't turn around and help the college. But there is no way, the principle is in Shaolu's hands. For some people, Tsukuyomi is the principle. Once they dare to say no, the consequences. Seeing that the four natural disasters had been resolved, Shaolu turned his gaze to Fukuro Shire, who had an indifferent and arrogant expression. Fushiguro, wait a moment, I will hand him over to you. After saying that, Shaolu waved his hand, signaling Fushiguro Shinner to follow. The two came to a corner. I don't know why they are so afraid of the Tsukuyomi you mentioned, but they want me to work for you. Fushiguro Shige crossed his arms and said something fatal. As a tyrant, I have never obeyed anyone in my life. Yeah, since the other party said so, Shaolu didn't bother to waste words and directly started the illusion. However, it was not Tsukuyomi that was used, but the tragic situation of Fushiguro Megumi in the future was poured into Fushiguro Shigeru's mind. Fushiguro Shigeki's lifeless eyes widened, his breathing gradually became rapid, and the image of Fushiguro Megumi being possessed by Sukuna appeared in his mind. When Sukuna used his son's soul to resist Gojo Satoru's infinite space. At this moment, the sky and the tyrant were completely angry. Sukuna, I will grind you to dust. Boom. An extremely terrifying feeling of oppression surged out of his body. There was not a single wave of spell power, but the murderous intent that was almost condensed into substance enveloped half of the pure land where Tien Yuan was. Fushiguro Shige's sudden rampage attracted the attention of Itadori and others in the distance. Everyone already knew about it after Yuki Kyujuku's introduction. The one who got angry was the famous tyrant of heaven, Fushiguro Shiga. At the same time, he is also the culprit that killed the star plasma. Since the deceased had been dragged out by Shaolu to atone for his sins, Juju Yuki had no need to hide anything and told everyone everything. Fushiguro Megumi had a gloomy face from beginning to end, staring into the distance. Although these are things that have not happened yet, Shaolu, who knows the plot, can naturally transmit the general picture to Shen'er. As the transmission ended, Shaolu lifted the illusion and looked at the furious Fushiguro Shigeki with a half smile. Fushigiro's eyes were red with anger, and he wished he could chop off Shaolu's head right now. You think it's fun to use such despicable illusions to create these images and torture me? Fabricated picture. Shaolu laughed. What if I say that all this is true? Fushiguro sneered disdainfully and was interrupted just as he was about to answer. Don't be so quick to deny it. I can even summon the dead and peek into the future. Is this weird? Heaven and tyrant, you don't want to see your son suffer such a hardship, do you? As soon as these words were spoken, Fushiguro Shin'er's breathing stagnated, and he stood there in a daze, looking into Shaolu's eyes with an extremely cold gaze. Shaolu did not avoid the other party's gaze and allowed the other party to stare at him. Seeing this, Fushigiro's mind quickly turned. Indeed, what the other party said was right. He could even summon the dead to work for him. In comparison, things like peeking into the future became reasonable. Furthermore, no one can deceive his gaze, and anyone with something to hide cannot remain calm under his gaze. This shows that what Shaolu said might be true. Most importantly, as a father, he could not accept that his only son suffered such a tragic end. He didn't dare to gamble. Fushiguro Shigeu glanced at Fushiguro Megumi who was staring at him from behind, and frowned. You won't tell him my identity, will you? Shaolu. What else? Humph. None of you guys from the technical college can be trusted. After a long while, Fushiguro looked at Shaolu and said, I can do anything you want me to do. As long as I can spare some time to protect Fushiguro. Shaolu looked at the Luhu people standing in a row in the distance and said with a smile, okay, just like them, go to the death and return. Kill someone for me, and then transfer all the points to me. Shaolu was in a good mood. Impure World Reincarnation was really a good thing. It gave him 5 extra top-level fighters to help him earn points unconditionally. Soon, the senior team renegotiated a plan to deal with the returning dead. With these 5 super powerful warriors, the plan naturally becomes simpler and more brutal. All you need to do is quickly get 100 points, and then add a rule to allow Shaolu to participate in the game. The second is to split up into multiple groups to find the angel Lai Chihua and unseal Gojo Satoru. Seeing the 5 special level guards behind Shaolu like bodyguards, everyone was jealous. They could never have imagined that the 4 natural disasters that once fought to the death with the College of Science and Technology would now stand on the side of the College of Science and Technology under the pressure of Shaolu. It's really the opposite of Tien Gang. I wonder what kind of expression Kasuo would have when he saw the 4 natural disasters joining the high school. Finally, Itadori and Fushiguro went to find Kinji, and several special class players went to different barriers to look for angels. Since all the cursed tools were destroyed in the last Shibuya incident, Zenin Maki decided to go to the Zenin family to look for the special cursed tool. She also thought that the time had come to wash away the shame. She has been waiting for this day for more than 10 years. After so many years of training day after day without any slackness, she finally arrived at this moment. Even though she knew this journey was fraught with danger, if she didn't resolve this knot in her heart, she would have to live forever under the shadow of the Tien Yuan family. She will never be able to break free from the invisible shackles that strangle her fate. But before that, she still needs to go find her sister Mei. Since they are sisters, the shame they suffered in the past must be washed away together. Following Shaolu's order, Lu Hu and the others, except Shen Er, left Hongxing Palace and headed for the Death and Rebirth battlefield. After finishing all this, Shaolu looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Then I will wait for good news. Please don't leave me alone for too long." Soon, everyone left, leaving only Zhongshang and Juju Yuki to guard Tien Yuan. This is also to prevent the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Now almost all high-end combat forces have gone to the dead and returned. If Luosuo were to strike back at this moment and assimilate Tien Yuan, the consequences would be disastrous. Shaolu looked at the Fushiguro father and son in the far corner and reminded them, "It is important to reminisce about the past, but don't keep Itadori waiting for too long." Fushiguro Megumi nodded towards Shaolu. No one knew what the father and son were talking about, but at this moment, Tien and the tyrant seemed to have lost their former arrogance in the face of their son's scolding. Knowing he was in the wrong, he had nothing to say and just pretended to be disdainful. Zhongshang sat alone on the side, looking depressed. Obviously, he was very unhappy about being separated from his brother to protect Tien Yuan. But since this was Itadori's request, he naturally couldn't refuse. Suddenly, Juju Yuki came over and smiled slyly. "We have some free time, so why don't we talk about what kind of women you like?" However, Shaolu closed her eyes, as if she didn't hear her words. Tisk. Juju Yuki frowned slightly. "Hey, can you open your eyes and talk? I don't believe you have empty eyes." However, Shaolu remained indifferent. Juju Yuki tried to shake Lu's body, but found that his hand strangely passed through him. As this, a special state, she was not a fool, so she naturally realized that something was wrong and glanced at the prison gate floating in front of Shaolu. Her beautiful eyes widened. Could it be that he could still communicate with Gojo Satoru in Yumenjong's body? Chapter 122 Wujiu's request. Shaolu's body was shaking like ripples, and his whole body became blurry and distorted. With a whoosh, Shaolu turned into a vortex and merged directly into the prison gate. Only Juju Yuki was left standing there with her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. Inside the prison gate, the space here is extremely dark, you can't see your hand in front of you, and there is an air of desolation and loneliness everywhere. Countless dry bones piled up into a sea, like ghosts seeking their lives. Gojo Satoru was lying in the sea of bones, crossing his legs leisurely and looking bored. In this unique space, he was not only unable to use his magical power to force a gap from the inside. More importantly, time and space here are sealed together. Simply put, this can be called a unique parallel time, and there is no concept of time. Everything here will be completely disrupted and time will stand still. Perhaps only a few days had passed in the outside world, but for Gojo Satoru it felt like a year. Ah, damn fake, you actually tried to play the emotional card with me. Don't let me find a chance to get out. The days without Shikufu are like years. Gojo Satoru pulled at his black eye mask and talked to himself. He couldn't remember how long he had been imprisoned, and just hoped that everything in the outside world was fine. But I don't think there should be any big problems. After all, Shaolu is here. Is this the interior of the prison gate? This is really not a place for humans to stay. A voice suddenly sounded. Gojo Satoru nodded subconsciously and agreed. Yeah, dealing with these skulls all day long, I'm almost pickled in it. Wait. Finally realizing that something was wrong, Gojo Satoru suddenly sat up straight and looked around. In the distance, a vortex appeared and Shaolu's figure emerged. With the attitude of giving it a try, he actually accidentally entered the prison gate. Shaolu had tried many times before, but failed every time. After all, without specific coordinates, he could only grope in the dark like a blind man. Shaolu. Gojo Satoru took off his blindfold and looked at Shaolu in disbelief. I reached out and touched the other person's shoulder, but found that I went straight through it. Don't try, I'm in a special state now. In order to prevent any accidents, Shaolu activated the perfect blur state before entering. He handed over the Kikufuku in his hand. You still understand me? Gojo Satoru's eyes lit up. His face was filled with joy, and he couldn't wait to open the package and start eating. It still smells familiar. By the way, how is the outside world doing now? Gojo Satoru asked while eating. Shaolu did not hide anything and told Gojo Satoru everything that happened in the outside world. First, the Death and Annihilation tour was launched, and then the high-level kill order came. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Those old guys actually took advantage of my absence to attack my students and teachers. I should have used a virtual attack from the beginning to kill them all. Suddenly remembering something, Gojo Satoru looked at Shaolu anxiously. You're saying that even Yagus Masamiki will be sentenced to death? Shaolu nodded. He should be imprisoned now. With his temper, he will not hand over the method of making the cursed corpse. Once the top leaders lose patience, they will take action. Masamiki the Night Goose never appeared again after that day. It is thought that he followed Lei and Temple to the upper floors alone. After hearing this, the prison gate fell into silence, and neither of them spoke. A few minutes later, Gojo Satoru chuckled. His tone was casual, but it could not hide his murderous intent. Shaolu, help me one more time. If you think your hands are dirty, you can leave those high-level people to me, but please be sure to save that stubborn donkey. The serious expression of Masamiki Yagoshi and the strict education he received when he was a student emerged in his mind. Masamiki Yagoshi may not be a good principal, but he is definitely an excellent teacher. He knew that even if Masamiki was completely disappointed with the higher-ups, he would not resist, nor would he hand over the method of making the cursed corpse, but would instead take the initiative to die. Shaolu's lips curved slightly. Okay, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. We'll talk about the details later. Gojo Satoru looked at Liu in surprise and said, since the day I entered the technical high school, I felt that you were ambitious. You don't want me to be your little brother, do you? Then you have to beat me. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. The Death Return tour has begun. Everyone is working hard to find the angel. It won't be long before you can come out. As he spoke, Shaolu had already opened the vortex space. The 5 minutes of perfect blur had ended and it was time to leave. And in this space of the prison gate, Shaolu could not leave with Gojo Satoru. If it was just a space limitation, he might still be able to give it a try, but the time here actually froze Gojo Satoru to death. The best that Kamui can do is allow himself to enter and exit freely. Want to play for a while? Gojo Satoru gave him an expectant look. At this moment, the strongest man of the time actually looked a little pitiful. His apparent ease and casualness always made people mistakenly believe that he was really at ease. The desolation and loneliness inside the prison gate territory made Shaolu physically and mentally uncomfortable, not to mention Gojo Satoru who had been trapped for so long. Presumably, at this moment, Gojo Satoru must be extremely hoping that someone could talk to him, even if it's just standing by his side. Shaolu waved her hand. No, if I stay any longer, Yi might lose his life. I'll come visit you sometime. Review. As the space fluctuated, Shaolu disappeared, as if he had never appeared. At this point, Gojo Satoru was the only one left in Yumenjong again. Looking at Shaolu's departing figure, Gojo Satoru's smile faded. He silently pulled down the black blindfold and enjoyed the loneliness of the prison gate. Remember to bring me Kikufuku. Tokyo, Sendai. The bustling city center was filled with panicked humans. Everyone looked at the huge barrier in front of them in horror, which looked like a black sky. A few days ago, a huge barrier suddenly appeared and directly divided this block into two. It is impossible to observe what is happening in the world inside the black sky. Only occasionally could one hear a series of horrific sounds such as flesh being strangled, blood splattering, and miserable screams. Let me go. My son has never come out since he went in there. I want to go find him. Don't be impulsive. Once you go in, you can never get out. Several security officers who were maintaining order pulled a woman who was in tears. Such tragedies were happening everywhere the moment the Death and Destruction Return tour was officially launched. On the high building, Luosuo hid his hands in his sleeves and watched everything below. Look, humans are so weak that they are willing to die for ridiculous family ties. Lime, standing aside, was observing everything below with an indifferent expression. For her, even the end of the world doesn't matter. Sukuna-sama is everything to her. Haha, your so-called great plan is just to start a big fight. Isn't that too cheap? Chapter 123 The Conspiracy of the Noose. Facing Li Mei's doubts, Luosuo didn't care at all, but stretched out 5 fingers and smiled with narrowed eyes. The super sorcerer who was regarded as a veteran, Durufu Likdawala. The super cannon whose cursed power output exceeds that of Okatsuyuda, Stone Flow Dragon. The Wu Lu Hengzi, who controls the plane space, and the Heimyu Si, who claims to be immortal. There is also the strongest person from 400 years ago, Lu Xianyi. Any one of these 5 superpowers can destroy Shantai. Isn't that exciting enough? Exasuo called out the names of these 5 strong men in one breath. However, Li Mei was dismissive. Hey, what's the difference between the first 4 and ordinary trash in Sukuna-sama's eyes? As for the martial arts fanatic Lu Xian from 400 years ago, he is indeed very strong, but he is still not as good as Master Sukuna. Li Mei's series of words directly belittled these 5 strong men to be worthless. As expected of Sukuna's subordinate, you have a big appetite. Nosuo smiled and stretched out his 5 fingers, looking up at the sky through the gaps between his fingertips. What if I say that this Death and Annihilation tour can restore your Lord Sukuna to his peak strength, or even improve it? This finally aroused Li Mei's curiosity. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and her indifferent tone could not hide the turmoil in her heart. Go to the next level. You didn't make fun of me. Kasuo glanced at Yanmei from the side. He really looked down on this stupid woman whose head shape had become that of Sukuna. Have you ever heard of Moxu Luo? Li Mei's breath hitched. After all, she had lived for thousands of years, how could she not know this name? The ultimate Shikigami of 10 kinds of shadow magic. Possessing superpowers that can adapt to everything. It can even be said that he is the nemesis of all sorcerers. Since the Zen family's inheritance, no one has ever been able to completely subdue Moxu Luo. If Lord Sukuna succeeds in taming him and reproducing such an incredible ability, Shaolu will be no problem. If that's the case, let's admit that this kind of death in return is somewhat interesting. What are you going to do? Li Mei's proud words fell into the ears of Lu Suo, who smiled slightly. Come with me. Soon, under the guidance of the rope, the two came into a dim room. What is the relationship between Moxu Luo and this woman? Looking at the girl lying on the bed with her eyes closed, Li Mei frowned. Her name is Fushiguro Megumi, and she is Fushiguro Megumi's sister. At this point, Li Mei instantly understood the intention of the Nosuke, and at the same time couldn't help but sigh at the despicableness of this monster. Fushiguro Megumi inherited 10 kinds of shadow magic, and now that his sister has disappeared, he must be extremely anxious. At that time, you only need to give a little information to attract it. As Nosuke whispered the obscure spell, the black curse on Miki Fushigiro's forehead gradually disappeared. The person who tied the bell must untie it. At this moment, Miki Fushiguro, who had been sleeping for many years due to the curse, slowly opened her eyes. Ah, my head hurts. Who are you? Miki Fushiguro stared warily at the two people who suddenly appeared in the room. Obviously, the two thick layers of quilts could not give her any sense of security at this moment. Moreover, the decoration in the room made her immediately realize that this was not her room. Is this a dream or reality? Just when the girl was panicking, an extremely gentle voice sounded in her ears. This is the gap between dreams and reality. The outside world is doomsday. We are here to protect you. I don't know if it was the gentleness of this voice similar to Geto Suguru's, or if Nozomi was using some kind of witchcraft to bewitch people. This made Fushiguro Miki subconsciously let down her guard and she actually slowly began to believe what the man in the Gaza said. Her limbs were still somewhat stiff and it was difficult for her to get up from the bed. He followed behind Luosuo and Li Mei in a daze, walking carefully through the night that seemed to be washed with thick ink. Fushiguro Su Miki's mind was blank at the moment. She looked at the two figures in front of her and was about to ask something. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared before my eyes in the blink of an eye. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, and the blood sprayed everywhere dyed the ground red. Collapsed buildings, broken bridge decks, cars torn in half by strange forces, and broken limbs and arms scattered everywhere. Everything here tells us that the three of them have arrived at hell on earth. The extremely bloody and terrifying aura almost made the girl's heart stop beating. She was a little skeptical at first, but now she is completely convinced that this world has come to an end. Li Mei's words interrupted Jin Meiji's thoughts. Since you want to kill Shaolu, why did you set the rule not to let him participate? Luosuo shook his head and laughed, then he summoned the little golden bug in his body. You have to do your best to put on a good show. Rules are meant to be broken. The people at the college will try their best to get a perfect score. And by then, Lu Zion and others who have signed a contract with me will unconditionally transfer their points to me. I can then spend a lot of points to add a rule targeting him alone. As for the rules, at this point, Kasuo showed an extremely evil smile. How about setting it up so that if he doesn't rank first in points, all his skills will be taken away from him? Shaolu is very strong, so I want him to die in the hands of this great game rule. Noose opened his arms and enjoyed the bloody smell coming from the surroundings. He did not like war, but it was only a brief eve of human evolution. Everyone thinks Shaolu is very strong, and thinks that they dare not let him participate in the death return game. They were all wrong, and they were afraid that Shaolu would not participate. This rule to check and balance Shaolu is just a smoke screen to mislead the High Commissioner and Shaolu. If he dares to come, he will die without return. When he thought that such a strong man would die under his own calculations, he felt extremely excited. By then, he will have a more perfect body. After several fights, he became extremely obsessed with Shaolu's body. That strange super standard technique, and the huge curse power that seems to never run out. Most importantly, he actually controls the illusion that can counter Sukuna. As we all know, most techniques are engraved in one's body from birth. Shaolu's ability to possess so many techniques has already made him jealous. Its allure is second only to Gojo Satoru, who has 6 eyes and no limits. Compared to this, Sha Yuji's body will appear weak. The noose stretched out its long, pointed tongue, licked the corner of its mouth, and revealed a strange smile. Dig out his brain, leaving those 2 fascinating eyes and find a new home. Li Mei looked at the noose deeply. This guy looks gentle and refined, but he will do anything to achieve his goals. Anyone could become his pawn, including her and Sukuna-sama. The 4 great natural disasters in the past are the best proof. I must be more careful, otherwise even Lord Sukuna might fall into his trap. The conversation between the two was not concealed at all, and even if Fushiguro Miki was stupid, she knew the truth. She widened her eyes, stepped back, and looked at the 2 people in horror. You are the instigators of this disaster. Chapter 124 Final Farewell. At this moment, Fushiguro Miki was extremely terrified. In the conversation just now, she heard the word, college entrance examination, and a name called Shaolu. As Fushiguro Megumi's elder sister, she knew something about spells. Could these 2 people in front of me be the curse masters that my younger brother mentioned? But, they want to deal with the high school and the sorcerer named Shaolu. Why do they want to arrest me? She has nothing to do with the high school and is just Fushiguro Megumi's sister. Wait, Fushiguro. Thinking of this, Fushiguro Miki's heart suddenly beat. Could it be that they want to use me to harm Fushiguro? Nozomi showed a harmless smile. Ms. Sumiki, please cooperate with me. During this period, I will treat you like a distinguished guest. Fushiguro Miki's face turned pale and her mood changed. At this point, she has no choice, but she can't just sit there and wait for death. Maybe I can find out more conspiracies from them, and then find a way to spread the news. Night falls. High school forbidden area. In a small cell, there sat a somewhat forlorn figure. The outbreak of the astral plasma incident and Geto's dark transformation dealt him a devastating blow. During the Shibuya Incident, his beloved disciple Gojo Satoru was sealed, which made him look older. The cold cursed handcuffs filled Masamiki Yagoshi's heart with sadness. Without Gojo Satoru's intimidation, the high-level officials who had long coveted his corpse-cursing technique began to act up. Not long after the Shibuya Incident, he was sentenced to death by the top brass on trumped-up charges. He did not tell anyone about this matter. He knew the real purpose of the higher-ups very well, and he would never reveal the method of making the cursed corpse. Everything was heading towards the worst possible direction. Outside the door covered with spells, an old voice rang out. You are not the only one who can create a cursed corpse, but no one can create a cursed corpse that can think independently. Not to mention, this cursed corpse can grow independently like a sorcerer. It would be more appropriate to call it a living sorcerer rather than a cursed corpse. Hand over the method, Night Goose. At this point, Lianxi suddenly raised his voice. Don't you really know how to make it? In response to this series of words, only one sentence came from the cell. Yes, I don't know. Hearing this, Lian Temple sighed. In terms of stubbornness, Gojo Satoru is not as good as you. In his opinion, Yi Masamiki should not have exposed the panda to the public, otherwise the top management would not be so jealous. As the president of two schools, he hates Masamiki who always outshines him, but he admires him in his heart. The fact that he was able to teach such outstanding students as Gojo Satoru proves that his teaching ability is far superior to his own. If he were a high-ranking official, he might not covet the corpse curse technique, but would ask for his teaching principles. Therefore, he didn't want Masamiki to die like this. After persuading him again, he still didn't get any response. Lianxi narrowed his cloudy eyes, and then frowned. Something is wrong. Crunch. The door was pushed open, and the originally narrow cell was empty, leaving only the broken cursed handcuffs. Lianxi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes, if you didn't come here voluntarily, how could these handcuffs lock you up? It's a pity that you ran away and completely destroyed your way. At the same time, the sister exchange meeting forest. A gust of night wind blew, stirring up the fallen leaves. Masamiki the night goose sat alone on a wooden stake. No one was more familiar with the forbidden area of the college than he was, so he didn't spend too much effort to escape from the heavily guarded forbidden area. This forest covered by the Tien Yuan barrier also has his companions whom he cannot abandon. This is what he must do before he dies. Beside him, a dog wearing a tie and a black suit called out softly. Masamiki, what's wrong with you lately? You look listless and everyone is worried. But I told them to try to find a way to boost your mood. What do you think? Am I a genius? Apparently, it was also an independent cursed corpse created by Night Goose, and like a panda, it possessed human-like emotions. Yeye forced a smile and stroked the dog's head lovingly. Shaolu, I'm going to be away for a long time. Tell everyone not to worry. Ah, are you going on a business trip again? How long is a long time? Shaolu widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the man in front of him who was like a father to him with some reluctance. Yeye did not answer directly, but comforted him with a vicissitudes of life voice. It's okay. This forest is under the protection of Lord Tien Yuan. You will not be in danger. Even if I'm gone someday, nothing will happen to you. Yeye glanced at the dark sky, feeling extremely painful inside, and calmly said words of farewell. However, his actions betrayed his inner feelings. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't help but open the hut where his sons were hidden. At the foot of the tree house, the mini wooden door leading to a new world was carefully pushed open. The self-sustaining cursed skeletons that countless night geese painstakingly created came into view. These cursed corpses are small and come in various shapes, but in the eyes of Night Goose they are irreplaceable treasures. It's okay, father. We are always here waiting for you, even if it's forever. The speaker was a frog-like cursed creature with big tearful eyes, staring at the Night Goose intently. From the conversation outside just now, the relatively mature it has vaguely heard the true meaning of Night Goose's words. Let's go, Shaolu. I have some free time today. I'll take you to meet your biological mother. On the other side of the college, the closed room was filled with spells that restricted the sorcerer. Bang bang bang. The panda had a ferocious look on its face, and it tirelessly banged its body against the closed wall. The panda, who had already sensed that something was wrong, wanted to look for the Night Goose, but was imprisoned by high-level personnel. There must be something wrong with my father. At this moment, the stone door opened and a blade flashed. The panda stood there in a daze, looking at the broken iron chain in his hand and casting a puzzled look forward. Kusakabe, what are you doing? Kusakabe held a half-smoked cigarette in the corner of his mouth and slowly sheathed the knife. The reason why the higher-ups imprisoned you is to prevent you from saving Night Goose. Yae Masamiki has done me a favor, so I must do this. This is the basic principle of being a human being. He is a human being with a conscience first, and a sorcerer who works for the higher-ups second. A few years ago, After her nephew died unexpectedly, the sister, as a mother, almost collapsed completely because of her longing for her son. So, Kusakabe, who couldn't bear to see his sister continue like this, found Masamiki Yagoshi. She begged him to turn the remaining soul of her nephew into a cursed corpse to save her nephew, which was also to save her poor sister. Even though doing so was expressly prohibited by senior management. But when he saw the woman who was like a walking corpse because of her son's death, Yi, who had always been disciplined and stubborn, agreed to the request. This cursed corpse is the gentle dog in a suit, Shaolu. Chapter 125, Flying Geese into the Fire. Soon after, in the forest shrouded by Tien Yuan, several figures met, and Kusakabe slowly moved forward, pushing his sister in a wheelchair. Is that person my mother? Shaolu, who was hiding behind Yi, timidly showed one eye. Ye looked at the haggard-looking woman sitting in a wheelchair in front of him, smiled and nodded. Shaolu, who had received the affirmation, walked out from behind Yi happily and said his catchphrase proudly. So, I recognized my mother at first sight. Am I a genius? After hearing these words, the girl, who originally had dull eyes, suddenly brightened up. There is no mistake, this unique tone is exactly the catchphrase that is often on my lips. The image of my deceased son suddenly appeared in my mind. She suddenly stood up from the wheelchair, staggered towards Shaolu, and burst into tears. Looking at the woman who had revived from the ashes, Yi smiled with relief. He did not disturb the reunion of mother and son, but went to the college alone to die. Wait, Kusakabe stopped Masamiki and said, you gave my sister hope to survive. I can help you escape. No need, I don't want to ruin your stable job. Just live a good life with your sister. See you later. Night Goose Masamiki waved his hand casually, and his lonely black figure became smaller and smaller in everyone's sight, and finally disappeared into the twilight. Looking at the figure disappearing from his sight, Kusakabe murmured, see you later. How can we meet again after this separation? Hopefully, the pandas can catch up. Soon, after settling everything, Ye returned alone to the technical college that he was very familiar with. This is the only way to get to the technical college. There are several figures standing on the street lights. They were all executioners sent by the higher-ups, about a dozen of them. The masked killer in the lead said coldly, knowing that you will die, you return to the high school without even taking a single cursed corpse with you. Without the cursed corpse, you can't be called the omnipotent principal Ye. Ultimatum, hand over the method of making pandas or you will die. Looking at the killers above, each of them has the strength of a first-level sorcerer. And the masked man in the middle who was the leader was even more difficult for him to see through. Although not as strong as Mei Mei Nanami, this lineup is enough to kill anyone below the special level. However, facing the killer who was looking down at him, Ye's expression did not change at all. He slowly took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body. Haha, now that Wu is not here, you all are starting to act arrogant. Well, it's been a while since I've used my hands to fight. Let me see how a first-class sorcerer who works for the higher-ups compares to my students. At this moment, an old and familiar voice sounded. There's no need to compare. They are naturally no match for your students. During the conversation, a ghostly hunched figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi. Layansi held an electric guitar in his hand and stared at Yi with cloudy eyes. Masamiki Yi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Haha, I didn't expect that it would be you who would execute me in the end. Old friend, we have fought for most of our lives, and it seems that you have the last laugh. The moment he saw Layan Temple, Masamiki Yago gave up resistance completely. Although Layan Temple has always worked for the top management, he is a good principal and Kyoto Institute cannot do without him. However, the only time Masamiki gave in did not make Layan Temple happy, but made him furious. Bang! A huge thrust suddenly came from the electric guitar. The defenseless Night Goose Masamiki was instantly knocked away and hit the wall behind him heavily. Watching the Layan Temple approaching him in an instant, he covered his chest and joked. Hee, not bad. You're old but your legs and feet are still quite nimble. You must have taken a lot of calcium, right? Layansi said in a very heavy tone. Tell me the method of cursing the corpse. You shouldn't die like this. Facing Layan Temple's repeated questioning, Yi Masamiki looked at the guitar in the other party's hand and continued to talk to himself. Play a song. Play your best music for me, a dying man, as a farewell to me. In the twilight, geese flapped their wings under the street lights and flew towards the scorching light bulbs. They yearn for light and even though they know it is flame, they still rush towards the road of no return regardless of everything. Night Goose is like a flying goose. He is like a gentle father who places all his life's efforts on the cursed corpses. But unlike Faye, he rushed into the fire and died regardless of everything, but he could not let go of the worry in his heart. Two old friends who knew each other very well were saying their final farewell, but their topics were completely different. Suddenly, Night Goose's weak voice sounded in my ears. Copy all the information from the body to the soul, and then record this information into the cursed skeleton core. Then, place 3 soul cores that match the characteristics of the soul in the body of the cursed corpse. As for the key points of the production of the cursed corpse. The shocking words that suddenly came to his ears made Liansi's eyes widen in shock. The electric guitar in his hand almost fell to the ground because he couldn't hold it firmly. At this last moment, Masamiki actually went crazy and told the whole method of making the cursed corpse. He just said that he gave it to this old friend with whom he had fought for half his life. You, Why didn't you say it earlier? You could have avoided death. Lacy grabbed Yi Masamiki's collar angrily and said in confusion. As early as the moment Yae escaped from the cell without permission, the top management issued the final order. Regardless of whether Masamiki Yi tells the recipe or not, he will be killed without mercy. Hee. Masamiki smiled indifferently. This is a curse, old man, this is my curse on you. Yi Masamiki looked at the high-level assassin staring at him from behind and said with relief. Go ahead, it's better to die in your hands. Just as these words were spoken, an extremely angry aura came from behind Lane Temple. Masamiki. An extremely angry roar resounded through the sky. It attracted the attention of all the killers behind. The assassins surrounded him and blocked all of Night Goose's escape routes. Looking at the panda appearing behind him, Lacy held the electric guitar across his body. However, the panda, who was expected to take crazy revenge on him, just flew right past him. Just as the panda was anxiously checking the injuries of the Night Goose Masamiki, a puzzled voice came from behind him. Why don't you attack me? I am the murderer who was going to kill your father. Obviously, Lane Temple greatly underestimated the intelligence of pandas. This cursed corpse created by Night Goose Masamiki has a heart bigger than a human. Haha, I'm different from you humans. I can feel that the relationship between you and Night Goose is not bad. You are nothing more than a murder weapon used by the higher-ups, a poor creature who has no choice. So you're not the one I should hate, but those rotten old guys. But you must remember Lane Temple. Pandas can cry, too. The extremely angry howling of animals resounded throughout the Jujutsu High School. His father almost died at the hands of higher-ups. It wants to kill all the killers who surround it. At this moment, one of the killers completely lost his patience. Captain, it seems that it is difficult to deal with the principle of Lane Temple, so let us do it. The masked leader nodded. In that case, then, Amaterasu. Then a familiar voice sounded, and all the assassins around the leader were instantly swallowed by black flames. An extremely miserable wail sounded, and the high-ranking assassins who were once high and mighty were now rolling on the ground in agony, making their last struggle of life. This sudden scene completely stunned Yae, Panda, and Lane Temple. Haven't seen you for a long time. The leader smiled and pulled down the mask that covered half of his face, and a familiar face came into the eyes of the three confused people. The three of them paused, their eyes widened, and they exclaimed. Shaolu. Chapter 126. Top management also gets points. You, when did you become a killer? Yae Masamiki stood up with difficulty, covering the wound on his chest, and looked at Shaolu in surprise. No wonder he had vaguely sensed something was wrong from the previous conversation, but couldn't tell why. But in the final analysis, this kid's acting skills are too realistic, making it impossible for people to doubt him. The panda, who was just about to start a killing spree, was also confused by this sudden situation. The anger in his heart was now completely replaced by doubts. No one could have imagined that among the assassins sent by the top brass to kill Yi Masamiki, there would be a Shaolu. And he's in the leader position. Lane Temple stared at Shaolu with deep eyes. Although these killers are not very strong, they have all reached the level of first-level sorcerers. Shaolu actually killed everyone in such a short time. The most terrifying thing is, when did he sneak in, and I didn't even notice it. Shaolu walked in front of the three people, glanced at Lane Temple lightly, and smiled casually. The top brass are just there to do nothing, so these so-called assassins are naturally not that strong. You didn't have any vigilance at all, so I got in easily. Long before, after reaching an agreement with Gojo Satoru, he began to look for the trace of Masamiki the Night Goose. But although he was a high-level scholar, he did not know where the forbidden area was. Without the specific coordinates, he could only rely on his divine power to teleport. After narrowing down the search area through trial and error, they happened to encounter a high-level assassination team. Then, while saying hello, he used a simple illusion to easily control everyone. As for the body of the real leader, he was sleeping in the divine power space. Upon hearing this, Lian's mouth twitched. Eat dry rice. These assassins are all elite troops affiliated with the top leaders, and they take orders directly from them. The strength is beyond doubt, but in Shaolu's mouth, it becomes a mere meal. Well, now you can't die even if you want to. We are all accomplices. Shaolu looked at Yi Masamiki and smiled evilly. Hearing this, Yi Masamiki was both moved and speechless. Shaolu was right. Now he and the panda had become accomplices. Even Lane Temple is likely to be held accountable by top leaders. Even if these people did not die at their hands, the top leaders don't care. Everyone died, leaving only you and Lane Temple to go back. Will the higher-ups believe it? Humph, so what if they are accomplices? From the moment the higher-ups dared to attack Masamiki, I, Panda, will never reconcile with them. How about Shaolu? Let's go raid the high-level headquarters tonight, since we've already completely torn our relationship apart. The panda clenched his fists as big as sandbags, and the anger in his eyes had not dissipated. Night raid, UBD. If you're going to go to Shaolu. Why are you going to die with me, a fat man? As soon as the panda finished speaking, he was slapped hard on the head. After this slap, the panda became completely obedient, looking at Masamiki the Night Goose with a face full of grievance. Seeing it like this, Yae rubbed the panda's head and sighed. Shaolu, I'm sure you're all confused as to why I didn't create an army of cursed corpses to kill all the top brass, or ask Gojo Satoru to replace them directly. In addition to the complex web of relationships involved, there is another point. I used to think that although those old guys were pedantic and stubborn, from the perspective of radicals, they were understandable in some ways. For example, sentence Itadori to death from the beginning to prevent future troubles. But it doesn't matter anymore. Ever since they issued the order to forbid everyone from helping Gojo Satoru to remove the seal, I completely lost the last bit of hope in them. These people are far more greedy than the cursed spirits. They are like a basket of rotten oranges that are beyond repair. So, kill him. Kill as many as you can. I will never stop you. If you figure it out, I'm afraid you will do the same. Such rulers are like dark clouds covering the sky. Under their rule, the world of sorcery will never see the light of day. Masamiki's words made the three people present look surprised. How could Masamiki, who is so serious that he seems to be evil, actually say such a thing? Shaolu pondered for a moment and grinned. Isn't it a pity to kill the top leaders like this? The three of them felt a chill down their spine when they saw Shaolu's weird smile. Could it be that Shaolu has other methods? Shaolu continued. I'm sure you all know the rules of the Death and Destruction Club. If you score 100 points, you can increase the rules. These pedantic high-ranking officials are all powerful sorcerers, right? If they enter the Death Return Tour, no one will know their identities. If I accidentally kill him as a curse caster, no one will know, right? Now, in his eyes, these high-level officials are no different from walking humanoids. Since they're going to die anyway, why not throw them into the death cycle to earn points for yourself? Even with the help of Luhuhu's workers, it was still not safe enough. After all, it is not easy to find the location of the curse masters who have signed a contract with Nose and lived in the flesh. Although innocent ordinary people can provide points, they certainly cannot kill indiscriminately just for the points. If so, how is it different from Sukuna? So, let the evil high-level people make contributions, he. As soon as these words came out, the three of them couldn't help but take a deep breath. Shaolu's intention was clear, to force the top leaders into the death spree. Night Goose Masamiki was even more frightened and said, that, Shaolu, you don't really think of yourself as a curse master, do you? The panda also echoed, this method is simply perfect. But one thing I must say is that, Shaolu, you actually have a talent for being a curse caster. Shaolu knew that the two were joking, so he looked to the side, at Lei and Temple which remained silent. Boom. The scarlet pupils glowed with an eerie light. A terrifying sense of oppression spread out instantly, and the ground beneath my feet suddenly cracked. The body functions of Lianxi, who was locked by the aura, seemed to be completely stagnant, and even breathing became a luxury. This kind of suffocatingly powerful and terrifying pressure has only been experienced by Gojo Satoru and Sukuna. The three of them had their throats rolled. It was not until this moment that they truly realized the horror of Shaolu. This seemingly harmless and approachable man almost made them forget the terrifying power he possessed. Yi Masamiki hesitated for a moment, but still persuaded. Shaolu, Lei and Temple is different from the high-level ones. Shaolu said indifferently. Old man, you should be thankful that you showed mercy to Yi before. You should remember how to make the cursed corpse, right? Don't hang out with the higher-ups anymore. Teach the students well, and help Night Goose when making the cursed corpse. Understand. Looking at Lianxi whose face was gradually turning pale, Shaolu withdrew his own breath. Lei and Temple was hunched over, and his old face seemed to be relieved. He was well aware of the corruption among the top brass, but decades of restraint in his thinking prevented him from taking that step. Over the years, even if he was dissatisfied, his restrained thoughts made him unwilling to think too much, and he almost instinctively followed the orders of the top. If Shaolu really killed all the top brass, it might be the long-awaited relief for him. He glanced at the electric guitar in his hand and said to Yi, your curse is still in effect. I hope that after my death I can be made into a cursed corpse like the panda, and continue to teach students, as atonement. Then you have to beg me. Night Goose Masamiki smiled for the first time in a long time and replied, then looked at Shaolu. Now that things have come to this, the top management will not take any action in the short term. What are your plans? Chapter 127. The Zen Temple is destroyed and a tyrant is born. What are your plans? Anyway, I haven't collected 100 points yet, so I can't participate in the Death Return Tour. Thinking of this, Shaolu looked at the three people and smiled slightly. Three of you, how about coming with me to the Tien Yuan family to watch the fun? If you miss this chance, you won't have another chance. His words left Masamiki and Lei and Temple confused. Watching the fun? Why did you go to Tien Yuan's house to watch the fun for no reason? And you said that if you miss this chance, you will never have it again. The panda suddenly realized something, and its round body shook violently. You mean, Maki? It heard about Maki going to the Zenin family alone to borrow weapons. Now there is still no news. Could it be that a fight has broken out? The little girl from the Zenin family. Lianxi muttered to himself. If I remember correctly, she is just a 4th-level sorcerer who can't even see the cursed spirits, right? The only 4th-level sorcerer in the Spell Arts Academy. According to the Zenin family tradition, Maki doesn't seem to be well received. If there's a dispute, it's likely to be bad news. Having your hands and feet crippled is normal, so this is indeed a lively event. In his impression, this woman who was born without any magical power had a sense of pride in her bones. His tenacious character that could endure hardships better than anyone else once made him stand out, but there were also huge constraints like natural barriers. She didn't have any outstanding performance, so over time he no longer paid attention to her. Masamiki frowned and said, "What nonsense. How can she lend the cursed tool to the Zenin family if she goes there alone?" Compared to Lei Temple, he knew more about Maki's situation in the Zen Temple family. Being able to walk out of the Zenuan family gate amid everyone's sneers and ridicules is the best situation. "Can I lend her the cursed tool?" Shaolu raised his eyebrows slightly. "No, you are all wrong. It's not Maki who should be worried about. Rather, the entire Zen family." Shocking words. The three of them showed disbelief on their faces. "Ahem, Shaolu, I know that Maki's strength has improved under your guidance. But isn't it a bit too much to say that she can fight against the entire Tien Yuan family by herself? Unless they are a top-class sorcerer, even Mei Mei and Nanami can't do this. Let's go quickly. Maki is my student after all. I can't just stand by and watch her die." Lei Yanxi stroked his sparse beard and said, "I think so too. Shaolu, it seems that Maki has been underestimated by you guys. Even without his help, in the original plot, Maki could kill his way through the entire Zenin family all by himself. But the price paid was extremely heavy. He was first forced into a desperate situation by his father, and then he used the imitation soul-eating sword, made by his sister Mai at the cost of her life, combined with his awakened heaven and tyrant physique, to kill through the Zenin family. But now, with the blessing of the 8 Gates ninjutsu, a physical technique that seemed to be tailor-made for her, the process would probably be much easier. With the 8 Gates of Dunjia and the physique of Tien and Tyrant, he couldn't imagine how strong Maki would be in the future. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed Fushiguro Shigeki. He couldn't wait to see Zenin Naoya's broken expression. After being pressed to the ground and rubbed by someone he always looked down upon, would Zenin Naoya be so angry that he would break his defense and vomit blood? Shaolu looked at the three people, with a slight smile on his face. "Since you all don't believe it, let's wait and see." Yi Masamiki rubbed his hands and said in a deep voice, "Let's go, I can't watch my students being bullied." The panda imitated Night Goose's movements and snorted coldly, "Humph. Let the Zenuan family see what Kung Fu Panda is." Zen family. The towering gate was tightly closed, and the magnificent stone walls exuded a majestic atmosphere. This is the Zen family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families that has been passed down for thousands of years. However, the Zen clan members, who always prided themselves on their arrogance, had no idea that a disaster that would wipe out their clan was about to befall them. Outside the door, Maki stood in front of the door motionless. Even though her forehead is covered by short hair, her determined gaze cannot be concealed. Looking at this family that had brought countless shadows to her childhood, she took a deep breath and then slowly opened the door of the Tien Yuan family. However, as soon as he stepped inside, an extremely harsh voice came into his ears. "Hey, who was that?" It turns out to be Maki, who was born without cursed powers. "How did you become like this? Short hair doesn't suit you. Isn't he kicked out of the university because he was too weak?" "That's fine. Tien Yuan's family is in need of servants. Why don't you call your equally useless sister along?" Ha ha ha. At this point, Zenin Naoya suddenly burst into laughter, and the tears in the corners of his eyes were almost squeezed out. At this moment, he seemed to want to vent all of the pain he had suffered a few days ago on Maki. That BD Shaolu actually said that he would leave his life to Maki to deal with personally. At first he was skeptical and thought Maki had encountered something extraordinary. But now it seems that there has been almost no change. Still the useless person who was born without any magic power, thinking that he can fool people by cutting his hair short. Trash is always trash. Faced with Zen and Shinya's ridicule, Maki simply treated it as the barking of a stray dog on the roadside. Whenever she spoke one more word to him, she felt extremely disgusted. She glanced at Zenin Naoya calmly, took a big step, and headed towards the family's armory. Now is not the time to take revenge. Once we get the weapon, it will not be too late. Moreover, her sister Mai heard from somewhere that she was going to the Zen family to borrow weapons and returned home ahead of time. It is still unknown what the situation is now. Tisk, trash. Seeing that Maki ignored him, Zenin Naoya left after saying a few words, flicked his sleeves and turned away. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was no good news coming from Maki's return to the Zen family this time. But due to the rules, he couldn't teach the arrogant Zen and Maki a lesson without any reason. Along the way, Maki heard nothing but mocking voices. Words like trash and jinx were hurled mercilessly from the mouths of the Zen family. There is disdain from elders and vicious words from peers. This pedantic family, whenever something bad happens, will subconsciously put the blame on the Maki sisters. Even if it has nothing to do with them. In the subconscious of everyone in this family, the two sisters are synonymous with jinxes. The Zen family is beyond help. This was Maki's most intuitive feeling along the way. Just before she arrived at the Forbidden Storehouse, a familiar woman shouted. "Go back. Women are forbidden to enter the Forbidden Storehouse in the Zen temple. Have you forgotten this rule?" As a model of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues of the Zen family, the woman decisively stopped her daughter from transgressing. Looking at the mother who was very familiar and yet so strange. Maki's expression fluctuated slightly, and he shook the key to the Forbidden Vault in his hand and said indifferently. "This is the key obtained from the new owner, Fushiguro Megumi. You have no right to stop it." However, Maki's answer did not work, and what came out instead was her mother's angry rebuke. "Go back. You have disobeyed your elders, run away from home, and forcibly entered the Forbidden Warehouse. I will punish you with 10 days of solitary confinement." However, for the first time, these majestic words failed to scare Maki. Her mother, who always swallowed her anger when faced with provocations from others, was completely the opposite to her. From childhood to adulthood, it seemed that she and her sister were used as punching bags. Undisguised murderous intent flashed from Maki's eyes like a cold ray of light. Wherever she went, those people from the Zen family who had mocked her before felt a chill down their spines. Everyone immediately shut up their endless chatter. Maki's cold eyes were like a bloodthirsty beast. Everyone vaguely believed that if they dared to say one more word, they would probably face a miserable death. Maki's mother also opened her eyes wide, looking at her daughter in disbelief, as if she had been reborn. The scolding words were stuck in his throat. The scene was completely silent, with only the nervous beating of the heart and the rapid breathing. Maki turned away disdainfully and opened the door of the forbidden vault without hesitation. The falling chain reflects Maki's extremely hard face. Passing through the dark corridor, the door containing countless powerful cursed tools opened. However, the next second, Maki suddenly froze in place. The spacious armory was empty. An extremely terrifying figure was sitting on the ground, staring at his own daughter with cold eyes. "You've grown wings, Maki." Cold and emotionless words came out of his mouth. However, Maki ignored it and looked towards the corner of the wall in the distance. There, an unconscious girl was lying, with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. "What did you do to my sister?" Maki clenched his fists and stared at his father, Zenin fan. "Haha, nothing, I just want to test her ability. I didn't expect that she was so weak that she couldn't even withstand a single blow." He's still saying something ridiculous like he'll never fight his father. He still has the mentality of a weakling and hasn't made any progress at all. Hearing this, Maki took a deep breath, suppressed the rage in his heart, and said indifferently, "Father, I didn't mean to kill you." Chapter 128. Is this still Maki? However, when Maki said this, the Zen temple fan sitting opposite suddenly burst out with a deep murderous intent. When learning that Fushiguro Megumi became the head of the Zenin family, Zenin Naoya was not the only one who was angry. As a candidate, he also cannot accept it. So there is a way to kill Fushiguro Megumi, but there must be a reason to do so. That is to use one of the high-level penalty orders. Anyone who tries to remove the seal of Gojo Satoru will be punished with death. And Maki's behavior of coming to borrow weapons this time is obvious. In this case, let's start with this useless daughter who has brought shame to me for more than 10 years. Everything that happens today will be watched by family members and high-level informants. By then, my performance will definitely be supported by a large number of people, and even the top management will stand on my side. The balance of the position of the head of the family will tilt towards me. Tien Yuan stood up and slowly drew out the long sword hidden at his waist. As the scabbard fell to the ground, the extremely sharp blade reflected a dazzling cold light. "Zenin Maki, if you try to break the seal of the prison gate, I will sentence you to death on behalf of the higher-ups." As the emotionless words came out of the mouth of his biological father, Mei, who was unconscious in the Zen temple in the back, suddenly woke up. "Sister, hurry up, he has had this plan for a long time." Zenin Maki said nothing, but silently took out the long sword from his waist. This is the cursed tool she borrowed from the high school, the Dragon Bone. This is an advanced cursed tool that can convert attack power into the blade for counterattack. She first smiled at her sister, then looked at the Zen fan as if she were looking at a dead person. This knife has never been stained with blood since it was made. Today, let you, a beast who can even kill flesh and blood, baptize it. The two ruthless men didn't say any more extra words, and two figures approached quickly. As a clanging sound rang out in the space, the battle of life and death officially began. Outside the forbidden warehouse, inside the courtyard. Suddenly, a vortex appeared out of nowhere. The three people and the bear slowly walked out of the whirlpool. Several people bypassed the gate without any pressure and appeared here. "Shaolu, are you sure Maki is in this area?" Shaolu nodded. "Yes, and for sure, Maki has the coordinates I left on her body, there will be no mistakes." During the brief conversation, the gate of the forbidden warehouse in front of them suddenly exploded. With a loud bang, a figure flew out backwards. Zenin Maki held a knife in his right hand across his chest, and held his tearful sister Mei in his left hand. At this moment, her arms were covered with knife marks and bleeding. But the wound was quickly repaired by the red steam emanating from his body. "Yes, opening the life gate is no longer a big pressure for you." When a familiar voice came, Maki was stunned and turned back suddenly. "Shaolu, and, two principals, and a panda. Why are you here?" Shaolu smiled and said, "Do you need help?" As soon as this was said, Night Goose Masamiki responded immediately. "Is that even a question? Of course I'll help. Didn't you see it was Maki who was blown away? And the Tien Yuan family will probably arrive soon." In response, Panda and Lei and Temple nodded in unison, and the two men with serious expressions also agreed very much with Ye's words. "Although I don't know who the opponent in the Forbidden Warehouse is, it is better to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, once you are surrounded by the Zen family, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." However, at this moment, Maki's firm words suddenly came out. "No need for help, I want to kill that beast myself. Also, the two principals, I may disappoint you today. What do you want to do?" Night Goose Masamiki had a bad feeling. Maki slowly opened his mouth and uttered two words indifferently, "Patricide." Boom. The extremely shocking words fell on the minds of the three people like a bolt from the blue. Except for Shaolu, who already knew about it, the other three all stared with their eyes wide open and stood there in a daze. Patricide, patricide, this means that the enemy she faces is Zenin fan. What happened? Most importantly, if Maki really does this, he will be besieged and killed by the entire Zen family. However, the sudden terrifying murderous intent coming from the front made it impossible for them to think any further. I saw Tien Yuan, holding a long sword, walking towards this side step by step. You really disappoint me. I wanted to praise you for your progress, but you called for help instead. Facing Zenin Shan's ridicule, Maki's expression remained unchanged. He handed his sister to Shaolu and went forward alone. I am enough to kill you. Mei, who was already crying in Shaolu's arms, struggled frantically and reached out to help her sister. Being a thoughtful woman, she had already anticipated that this day would come. Seeing that she couldn't break free, she actually began to make seals with her hands and cast spells. Shaolu patted her shoulder helplessly. Don't be impulsive, your sister will win, she is no longer the same as before. He knew about Zenin Mei's technique, which was called First Love. In the original novel, she used her life to create a weapon that was comparable to a divine weapon, a replica of the soul-devouring sword. However, Tien Yuan was still extremely worried, mumbling to himself with a sob. It's useless, twin bondage, she is me, I am her. As long as I am the last one, Maki will always be a half-baked person who can't accomplish anything. Growing up, she was completely different from her sister Maki. As the older sister, Maki has been strong all her life, but she does not have any lofty ideals. She doesn't want to become stronger, or even become a sorcerer. Not to mention something as meaningless as the position of the head of the family. She just wants to be an ordinary girl and enjoy the peace and quiet. Therefore, her sister's stubbornness forced her to join the Jujutsu High School, and conflicts arose between the two. It was at this moment that Shaolu's words completely stunned her. Do you think she doesn't know about the so-called twin bondage? Watch, we will soon witness a new god and tyrant here. The so-called twin constraints do have an impact, but more of them are the shackles brought by the Zen family. Tien Yuan, who had regained consciousness, was shocked. So, my sister has always known about the twin binding. After knowing the truth, she finally realized how stupid everything she had done in the past few years was. Not only has she never called Maki sister again, she has even verbally provoked her many times. It turns out that she has shouldered so much alone. Fortunately, their relationship has eased after the last sister exchange meeting, otherwise she would have made so many mistakes. Hearing this, several people raised their eyes and looked at the two figures fighting in front of them. Maki went from being at a disadvantage and barely parrying and blocking at the beginning to being able to handle it calmly now, which surprised everyone present. The shadow of his father that almost shrouded his entire childhood was torn apart one by Maki's own hands with a knife. The invisible shackles that locked her forward gradually loosened. When Zenin died, it was the day when the second generation of Tien Yuan tyrant awakened. Masamiki and Lacy stared at the confrontation between the two men intently. At this moment, Maki was showing a scene they had never seen before. That extremely decisive attack, and that almost overflowing fighting talent. Facing the top-ranked Zen Temple fan, he was not at all inferior, and even showed signs of suppressing it. Is this still Maki? The panda opened its mouth in shock, staring at the battle ahead in disbelief. As early as in the Jujutsu High School, Maki, the tireless fighting woman, would drag it to practice with Gojutsu every day. Although it was almost the only one beaten in the physical battle, it wasn't that outrageous, right? At the speed of her sword swinging, he could only barely catch a glimpse of her afterimage, and her sword swinging speed was still increasing. The Zen fan has begun to show cuts of varying depths. Chapter 129. The Fushiguro family was robbed. The three of them were completely stunned as they watched Maki grow stronger visibly. The panda is both happy and sad. Why are you so stubborn? We were just good sparring partners before. But now, like magic, Maki has instantly become several levels stronger. If I didn't know her well, I would have suspected that she had been hiding her strength and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all these years. I'm afraid I won't be qualified to be your sparring partner anymore. Thinking of this, the panda suddenly looked at Shaolu. Shaolu, are you sure you're not secretly cheating on Maki? Otherwise, how could she become so powerful all of a sudden? As soon as these words were spoken, Masamiki and Lacy also looked at Shaolu with their eyes wide open. Shaolu raised his eyebrows slightly, pretending to think. No, how could I deliberately cheat on Maki just because she has long legs? Am I that kind of person? The three of them twitched their lips. They finally found the reason. The panda pretended to be pitiful and said weakly, as a teacher, I should treat everyone equally. Shaolu. Next time for sure. The panda pouted and complained in a voice that only it could hear, I don't believe you. When? The sound of a clear sword blocking echoed throughout the entire Zen family. The friction caused sparks to fly all over the sky, attracting the attention of several people. The strong impact force caused the Zen fan to fly backwards uncontrollably. Zenin Shan managed to stop himself and stared at Maki, who was walking towards him with a knife in hand, with a shocked expression. How could she suddenly become so strong? Whether it was speed or strength, they increased visibly during the fight with him. Zenin Shan, who was getting more and more frightened as he fought, now felt a little regretful. The daughter whom he had regarded as a disgrace for more than 10 years actually showed an unparalleled talent. Could it be that I hadn't discovered Maki's talent before? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The ridiculous pride in his heart made Tien Yuan suddenly shake his head like crazy. You are the rebellious girl who brought shame to me. I will. However, before he could finish his words, a whisper like a demon from hell sounded in his ears. Open the wounded door. Boom. An extremely hot wave erupts from around Maki. The overwhelming wind wave made Zenin Yuan fans' robes rustle, and even the samurai sword in his hand almost fell off. Maki's extremely calm eyes stared at him, making him feel frightened. This feeling, this fear that was engraved in his bones made his legs tremble. There is no doubt about it, only that man can give people this kind of invisible sense of oppression. At this moment, Tien Yuan's hands and feet were already trembling, and the Taoist heart that he thought was solid was shaking wildly. However, Maki's last words were the last straw that broke the camel's back. So you are afraid too, father. This short sentence made Tien Yuan's eyes widen completely. How dare you, you ignorant and rebellious girl, I will. Before he could finish his words, the blade flashed through the air at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Maki's figure flashed behind him like a ghost. Tick, tick, blood flowed down the downward blade, dripping rhythmically onto the broken ground. Zen Fan stood still, his eyes wide open and filled with fear. A line of blood oozes out from the forehead to the ear. Rebellious daughter, are you worthy of being my father? As the cold words fell, half of Tien Yuan's head slid to the ground like a watermelon. Thump. After shaking for a while, half of the corpse fell to the ground weakly. And at this moment, a crisp explosion suddenly came from Maki's body. The shackles that had bound her for more than 10 years were broken at this moment. The vengeful spirit that was trampled under the feet of the family has completely awakened. A human weapon that bears the will of her sister is born. Boom. A strong murderous aura rose up into the sky, and Maki's aura underwent a qualitative transformation at this moment. The second generation of Heaven and Tyrant has completely awakened. The experience of being reborn made her unable to help but clench her fists, and every cell in her body was cheering and boiling. Feeling the unprecedented power, Maki glanced at the people watching the battle in the distance. The extremely sharp gaze made Panda and others feel cold in their backs. Even though it was just a casual glance from Maki without any murderous intent. Sister, let's get started. Completely destroy this inhumane family that brought us bad memories, and kill them until not a single tile remains. Tien Yuan's eyes were red, and the tears that had filled his eye sockets could no longer be stopped and poured out at this moment. She nodded heavily to her sister with a crying voice, yes. She was also excited by her sister Maki's strength, and her father's death made her feel less depressed for many years. I didn't expect that what Shaolu said was true. Even with the existence of twin bounds, Heaven and Tyrant were stillborn. Maki looked at Shaolu, and his eyes, which were originally extremely sharp, suddenly became gentle. Shaolu, thank you. Please let me finish this task on my own. Just treat it as homework. I hope my performance won't disappoint you. After saying that, Maki disappeared instantly. And Masamiki and the others were completely dumbfounded. Good, so strong. This kind of pressure and speed, I'm afraid he has already reached the level of a special grade sorcerer, right? Shaolu was right. The one who should be worried now is really the entire Tien Yuan family. At first they thought Shaolu was joking, or that they had overestimated Maki's ability. But the result is actually true. The most important thing is that from what Maki said just now, it can be confirmed that Maki's strength is inseparable from Shaolu. But even if he was given special care, it wouldn't be possible for Maki to become so powerful in such a short time, right? Awakening the tyrant physique is fine, but what was the wound that Maki shouted out earlier? Could this be another technique that Shaolu came up with? That's crazy, giving Shaolu an assignment to massacre an entire family. The panda's mind was restless for a long time. Suddenly he thought of something and raised his hand and said, before we follow, should we give Fushiguro Megumi a call? Tell him that his house was robbed and that he should be prepared to be alone. On the other side, the family lives in the main hall. Zenin Naoya and Zenin Shinichi, the two candidates for the head of the family, sat opposite each other. You should know that Maki is coming to the Forbidden Warehouse to get weapons, right? Zenin Naoya took a sip of the tea he disliked and looked at the rough-looking, shaggy-haired man opposite him with a scrutinizing gaze. Haha, so what? I'm afraid that the benefits this time will be monopolized by Tien Yuan alone. That guy is really a heartless person. He actually wants to use the life of his own flesh and blood in exchange for the support of the top leaders. Oh, doesn't that mean Maki is almost dead now? I was thinking of finding an opportunity to give her some pointers, what a pity. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A servant rushed in a panic and told the terrible news that had just happened. Maki is killing like crazy. Master Shan died in her hands not long ago, and half of his head was cut off. She is currently facing off against the Kujaliu team, at home, and I'm afraid she won't be able to hold them off for long. The bad news brought by the servants threw the entire Zen family into chaos. He died in Maki's hands after being slapped. Zenin Yuan was so surprised that he narrowed his eyes, his expression was extremely solemn. As the captain of the Kukuru Tai, he is well aware of the strength of Zenin-san. How could he die at the hands of that powerless loser? What happened? The other guards waiting outside the house were also shocked. How could the man who, in their eyes, had unrivaled swordsmanship die at Maki's hands? Was he stabbed in his sleep? Chapter 130 Massacre. No matter how unbelievable it is, I can't care less. As the leader of the Kukuru team, Zenin Nobuaki knew very well that this was a good opportunity to make a contribution. He looked at the group of team members behind him and gave orders decisively. Act immediately. When I arrive at the scene, I want to see the BD you captured. Yes. Looking at the departing team members, Zenin Nobuaki smiled sinisterly. Maki, I hope you don't die too soon. I will personally come and take off your head, so that I can leave a good impression in front of Master Zenin Shinichi. Soon, the team rushed to the scene and surrounded Maki, who was covered in blood. The moment they looked into Maki's eyes, everyone's expressions changed from disdain to solemnity. What on earth is going on with this powerless piece of trash? Those murderous eyes and the terrifying aura emanating from him. Especially the long sword in his hand that was dripping with blood, it must have been chopped all the way from the forbidden storehouse, right? Maki squinted her eyes and enjoyed the bloody smell in the air, her eyes swept coldly over everyone present. She had already engraved the appearance of these people in her mind. They were all the culprits who had mocked her and her sister and brought trauma to their childhood. He slowly uttered 4 words, not a single tile will be left. As soon as he finished speaking, Maki disappeared instantly, leaving only the ground that was crushed by the huge force. The second generation of heaven and tyrants began the massacre. The ghostly speed and unrivaled strength left these tribesmen who once looked down upon no chance of resistance at all. These high-ranking team members are being slaughtered like melons and vegetables by the trash they are talking about. Yi and the others who were hiding in the distance and watching the battle couldn't help but be amazed. Maki has completely transformed. Is this the horror of the heaven and tyrant's physique? If I remember correctly, this should be her second time killing someone, right? But at this moment, Maki was like a death taker from hell, without any unnecessary movements. Facing so many people besieging her, she remained calm. Wherever the knife tip passed, blood flowed, and every cut was extremely deadly. All the attacks landed precisely on the opponent's throat. Not a single member of the Kukuru team, which is said to be the strongest in the Zenin family, could survive Maki's second blow. Night Goose Masamiki excitedly grabbed Shaolu's hand and said in a trembling voice. Shaolu, thank you for giving our Tokyo Academy another top-class sorcerer. And it's unprecedented, 0 curse power special grade. How about when this crisis is resolved, I will fire Gojo Satoru and leave the responsibility of guiding the students to you. After these words were spoken, the Panda and Lei Temple were speechless. My goodness, Gojo Satoru is still in prison in Yumenjong, and you fired him directly. Shaolu shook his head again and again. Forget it. Even though Gojo Satoru always looks cheerful, his job is actually the most tiring. It is not an exaggeration to say that Shaolu works like a horse, but she still prefers to lie down. Soon, within less than 10 seconds, the team of dozens of people were all frozen in the moment of death. This is the result of Maki deliberately slowing down as he adapts to his new power. Just then, a leisurely voice came from the corner of the house. Oh, Maki, I hope you don't die too soon, otherwise my credit will be. The leisurely word stopped abruptly when they were only halfway through, because he saw a scene that he will never forget. The person who came was Zenin Nobuaki, who had let the team go ahead earlier. You actually. At this moment, he no longer had the leisurely and relaxed look he had just now, looking at the hellish Shira field in front of him. He widened his eyes in horror. All his men were dead. There were broken limbs and arms scattered all over the ground, and lifeless headless corpses. And the woman standing in the middle is like a devil from hell. The team that took the lead actually took the lead. A pair of eyes staring from the abyss of hell frightened Zenin Nobuaki so much that his soul almost left his body. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees. His forehead covered in cold sweat told of the boundless fear in his heart at the moment. That look is so similar. Maki, impossible, how could a useless person like you who has no magical power do all this? On the verge of collapse, he suddenly yelled like crazy, wishing he was dreaming. You are the Zenin Shinro who often mocked me when we were little, right? The cold words once again dragged him into the cruel reality. Maki grinned evilly. I recognize you, I remember all the people who bullied the sisters. Just when Zenin Nobuaki wanted to give up his dignity and beg for mercy. How dare you, Maki, are you trying to turn the tables? Several powerful auras surged in an instant. Maki looked indifferently at the 3 familiar figures that suddenly appeared in front of him. The one who rushed to the scene was Zenin Shinichi, the leader of the Kukuru. There is also the elder of the Zenin family's top assassination organization, Bing, Zenin Shoro, and the successor of the ancestral technique, Zenin Ranta. Haha, little Maki is really amazing. He actually killed the entire team. But that's it. The old man, Chong Shou Lang, suddenly put his hands together and activated the technique. 2 huge hands made of rock emerged from the ground and attacked Maki in the middle. In front of the huge rock hand, Maki's body seemed much smaller. It seems that once hit, it will be squeezed into meat paste. Boom. The huge palms slammed together, swallowing Maki whole. The entire Zen family was shaken by this huge force, and dust rose up in the sky. Looking at Maki being swallowed by the big hand, the old man smiled smugly. Humph, ginger still has to be old and spicy. The people hiding in the distance couldn't help but sweat for Maki. Oh no, the strongest fighters of the Zen family are all here. They are all top-notch experts among the first-level sorcerers. Shaolu, take action, burn those guys who dared to bully my students into ashes. Masamiki clenched his fists and looked ahead anxiously. In his opinion, although Maki is of special level, his newly awakened heaven and tyrant physique is far from being adapted. Furthermore, those three were the core masters of the Tien Yuan family, and their techniques had never been made public. Maki is likely to suffer from the loss of intelligence. Yes, due to my status, I am unable to offer assistance. Tien Yuan Mai frowned, pinched Shaolu's sleeves and said worriedly, 3 against 1, my sister. Panda is ready to fight. Kung Fu Panda is ready. Shaolu shook her head and smiled. Does Maki really need help? Several people turned to look at Shaolu. You mean? Boom. The giant hand made of rock suddenly exploded. Amidst the scattered rubble, Maki shot out like a bullet. Chapter 131 Maki vs Zenin Naoya. Maki easily breaks Chojiro's spell blockade. Maki was so fast that he appeared in front of Chojiro and Ranta in the blink of an eye. Swish. The blade flashed. The two cried out in pain, and then retreated violently. The two men who had lost an arm each looked at Maki holding a knife in horror. How is that possible? She was locked in my spell, but she was able to break free in such a short time. Wrong. With the incredible speed she just displayed, maybe Maki was hit on purpose. Instead, he used the rock hand as cover to launch this unexpected attack. Why? Maki suddenly turned into such a scary monster. It's a pity that Maki, who is so angry that he kills, won't give them a chance to think. The ghostly figure dodged the sword attack from Zenin Shinichi in an instant, and circled between the two men in the blink of an eye. The crossed hands locked Chojiro and Ranta's necks at the same time. The next second, Maki had pulled out the Adam's apples of both men. The two men covered their empty necks with their hands, looking at Maki with horror, who remained indifferent. I want to speak but I can't because I lost my Adam's apple. They could never figure out until their death why the Zenyuan family, which had always been the last in history, suddenly became so powerful. As the two bodies fell helplessly, Maki placed the Adam's apple in his hand at the feet of the last person, Zenin Shinichi. A cold voice came out. It's your turn. The night geese in the distance looked at the scene in front of them in shock. This sudden scene made them open their eyes wide. The battle situation changed in an instant, causing several people to exclaim in surprise. Of the three most powerful men from the Tien Yuan family who had just arrived at the battlefield, only the last one was left in the blink of an eye. Everything is as Shaolu expected. Is this the unique vision of a top-class sorcerer? Maki, you've changed. You've become so strong that I can't help but feel strange about you. Zenin Shinichi looked at Maki, who was walking towards him with a sword in his hand, with an extremely serious look. At this moment just now, he seemed to see Shiner's shadow. Could it be that she has also awakened the heaven and tyrant physique? Facing Zen Yuan's side, Maki simply said, so, can you please let me have my fun? Boom. Zenin Shinichi suddenly launched an attack. In the Zenin family, the so-called beast Zenin Shinichi performed his most proud technique, the multiple shadow fist. The bulging muscles exploded and burst through his upper body, and his tank-like body suddenly pressed forward with great force. A huge fist like 1,000 pounds smashed down from the air. The powerful destructive power forced Maki to retreat and temporarily avoid the attack. The surrounding buildings were instantly flattened by this destructive force, with bricks and tiles flying everywhere. Ha ha ha, Maki, as all you can do about it. Where did your momentum go? Are you enjoying yourself now? Tien Yuan Shinyi's punching speed became faster and faster, and his strength was also increasing. However, the next second, a devilish whisper came from behind him. You think I can't do it? Swish. The blade flashed like lightning, splitting the surrounding air in two. Tien Yuan Shen stood there in a daze, looking down at the bloodstain on his waist in disbelief. Then my vision started spinning. The next second, he stared blankly at his lower body standing there motionless. I was cut in half. When did she come behind him? How could he not notice it at all? Now it can be confirmed completely that Maki has awakened the heaven and tyrant physique. It was not until this moment that he fully realized how lucky the Tien Yuan family was many years ago. The reason why the Zenyuan family could still enjoy false prosperity for more than 10 years was simply because Shire's free-spirited character saved their lives. And today is the death day of the Zen family. Maki would never let the Zenin family go like Shiori did. Haha. The sins accumulated by the Tien Yuan family over the past 10 years will be settled by her at this moment. Looking at Maki, who was looking down at him indifferently, at this moment, he felt a little regretful. Everyone in the Zen family is wrong. Maki, the Zen family didn't cherish them well. If at the beginning, no one in the Tien Yuan family looked down on her, no one ridiculed her, and no one regarded her as a waste. Wouldn't it be better if we focused on training her instead? Tien Yuan Shinyi, with blood constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth, said in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry, I couldn't satisfy you. You must have some advice from an expert, right? Facing the question asked by Zenin Shinichi before his death, Maki nodded decisively. Your death is just my answer to him. Answer sheet. Tien Yuan Shinyi murmured in disbelief, and then he completely lost his breath. The setting sun in the sky shines through the leaves and falls on the Zenyuan family, like the final countdown, telling that the Zenyuan family, which has stood in the world of spells for 1,000 years, is about to be destroyed. Maki's slightly thin figure seemed extremely tall under the setting sun. Suddenly, there was a sinister laugh behind me, accompanied by applause. Isn't this too cruel? Maki, do you still have any mercy? The guy on the ground is your uncle after all, but you actually cut him in half. Tisk 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 tisk. Zenin Naoya continued to smile grimly while clapping. But I really have to thank you for clearing the roadblocks that prevent me from becoming the head of the family. As a cousin, I am really relieved. Facing Zenin Naoya's sarcastic words, Maki simply said, very good, the person I want to kill the most finally showed up on his own initiative. Sister, I guess you can't wait for this moment, right? Younger sister. Zenin Naoya looked towards the bushes in the distance with a serious look. Then his eyes widened. I saw Shaolu and his group slowly walking out. It's you. Zenin Naoya retreated violently as if he had seen a great terror. The moment he saw Shaolu appear, Zenin Naoya subconsciously avoided looking at him. Those strange eyes and the pain imprinted deep in the soul seemed to be triggered here. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. But how did they sneak into the Tien Yuan family so quietly? Could it be that Shaolu wants to use this to harm the Tien Yuan family? Shaolu couldn't help but smile. You have good willpower. I didn't turn you into an idiot last time. Don't be afraid. I mean what I say. Your life will be taken by Maki himself. The information in the conversation between the two people stunned Maki and Yi who were watching the show. The general meaning is that the two had a conflict not long ago, and Shaolu spared his life. Maki gave Shaolu a grateful look. Only by killing Zenin Naoya with her own hands can she completely resolve the knot between her and her sister. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Zenin Naoya laughed out of anger. Originally he was a little worried that Shaolu would interfere in the fight between him and Maki. I didn't expect that he would actually choose to stand aside and watch. Maki, you just killed a few losers and you're trying to challenge me. Cousin, always cousin, you and Mike can only kneel in the distance and look at me from afar. Tisk. Maki wiped the blood-stained longsword and said impatiently. I decided to tear your barking mouth apart first. Zenin Naoya grinned evilly. His last experience with Zhongshang made him never underestimate anyone. Cast a spell. Oink oink. Countless pieces of transparent tape swept towards Maki. Zenin Naoya suddenly activated the technique and rushed towards Maki. The projectile spell, which is said to have the best speed, allowed him to be in front of Maki in an instant. Die. A pair of claw-like hands grabbed Maki's forehead. Chapter 132 Jingmun. Open. When. The claw strike that could tear the flesh did not happen, but instead there was a crisp roar of steel. Zenin Naoya stepped back suddenly, feeling his entire arm going numb, and looked with slight surprise at Junshi who was blocking the way with a knife in front of him. You actually reacted. My full-speed attack, enhanced by the speed of projecting spells, was actually blocked. Not bad. No wonder those idiots in Chanyuenshan died in your hands. But do you think it's over once you block the attack? Looking at the films around him that showed Maki's face, Zenin Naoya smiled triumphantly. Although Maki blocked his attack just now, he was unable to avoid the projection of the film. In other words, all the subtle movements that Maki made within 1 second just now will be divided into 24 equal parts. If Maki in the next time, if you do not follow the above 24 frames, you will be frozen for 1 second. This is the ultimate secret of projecting spells. From the moment Maki was projected onto the film, he was doomed to fail. Looking at Maki who was standing there, not daring to make any rash moves, Zenin Naoya glanced at Shaolu and the others with a proud look. How is it? Now you know how ridiculous your original idea was. You will always be a hopeless person. Even with Shaolu's help, it will be useless. Bang. The panda was so angry that he pounded the ground with both fists. Damn. I can't stand this kid's face anymore. Shaolu, take action. Why are you still talking about a one-on-one fight with him? Masamiki Yi and Layan Temple on the side also had very solemn expressions. They know the horror of projectile spells. Even if Maki has a high degree of control over her body, it is impossible for her to reproduce all the previous movements in detail without any deviation. Not to mention, there is Zenin Naoya who is ready to attack at any time. At least, they couldn't think of how to resolve this situation. If Maki is in mortal danger, they will attack without hesitation. However, facing the arrogance of Zenin Naoya and the worries of Yi and others, Shaolu just glanced at Maki and smiled lightly. As I said before, it's more appropriate to let Maki take your life. According to the plot, Maki will indeed suffer a loss at this stage and be caught off guard. But don't forget that she has the blessing of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Does she really need to follow the rules of projectile spells to deal with it? Are all the technical colleges a bunch of arrogant idiots? I'm going to crush your fantasies right now. Zenin Naoya ran towards Maki at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Maki. Haven't you figured out what to do yet? Go to hell and think about it. However, facing the increasingly close attack, Maki remained motionless. She even put down the long sword that was blocking her body, and stretched out her arms to completely remove all her defenses. At this moment, she was full of flaws. It was as if he had completely resisted and accepted the arrangement of fate. This scene made the pandas tremble with fear. Maki, what on earth is she doing? How come all the defenses were removed? If she were hit by Zenin Naoya in this state, the consequences would be disastrous. However, when Zenin Naoya saw this scene, his heart tightened. I have a bad feeling. Swish. The fatal blow of concentrated cursed energy just missed Maki's head. That's right, he was scared. He was afraid that Maki would plot something again. Although he had looked down on Maki from the bottom of his heart since he was a child, he knew his cousin's character very well. He is definitely not the kind of person who would just throw in the towel and surrender when faced with difficulties. So, in the last moment, he deliberately missed the target. What's even scarier is that he even paid special attention to Maki's gaze. At that moment just now, Maki's expression and eyes did not fluctuate at all. Even though your whole body is full of flaws, you always feel like you'll be killed as soon as you make a move, right? Shaolu, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw this scene and suddenly joked. Damn it, stop playing tricks on me. Maki's disregard and Shaolu's ridicule completely broke the defense of the arrogant Zenin Naoya. The bulging veins on his forehead proved his anger at the moment. Zenin Naoya attacked again and rushed towards Maki at an extremely fast speed. This time I will attack you directly from behind and break your neck in one go. Die. However, just when Zenin Naoya was about to touch Maki's neck. Jingmun, open, boom. The terrifying air wave suddenly surged out like a volcanic eruption. A blue wave of air surged around her body, making Maki's hair fly. Zenin Naoya's eyes suddenly widened, and he was instantly blown away by the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from Maki's body. It will crash down the building behind it like a kite with a broken string. Phew. Blood is flowing from the corner of his mouth. Maki, who had just awakened his heaven and blast physique, found it somewhat difficult to suddenly open the sixth gate of the 8 gates. However, in this way, he also forcibly broke free from the restrictions of the projected spell. The comprehensive blessing after opening the sixth gate allowed her to withstand the backlash from forcibly breaking free from the restrictions. This sudden and shocking scene completely stunned the Night Goose people who were watching the battle from a distance. He actually managed to break free from the restrictions of the projectile spell. And he was able to blow Zenin Naoya away with just the blast of air. The previous one was the injury gate, and now the view gate. What kind of technique is this? Shaolu, are you still in need of a helper? What do you think of me? The panda twisted its round body, came behind Shaolu, and skillfully massaged his shoulders. It goes without saying that the technique Maki used just now must have been taught by Shaolu. If I could learn it myself, it is possible for the panda to become the third generation of the Heaven and Tyrant. Nice technique. Shaolu narrowed his eyes slightly, with an expression of enjoyment. Feeling the extremely passionate gaze of the panda behind him, and the expectant eyes of Ye and Lei in Temple, Shaolu smiled and said. Want to learn? The three of them nodded in unison. After you return from the dead, I will teach you. Hearing this, the panda's eyes lit up and he needed even harder. Masamiki couldn't suppress his excitement. Although he was puzzled as to why the panda's massage technique was so skillful, the joy in his heart made him stop pursuing these trivial matters. If Shaolu could make this technique public, wouldn't the strength of the Jujutsu Academy be raised to a higher level? Shaolu didn't care about this. Anyway, these pandas will be ours sooner or later, so we can just give them the 8 gates. Most importantly, he also wanted to see how many beings with physiques comparable to those of the gods and tyrants could be cultivated by then. Ahem. Zenin Naoya covered his chest and staggered out of the ruins. He stared at Maki who was moving his body with confused eyes. How is that possible? She actually managed to break free from her own projectile spell. And she even withstood the backlash damage. This has never happened since he mastered this technique. Also, what was the Jingmun she mentioned at the last moment? Is it a technique? Why have I never heard of it? How could Maki comprehend such a terrifying technique alone? Just as Zenin Naoya was standing there in a daze, thinking, there was a loud explosion in the distance. Zenin Naoya widened his eyes in horror. Maki, who had just been standing there, disappeared out of thin air. Not even a trace of afterimage can be captured. His fighting instinct made him subconsciously start the spell again. Cast a spell. Soon, a large amount of film will instantly cover his surroundings, and he will continue to shuttle through this area at a speed of 24 frames per second. This time, he did not choose to attack, but to defend himself. He naturally caught the blood that just flowed from the corner of Maki's mouth. Presumably, she would not be able to maintain this state for too long. As long as you change your mindset and use projected spells for defense, the final victory will still belong to you. Thinking of this, Zenin Naoya once again revealed a sinister smile. However, the next moment, Maki turned into a blurry afterimage and flashed in front of him, and his cold words fell into his ears. Not 24 frames per second, right? It's really fast, but in my current state, no one can match my speed. Chapter 133. Leaking treasures and exerting strength, the speedrun of death and return begins. Zenin's breathing stagnated, and he looked at Maki in front of him with horror. At this moment, he actually saw the shadow of Shinji in Maki. I actually saw the image of my most admired idol in my most despised worthless cousin. He was extremely angry and said unwillingly, "You fake." Before Zenin Naoya could finish his words, he felt a warning in his abdomen. Bang! The excruciating pain nearly made him faint. At the same time, the terrifying impact force sent him flying into the air. Projection. Before he could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain on his left cheek. Maki instantly appeared above him and threw a heavy punch, which directly distorted Zenin Naoya's face. Even several teeth were broken off. Boom! Zenin Naoya fell to the ground like a missile, creating a huge crater in the ground beneath his feet. Fake. If, in the past, my dream target was indeed Sheer. But now, if I can't surpass him, how can I repay his kindness? These extremely calm words almost made Zenin Naoya spit out blood again. The words that wanted to retort were stuck in my mouth. He knew that he had completely lost to that powerless piece of trash whom he had never looked up to before. Now Maki is not far behind that man in terms of speed and strength. Add to that the never heard of technique, which is even more advanced than before, and I'm afraid it may be possible. This is something he had to admit. When death was approaching, besides the endless unwillingness, there was also one thing that made him extremely confused. Who taught you the technique you just performed? Facing Zenin Naoya's question before his death, Maki slowly uttered two words, Shaolu. What he taught me is far more than just a simple technique. Looking at Zenin Naoya who was dying at his feet, Maki looked at Shaolu who was smiling at him in the distance with soft eyes. At this moment, she truly understood. The one who brought about her transformation was not the Heaven and Tyrant Constitution, nor the 8 Gates of Dunjia, but Shaolu. Without him, I would probably still be a useless person who practices hard but cannot even break through to the 3rd level of sorcerer. It was even more impossible for her to break free from her inner demons, break free from her shackles, and trample Zenin Naoya, who once looked down on her and her sister, under her feet. Ha 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 ha. The moment he heard this name, Zenin Naoya suddenly laughed like crazy. He didn't care at all, blood gushed out of the corner of his mouth. Shaolu, it's Shaolu again. If Shaolu hadn't taught her the strange technique, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. Zenin Naoya stared at Maki and Shaolu with his bloodshot eyes wide open and an extremely ferocious expression. But he saw Shaolu and Panda standing in a row, all looking at him with contempt. The panda even raised 2 middle fingers in a mean manner. Phew, Zenin Naoya couldn't bear it any longer, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood in anger. A cold feeling of death swept over my body, and my vision gradually blurred. Zenin Naoya only felt that his eyelids were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Maki was still looking down at him with that extremely contemptuous look. Endless anger and unwillingness arise from within. Maki, Shaolu, death, death, death. Even if I become a cursed spirit, I will never let you go. After making his final cry in his heart, Zenin Naoya opened his eyes wide and died completely with endless reluctance. Looking at Zenin Naoya with his head tilted and pupils dilated, Maki lowered his head and said nothing. But those trembling hands could hardly conceal the excitement in her heart at the moment. At this moment, the depression that had accumulated in my heart for more than 10 years completely dissipated. After a few seconds, Maki slowly raised his head and looked at his sister Mei, whose eyes were already red. Mei, are the bullets ready? I'll take you to kill someone. ... Soon after, shrill cries were heard from the residents of the entire Zen family. Screams and pleas for mercy cast a shadow over the Zen family. Those Zen temple members who had mocked and insulted the 2 sisters all died in remorse and begging for mercy. Mother, why do you think it is a shame to give birth to me and Mei? Why do you repeatedly protect that father who would kill even his own flesh and blood without hesitation? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled the panda who was watching the excitement outside the door. It swallowed and mechanically turned its head to look at Shaolu. This is really an unprecedented excitement. After today, the Tien Yuan family will probably be in name only. ... Not long after, the screams of the Zenyuan family stopped. Looking at the dilapidated buildings around him and the broken limbs scattered all over the ground, Shaolu couldn't help but sigh. The Zenyuan family really played a good hand badly. Fushiguro Shinobu killed half, Maki killed the other half, wow. I feel sorry for Fushiguro Megumi for a second. At this moment, a report was heard throughout Tokyo. Players who miss Coral will lose 100 points and an additional rule will be added. Remove restrictions on the sorcerer Shaolu from entering the Death Return Tour. Hearing this, Shaolu was stunned. I didn't expect Luhu and the others to be so quick. They collected 100 points in such a short time. Suddenly, golden light flashed inside Shaolu's body. A cute little golden bug flew out of his body. A light screen that only he could see appeared in front of Shaolu. Eternal. Shaolu. Points. 0. ... Looking at the basic information about herself on the panel, Shaolu knew that she had become a participant in the Death Return Tour. This little golden bug actually has such magical functions, it is simply a low-profile version of the system. I really don't know how he made this little thing. I'm sure that old man Shangsuo can also hear this report, right? I wonder what expression appeared on his face when he heard the name of his old friend Luhu. Night Goose Masamiki and Panda also showed joy on their faces. Panda. Great, now Shaolu can also enter the barrier and participate in the Death Return Tour. Night Goose Masamiki. Shaolu, please help me unblock Gojo Satoru. If possible, please take care of my students. Shaolu nodded. Death and return to the game, speedrun begins. In order to quickly gain points, should I go to Sendai to snatch Okatsuyuda's head first, or should I challenge Lu Zion directly? After all, that warlike martial arts fanatic should have accumulated a lot of points now, right? Chapter 134 Luhu. Never play in the top match again. Just as Shaolu was thinking, Maki supported Mai and slowly walked out the door. The 2 sisters looked at each other and said at the same time, thank you, Shaolu. I really don't know how to repay you. The panda winked and joked. I think it would be better if you 2 sisters just gave your bodies to Shaolu. He was only halfway through his words when he was violently slapped back by Masamiki. Now is the time when Shaolu is needed. Let's wait until everything is over before we talk about this, idiot. Ahem. Shaolu gave a sensible look to the panda, and said to the Maki sisters seriously. Did you kill her too? Maki knew that Shaolu was referring to their mother, and she shook her head and explained. No, That shot was just a final farewell between my sister and me in the past. Didn't kill. This surprised him a little. According to the original plot, Maki would cut his mother's throat. At the last moment of her life, her mother gave the dying Zenin Naoya a final blow, ending his tragic and unbearable life. It seems that Maki has not yet completely lost her temper. Their mother is different from Zenin Osamu. In the final analysis, she was just a tragic woman who died because of the constraints of family values. Now this is actually the best outcome. Okay, now that I have learned the rules for participating in the Death Return Tour, I will go first. After saying that, Shaolu instantly disappeared into the vortex. The panda looked at Maki with some fear and said weakly, Maki, how about you just take care of your wounds first, and then we can enter the other barriers together. At the same time, the rooftop of the tallest skyscraper inside the Death and Rebirth barrier. The fighting below was still going on endlessly, but Luosuo didn't care about the situation at all. He, who was usually calm and composed, rarely widened his eyes, staring at the rule panel projected by the little golden bug with shock. Leaky Coral, the one who added the rules to Shaolu to enter the Death Return was actually Leaky Coral. How is this possible? Didn't this former partner die at the hands of Shaolu? The white-haired mushroom-headed man wearing a monk's robe beside him, Mei Mei, was puzzled. What's going on? Isn't that grumpy volcano head dead? She saw with her own eyes that Luhu was burned to ashes by the black flames summoned by Shaolu. But now she was told that Luhu appeared in the Death Return. And it looks like he's still helping the college. The noose finger continued to slide down, checking all the swimmers inside the barrier. However, the more he scrolled down, the uglier his expression became. Luhu, Junrin, Waiu, Tuogan. Wait, how come even Fushiguro Shinobu also showed up? The more I look at the rope, the more frightened I become. What is going on here? The reason why those sorcerers from thousands of years ago were able to be resurrected was because they had signed a contract with him and paid a price. But what's going on with Luhu and the others? Even Tien Yuan, who has been dead for more than 10 years, has come out. Could it be that some kind of malfunction occurred when he activated the Death Return? The Wansuo quickly searched for relevant information in his mind, but found nothing. Haha, it's getting more and more interesting. Mei Mei glanced at him coldly. Hey, are those four friends or enemies now? Facing Mei Mei's question, Shusuo did not answer directly, but smiled with emotion. Is this the feeling of betrayal? It's really unpleasant. Obviously, Zuo-suo could roughly conclude that the old friends who suddenly resurrected were likely to stand on the opposite side of him. He even suspected that Luhu and his men were now controlled by the High Commissioner. But who in the academy has the ability to pull the dead out of hell? Could it be Tien Yuan? Yes, only an old guy who is older than me can master this technique. Rhyme, please use the Sumi discipline to find the whereabouts of Fushiguro Megumi. I have an important task to accomplish. Mei Mei was unhappy. What's the matter? The rope showed a sinister smile and slowly uttered four words, assimilate Tien Yuan. Now most of the combat power of the high school is heading to the Death Return Tour, and Shaolu will also rush here soon. With the help of Luhu and the others, the chances of using the rules to kill Shaolu are slim. After all, he was very clear about the strength of the four natural disasters. What's more, there is the tyrant who once assassinated Gojo Satoru. But with these guys, plus Shaolu's participation, this death-killing return game will soon become Shaolu's playground. So, you want to leave the mess to me? Mei Mei frowned. At this rate, Gojo Satoru will be unsealed soon, so what role can she play here? An idiot who only has Sukuna in his mind. Shusuo cursed inwardly, but showed a gentle smile on the surface. It's simple. Force Fushiguro Megumi into a corner and summon Makora. Your Lord Sukuna will sense it and take action. From the beginning to the end, hasn't the initiative always been in our hands? When Mei Mei heard Sukuna, her eyes suddenly lit up. She naturally knew that the initiative that Nozomi was talking about was Fushiguro Megumi's sister, Fushiguro Miki. Hongxing Palace, Tien Yuan, are you ready to welcome me? After saying that, a vortex portal appeared behind Luosuo. After saying goodbye to Mei Mei with a smile, he completely disappeared from the spot. At the same time, at the Shantai barrier. Oh hoo, a strange scream echoed in the sky. Luhu fell from the sky, with flames in his hands sweeping down. Boom, the several magicians below who were alive in flesh were instantly burned to ashes. Luhu, watch out, don't burn your own people. The Junrin covered his burning butt and jumped to Tuogan, seeking help to put out the fire with water. Waiu crossed his arms across his chest, and with his fingertips controlled the giant tree to chase after the curse master who was trying to escape. It looked up at the smoke emitting, excited Luhu above its head, and said unhappily. Is this fun, idiot? Don't forget that we are working for our former enemy. Hee. Sorry, I haven't experienced this kind of crushing feeling in a long time, it's really great. Luhu raised his pipe, took a deep puff, and looked extremely enjoyable. Now it finally figured it out. It will never go to fight opponents like Gojo Satoru and Shaolu Sukuna again. As long as I avoid these people, I will still be among the top ones. After dying once, it realized one thing, don't be stubborn. It will never play in the peak match again. Suddenly, an extremely sharp blade flashed by. Click. All the buildings along the way, including the cursed spirits, were split in two. Fushiguro was as fast as lightning, with a speed close to the speed of sound, and in the blink of an eye he pinned a huge cursed spirit to death on the building. Indifferent words came out of his mouth. Where's Fushiguro Megumi? No, I don't know. Before he could finish his words, he was cut into countless pieces, and purple blood spilled all over the ground. Luhu curled his lips in disdain. Tisk, what a rude fellow. If we talk about the one who works the hardest, this guy should be the one, right? Chapter 135. A chance to beat up Noose. Who is this person? He doesn't have any magical power fluctuations on his body, but he can reach the speed of sound with just his physical strength. The real person looked at Fushiguro Shiga's back with curiosity. Along the way, the man's every move exuded an invisible sense of oppression. If I fight him, can I win? What kind of monster did Shaolu summon? At this moment, 4 extremely terrifying waves of cursed power enveloped the entire sky above the ferry platform. Far away, a cannon made of cursed power suddenly fired. Boom! The terrifying power directly razed all the buildings along the way to the ground. At the critical moment, Luhu and others retreated to avoid this devastating blow. Looking at the huge gully left on the ground, Luhu's eyes showed excitement. Such a powerful output of cursed energy. I didn't expect there would be a master here. At this moment, a figure flew out backwards. The Okatsuyuda stabbed the long knife into the ground, sparks flew all over the sky, and slid all the way to barely stop his body. Hey, kid, do you need any help? Luhu can't wait to fight with the owner of the cannon. Ah, it's Mr. Curse Spirit. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Okatsu touched his head and laughed. If it were any other time, he would have chopped down these special cursed spirits with a knife. But for now, they are temporarily considered friendly. Stay away, those 3 are very strong. Okatsu stretched his body and looked forward with a serious look. Although he was several miles away, he could still feel the terrifying aura. Even he had a close brush with death several times. Those 3 super sorcerers from hundreds of years ago made him feel so difficult for the first time. Of course, this was without Rika's help. In a church not far from the center of the battle, he found a group of ordinary people, and Rika was sent by him to guard them. Otherwise, the aftermath of the battle alone would probably be enough to kill ordinary people who are powerless. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Leave it to me. Hearing this, several people turned around instantly. I saw Shaolu playing with the prison gate that sealed Gojo Satoru in his hand, and slowly walking towards this side. Okatsu's Jewish mouth twitched, and said with some concern, Shaolu, if you toss it around like this, won't Gojo Satoru inside get dizzy? Won't. As they were talking, Shaolu had already come to the group. After all, the prison gate is a space of its own, where time and space are solidified and naturally will not be affected by the outside world. Luhu, you guys did a great job. Go back to Hongxing Palace, and remember to remind Juju Yuki not to listen to the old fool Tien Yuan. Shaolu still doesn't understand. What other role can Tien Yuan play besides maintaining the barrier? I'm afraid the only effect is to kill Juju Yuki, right? As a special grade sorcerer, Juju Yuki is going to use all his strength. The imaginary mass of the black hole could destroy the entire country in an instant. There's even no upper limit to the power. But the result was that he listened to Tien Yuan's words, which led to a strategic mistake. In the end, he couldn't even open up his territory. His death was really miserable. In the end, he died tragically at the hands of a noose, and was the first person to be beheaded. Tien Yuan is really wise to let Zhongshang try out the noose technique at the beginning. As a result, he was beaten half to death but failed to obtain any useful information, and directly lost Zhongshang, a powerful fighter. There is no doubt that the strength of the rope is strong, but Tien Yuan is still too cowardly. Not only was he overly cautious and overestimated Nozomi's strength, he also underestimated Juju Yuki's combat power. If Kujuku Yuki and Zhongshang had cooperated with each other to fight against Nose from the beginning, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in the end. At least, there is absolutely no problem in running away. As for Tien Yuan, assimilated, so be it. Anyway, in the end, Nozomi was killed instantly by Okatsu's sneak attack. It was a waste of time to assimilate. But then again, if the 4 great natural disasters come to his aid, I'm afraid that Luo Suo will be severely beaten. It is even possible that he will be buried directly in the Hongxing Palace. Ah, why are you going back to Hongxing Palace? I haven't killed enough yet. Luhu said somewhat dissatisfiedly. It was still thinking about having a few exchanges with those strong men. Among the 4 great natural disasters, only Luhu is the most warlike. Shaolu said with a wicked smile, let's go back. There are surprises in Hongxing Palace. Wouldn't it be more fun to beat up the noose than to fight against a strong man of the same level? This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, it will be gone. As soon as these words came out, everyone except Fushiguro Shigeu, who looked completely uninterested, showed a look of shock on their faces. Okatsu the Jew exclaimed, you mean, Lu Suo is going to attack Hongxing Palace? He dares to attack Master Tien Yuan. The clever Okatsu quickly understood what Shaolu meant. Isn't the ambition of Luo Suo too big? He actually dares to set his sights on Lord Tien Yuan. Besides, isn't the Hongxing Palace protected by Juju Yuki and Zhongshang? Why did Shaolu send the 4 natural disasters back? He didn't know what Shou Seng's true strength was, but he knew very well how powerful Juju Yuki was. After all, she is a veteran top-class sorcerer. Even so far, she has never shown her full strength. Lu Hu and his companions stood there with their mouths open. Can you beat up the noose? Although it sounded very tempting, Lu Hu still said stubbornly. Don't even think about it. We, the four calamities, will never betray our former companions. Junrin, Hua Yu, and Tuo Zhen in the back also nodded with firm eyes. Haha, partners, they are just chess pieces that can be discarded at any time. Are you still naively thinking that he considers you as his partners? Or do you just not want to think about it? Take Hanamiya for example. When Gojo Satoru used his unlimited power to crush her at the subway station, did Nozomi feel heartbroken for even a second? He's hiding on the railroad tracks not far away, right? With such a short distance, he can strike at any time if he wants. Shaolu then turned his gaze towards the real person. If I'm not mistaken, Nosuo has been coveting your technique, transformation without action, for a long time, right? If I had released you when you were dying, would the noose controlled by the cursed spirit have given up on you, the best food? As soon as these words came out, Luhu and the others were startled, and then their faces suddenly turned gloomy. I have to admit, what Shaolu said makes a lot of sense. The nose always uses the excuse that Gojo Satoru cannot find them, and never takes action. They do almost all the dirty work. As the four great natural disasters, although they value friendship and loyalty, they are not fools. It would be strange if the noose didn't do this. But why did Shaolu know so much about it? Recalling the details of the Shibuya incident, it seems like everything is under his control. Almost killed Nanami Kento, almost crushed Kugasaki Nobara's head. The result was that Shaolu stopped them all at the right time. This means that the plan for the Shibuya incident was all under Shaolu's control. But how is this possible? Looking at Shaolu's playful smile, the four disasters felt a chill in their backs. The natural disaster's intuition told them that Shaolu might have been playing with the world all along. It seems like everything is under control. He can play however he wants. Is it an illusion? But if this is true, his true terror will far exceed that of Gojo Satoru and Sukuna. Luhu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, is this the method you humans usually use to provoke others? Shaolu admitted generously, yes, it is a provocation. But think about it carefully. You were used as pawns when you were alive. Are you still stubborn after your death? Don't let the reputation of the four great calamities become a joke in the world of spellcasting. Stop talking, let's go. The four great natural disasters could no longer bear it and roared in anger almost at the same time. Luhu had a Mount Fuji on his head, ready to go, and said angrily, I've wanted to beat up that squinty-eyed guy for a long time. Chapter 136 The Four Superpowers of Shantai. Looking at the figures of Luhu and the others leaving, Okatsu said enviously. Dead people are good, they are not restricted by death and can come and go freely. You know, even someone as strong as him, from the moment he stepped into the Shantai barrier, he was ready to go without return. Every second in the death return swimming pool is filled with fighting, and most of the swimmers who have been reborn are killing each other for points. Shaolu smiled in his heart. In the state of impure world reincarnation, they are indeed not affected by the rules. He had anticipated this before, but the price was that he would have to become dead first. I'm going to find Fushiguro. Fushiguro Shiga, who was wearing a black tight-fitting top, glanced at Shaolu lightly and disappeared in an instant. According to Tien Yuan Tyrant's warlike genes, Shinur would never miss this opportunity to hunt a strong man. However, the future fate of his son Fushiguro Megumi is still vivid in his mind. He would never allow this to happen. Okatsu stared at the direction where Shinji left with an unfriendly look. He is Fushiguro Megumi's biological father. And he even knows about his son's safety. Then he changed the subject. He is the assassin who attacked Gojo-sensei during the astral plasma incident, right? Okatsu secretly clenched his fists. If possible, he really wanted to beat up Gojo Satoru instead of him. In order to pay off his debts, he even sold his own child to the Chanyuan family, and he even assassinated Shing Plasma without hesitation for the bounty. You know, back then, the astral plasma was extremely important to the entire world of sorcery. In his eyes, Fushiguro Shijiro is nothing but an out-and-out profiteer. Fortunately, Fushiguro Megumi is completely different from him. Shaolu nodded slightly. Tien Yuan Tyrant is just so proud, Maki is more humane. But then again, considering the time, Fushiguro Megumi and Itadori should have successfully invited Hyokanagi by now. If nothing unexpected happens, we have now entered the death and extinction journey. He didn't know the exact location, unless he spent 100 points to add a rule that showed Fushigiro's location. Okatsu, that terrifying attack just now should have been launched by a sorcerer with a cannon-shaped hairstyle, right? How do you know? Although that guy's total amount of cursed energy is not as good as mine, his cursed energy output is actually slightly better than mine. At this point, Okatsu looked into the distance with a serious expression. Besides, there are 3 more enemies who are just as powerful as him. 3. Shaolu was thinking. It seems that I arrived in time, and the old man, Durufu Likdawala, has not been killed by Okatsu yet. Immediately, his mind moved, and the little golden bug instantly appeared before his eyes, projecting a curtain of light. Durufu Likdawala 99 points. Stone Flow Dragon, 77 points. Wulu Hunzi, 75 points. Heimu C, 54 points. This is the convenience of the little goldworm Shikigami. All players who have returned to the game can use it to quickly check the points ranking. The one who is at the top of the list right now is the strongest sorcerer from 400 years ago, the martial arts fanatic Lu Xianye. He has 200 points. But now he had just entered the Death Return Tour, and his points were completely gone. In that case, let's start with these 4. Ahem, Okatsu, go and protect the ordinary people in the building with Rika, and leave these four to me. Ah, you want to fight for alone? The surprised Okatsu looked at Shaolu in disbelief and said in a serious tone. Shaolu, think carefully, those four are all super powerful beings. Especially the magician who can control the plane space, he is simply impossible to guard against. This is a death and rebirth game. Although it is essentially a game, if you die accidentally, you will really die. The battle between the special classes is far more terrifying than imagined. If there is even the slightest mistake, it will be fatal. If this is the case with just one person, what about fighting against four at the same time? Control space. What a coincidence. I'm also good at this. I just don't know who's better at it. Shaolu's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. How about this, you go and hold back the cockroach monster and Duruf Likdawala, and leave the other two to me. Quote, we'll each have two, and divide them fairly. The Jewish Okatsu's mouth twitched, and he complained madly in his heart. Good man, so he listened to all the space control I just said. It's a fair distribution, do you think it's a game of head-grabbing? The opponent is a powerful and top-level sorcerer, not a lamb to be slaughtered. What about the locust monster? I clearly told Heimu to die. But this is fine, I will deal with the opponent as soon as possible, and then go to help Shaolu immediately. Thinking of this, Okatsu said in a heavy tone, well, before that, please hold the other two back. I will deal with them as soon as possible. Shaolu slowly opened her eyes, and the samsara eye in her left eye had been switched to the eternal kaleidoscope. I haven't used Shinwei's offensive ability for a long time, and I miss the days when Shinwei could twist my head. The most important thing is that he wants to compete with that, Wulu Hunzi, in spatial ability. At the same time, the entire Shantai barrier was undercurrent. The invisible pressure of the curse force caused many weak magicians and curse spirits to stop fighting and hide everywhere. Tall buildings stand tall, on top of a skyscraper. A tall man holding a cigarette, with white smoke coming out of the hole with the rocket head logo on his head. Haha, interesting. You took my attack head on and you didn't die. Shi Lulong was lying leisurely on the edge of the roof, with half of his body almost hanging in the air and ready to fall at any time. Although he has an extremely oppressive feeling from cursed energy, he is a super strong man who ranks first in cursed energy output. Looking at the panel projected by the little golden bug in front of him, he shook off the cigarette ash slightly. If that brat dares to come and disrupt the situation again, I will blast him into pieces. As he said this, he looked towards the tall building opposite with a serious look. There, sitting cross-legged was an old man wearing tattered Buddhist robes, with a deathly face and a skinny body. There seemed to be golden light in his turbid eyes, and he was constantly observing the situation around him. On the left side of the tall building, a thin, coolly dressed blonde woman is hanging upside down in the air with her arms folded across her chest. She looked at the distance with interest. Wu Lu Hengzi, once the captain of the Sun Moon Star team. The king of assassination. Her extremely sharp intuition made her feel an extremely strong threat. This threat was not brought by the boy who was blown away before, but appeared suddenly. With a thought, the little golden bug projected a light screen. After checking it out, the corners of her mouth slightly curved. Shaolu, is he the one who brought this invisible sense of oppression? After all, as a member of an assassination unit, the habit of intelligence control is ingrained in his bones. She kept a record of all the sorcerers in this barrier who could pose a threat to her. Apparently, the name Shaolu appeared not long ago. In other words, he had just entered the rooftop barrier. Over the years, she hadn't felt such a horrible sense of oppression from a person for a long time. This makes her nervous and excited. In a dim room in the building on the right, a cursed spirit that was wrapped in black air and looked like a cockroach seemed to sense the presence of some danger and slowly opened its eyes. It is the most special existence in the Death Return, released from the cursed spirit absorbed by the noose. As a recognized special grade cursed spirit that brought great harm to the curse world hundreds of years ago, Heimu C. has powerful range damage. The most terrifying thing is its super strong individual reproduction ability. This makes it immortal. Any one of these four super strong men can easily sweep across the entire Shantai barrier. But they all appeared at the same place at the same time. This strange coincidence made them suspect that all this was done intentionally by Luosuo. Chapter 137 Shaolu is unharmed. The food is coming. Hoarse and low words came out from Heimu's dead mouth. Shi Lulong, Duruf Likdawala, and Wu Lu Hengxi all glanced in the same direction at the same moment. Shaolu and Okatsuju were standing side by side on an abandoned balcony. Feeling the four figures on the top of the four skyscrapers. A rocket head, a giant cockroach, an old man with kidney deficiency, and a blonde woman wearing too cool clothes. Shaolu joked. This posture, could it be the four guardians? It's pretty much the same as I remembered. Okatsuju seriously asked Masamiki. He is a super strong man who signed a contract with Nose hundreds of years ago and was resurrected in the flesh. Shi Lulong took out a comb and gently maintained the cannon on his head, laughing disdainfully. Why, you found a helper so quickly. Do you think you can win like this? If you want to get points from me, you will pay a heavy price. However, facing Shi Lulong's provocation, Okatsu seemed to have not heard it at all, and instead he and Shaolu were carefully assigning opponents. Okatsu stretched out his hand and pointed at Shi Lulong and the other three. It's the same as before. Leave the old man with kidney deficiency and the cockroach monster to me. Shaolu nodded in agreement. Then leave the rocket head and the cool girl to me. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Hymuse's body, and the building he was in collapsed instantly. It flapped its wings and flew into the air, its mouth moving. Cockroach monster. Good. Very good. For hundreds of years, I have eaten up all those who dared to say this. And you will become the nourishment for my descendants. On the other hand, Duruf Likdawala on the rooftop still looked like an old monk in meditation. There was no change on his face, and he was not angry at all because of what Okatsu said. Wu Hengxi suddenly let out a ghostly laugh. He, I didn't expect the two little brothers to have such a big appetite. You actually underestimated me. I won't show any mercy to you. Even so, her heart was already like a volcano erupting. Cool girl, what do these two little bastards who haven't even fully grown their hair know? How dare they speak so rudely? Who gave them the courage? 1 against 2, I'll skin them alive. As the captain of the Sun Moon Star team, who is admired by everyone, when has she ever been provoked like this? She is the only one who never takes the enemy seriously. Shi Lulong looked at everyone with disdain, and spoke in a calm tone with great pride. I only fight the strongest. Only the one who survives is qualified to let me fight. Remember, you are the challenger. Swish. However, the ruthless and taciturn Ju Okatsu didn't care about the other party at all, and rushed forward with a knife in hand. It's so fast that it's in the sky in the blink of an eye. The direction of the sword strike was actually Duruf Likdawala, who had never spoken. Feeling the huge magical power contained in the blade, the old man slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed across his uneasy eyes. Almost at the same time, Shaolu also threw out an iron dagger. Shi Lulong looked at the dagger flying towards him with disdain, without any intention of dodging. Because, the moment Shaolu threw the dagger, he had already thoroughly analyzed the composition of the dagger. Haha, this piece of scrap metal can't even be called a cursed tool. You're dreaming of using this thing to attack me. As he said this, he calmly pulled his hand out of his pocket and slowly stretched out 2 fingers, trying to catch the flying dagger. It's really too slow. Before he could finish his words, Shaolu, who was standing on the abandoned balcony in the distance, suddenly disappeared. The dagger that was pointed at his forehead suddenly blossomed, emitting a few strands of golden lightning, and was then suddenly grasped by a pair of large hands. Reikiri, a cold voice came from behind my ear. Bang, sizzle. Shi Lulong had no time to react and only had time to widen his eyes before he felt a sharp pain on his right cheek. Then the electric current paralyzed his entire face, and the huge impact force blasted him away like a cannonball. Shaolu started with Flying Thunder God and knocked Shi Lulong away with just one encounter. A set of smooth and flowing skills, all completed in an instant. It was as fast as lightning. Shaolu couldn't think of any way to avoid it except to blur it out. This scene completely stunned Wu Hengxi, who was hanging upside down in the air. She realized it later and her eyes lit up, and she said excitedly. So fast. What kind of spell is this? It's faster than lightning. Is this teleportation? Wu Hengxi, who was furious just now, has been replaced by excitement. As a battle maniac, besides collecting points and fully reviving, she only has the desire to fight against the strong. Having killed many sorcerers before, she believes that the strength of sorcerers today is extremely weak, far inferior to that of the era she lived in 100 years ago. But now, she has changed her mind. Won't your head get congested if you keep hanging upside down like this? Shaolu stretched out his index finger and tapped his temple, asking. As expected, this kind of upside-down posture is only suitable for Gojo Satoru. If you add a sentence, I am the only one in the world, it will be even more appropriate. One sentence, ignited the Wu Hengxi again. Congestion, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. The black heron hummed with a sharp roar and flew towards Shaolu at high speed. The most powerful assassination sorcerer in history doesn't care about a fair fight. Her usual routine is to quickly and accurately twist off the enemy's head. The sky in front of Shaolu suddenly became strangely distorted, like a wrinkled mirror. The next second, Wu Hengxi's attack appeared in front of Shaolu. Click, there was a crisp sound of glass breaking. The terrifying twisting force suddenly erupted at this moment. It tore the plane space apart. The powerful killing force swept across and swallowed Shaolu in an instant. Okatsuyuda, who was beating Duruf Likdawala, stared at Shaolu's position with wide eyes. With this blow, the rooftop where Shaolu was standing was forcibly squeezed and deformed by the force of space. Even the surrounding dust was forcibly twisted into a ball, completely covering the place where Shaolu was. Although he was fighting the enemy, his rich combat experience made him accustomed to constantly looking at the entire battlefield with his peripheral vision. Wu Hengxi's attack was too strange, and the space was distorted without any warning. Could Shaolu dodge it? Ahem. Looking at the deep pit created by the curse force under his feet, Shaolu waved his hands to disperse the smoke and dust while praising. Not bad, it's actually a two-dimensional plane distortion ability. As he spoke, all the smoke and dust completely dissipated, and Shaolu appeared in everyone's sight unscathed. How is it possible? He is totally fine. Even the clothes were not torn at all. No matter how powerful a sorcerer is, it is impossible for him to take her attack head-on and remain unharmed. But she was sure that Shaolu didn't dodge the attack just now. Wu Hengxi stared at Shaolu below with his eyes wide open. What is going on here? Chapter 138. The space is too deep, you can't grasp it. This scene was also seen by Shi Lulong, who had returned to the battlefield. Oh, interesting, it can survive this attack intact. Facing this attack, even he himself was not sure he could take it head-on. At this moment, the left side of his face was red and swollen, and his nose was slightly crooked, looking a little embarrassed, but the rocket hairstyle on his head had not changed at all. Shi Lulong put his hands in his pockets and leapt to the top of the skyscraper, forming a pincer attack with Wu Lu Hengzi against Shaolu. He looked at Shaolu with intense eyes, his brain analyzing rapidly. Could it be that this guy's technique can swap positions with his weapon? And it can be done instantly. The punch just now was too fast, and even though he was very strong, he was caught off guard. Fortunately, his fighting instinct allowed him to mobilize the cursed spirits for defense in the first place. Otherwise, it would just be some flesh wounds. In 400 years, this was the first time someone had made him feel difficult. You're quite shameless. Shaolu glanced at Shi Lulong behind him. Then he looked up at Wu Lu Hengxi in the sky with a look of disbelief. As she spoke, she lifted her hair from her forehead and curved her lips slightly. You're pretty good at using spatial abilities. Unfortunately, I seem to be able to do the same. Just finished speaking, the kaleidoscope pattern in the left eye rotates, and the line of sight is directly focused. Divine power. Behind Wu Lu Hengxi's head, the space was distorted, emitting a strange vortex. Wu Lu Hengxi's eyes widened, and the hair on his body stood up. Feeling a strong sense of death sweeping over her body, at the critical moment, she quickly raised her hand and pulled the surrounding two-dimensional plane. Snap! The space twisted and exploded, and Wu Lu Hengxi's ears were first twisted into noodle shapes. Then it was twisted off by an irresistible twisting force. What? Feeling the severe pain in my ears and the blood spurting out. She suddenly retreated several hundred meters, staring at Shaolu with great fear. He actually also knows the techniques of space. Moreover, there was no sign of the attack before it was launched. If I hadn't used the technique to forcibly deflect the direction of the attack just now, it would have been a disaster. I'm afraid I've become a headless corpse. Too weird, attacking without any warning. Could it be that his control over space is better than mine? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wu Lu Hengzi, might not be the strongest in the entire world of sorcery, but when it comes to space, no one knows it better than her. On the other side, Duruf Likdawala and Haimusi, who were fighting against Okatsuyuda, were also shocked by this scene. Fairy Wulu is an existence that even they are extremely afraid of. Especially her hard to defend against space technique. But now, in the duel of space magic, she was defeated. While the two were thinking, Okatsu's Jewish long knife had already attacked. The terrifying pressure of cursed power pierced the two people's bodies. Haimusi couldn't help cursing in his heart. Who are these two people? Each one is more abnormal than the other. Durufu Likdawala, are you still going to hide this? HMPH, I don't need you, a cursed spirit, to interfere with what I do. That being said, he once again strengthened the warrior's offense. Wu Lu Hengxi is still the strong man he was 100 years ago. After a brief analysis, he quickly came up with a response. Almost instantly, he came in front of Shaolu, and the two began to fight in close combat. Close combat is also her way of forcing. As the king of assassination, every strike of hers hits the vital point directly and is fatal. Shi Lulong behind him was still standing motionless on the roof, observing the fight between the two. However, his expression changed from disdain at the beginning to solemnity. The cursed power in the body also quietly gathered at the top of the head. Bong! Wu Lu's fist suddenly smashed down towards Shaolu's head. The space in front of Shaolu twisted and then suddenly exploded. However, Shaolu, whose figure became blurred for a moment, remained unscathed. What? Just as Wu Lu Hengzi's eyes widened, Shaolu's attack was already here. Listen to me, space is too complicated and you can't grasp it. However, the divine power attack that could have hit the target without any problems didn't work. Shaolu raised his eyebrows slightly, and then immediately understood the reason. It turned out that Wu Lu had once again performed a spell that could affect a two-dimensional plane. The distorted plane space caused her body to deviate from the position in the field of vision. It seemed like he had accurately focused on the other person's head, but it was off due to visual deviation. The next second, Wu Lu grinned, clenched his fists, and exerted force suddenly. Wow, she pulled the space in front of her towards Shaolu like pulling a bed sheet. When it comes to space, no one is stronger than me. Shaolu, who was inexplicably pulled in front of Wu Lu, saw that his right hand was horribly twisted. The noodle-like arms are weird. But he was not panicked at all, because he could sense that he was still in a virtual state. The reason why it turned out like this is simply because the other party distorted the space, causing visual deviation. With the passive ability of Void, as long as he doesn't actively attack, no one can hurt him. However, Wu Lu Hengzi did not play by the rules and did not launch an attack. Instead, he shouted to the stone dragon behind him, Rocket Head. How long are you going to wait? Although the four of them have their own pride in their hearts, they are not fools. The strength shown by Shaolu and Okatsu is more than enough to threaten them. If they continue to fight on their own, what awaits them is being killed one by one. That's long-winded. A calm voice came from behind. Shaolu observed the pupils of the black heron and saw a dazzling white light suddenly appear behind him. Granada Blaster. Shi Lulong, who had been hiding and spying on the situation for a long time, was unwilling to admit the truth, but for the sake of the overall situation, he still seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity without hesitation. A terrifying shock wave of curse power was instantly emitted from the top of his head. Boom. A loud bang. A dazzling shock wave suddenly blasted out, accompanied by the color of the sky and the earth changing for half a day. Like a flood that burst its banks, it instantly devoured all the buildings along the way. In an instant, he was already behind Shaolu. Shaolu, watch your back. Okatsuyuda, who was holding down Heimuzi and the other two, felt the horrible blow and couldn't help but warn them. However, Shaolu remained indifferent. He looked at Wu Lu Hengzi, with a slight smile on his face. God's might. As soon as these words came out, Shaolu suddenly dived into the whirlpool and disappeared in front of Wu Lu. Question mark question mark question mark. Where are the people? The Black Heron was horrified. Obviously, my technique has completely controlled him, why can I still? But the oncoming cursed cannon left her no time to think. Damn it. He decisively tore a piece of the space curtain and blocked it in front of him. Chapter 139 Yellow Flash, can you catch it? Boom boom boom. The terrifying shock wave carried scorching heat and instantly engulfed Wu Lu Hengzi. Even if a piece of space curtain was torn down in advance as a defense, it didn't have much effect. Wu Lu Hengzi flew backwards like a kite with its string cut, still with a look of confusion in his eyes. Why can Shaolu disappear directly into the twisted black hole? This bizarre scene completely shattered her understanding of space magic. She simply couldn't accept it. If that's the case, then his technique is too cheating, isn't it? Fight if you want to, run if you want to. No one can stop you. The only possibility is to set a trap and kill instantly. But the probability of this is too small. Looking at Wu Lu Hengzi, whose half arm was destroyed in the ruins, Shi Lulong was not happy at all because of the loss of a competitor. Instead, he kept looking around, searching for Shaolu's whereabouts. My own cursed cannon actually missed. Shi Lulong's eyes lit up with a long-lost fighting spirit. Come out, you little brat who can only hide, and let me feast on you. The next second, the space behind him twisted. A whirlpool appeared, and in the darkness, a pair of large hands reached out without warning and lifted Shi Lulong up high. Before the other party could respond, a deep voice rang in his ears, satisfy you. Whoosh, Shaolu suddenly exerted force with his arms and threw the stone dragon into the air like a shot put. I'm not very skilled. Shi Lulong still had a crazy smile on his face as he flew into the air, and the cursed cannon above his head was ready to fire. As early as the moment Shaolu grabbed him from behind, he had already begun to secretly gather his magical power. Granada rush, boom. Although this shock wave is weaker than before, its direction can be controlled. Shi Lulong controlled the cursed cannon and chased Shaolu relentlessly. Like a laser cannon, it cut the surrounding tall buildings in half. However, the next second, Shaolu suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and moved 100 meters in an instant. Seeing this, Shi Lulong controlled the direction of his head and the cursed shock wave followed closely. Shaolu's figure kept flashing, but the shockwaves of the stone dragon could never hit him. He couldn't even touch the corner of Shaolu's clothes. Shi Lulong's eyes were filled with anger. He could clearly sense that Shaolu was deliberately teasing him. You can only hide. You might as well continue to hide in your space. Just as he finished speaking, Shaolu, who was standing on the ruins below, suddenly disappeared from his sight. Where are the people? Did they really hide in the space? No, even the slightest spatial fluctuation cannot escape his eyes. There is only one possibility. Yellow flashes, can you catch it? The voice coming from behind made his pupils shrink. He turned his head mechanically and looked behind him. The scene before him made him hold his breath. Shaolu was standing above him, holding a huge energy ball in one hand that was as big as a skyscraper. Don't you want to feast on your appetite? I'll treat you to a Rasengan. Boom. Shaolu threw the huge energy ball with all his strength, instantly covering the stone dragon. The dazzling light was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. The violent airflow caused the Rasengan's attack to sting his face before it even reached him. The sight in front of my eyes is completely occupied by the Rasengan. As the Rasengan pressed down, in the last moment of consciousness, there was only one sentence in Shi Lulong's mind. What exactly is a Rasengan? At the same time, in various places of Shantai Barrier, many magicians and cursed spirits hid in the corners and trembled. The previous battle between the 6 special class masters had already made them extremely fearful, so they stopped fighting and avoided the aftermath. Seeing the huge energy ball suddenly appear in the sky, they were completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? I'm short-sighted. Don't tell me this is a spell. If this thing falls, I'm afraid half of the city will be razed to the ground. Let's run quickly, the aftermath could kill us if we're late. FK. These special grade guys are more outrageous than each other. When they fight, they don't care about the consequences. That's right, strongly condemn it. Not far away, there was a pile of corpses made of the bodies of cursed spirits. Fushiguro even stared at the huge energy ball in the sky with an extremely serious look. He knew that only Shaolu could make this. This huge ball of energy brought back bad memories from his past. Fushiguro Shinobu couldn't help but ask in a serious tone, which of these two is more powerful, this thing or Gojo Satoru's hollow style? Boom boom boom. As the Rasengan falls, the entire battlefield was lit up with a blinding white light, making people unable to help but raise their hands to shield their eyes, not daring to look directly at it. The attack was as powerful as a giant missile, flattening the surrounding area in an instant. The skyscraper that was still standing a second ago has disappeared. All that was left of the huge city center was a shockingly huge pit. Shi Lulong was lying in the pit, covered in blood, staring blankly at Shaolu in the sky. So strong. Having missed out on the martial arts fanatic Lu Zion back then, Shaolu now makes him satisfied. As a special grade sorcerer, he could naturally see that Shaolu's attack was not entirely caused by the huge amount of magic power. On the other hand, although he was fighting 1 against 2, he successfully killed Mu. The one called Shaolu, his strength has surpassed the special grade. Shaolu, who had anticipated everything, raised the corner of his mouth. It is no exaggeration to say that this blow destroyed the heavens and the earth. There are so many heroes in this world. Okatsu's Jewish eyes widened in fear. Shaolu, be careful. 400 years ago, he was willing to sign a contract with Nozomi and be resurrected today, just to find an opponent who could let him fight with all his strength. But compared with Shaolu, I couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. Shaolu defeated 2 super powerful warriors in such a short time. And he didn't even have a single scratch on his body. The cockroach's arthropod arms are raised high, ready to strike. Not far away on the other side of the battlefield, Mu's dead body lay lifeless on the ground, and black blood stained the ground. Moreover, without anyone noticing, he quietly moved behind Shaolu. How could Shi Lulong, whose cursed energy output was even stronger than his own, lose like this? His cockroach-like body and skinny limbs all proved that he was the Black Mu who had been killed. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. On the contrary, not only does it not contain too much spell power, but it is actually compressed. Fortunately, he had been worried about Shaolu before, thinking about quickly resolving Mu's death in Duruflukdawala before going to help Shaolu. This is the special cursed tool, Rotten Life Knife, that is a cross between life and death. Okatsu put down the long knife in front of him, looked at the devastated land and the huge deep pit on the ground, and fell into deep thought. Lost. This blow filled him up. Okatsu and Duruflukdawala were also forced to stop fighting because of this blow. And he lost because of the output of spell power. The indestructible little cockroach, I wonder if he can withstand a blast from Amaterasu. How strong is he, only to see that Muzi, who had been completely eliminated by him, appeared again. Thinking of this, Shi Lulong smiled with relief. Being able to use the power of the spell in such a short time to condense and compress such a huge energy ball. I am known as the world's best cursed energy outputter, but what does this move mean to me? The taste of iron. Mu's dead hands were filled with blood, and he held a terrifying cursed tool covered with eyes in his hand. But now it seems that Shaolu might really be able to fight 4 people alone. Chapter 140. A huge harvest of points, first on the ranking list. Raging. The terrifying and strange black flame appeared out of nowhere without any warning. The flames spread all over the place in an instant, causing Mu to let out an extremely miserable roar. As a result, the movement of his hand that was intended to launch a sneak attack was temporarily paused. Seeing this, Shaolu rushed to Mu's dead body and reached out with one hand. A sharp wooden stick suddenly shot out from the palm of his hand, instantly sending a chill through the heart of Muzi, who possessed the body of a special grade cursed spirit. No matter how hard Muzi struggled, it was useless as he was nailed to the wall. It still didn't understand, how did Shaolu predict that he would attack him? Clearly, he had given signs of faking his own death, which was perfect. The purpose is to devour Shaolu's body. That's right, from the moment it saw Shaolu, it set its sights on this piece of fat meat, Shaolu. The huge amount of energy contained in his body makes every cell in his body stir. But now, it regrets it. For the first time, it, which is said to be immortal, felt the threat of death. The continued burning of Amaterasu's black flames caused its body and soul to suffer extremely painful torture. Moreover, no matter how it struggled, it couldn't extinguish this damn strange flame. The instinct for survival made it frantically split countless small cockroaches from its lower abdomen, trying to escape. But it was all in vain. Every time a small cockroach appeared, it would be instantly swallowed by the black flame. In Shaolu's words, as soon as the head shows up, it's gone in seconds. The crackling sound of burning reached everyone's eardrums. From the miserable roar to the weak struggle at the end, everything refreshed everyone's view of spells. Muzi has completely disappeared from the world, but the black marks of the cockroaches dripping with oil on the wall can prove that it existed just now. Mu, who claimed to have an immortal body, died, completely dead. In the ruins, Wulu Hengzi, who had slowly woken up, and Shi Lulong, who was lying in the deep pit, looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. That flame, what on earth is that? It was the first time in their lives that they had seen black flames. Even though we are so far apart, I can still feel the terrifying temperature. The most important thing is that no matter how Muzi struggled, and no matter how he used up all his cards, he couldn't extinguish it. Wait, isn't that Shaolu technique space manipulation? But what does this black flame mean? Flame and space have nothing to do with each other, right? Even if it is a derivative of a technique, the two can't be derived together, right? The only explanation is that Shaolu mastered 2 completely different and powerful techniques at the same time. Thinking of this, the 2 of them couldn't help but take a breath. That kid named Okatsu is already very strong. But the helper he found is even more powerful. Are all modern top-level sorcerers so terrifying? Okatsu also opened his mouth, with a small and delicate ring fixed on his fingertips. Just now, he almost wanted to use the ring to directly summon Rika to intercept Muzi's sneak attack. But Shaolu's actions left him completely dumbfounded. He realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. He had heard about this black flame from everyone in the academy before, but seeing it for the first time still shocked him. The flame that never goes out. If I fight Shaolu and he uses this technique, how should I respond? Can the copying technique that he is so proud of be able to replicate this move? No, Okatsu shook his head suddenly, and his firm faith almost faltered. Although Shaolu's technique is powerful, he is not bad either. Even if you want to copy, you have to get the other person's consent. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation of curse power coming from behind. Okatsuyuda suddenly looked back, but the old monk Duruf Likdawala ran away. Shaolu reminded, that old man has 99 points. Without any hesitation, Okatsu put the ring on his ring finger and whispered his partner's name. Rika, stop him. In the distance, the old man who had already escaped from Shaolu's sight breathed a sigh of relief. The scene of Heimu's tragic death was still vivid in my mind, and that miserable cry kept echoing in my mind. For him, who was once revered as a veteran, it was the first time that he felt the fear of death from another person's body. His precise intuition made him very sure that the guy's technique was far more than that. Invincible. Fortunately, the other party had no intention of chasing after me, otherwise. Suddenly, a pair of huge pale hands carrying a powerful spell came slapping at them. Bang! The golden barrier created by his raised hand allowed him to barely block the sudden attack. When he looked up, he saw a huge, hideous-looking special-grade cursed spirit. The curse power contained in him is unprecedentedly huge. It is no exaggeration to describe it as bottomless. Suddenly, poof, the old man spurted out a mouthful of blood. When, with his cloudy eyes wide open, he looked down in confusion at his body pierced by a sharp wooden stick. Death's whispers reached my ears. God's might. Bang! The sight focused, the space suddenly twisted, and blood splattered. The old man felt a chill on his neck and his vision was spinning. Then, he discovered that his head had been separated from his body in an instant. Just hand over the points. If you have to run, then you can't blame me. At this time, Okatsuju's behind him also rushed over. He was seen holding the seriously injured Shi Lulong and Wu Lu Hengxi in each hand. Okatsu-kun. The moment Rika saw Okatsu, she instantly moved to his side and started to stick close to him. Okatsu touched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Sorry, Rika, I'm sorry. Then he changed the subject. How do we deal with these two people? Shi Lulong and Wu Lu Hengxi were shocked when they heard this and said in unison. Wait, I'll give you all my points. They all saw what happened just now. How could it be so easy to kill a special grade person? They didn't want to be burned by the strange black flames, nor did they want their necks to be broken by the space. Looking at the rising score on the points panel, Shaolu was stunned. Unexpectedly, these two people were willing to hand over their points so readily. In the original novel, these two guys are arrogant and crazy people who are not afraid of death. I was originally thinking of either using Tsukuyomi to conquer his spirit, or just killing him. But unexpectedly, before he even opened his mouth, the two of them were so eager to hand over all their points. Aren't you going to struggle or resist? In fact, Shi Lulong and Wu Lu Hengxi are indeed lunatics who are not afraid of death. But I don't want to suffer that inhuman torture. Most importantly, they have found the motivation to continue to get stronger. Whether it was spatial ability or spell power output, Shaolu had defeated them all. All they had to do was chase and surpass them. Moreover, according to the contract signed thousands of years ago, these points were supposed to be handed over to No's. But now, I can't care so much. Compared to the noose, Shaolu is more terrifying. In this way, after thinking about it, his points directly reached 305 points. Through the observation of the little golden bug, his points ranking went directly from the last to the first. Following closely behind was Lu Xian. The difference between the two was only a few dozen points. How many swimmers did this warlike martial arts fanatic kill? He actually accumulated so many points. Is it really just killing one when you see one? However, Shaolu has not yet counted Fushiguro Shigeu who has been working for him. With that guy's personality, I'm afraid few people would be able to survive in his hands along the way. If I really encounter someone I can't beat, I can probably just run away. After all, Heaven and Tyrant are not affected by the domain's guaranteed hit effect. Now, if we want to keep our first place, the best way is to find Lu Xian's location directly. If we eat this fat fish, we'll be basically safe. 5LC. Chapter 141 Panda. Sukuna is my eldest uncle, Gojo Satoru is my second uncle. At the same time, Tokyo's second barrier, Port G. The panda sitting on the container has a face full of question marks. Looking at the containers piled up all around, it took it a long time to come back to its senses. Is this a random teleport? Where is this for me? The dock. Where will Maki, who is traveling with us, be teleported to? Forget it, let's worry about ourselves first. Maki is so strong now. After this death and destruction journey is over, I must shamelessly become Shaolu's apprentice. Even if I can't become the third generation of Tien Yuan tyrant, being a kung fu panda is fine. But for now, let's find the angel Reikiwa and unseal Gojo Satoru first. Suddenly, the panda's sensitive nose twitched, and then its large black and white eyes widened with a solemn expression. The smell of blood, an extremely heavy smell of blood. Moreover, this blood is mixed with terrifying murderous aura. The panda sitting on the container looked around nervously. Such a strong murderous aura made it immediately analyze that at least 3 strong swimmers nearby were chopped into pieces. What's even more frightening is that the aura of this murderous demon's spell is extremely weak. The only explanation for this situation is that this person has mastered the curse spirit to perfection. Simply put, it consumes the least amount of spell power and deals the highest damage. A strong person of this level is at least of the special level. This damn Death Reborn, why did it have to face a super strong man right away? Could it be true, as Shaolu said, that first grade ones are as numerous as dogs, and special grade ones are everywhere? Thinking of this, the depressed panda suddenly lost all desire to live and simply lay flat on the container. I dare not leave, nor do I dare to stay. If I act rashly, I will definitely be discovered by the other party. Then, what awaits you is being torn into pieces. Wait, it was in a dilemma, but suddenly its eyes lit up. I'm a cute panda, why not pretend to be a harmless pet panda? No, it's actually a panda. It doesn't trust the other party and even wants to kill an animal passing by. So, it made up its mind and rolled down the container skillfully. Bump. With a dull thud, it landed perfectly. The panda stood on its back, stretched out its arms, and looked around carefully. Once there is any sign of trouble, it will be ready in advance. However, as the saying goes, what you fear is bound to come true. At the corner of the container in front, a man wearing ancient warrior clothes, carrying a stick and with a bun on his head suddenly appeared. Lu Zion glanced at the panda sitting on the ground with a garbage look. For a moment, the atmosphere around froze and became eerily quiet. One person and one cat, staring at each other. Lu Zion said indifferently, "Hey, do you know where Sukuna is?" However, the panda seemed not to understand and was busy licking its own fur. What a joke, I am an animal now, how can I answer questions from humans? Seeing this, Lu Zion frowned slightly and thought in his heart. It looks like this guy is really an animal. Did he run away from Ueno Park? Hearing this, the panda immediately acted as it should in a zoo. Put all 4 limbs on the ground, pretend to be stupid, and crawl around. With cold sweat pouring down its body, it had already felt the terror of the warrior holding a stick. The killer here should be this guy with a meatball head who doesn't look too smart. What are you talking about looking for Sukuna? Is there something wrong with you? However, nowadays, the best option is to pretend to be a pet and get away with it. However, the experienced Lu Zion felt something was wrong. This is a dead-end migratory zone, how could animals possibly enter here? And even if you accidentally entered the barrier, you would not survive until this day. It should have been sucked dry by those cursed spirits that eat flesh and leave no bones. Lu Zion, who would not let any swimmer go, stretched his neck and said in a commanding tone, "Xiao Jin." Exist. A golden insect with a skull head, a worm body and butterfly wings appeared before my eyes. As that animal across the street a swimmer. The panda's breathing stagnated when he heard these words, and his hair stood up instantly. Is it really going to be seen? Obviously, the little golden bug, which serves as the window of death and migration, will not lie. Excited words came out of its mouth. Swimmer. I didn't expect this little thing to have such a function. It actually saw through my disguise at a glance. Just when the panda was complaining about the little golden bug actually having such a function. The next second, Lu Zion's attack was in sight. The ghostly figure, carrying purple lightning, instantly threw out an extremely swift punch. This killer who searches for prey in the Tokyo barrier will not waste a second once he has found his prey. The panda's body was bent, its cheeks were bulging, and its belly was actually blown up by the opponent. Finally, after knocking down one container after another, the panda managed to stop. The next second, the decisive and ruthless Lu Zion changed his fists to a stick, grinning wildly. Or maybe you are a crazy fan of Sukuna. Phew, in addition to its great power, it can also paralyze the opponent's body. No matter how good you are at fighting, you will always be nothing but a small fry in front of these 3. The attack just now once again made the panda feel the uniqueness of this warrior. A punch filled with magical power hit the panda's abdomen hard. Do you take me for a fool? The exploding cotton wool made the panda open his eyes wide in disbelief. Such a powerful ordinary punch is the only one a panda has ever seen. The two have very similar personalities indeed. Bang, how could this guy be so fast? I had no time to react. Lu Zion's words made the panda's brain work rapidly, and the destructive power is far beyond my expectations. Boom, an extremely powerful stab caused the panda to burst out a large amount of cotton again. Could it be that he is a follower of Sukuna, just like the mushroom-headed magician who used ice in the last Shibuya incident? Why, you don't want to pretend anymore. Sukuna is my eldest uncle, Gojo Satoru is my second uncle, Shaolu is my oldest brother. The unrivaled force sent the panda flying hundreds of meters. Thinking of this, the panda smiled inwardly and spoke. This is the expression he only shows when he is fighting. Moreover, his attacks can ignore defense. His attack is somewhat similar to the Fushiguro Shikigami, new, with lightning attached. One last question for you. Where is Sukuna? I just hope that this crazy guy with a bun on his head knows about Gojo Satoru's existence. I advise you not to be too arrogant. To get involved in society, you need background and influence. The panda, facing life and death, took a deep breath and stared at Lu Zion on the container. Good, so fast. After saying this, the panda felt extremely nervous. Hearing these words, Lu Zion was stunned at first, then sneered and looked at the panda with gloomy eyes. What does this guy want to do with Susu? Chapter 142, Big Trickster Panda. Of course he had heard of Sukuna and Gojo Satoru. One was the strongest 1,000 years ago, and the other was the strongest today. And he was the strongest 400 years ago, and he thought he was no worse than the two of them. Therefore, the purpose of this undefeated man's reincarnation is to challenge the strongest people of different eras. The stinky panda in front of him knew that he was no match for him, so he tried to bring up the names of Sukuna and Gojo Satoru, thinking that this would scare him. The only thing I don't understand is who is Shaolu mentioned by the panda. Is he very strong? Why have I never heard of him? When mentioning Sukuna and Gojo Satoru, Lu Zion couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. He was eager to fight against the strong and couldn't stop. Comparing himself to the panda in front of him, he immediately lost interest. Hey, panda, I'll give you one last chance. Where are Sukuna and Gojo Satoru? Either one will do. No matter who is the strongest in the past 1,000 years or the strongest in the present age, from now on, I am the strongest. Such shocking words made the nervous panda on the opposite side stunned. What? It turns out that this ignorant guy wants to challenge Sukuna. Who gave him the courage? Could it be that I was fooled by the cunning noose? However, if the other party cannot get the answer they want from me, then I will most likely be in danger. What can I do? The clever panda rubbed his chin, his mind racing. Sukuna is still dormant in Itadori's body, and he must not be allowed to wake up again. It's even harder for Mr. Gojo Satoru, as he's currently in prison in the prison gate area. Just when the panda was getting extremely anxious, a report suddenly came. The first barrier of Sendai, swimmer Shaolu, killed the special grade curse spirit, Black Mew Death, and the special grade curse master, Druvlet Dawala. Shaolu. When Lu Zion heard the broadcast, a look of confusion and excitement appeared in his eyes. Isn't this the guy that the stinky panda was talking about just now? I didn't expect that he actually has some strength. Killing 2 special grade soldiers by yourself makes you qualified to become my subordinate. Etc. Suddenly, Lu Zion seemed to have thought of something, and stared at the score panel projected by the little golden bug. Sure enough, I was originally in first place, but was surpassed by this guy named Shaolu. This damn guy, if I hadn't been unable to meet a special grade, how could I have been surpassed? Lu Zion, who had been proud for 400 years, could never accept that he was ranked second. Even the points ranking is not acceptable. Shaolu, awesome. Looking at the angry Lu Zion in front of him, the panda's eyes flashed, and now he has a trick. It put its hands on its waist, raised its chin slightly, and looked at Lu Zion with a proud look. Mionzido, don't you want to fight with a strong man? My eldest brother Shaolu grew up with me and we are like brothers. I can take you to him. As for his strength, you can rest assured that he can beat you up without any problem. Then, Panda also recounted a series of events, such as how Shaolu used his 15 fingers to defeat Sukuna, and how he sparred with Gojo Satoru. There is a mixture of truth and falsehood, although some parts are exaggerated. But this is what we want now. Only by fully arousing the interest of the girl with the bald head opposite him can his life be saved. As for using Shaolu to show off, the worst that can happen is that I can apologize to him later. Besides, this can also give Shaolu some points, right? This killer attacks everyone he sees, so he must have accumulated a lot of points. Shaolu's strength is unfathomable, so he will definitely have a better chance of winning against this guy. Besides, if I remember correctly, Okatsuyuda is also in Sendai's first barrier, right? The panda grinned, laughing in his heart. Wait for death, you murderous, winking bun head. Lu Zion on the container was not angry at all. Instead, he showed his rare patience and listened with interest with his hands folded across his chest. So, this Shaolu, your sibling, is also a panda. The panda's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Lu Zion curled her lips and said impatiently, lead the way. If you dare to lie to me, I will tear you to pieces. He glared at the panda fiercely, although he knew that Shaolu was in Sendai, a Tokyo barrier not far away. But the scope of each barrier is very large, and if you don't know the exact location, you will be groping in the dark. At the same time, just when Shaolu was thinking about whether to spend 100 points to add a rule and go to other enchantments. At this moment, they all wisely hid in the corners of the ruins, trembling in fear. These two people are fine, but the most outrageous thing is the yellow flash that keeps shuttling through the city. The tyrant was even more powerful. He held a long knife in his hand and attacked people on the head with every blow. He kept muttering strange words like, I will only hit the head this time. The skinny boy who pushed forward all the way with a terrifying special level Shikigami following behind him. Moreover, with the help of the 8 gates, Maki might be able to kill even more easily. No matter what, it is worth going to meet this strong man. I wonder if he knows the location of the angel Lacio. Okatsu's eyes were full of excitement. Rika, let's go. The Shantai barrier, where the fighting was originally the most brutal, unexpectedly fell into dead silence. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel sad for Zenin Naoya. But don't worry, Zenin Naoya will still die at the hands of Maki. It's him. I heard from Shi Lulong that this guy was the strongest sorcerer 400 years ago. Below, Fushiguro Shire, who was instantly covered in blood, wiped the long sword in his hand, raised his head indifferently, and said lazily. The result was that he was killed twice by Maki, who always looked down on him, and he died with his eyes wide open. Why pick on the heaven and the tyrant when you can pick on anyone else? Did he come here because all the swimmers in the enchantment he was in were killed? Tokyo's first barrier, the center of Sendai City. Then the gambler Kyojinji appears. The worst thing is that his memory is a little fuzzy. According to the plot, which enchantment should Lu Zion be in? On the other side, Okatsu stopped cleaning the cursed spirits and looked towards the center of Sendai with a serious look. At this moment, whether it is the magician who signed a contract with the noose and lived in the flesh, or the cursed ones who were released. This announcement spread throughout Sendai in an instant. Judging from the time, Maki should also meet Zenin Naoya, who has transformed into a cursed spirit. Lu Zion, he came from another barrier. Does he know the whereabouts of Fushiguro Megumi? A report suddenly sounded. Swimmer Lu Zion spent 100 points, crossed the barrier, and arrived at Shantai. When, after all, the ultimate move called Phantom Beast Amber can only be activated once in a lifetime. This is also the trump card that Lu Zion specially left for Sukuna. A dagger was stuck straight into the roof of an office building. I searched every location of this barrier, and there is no Lu Zion here at all. He really couldn't remember, but he vaguely remembered that the panda might be in trouble. The cursed queen nodded obediently. I will go wherever Okatsu goes. Shaolu appeared instantly, looking down at the scene below. He cheated crazily in the field of sitting and killing disciple, and defeated Lu Zion, who was reluctant to use his ultimate move. Chapter 143. Martial arts fanatic Lu Zion came to the door on his own initiative. The rooftop of an office building. After a brief moment of daze, Shaolu looked in surprise at the man below, who was wearing ancient warrior clothing and had a bun on his head. There is no doubt that he saw the other party's identity at a glance. What's happening? Why did Lu Zion come here on his own initiative? And the person standing next to him is a panda. The plot is getting more and more wrong. But then he changed his mind. Isn't this better? I can save another 100 points. And Lu Zion, this fat fish, actually came to the door on his own initiative. Below, the panda stood with his hands on his hips, his big belly sticking out, and he kept boasting about Shaolu's deeds. There was no need for it to take any action along the way. No matter whether it is a first-class cursed spirit or even a special-class cursed spirit, none of them can survive Lu Zion's hands. This free bodyguard is awesome. However, Panda was a little worried because the strength displayed by Lu Zion was too abnormal. Will Shaolu really be defeated? Wouldn't that mean I've been tricked by him? Behind, Lu Zion was carrying a stick, staring with dead eyes, and following the panda with an annoyed look on his face. At this moment, he was in a very depressed mood, and he always felt like he was being pooed by an animal. I haven't found the person yet, but I've already spent 100 points. He earned that money by killing dozens of people. But on second thought, none of this matters. As long as we can find Shaolu, defeat him and take all his points. This way, you can use the points and slowly go find Sukuna. Hey, where's Shaolu? I've released all my aura, why hasn't he sensed it yet? Feeling the extremely cold gaze behind him, Panda felt a chill on his back. Just as he was about to continue to fool people, he was interrupted by a loud shout. Shut up. Lu Zion suddenly stopped and looked up with great excitement. I saw a figure standing on the roof of a high office building. Strong. Absolutely strong. Just by looking at each other, Lu Zion came to a conclusion in his heart. Even if the opponent's cursed energy was not released, he would never mistake that feeling. The two gazes met, one above and the other below. Even though they were far apart, they could still sense each other's fighting intent. The panda also looked up curiously, and then his eyes lit up. Shaolu. Lu Zion's lips curved slightly. Oh, he is Shaolu. It seems that this trip was not in vain. He took a step forward, took the stick off his shoulder, and then pointed it provocatively at Shaolu on the roof. He said in a trembling voice with great excitement, "Come down, let's fight." Call out. Under Lu Zion's puzzled gaze, Shaolu's body suddenly twisted. The whole person was actually drawn directly into the black vortex. Escape without a fight. Tisk. Coward. Before he could finish the next word, a whip-like kick had already hit Lu Zion's abdomen. Bang. The collision of flesh made a dull sound. Lu Zion's eyes widened in confusion and he flew backwards. What time is this? Lu Zion, flying in the air, stared at where Shaolu was. In just a moment, he quietly came from the rooftop and came behind me. Could it be the vortex just now? Shaolu looked at Lu Ziu flying in the air and said, "Didn't anyone teach you that it's rude to point at people with a stick?" After saying that, he turned his gaze to the panda hiding behind him. Tell me, how did you get involved with him? The panda touched his head awkwardly, then began to explain with a smile on his face. Oh, so you're a martial arts fanatic. Shaolu nodded, pretending to understand. Panda Chicken smiled cunningly, leaned over and continued to whisper, "This guy is a big fat sheep, he has a lot of points. He spent the 100 points without hesitation. I risked my life to lure him here. Although this guy is very strong, he definitely can't beat you." Haha, I didn't expect that pandas are quite talented in fooling people. In the original novel, he fought to the death with Lu Zion and ended up with only his head left. Now he used his mouth to fool the guy and even acted as a bodyguard for free. But it doesn't matter. Although he took advantage of me, if he hadn't tricked Lu Zion over, I would have to spend 100 points to find him on my own initiative. Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning came from afar. The panda, who had been hiding far away, poked its head out and shouted, "Be careful." Look at me. Lu Ziyan flashed behind Shaolu in an instant, and the thunderstick in his hand made a crackling sound, directly hitting Shaolu's forehead. Whoosh! Heavy shadows of sticks fell, followed by thunder and lightning. However, the scene that Lu Ziyan expected did not happen. The lightning rod actually went straight through Shaolu's body and hit the ground hard. Boom! The huge force blasted a deep pit, and the lightning scorched the land. Without having time to think about why, Lu Ziyan secretly said in his heart, "Not good." Without thinking, he turned around and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The punch hit Shaolu hard in the abdomen. A vortex appeared out of nowhere, and a Rasengan that had been rolled long ago was suddenly thrown out. Wood, not bad, he actually beat one of my countless substitutes. Can Shaolu withstand this blow? That sound, boom. A cloud of white mist suddenly emerged from around Shaolu, who was being held in Lu Ziyan's hand. The panda in the distance was startled. How many fights has this guy experienced? After missing the first strike, he actually predicted Shaolu's attack. Yeah, that's good. You are so ambitious. You are only strong in your skills, but your real fighting instincts are unmatched by anyone in this world, Lu Ziyan. Bang! What? The steel bars and concrete were shattered into pieces by the violent explosion of the Rasengan. Having been fooled, Lu Yun roared angrily, but he still kept looking around at a high frequency. Only a deep gully was left on the ground. Have you been fooled? However, the might of God is hard to guard against. Lu Ziyan took the opportunity to press Shaolu against the wall, grinning ferociously. As a strong man, he can be angered, but his fighting rationality will not be affected at all. Wait until the aftermath of terror dissipates. The huge impact force caused Lu Ziyan to fly forward like a kite with a broken string. All the angles that could be attacked were blocked by him at this moment. Shaolu walked out of the whirlpool slowly, clapped his hands, and said with a smile. What a terrifying combat instinct. The white light pierced Lu Ziyan so much that he couldn't open his eyes. An extremely strong feeling of being pushed back came from behind him. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Get out of here. Call out. With the intense pain, Lu Ziyan instinctively gathered all his magic power behind him to defend himself. The buildings along the way collapsed like dominoes under Lu Ziyan's impact. A muffled sound. Lu Ziyan's eyes suddenly widened. From the moment he hit him in the abdomen, Shaolu had never spoken a word in his sight. Then, under Lu Ziyan's shocked gaze, it turned into a wooden stake. Chapter 144 Multiple Shadow Clones, Group Fight Against Lu Ziyan. This scene was also seen by the panda hiding in the corner. It breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell, it turned out to be fake. I worried for so long in vain. But isn't Shaolu's substitution technique too outrageous? It was impossible to tell when he had performed the trick, and not only had he fooled Lu Ziyan, he had also been fooled. Suddenly, a pair of big hands patted the panda's back, giving it a fright. Looking back, I found that it was my old acquaintance Okatsu Jewish. Okatsu, why are you still walking silently like before? What did you go through in Africa? You have dark circles under your eyes, as if you were sucked. Facing the panda's complaints, Okatsu's expression froze slightly, and he smiled awkwardly. Sorry, panda. The battle situation here, it looks like Shaolu has the upper hand. Panda. Well, you should have also felt the terrifying strength of that bald-headed guy, right? I don't know where this guy came from. Okatsu looked at the collapsed ruins in front of him with deep eyes and said in a deep voice. Lu Ziyan, the strongest sorcerer 400 years ago, never lost a battle in his life. He is at a disadvantage and probably has many unknown cards that he has yet to play. Shaolu must not let his guard down. As soon as these words came out, the panda's eyes widened. How could that meatball be so important? He was actually the strongest 400 years ago. No wonder I was powerless in his hands. You know, even if it was fighting against a special level 1, it wouldn't be so miserable. Suddenly, Okatsu frowned and whispered. It disappeared. In the ruins, when the smoke and dust had all dissipated, Lu Ziyan did not appear inside. Shaolu narrowed her eyes slightly. After all, he is the strongest person 400 years ago. It is not so easy to defeat him. Although in the original work, he became a clown when challenging Sukuna, and the battle with mythical beast Amber that he had been holding back for a lifetime did not cause much trouble to Sukuna. After a brief exchange of blows, a web-like slash sent him into a revolving lantern, and he died hastily. But this was when facing Sukuna in his prime, and anyone who could withstand 2 moves from him would be considered a top-notch warrior. To them, the most powerful thing about this martial arts fanatic is that he doesn't need to expand his domain at all. All normal attacks have the guaranteed hit effect of the field, and also come with terrifying lightning. Just as Shaolu was thinking, a lightning attack that was compressed to the extreme tore through the air and came before him. Then, behind Shaolu, Lu Ziyan's ferocious and crazy smile appeared. Okatsu Jews and pandas were surprised at the same time. This guy actually bypassed their field of vision and got behind Shaolu. However, these naturally could not escape Shaolu's Sharingan. Lu Ziyan's eyes sparkled, and his tone was extremely excited. We'll attack you from both sides, let's see how you can dodge. Just as he finished speaking, Shaolu's Sharingan turned, and a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. The lightning that was powerful enough to tear the air apart actually sank directly into the vortex, without any movement at all. Seeing this, Lu Ziyan was shocked and angry. He had already approached Shaolu and suddenly launched an attack. The blow came out instantly like a violent storm. Shaolu was not to be outdone. he activated the 8 gates and started a physical duel with him. Bang bang bang, a fierce gale blew around the two of them, and the fluctuations of the spell power scraped deep marks on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves. Lu Ziyan became more and more frightened as he fought. At first I thought this guy was just good at techniques. Even without this confrontation, the opponent's physical skills were not inferior at all. There was even a faint illusion that he was being suppressed, and it always felt like the other party hadn't used his full strength yet. 400 years ago, even if he didn't use lightning techniques, he could suppress everyone with just physical skills. Thinking of this, Lu Ziyan became more and more excited, and an unprecedented fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. I am Lu Ziyan. I have never been defeated in the past 400 years. I have some expectations. Use all your strength to please me. Shaolu's lips curled slightly. Satisfy you. After saying this, he suddenly stopped the attack, withdrew his body, and formed seals with his hands under Lu Ziyan's expectant gaze. In the distance, the panda hiding in the corner watching the battle stood up with its hair standing on end, and said excitedly. The seal has been formed. Shaolu is going to get serious. Okatsu also stared at the battlefield ahead with wide eyes in anticipation. Shaolu, what other techniques are there that I have never seen before? The next second, Shaolu's voice came out faintly, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang, damn it, what kind of evil magic does this guy have? Lu Ziyan panicked. The more anxious he became, the harder it was to find Shaolu's true form. How could so many clones be created in just a moment? Since you are the only one seeking to defeat the enemy, I will satisfy you. The sound echoed throughout the entire Shantai barrier. Soon, the battlefield was completely filled with Shaolu's clones. However, the next second, this idea was completely shattered. With so many clones, how long will it take to kill them one by one? Okatsu Jewish hearts were also extremely shocked. For a moment, everyone at the venue looked at this incredible scene in shock. It's even possible. No, I have to stay calm. Creating so many clones at the same time will definitely make it impossible to pay attention to the details. The panda was so envious that he almost drooled, and his determination to become a disciple became even stronger. The 3 clones instantly turned into white mist and disappeared. Okatsu shook his head, not daring to imagine any more. On the battlefield, looking at the dark crowd of Shaolu, Lu Ziyan swallowed his saliva. Okatsu's eyes flashed with curiosity. Faced with so many clones, how will Lu Ziyan deal with it? Every time I make a move, I can be amazed, and every time I can come up with new tricks. What kind of technique is this? It has seen the common art of splitting itself into 2. Around him, a large number of Shaolu instantly emerged. It is impossible to tell where Shaolu's real body is. At this moment, he was completely surrounded by Shaolu's clones. As long as you learn one from Shaolu, you will be able to walk sideways under the special level in the future. From a few hundred at the beginning, to thousands later. As long as you observe carefully, you can easily find his true form. He was always so proud that he couldn't care less. He must find a chance to copy his technique in the future. Lu Ziyan then blasted out a bolt of lightning. Bang bang bang. Thousands of Shaolu opened their mouths almost at the same time, and their voices and expressions were extremely similar. The panda was so frightened that he couldn't close his mouth. He looked at the densely packed Shaolu in front of him and said in a trembling voice. But how could there be so many clones? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as a sea of people, right? In other words, Shaolu's own reserves of magical power are no less than his own. Damn it, what are you? If you have the guts, show up and fight me. So those unreasonable techniques were all learned by Shaolu. Chapter 145 Lu Ziyan. Fake, all fake. In the far corner, a panda is giving Shaolu a massage. Sure enough, it was safer to stay with Shaolu. I couldn't even imagine in my dreams that I would actually be in the mood to eat melons. It almost forgot that this was a hell on earth where life and death battles were going on all the time, and death and destruction were everywhere. Even the usually serious Okatsu Jews couldn't help laughing at this moment. Lu Ziyan probably couldn't figure out even if he racked his brains. Shaolu's real body was enjoying a massage and watching the battle in the distance. The strongest martial arts fanatic, who has killed countless people in his life, is now being played around by Shaolu. The heavy punch that was enough to take a person's life easily met with the soft cotton, and there was no way to stop it at all. It has to be said that this technique of splitting one's body into 2 made him jealous. Whether it's picking up takeout, meeting those stupid executives, or even making breakfast for Rika, the clone can do it for me. It is so practical, both the combat and life indexes are maxed out. Shaolu had no idea what the Okatsu Jews and the panda were thinking. Looking at Lu Ziyan, who was about to break through the defense, the corners of his mouth raised. The technique of multiple shadow clones is indeed effective, especially when facing someone like Lu Ziyan who is powerful but has a single attack technique. Those who don't have a domain and can attack in a large area are simply perfect restraint. With a thought, the massive army of clones attacked Lu Ziyan at the same time. The scene was chaotic. Although the strength of these clones was greatly reduced compared to his own, Lu Ziyan was still able to stand firm like a god of war at first. But as time passed, these clones, who had no emotions at all and were not afraid of life or death, kept pressing forward. Lu Ziyan was gradually unable to bear it anymore, as the unpredictable attacks came from all kinds of strange corners. The body is already covered with scars. Who? Lu Xian's chest heaved violently, and he gasped heavily. He stared intently at the army of clones that surrounded him, his eyes burning with anger. Where is the real body? Where is that guy's real body? Why hasn't it appeared yet? I had taken the risk of being attacked and deliberately exposed my flaws several times before. But that guy was so calm and didn't fall for it at all. That guy is really strong, and his character is far superior to any enemy he has encountered before. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. If he continued like this, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. There are ways to break the situation, but he is reluctant to use them. Open corner bracket Phantom Beast Amber can only be used once in a lifetime. This is the trump card he has kept for 400 years to challenge Sukuna. But he had to admit that at some point he had begun to hesitate. Who is stronger between Shaolu and Sukuna? It seems that the stinky panda did not deceive me. Given Shaolu's strength, Shibuya Sukuro really can't do anything to him. Hand over your points and I'll spare your life. Suddenly, the army of clones stopped attacking. Lu Xian stood there in a daze. What puzzled him was not that the other party was snooping on his points. It's the source of the sound. After some analysis, Lu Xian quickly found the specific location where the sound came from. Through the gap, I found that there were two people and a bear sitting in the left corner. The panda is still the same stinky panda as before, looking at its own joke with a smug expression. What made Lu Xianchi most angry was that Shaolu was also there. He could recognize it at a glance, that was his true form. It turned out that he had been on guard all the way. The guy who had been trying to lure out the avatars by exposing his flaws at the risk of getting hurt several times turned out to have never been among the group of clones from the beginning. Am I like a monkey in a circus, being laughed at? Thinking of this, Lu Xian was furious, and veins popped out on his forehead. He was the strongest man 400 years ago, a warrior who had never been defeated in his life, but he was actually played like this. What's even more infuriating is that I can't do anything about the other party. Damn it, BD, I will tear you into pieces. Lu Xian's face was ferocious, his defense was completely broken, and his eyes swept back and forth between Shaolu and Panda. I'll remember the three of you. Don't let Lu Xian find an opportunity. Otherwise, Okatsu stood up with a question mark on his face and pointed at himself with his index finger. How come he's included in this? I've been trying really hard to hold back my laughter, okay. Moreover, he always respected the strong. But if the other party wanted to cause trouble for him, he wouldn't mind challenging this martial arts fanatic. Shaolu was about to speak when she saw Lu Xian suddenly burst into laughter like crazy. What the hell, is this because he is so angry that he laughs? Ha 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 ha, are you from a technical college? Do you want points? I won't give it to you. I'd rather give it to the guy with the sutures on his head than leave it to you. As he spoke, Lu Xian summoned a little golden bug and prepared to transfer the money. Although he couldn't do anything to Shaolu, since the other party disgusted him, the other party's plan would never succeed. If this can attract him to come over, the lightning that I have been accumulating for a long time will become the decisive blow for the comeback. The reason why he became the strongest 400 years ago was not because he was not a reckless man who only knew how to fight. The crazy laughter just now was just an act for Shaolu to see. Sure enough, the next moment, his hand was grabbed. He slowly raised his fingers and there was a snap. Sizzle. The panda blinked and rubbed his head in confusion. Why did he pick another fake one to fight? What a hidden guy. The panda complained silently in his heart. Far corner. Unlike the shadow clone, the wood clone's aura is almost identical to the original body, and it also inherits more of the original body's strength. Along with the crisp snap of fingers, all the clones made a bang sound and turned into white smoke and disappeared in the distance. The violent lightning instantly pressed down Shaolu's forehead and knocked him hard to the ground. Die. Bang bang bang. Fists pounded on Shaolu like a violent storm, and purple lightning like a thunder snake dyed half of the sky with a layer of color. Twice in a row, he was deceived by the substitute technique, and the old lady crossing the street was better than him. Isn't this the strongest person 400 years ago? Is he a little presbyopic? And I heard from Itadori before that Shaolu also has a genjutsu that can suppress Tsukuyomi. I have not seen it yet. The smile on Lu Xian's lips almost reached her ears. To be on the safe side, he used the wood release clone. His keen eyesight allowed him to detect the heresy. He looked deeply at Shaolu who was sitting next to him enjoying a massage, and thought silently in his heart. Looking at Lu Xian who was beating him madly in front of him, he laughed. Shaolu's voice came from my ear. The road is narrow. Looking at Shaolu, who disappeared in white smoke, Lu Xian was full of questions. And Lu Xian's clones were naturally no exception. This also resulted in Lu Xian being unable to tell the difference at all. Haha. Lu Xian slowly raised his head, with an extremely sinister smile on his face. Really? Even if it were him, he would most likely be confused. Ginger is always more experienced. I just don't bother to use tricks, but that doesn't mean I don't know how to play them. If it was the previous clone, he would have been unable to withstand Lu Xian's violent attack and turned into white mist. But the amazingly observant Okatsuju saw the difference. To some extent, even Gojo Satoru might be affected. Okatsu's guess was correct. Just now, all the subtle expressions hidden in Lu Xian's crazy laughter fell into his Sharingan. This time's clone technique is obviously different from the previous one. This time, not only was it more durable, but its aura was even closer, and even the spell power contained was very different. The feeling of revenge made him feel extremely comfortable. Shaolu didn't know that her status in the hearts of the Okatsu Jews was rising infinitely. Chapter 146. Is this true? How is it possible? It's fake again. Lu Ziyan looked at the empty ground and was completely dumbfounded. Even now he still doesn't understand why he was deceived. Whether it's the aura or the amount of cursed energy stored, it's different from the previous clone. How could it be fake? In the distance, Shaolu looked at Lu Ziyan, who was doubting his life and couldn't help laughing. Fate is always strangely similar. In the original novel, Lu Ziyan would be cheated by Cheng Jinchi and his defense would be broken by infinite repairs. Now, because of the panda, he took the initiative to find me, but he was confused by the clone technique. However, the perseverance of martial arts fanatics is always amazing. With a roar, Lu Ziyan turned into a flash of lightning and flashed in front of Shaolu in an instant. However, the attack went straight through Shaolu's body without any surprise. Lu Ziyan looked down at his palm in disbelief. I went through it again. At the same time, he had a rough guess in his mind. Every time his attack passed through his body, he never took advantage of the gap to attack himself. Could it be that in this special state, he couldn't take the initiative to attack? Or, once you actively attack, you will no longer be able to maintain this invincible state. Hee. After figuring out the way, he grinned coldly and looked back at the stream below. Any technique, once I figure out its method, will completely lose its threat. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Shaolu disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterwards, the vortex around Lu Ziyan continued to flicker. Lu Ziyan released the lightning frantically, striking towards the inside of the vortex. Come out, you're playing tricks. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in front of Lu Ziyan. Shaolu moved in front of him in a second. Looking at the grasping hand, Lu Ziyan looked alert and sneered. Are you still playing this trick? You fooled me twice, do you think I'll fall for it again? Let me guess, where will your true self appear? Lu Ziyan believed that this clone was just a detailed attack, and its purpose was to attract his attention. The real body must be hiding in the dark, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, the next second, his eyes went dark. Shaolu turned one hand into a claw, tightly grasped Lu Ziyan's head, and said lightly, unfortunately, this time it's real. The panda eating melons nearby smiled slyly. Congratulations, you guessed the wrong building again. Lu Ziyan's pupils shrank sharply. What, is it true this time? Why did it have to be the real body this time? I was fooled again. Lu Ziyan finally gathered lightning in his palm and tried to struggle. Shaolu touched his head. Brother, are you still steaming? Without giving the opponent any chance to attack, he exerted a little force with his palm and directly pulled Lu Ziyan into the divine power space. Looking at the two people who disappeared into the whirlpool, Okatsu the Jew suddenly stood up, surprised by the scene before him. Is this even possible? Is this a field? Can it even directly pull the enemy into the vortex? The panda shook its head, indicating that it didn't know either. At first he was worried because Lu Ziyan was the strongest 4 years ago, and it might be difficult for Shaolu to win. But the result was too unexpected, wasn't it? It was a complete joke. How is this different from an adult beating a 3-year-old? Lu Ziyan was so angry that she didn't even touch Shaolu's hair, but her clones were destroyed. Anyway, no matter what, Lu Ziyan was completely defeated after being dragged into the mysterious vortex by Shaolu. I have also contributed to the college by giving Shaolu a chance to contribute such a piece of fat meat. So, after rounding off, Panda is approximately equal to Shaolu. Call out. A vortex appeared. Shaolu clapped his hands and walked out slowly. Okatsu the Jew and the panda stepped forward immediately and looked curiously at the black vortex behind Shaolu. What's the situation? Where is Lu Ziyan? There must be some bodies left, right? The panda is ready to fight. This damn bunhead has beaten it up before. Now it wants to whip the corpse, otherwise it will never be able to relieve the hatred in its heart. Shaolu slapped his head and let Lu Ziyan out. Thump. Lu Ziyan looked pale and knelt weakly on the ground. Ahem. He pinched his own neck, vomited gastric juices, his chest rose and fell violently, and he greedily breathed in fresh air. The corners of Panda and Okatsu Jew's mouth twitched. What's going on? In less than a minute, Lu Ziyan is like this. It's not that exaggerated, right? What did Shaolu do in this short minute? How did she end up like this for Lu Ziyan? Okatsu Jews couldn't figure it out. The panda was still a little afraid of Lu Ziyan, so he leaned close to Okatsu's ear and whispered. I guess he got hit by a few of Shaolu's Tsukuyomi, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Tsukuyomi. Okatsu Jewish expression suddenly shocked. He had heard these two words several times. What kind of technique was this? Was it really as scary as everyone said? The panda grinned and said, why don't you let Shaolu give you a try and then you will know for yourself. Let's just forget it. Shaolu was speechless. She didn't expect that the panda knew her so well. He did use Tsukuyomi on Lu Ziyan, and 3 times in a row. Lu Ziyan's willpower was quite strong. He took 3 of his Tsukuyomi before he was willing to hand over the points. Shaolu looked at Lu Ziyan, who was kneeling on the ground. Are you being honest now? Wouldn't it be better if you handed over the points earlier? Lu Ziyan struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. Who is stronger, you, or Sukuna? He never imagined that Shaolu actually had such a terrifying killer move. If the illusion Tsukuyomi is used on oneself right from the start, there will be no follow-up. If Sukuna is stronger than Shaolu, then there may be no need for me to challenge him. When the gap in strength is too great, all combat skills will be in vain. Before Shaolu could reply, the panda said, Sukuna is nothing. Shaolu can kill him in 100 ways. Even the guy next to me can kill Sukuna in a matter of minutes. Okatsu's Jewish mouth twitched slightly, he touched his head and smiled shyly. Can you please not bring the panda with you if he's bragging? Although he is very confident in his own strength, he has never fought against Sukuna. The cursed king from 1,000 years ago is definitely not as simple as he says. Tisk. Lu Zion glanced at the panda as if it were trash. He finally understood that both Shaolu and Okatsu Jews were top-notch warriors. The only thing he hates is this stinky panda, who is only good at talking. It seems that you have to check it yourself. I can help you find the angel, but if Sukuna shows up, I have to fight him. Shaolu was speechless. Are there still people rushing to die? Okay, now Lu Zion has temporarily joined our team. Okatsu's eyes lit up. In that case, let's go find the angel separately now. Having such a strong person join the team will definitely greatly speed up the progress of finding the angel. The day when Gojo Satoru is sealed is getting closer. Chapter 147. Don't listen to Tien Yuan's bullshit. Shaolu and I went to other barriers separately. The panda is relatively weak, so it is safer to stay with senior Lu Zion. Okatsu's Jewish words completely broke the panda. What, you want me to team up with this killer? Will I be able to see the sun tomorrow? Lu Zion just glanced at the panda with a frightened face and said nothing. Even though the panda really deserved a beating, Shaolu agreed to let him beat Sukuna first. He would not attack the panda. Hongxing Palace, inside the main hall. Juju Yuki, Tien Yuan, and Zongshang sat together and discussed countermeasures. Juju Yuki said in disbelief, Tengen, are you so sure that Nozomi will come? I don't know why, but these past few days have felt my right eyelid twitching non-stop, and I feel anxious. Is something bad going to happen? Tien Yuan looked calm and said, if I were him, I would not miss this great opportunity. In my current state, I am completely defeated by the cursed spirit manipulation technique of the sorcerer. You two are the only ones who can fight him. Tien Yuan appeared calm on the surface, but he was extremely worried inside. This world, only it knows how crazy the noose is. After thousands of years of accumulation, his strength has probably reached an unfathomable level. Juju Yuki crossed his arms and frowned. Are the two of us, me and Shoso, not enough? After all, she is one of the 4 special grades, and the origin of her swelling appearance is not simple, it can be traced back to the 9-phase diagram. His skills in the red blood manipulation technique are superb, and the entire Jiamao family has to look up to him. And Tien Yuan's words seem to lack confidence. Is the 1,000-year-old demon Luosuo really that powerful? In response to this, Tien Yuan, who was always mysterious and deep, spoke in an unusually solemn tone. It may be difficult for just the two of you. That guy's talent is far beyond your imagination. I'm afraid my barrier can't protect him. Upon hearing this, Juju Yuki and Zhongshang were both stunned. This was the first time they saw Tien Yuan with such a solemn expression, and it was also the first time that Tien Yuan praised someone so generously. Therefore, they also realized the seriousness of the matter. Now that the powerful combat forces of the academy are almost gone, the defense of Hongxing Palace is weaker than ever before. Could it be that the real target of the Death Annihilation migration launched by the rope is Tien Yuan himself? Tien Yuan saw that the two were silent, and then said, so, please listen to my plan. First of all, a 2-on-1 situation is not very meaningful for a noose that can summon cursed spirits to assist. So we must fully understand his technique, and Zhongshang is the best person to do it. He can try it out with all his strength. Tien Yuan glanced at the calm face, then looked at Juju Yuki. Next, you can fight against Noose with your full strength. With your strength, you will definitely be able to force Noose to expand his territory. As long as he dares to expand his domain in Hongxing Palace, I will be able to disintegrate the domain of the Noose. At that time, the Noose will fall into the state of ritual fuse. During this period, with your full firepower, you will definitely be able to kill the Noose. Hearing this, Juju fell into deep thought. If she followed her own idea, she would go straight in and fight with Nozomi. No matter how strong the Noose is, she still has absolute confidence in her own strength. At worst, she can use the imaginary mass black hole to exchange 1 for 1. But Tien Yuan's plan seems to be feasible. Although I am somewhat disgusted by Tien Yuan's hypocrisy, it is at least the originator of the world of spells, and is indeed very strong in planning. Only, Juju Yuki pointed at Zhongshang and said, if we let him try the Noose technique, he will probably die, right? However, before Tien Yuan could speak, Zhongshang said firmly, as long as I can kill that beast, I will do anything. He had long wanted to grind this fellow who played with the lives of his brothers into ashes. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough to avenge my brothers. Now, this great opportunity is before him, how can he miss it? What if he has to sacrifice his life for his own? The only regret was that I couldn't see my younger brother Itadori again. After making up his mind, Zhongshang stretched out a finger and said, I have only one request, I must kill Luosuo. Juju Yuki chuckled, I'll try my best. Tien Yuan nodded with satisfaction, looked at Zhongshang and said softly, the one who killed people in Shibuya is dead. If you can survive this time, please live on as Itadori's brother. Now, let's just wait quietly. The words have not been finished yet. Bang, the palace door was kicked open. For a moment, Juju Yuki, Tien Yuan, and Zhongshang all looked at the door at the same time. What a lousy place, it's like a maze. Lu Hu complained as he walked, and following behind him were Hua Yu and others. The four calamities, weren't you sent by Shaolu to die in return? Tien Yuan looked at Lu Hu and others who suddenly appeared with a vigilant look. Previously, because the four of them were summoned by Shaolu, its void barrier did not set up any defenses against them. Lu Hu held the pipe in his hand, took a deep breath, and looked extremely happy. Ahem, under Shaolu's desperate request, I was merciful and helped him pass on a message. Hearing this, Juju Yuki and the other two looked unconvinced. Shaolu, please, when you were summoned before, you were like grandsons, nodding and bowing. Apparently, no one believed what Lu Hu said. However, Juju Yuki was very curious about Shaolu's message. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said jokingly with a smile, "Oh, it seems like he's having a great time in the Death Valley. Tell me, does he miss me, his sister?" Lu Hu showed a contemptuous look. What follows are Shaolu's original words. I am only responsible for conveying them. It cleared its throat and imitated Shaolu's tone. Kyujuku Yuki, Zhongshang, please don't listen to Tien Yuan's foolish plan, or you will be tricked to death. Let me do it, let me do it. The real person stepped forward, laughed, and said loudly, Tien Yuan, this old immortal, will never know that the domain of the noose is open. The stupid Tien Yuan's plan cannot be realized at all. Shocking words came out of the two people's mouths. Juju Yuki and the other two stood there in a daze. Hua Yu was speechless. You two really didn't exaggerate. Shaolu didn't seem to have scolded me so harshly before, right? Open field. Tien Yuan was not angry about this, but his expression changed slightly. The domain of Nozomi is actually open like Sukuna. Thinking about it carefully, it has indeed never seen the domain opened by the noose. If what Shaolu said is true, then my plan will seem extremely ridiculous. Because, one's own emptiness barrier cannot eliminate the open area. The result of misjudgment will cause Juju Yuji and Zhongshang to fall into an irretrievable situation. And he, and even the entire world of spells, will face a huge disaster. But why did Shaolu know these things? If anyone else said something like this, it would probably be rejected immediately. But it was Shaolu's reminder that it couldn't see through. This makes it necessary to pay attention. Open field. Juju Yuki's beautiful eyes widened. This sudden change made her heart skip a beat. She looked deeply at Tien Yuan, who was lost in thought. If this is true, then wouldn't Tien Yuan be able to trick me to death? I was wondering why my right eyelid has been twitching recently. Chapter 148 Stubborn Tien Yuan, the noose is coming. If it is really an open field, then my own field will be suppressed to death. The plan to force out the noose and open the domain by myself will seem extremely ridiculous. Because, after suffering a blow from himself, he who has an open domain will definitely choose to open the domain decisively. If it were me, I would do the same even if I was at a disadvantage. Juju Yuki's brain continued to work. Although in the past few years, her battles were simple and rough. But that doesn't mean she is a brainless sorcerer. The open domain is unique in that there is no domain shell. It can instantly wrap up the normal area, thus disintegrating it from the outside. This was demonstrated by Sukuna during the Shibuya Incident. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the natural enemy of the ordinary domain. In a contest of the same level, the open domain will completely defeat the ordinary domain. It's no surprise that my own territory would be breached by the noose. At that time, it would not be the noose that would be caught in the spell meltdown, but her, 99 Yuki. Thinking of this, Juju Yuki broke out in a cold sweat. In a battle between special classes, one could be on the brink of death if one is not careful. What's more, what about myself who is stuck in a spell meltdown and can't use the spell? She seemed to have foreseen how she would be killed by Tien Yuan. If Tien Yuan cannot eliminate the open domain, then isn't that handing the key to life to someone else? Shaolu, Zhongshang, who was standing by, was also extremely shocked. Although he didn't know what an open field was, judging from the expressions of Tengen and Kujuku Yuki, they were clearly in great trouble. He is not afraid of death, and he can even sacrifice himself for his brother Itadori without hesitation. But all this must be based on meaningful premises. If Tien Yuan can't do anything with the open field, then his attempt to gamble with his life will be meaningless. Lu Hu and a few others who were standing by saw them fall into deep thought and watched with great interest. As one of the four great natural disasters, I also heard him mention Tien Yuan during my cooperation with Nozomi. He is said to be the founder of the world of sorcery and an omniscient prophet, but from what we can see so far, he is not that great. Shaolu said one sentence, and the CPUs of the three people including Tien Yuan were almost exploding. Oh, I thought you guys in the technical college were not that smart. No wonder you were always being led by the nose by the noose. To put it bluntly, it's like playing around in circles. Facing the ridicule from Huoshantu, Tien Yuan felt a little depressed and took a deep breath. This feeling of being out of control made it very uncomfortable, which had never happened in thousands of years. Zhu Ling, how do you prove that what you said is true? Or is it possible that you have somehow escaped from Shaolu's control? Did Shaolu ask you to convey this sentence, or did you weave it yourself to achieve some kind of conspiracy? If I remember correctly, you and Luosua were accomplices before, right? Lu Hu sneered in his heart. This old immortal doesn't even look at what he looks like now, and he still has the nerve to call it a cursed spirit. Which one of them, Luhu, Junrin, Waiu, or even Tuogan, doesn't look more normal than Tien Yuan? Not only that, but he was also full of suspicion. It even wished that it could break free from Shaolu's control so that it could immediately go to the city and kill all those disgusting humans, thus creating a world with only cursed spirits. However, all this is fantasy. In its impure world reincarnation state, it knew better than anyone that there was no chance for it to escape Shaolu's control. Even any action against his will is forbidden. It is one of the 4 great natural disasters, but it is still being controlled by people after its death. It is such a shame. If it hadn't had the opportunity to beat up the noose this time, it would never have come. Luhu became more and more angry as he thought about it, and said impatiently, "My words have been conveyed to you, believe it or not." It hoped that these fools would not believe Shaolu's words and fight to the death with Luosuo. Later on, it would be the best time for the 4 great natural disasters to teach Noose a lesson. But on second thought, what if these people all died in the end, and Shaolu felt that he had not done his job well, and came to Tsukuyomi for a few times, where would he go to seek justice? Facing Luhu's answer, Tien Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had made some kind of decision, and looked at Juju Yuki and Zongshang. Regardless of whether it is true or not, it is indeed necessary to pay attention to such reminders. I didn't think of opening up the field. It was my negligence, but I suggest that it is more appropriate to carry out the original plan. Assuming that the area controlled by the noose is open, I still have the confidence to release the open area of the noose. Firstly, as the undisputed master of barriers in the world of sorcery, it can do whatever it wants as long as the noose dares to step into its barrier. Even if it is an open field that I have never seen before, I can quickly analyze and dismantle it. This is the confidence it is proud of. The only change is that the time required may increase from the original 10 seconds to about 1 minute. But this shouldn't be a problem for Juju Yuki. And most importantly, it is impossible to confirm whether what Luhu and the others said is true. Tien Yuan's words fell. Ahem. Luhu was nearly choked to death by the smoke. What? 4 eyes, didn't you understand what I said? Even after being warned, it still wanted to die as planned. Was it afraid that it would fail to kill Juju Yuki? What a suspicious, stupid old fellow. Luhu cursed in his heart. The real person behind him touched the stitches on his face, sighed helplessly. Tien Yuan's meaning is very simple. He doesn't trust us. Do you want an explanation? But how can they come up with an explanation? Even their own behavior is strictly restricted, so how can they explain it? But none of this matters. Judging from Shaolu's tone before, they just need to persuade and keep Juju Yuki. As for Tien Yuan's life or death, it's none of their business. Thinking of this, the real person's eyes lit up. Judging from the woman's attitude just now, she obviously likes Shaolu more. In this case, why not be simple and rough and let her make a choice directly? The real person smiled slightly. What is that Juju Yuki? What a strange name. Do you believe in Shaolu or Tien Yuan? Juju Yuki came out of his thinking state. If what Shaolu said was true, then according to Tien Yuan's plan, I really couldn't think of a way to win. But if the noose does not master the open field, it may miss the opportunity to kill him. Do I have to choose between my own life and the chance to kill Noose? In other words, is there any need to choose between Tien Yuan and Shaolu? Of course, I would trust Shaolu and save my life. I'm abroad, but there are still many places I want to visit that I haven't checked in yet. How can I die so hastily? However, before she could answer, suddenly, a loud roar was heard throughout the Hongxing Palace. Along with the earthquake-like tremor, an extremely familiar voice echoed out. Master Tien Yuan, I am here to visit you. Your residence is so hidden that it took me so long to find it. Nozomi's provocative words instantly reached everyone's eardrums. Tien Yuan suddenly raised his head, his expression no longer maintaining the calmness he had before, and said solemnly. The barrier was completely broken by him so quickly. It seems that over the past 1,000 years, his attainments in enchantment have become infinitely close to mine. Tien Yuan looked at Zhongshang with a determined look and said, follow the original plan, please trust me. Chapter 149 Zhongshang vs. Nose Rope. Frowning eyebrows. The noose came too suddenly, and there was no time to discuss other plans. After a brief hesitation, he took a step forward, leaving only one sentence. I still say the same thing. I can die, but please, kill that beast, Nosuo. No matter what method you use. Looking at the person passing by him, Luhu narrowed his eyes and cursed inwardly, idiot. Neither it nor Waiu had any favorable impression towards Zhongshang. In the Shibuya Incident, his water-skiing behavior can be said to be the indirect cause of Hanamiya's death, which was why Gojo Satoru seized the opportunity and killed him. But now, because of that bullshit brotherhood, why are you risking your life to die? How stupid and ridiculous. Tien Yuan continued to look at Juju Yuki, whose face was uncertain, and said in a deep voice. I know you are wavering, but it does not affect our ultimate goal. Even if it's an open field, I am still confident that I can destroy it within a minute. You can freely choose your strategy in the next battle. Juju Yuki crossed his arms and pouted. It's just a small noose, look how scared you are, old man. Maybe I can solve it for him by myself. Tien Yuan's meaning was very clear, letting her make her own choice in the next battle. Should we follow its plan or trust Shaolu? She already had the answer in her heart. Juju Yuki looked at the 4 people, Luhu, who were watching the show. Hey, You guys have finished spreading the message, what are you still doing here? Go back to Shimi and help Shaolu with his work. She was very annoyed by these guys who had been watching the fun from the beginning. But now that everything has been said, why don't you leave? Should I stay and help her tie the noose? That shouldn't be possible. After all, before this, they seemed to be in the same group with the noose. Luhu smiled excitedly. How can working for Shaolu be as fun as beating up a noose? Question mark question mark question mark question mark. After these words were spoken, Juju Yuki and Tien Yuan both stood there in a daze. What do they say? Do you really want to join me in dealing with noose? Looking at the almost uncontrollable excitement on Luhu and several natural disasters behind him, Juju Yuki's mouth twitched. This expression doesn't look like it's acting. It can be seen that they are really strong. But on second thought, since Shaolu could summon them, he could naturally use thunderous means to force them to do things that go against their conscience. Thinking of this, Juju Yuki almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The tense mood was relieved a little. As expected of Shaolu, he lets his former friends fight against each other. I wonder what kind of expression Nozomi will show. As for whether Luhu and the others had escaped Shaolu's control, she had never doubted it from the beginning. Before this, Mei Mei and others had told her that they could always trust Shaolu. Therefore, these four natural disasters definitely don't have the ability to break free from Shaolu's control. However, Yibiantian's thoughts were completely different from Juju Yuki's. It frowned and looked at the four natural disasters with its four eyes. Help to deal with the noose. Can you really believe this? Although Shaolu's technique is magical, no one can guarantee that it cannot be cracked. What if they had met the noose before this during their journey back to the dead? With the talent of the noose, it is not impossible to release the control. Tien Yuan shook his head and put aside his thoughts. I hope I am overthinking it, but I should always be on guard against others, especially since the other party was once a cursed spirit that killed people without blinking an eye. Who knows, he might stab you in the back in the next war. Hongxing Palace, outside the main hall. As the last barrier was broken, the man wearing a monk's robe and with stitches on his head walked in calmly. He kept a humble smile on his face, looked around the scene, and sighed. Is this the legendary Pure Land? It's all white and empty. I don't like it. Such a strong killing intent. Luosuo raised his eyebrows slightly and looked directly in front of him. It's really a swell. It's been a long time since we last met in Shibuya. I missed you so much. Looking at this 1,000-year-old demon who was still able to fight with him calmly, Zhongshang was extremely angry. With his hands still hidden in his sleeves, he narrowed his eyes and smiled gently. Is this how Lord Tien Yuan entertains guests? Hua Yu snorted coldly. What Shaolu said is unreasonable. He never regarded us as partners from the beginning to the end, but as chess pieces that can be discarded at any time. It is conceivable that during the Shibuya Incident, this 1,000-year-old scoundrel had hidden much strength. Didn't Nozomi always say that he wasn't good at fighting? I saw a man standing next to a big crooked tree, staring at me with a sinister look. Roar. Boom. Faced with an attack that was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to capture, Luosuo calmly tilted his head and easily dodged it. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with envy. Without saying anything, they put their hands together and shoot a blood-piercing blow. Naturally, this scene was also seen by several people hiding inside Hongxing Palace. The long blood line in his hand turned into a 100-meter-long knife, instantly cutting the flying human-faced centipede into two neat pieces. The real person was eager to try, with an excited smile on his face. I can't wait to go up and beat him up. Bang! The blood that had condensed to the extreme was like an arrow, shooting straight at the forehead of the noose. A huge black vortex appeared behind him, and the curse spirit manipulation technique was performed. The terrifying force left a long gully on the ground. Countless pieces of rubble were blown into the air. We must let him know that the four great natural disasters are not to be trifled with. Chop suey. There was a loud explosion that broke through the air. The densely packed 1,000-legged feet crushed the thin bricks on the ground in an instant. The only one who can master the art of red control to such a level is Zhongshang. Call out, I must avenge my brothers who died tragically because of your use. Luhu carefully pushed the door of the hall open a little bit again. It said to the three Yu people behind it. However, the lasso was not panicked at all. He always kept a smile on his face and stepped gracefully on a stone slab in the air. Even his lower body didn't move at all. In this case, I can't be rude. It's like surfing. Zhang Zhang's eyes were cold and he moved sideways. Look at it now. Dodging the attack of the expansion phase is as easy as playing house. A gigantic centipede with a human face roared and rushed towards Zhongshang. In response to Luosuo's words, Zhongshang suddenly raised his hand. Chapter 150. The gap is visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Tien Yuan and Juju Yuji's faces were also extremely solemn. Juju Mataji still looked calm on the surface, but he was secretly comparing things in his heart. She roughly estimated that Zhang Zhang's strength was at the level of a top-level first-class sorcerer. She is at the same level as Nozomi, a top-class sorcerer. If it were me, would I be able to handle the full power of Shosang so easily? Although the fight between the two has just begun, it is obvious that their levels are not at the same level at all. The difference is visible to the naked eye. However, Tien Yuan knew very well in his heart that it was absolutely impossible for Zhongshang to defeat the noose. The strength is one reason, but the final reason is that the source of the expansion is the curse fetus phase diagram. The curse embryo 9 phases diagram was created by Luo Suo himself. Zhang Zhang's red blood manipulation technique is completely transparent in front of the noose. This is why it chose to use, utilize, and even sacrifice the shogi from the very beginning, to force Nozomi to use techniques other than Geto Suguru. The limit of the red blood manipulation technique is still there. Zhang Shang, give him some more pressure. Please. As he spoke, Tien Yuan also glanced at the 4 natural disasters who were watching with great interest. Boom. Zhang Zhang's attack once again shook the entire Hongxing Palace. After dodging the attack, Shaolu still smiled calmly and said, "Come to think of it, you should call me father." Am I right? The first of the 9 phases of the cursed fetus is the swelling phase. The gentle words came out of his mouth, but they sounded extremely harsh to Zhang Zhang's ears. Father. Zhang Shang laughed in anger, his bloodshot eyes staring at the noose. How can a guy like you who plays with the lives of your brothers be called a father? Zuosuo spread his hands indifferently. In the so-called 9 phases of the cursed fetus, except Itadori, all of them were just failed experiments that he had abandoned. However, Tien Yuan kept it like a treasure in Hongxing Palace, which was really ridiculous. It seems that not being able to assimilate the astral plasma for too long has not only greatly reduced its strength, but also its IQ has fallen behind. Without saying anything, Zhang Shang fired several more, blood-piercing, shots at the noose. Whoosh! The blood arrow shot out from the air, rapidly approaching the noose. However, the gap in strength was obvious, and Zhang Zhang's attacks were unable to hurt the noose at all. All efforts were in vain. The noose can also be cut to quickly dodge and summon spells to continuously interfere with the expansion phase. This man's strength perfectly inherited that of Geto Suguru during his lifetime, and even went a step further. Moreover, his own abilities have never been revealed. It's really too weak, let Tien Yuan come out to face me. As the cold words came out, countless twisted tentacles shot out from behind the noose. And under the control of the noose, these cursed tentacles grew into defeated human faces. Seeing this, Zhang Zhang's mood calmed down instead. This is exactly the result he wants to see, although he doesn't know which option Juju Yuki will choose in the end. But it's always a good idea to force Nozomi to use the technique as much as possible so that she can get more information. This way, the chances of Kujuku Yuki defeating Nozomi will be even higher. Thinking of this, Zhang Shang suddenly kicked the ground with both feet, his eyes wide open, and roared. Come on, an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years, can he only rely on cursed spirits to fight? The compressed blood drop that had been prepared in advance suddenly flew out from Zhang Zhang's hand. Supernova. Boom. The blood drops were splashed forward and exploded instantly, blasting the attacking human face tentacles into powder. However, the 1,000-year-old noose did not drag its feet at all. Instead, he used the blood curtain formed by the explosion of the Zhangshang technique to quietly circle around Zhang Zhang's side. Next second, bang, the powerful elbow hit Zhang Zhang's chest hard, and the strong impact made him lose his balance. The fist that was swung out instinctively was easily dodged by the noose by tilting his head. A second elbow from the side hit Zhang Zhang's cheek hard. The smooth physical attack left Zhang Shang powerless to fight back for a while. Bang! A fist filled with magical power blasted the swell directly away, and blood splattered in the air. Zhang Shang decisively dug his 5 fingers into the ground, leaving a long scratch, and only then was he able to stop himself. Noose, confident of victory, smiled triumphantly and was about to pursue the enemy relentlessly. But he found that Zhang Shang slowly raised his hand and revealed a ferocious smile. Is this a fraud? The bad premonition made Luosuo stop decisively, and then he widened his eyes. Unexpectedly, a walnut-sized blood ball appeared behind him. The blood cells are shaking violently. The next second, a violent explosion sounded throughout the Hongxing Palace. The explosion of the blood core splashed blood all over the air, covering the entire noose. Looking at his masterpiece in front of him, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. This was his unique skill that he had invented while he was being beaten just now. His intelligence far exceeds his strength. Therefore, although Shaolu always disrupted his plans, the general direction was always under his control. This special grade sorcerer is Tien Yuan's final trump card. There should be no one else. Now that Gojo Satoru has been sealed, Shaolu has entered the cycle of death and destruction again. If I'm not mistaken, the person hiding behind the gate should be Juju Yuki, right? Tien Yuan, after all, I am an old fellow who has lived for 1,000 years. Luosuo sighed helplessly, looking as if he had suffered a great injustice. I think even a noose would be uncomfortable at this point. Zhang Shang ignored the words of the rope and continued to gather himself. I can't even feel the pain. Not bad. You, who is so stubborn, have actually learned to use dirty tricks. You are much better than your 2 dead brothers. Sarcastic words came. Your blood-piercing ability is indeed powerful, but to me it is just a water arrow shot by a child when playing. Before Zhang Shang could break free, the fist of the rope had already hit Zhang Zhang's face hard, and he couldn't move. In front of him, a cursed spirit with only half of its body left after being blown up stood in front of him. However, his eyes suddenly widened, and he found that his feet were actually locked by the centipede cursed spirit. Moreover, every word he said was enough to touch my heart deeply. The blood mist dissipated, and the noose appeared before his eyes intact. Silently release the centipede cursed spirit from underground and approach you. Instead of insulting me, you should worry more about your dear brother Itadori, he is a much greater threat than me. After saying that, another shot pierced through the air with blood. The noose casually discarded the broken skin of the cursed spirit and said coldly. Is it too low to send this kind of rubbish to test my technique? He was shocked. With his strength, I can't use high-level techniques. My fists are the greatest gift I can give him. This time, he did not choose to dodge, but used his 5 fingers to claw and actually directly extinguished the blood arrow that was attacking him. Nonsense. The storm of all this strife is definitely not caused by Yuji, but by a BD like you who is worse than a beast. Chop Suey. The initiative is always on his side. The heavy blow caused Zhang Zhang's face to twist horribly. He quietly left a time bomb for counterattack beside him. Zhang Shang clenched his fists and stared at Luo Suo. He knew that Luo Suo was talking about Shui Tu and Bad Shang. No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to defeat the enemy in just one day. I still underestimated the cunningness of this 1,000-year-old demon. He actually took advantage of the moment when I was talking to distract my attention. Looking at Zhang Shang who had fainted temporarily on the ground, Luo Suo glanced at the gate of Hongxing Palace beside him and sneered. However, the next second, unpleasant applause sounded. Chapter 151. A completely transformed appearance. Shocking words fell into everyone's ears. Inside the main hall of Hongxing Palace, Lu Hu and the others silently closed the door through which they were peeking. Even though they were very unhappy with the news, they had to admit it. This is the most sinister ancestor in the world of curses. It cast a disdainful look at Tien Yuan and said disdainfully, obviously, your plan to let Zhang Shang test you has been discovered. Zhang Shang is now being beaten meaninglessly, and no valuable information can be obtained. Juju Yuki couldn't hold back any longer. That's enough. I have the confidence to defeat Nose. At the very least, we can drag him down with us. Although the ridicule of the Nosuke was directed at Tien Yuan, as a member of the high school, she also felt uncomfortable listening to it. This timid tactic is really not suitable for her with her bold personality. Not to mention, thinking about this, Juju Yuki glanced at Lu Hu and others. She believed in Shaolu's ability, and these people must be here to deal with the noose. Well, if they join us, we will definitely catch the enemy off guard. Tien Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, wait a little longer. Tisk. Upon hearing this, Juju Yuki felt a little unhappy. He always felt that Tien Yuan was paying less and less attention to the score. To put it bluntly, I am too afraid of death. Even if it is good at planning, can it really win the game with the lasso with such a mentality? Although the 9 phases diagram of the cursed fetus is a product of failure, its hidden potential should not be underestimated. The strength of a first-level sorcerer is already at the top in the sorcery world. Their powerful spell power output and spell manipulation make them the only ones who can be compared with them in the sorcery world. Nanami and Mei Mei are the goals that students have always been pursuing. However, there is an unbridgeable gap in front of the special grade sorcerer. The noose-trapped Sang Sang did not give up. His blurred vision gradually revealed the figures of Itadori and his brothers. In a trance, 3 hands appeared behind him, and a constant stream of power was being injected into his body. The extreme anger seemed to break through the shackles in the body. Every cell in my body is cheering. As long as one remains as the 9 phases of the cursed fetus, one will never be able to escape from the grip of the noose. But now, he has given up this identity, and from now on, he will live only for his brother. Zhang Shang jumped up directly, and the vortex-like blood ball in his hand condensed rapidly. The 1,000-year-old monster in the distance looked at the bloated figure in astonishment, as if he had been reborn. For the first time, he was shaken by the word, death struggle. And one can vaguely feel that the reason why Zhang Shang can be reborn is because of the power of spirit. So, this time, did the soul win the game? During the last Shibuya incident, when he used this body to meet Gojo Satoru, he unexpectedly had an uncontrollable strong reaction. So at that time I thought that the power of the body was stronger than that of the soul. But now, Zhang Shang gave him a big surprise. He had a hunch that if he could thoroughly understand the mystery of the body and soul, he would be able to make further progress. The spiritually inspired swelling phase has been reborn, and the blood is flowing out more quickly. However, the noose just stood there without caring. He once lived as Jiamao Xianlun, and is extremely familiar with the core secrets of the red blood manipulation technique. The initial speed of this technique is its fastest speed. As long as you dodge the first attack, there will be no more threat. Thinking of this, Luosuo's body suddenly flipped backwards, and the blood arrow almost brushed his scalp. The next second, a fog that confused the vision suddenly appeared around the venue. Looking at the ghost lantern flying out of the fog, Zhang Shang knew that this was a trick used by the other party using the cursed spirit. In that case, let's use my brother's technique to deal with it. He raised his hand and swept it across the air, drawing an arc. Then, the blood-piercing arrow seemed to have eyes, and it quickly circled around the surroundings, and then shot towards the noose in the fog. You can still track me. Seeing this scene, even the calm and composed Shaolu couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that Zhang Shang could actually integrate his brother, Bad Shang's technique into his own blood-piercing technique. Thinking of it, for the first time, an excited smile appeared on his face. It's really eye-opening. Is this still the failed experiment he abandoned back then? It's really amazing. Although he said this, the movement of the noose did not stop at all. A scream. A huge eyeless owl suddenly soared into the sky, and sitting on it is the noose. The blood arrow of the enhanced expansion phase drew a strange arc in the air, as if it had a navigation system, and quickly chased after the noose in the air. Laugh. The extremely sharp blood arrow pierced through the owl curse spirit without any hindrance. Without its mount, the noose could only fall from the air. Zhang Zhang's eyes were determined, his goal was to shoot the noose down from the air. Next, it's time to borrow the power of my younger brother, Shui Tu. Wing King. As he shouted, a pair of blood wings formed from blood appeared on his back. Bang! As the noose fell to the ground, Zhang Zhang's fist was already at his face. The two began a crazy physical contest. The punches were so fast that they left afterimages, making people dizzy. The more he hit the noose, the more frightened he became, while the more he hit the Zongshang, the more excited he became. However, the noose will not fight according to the opponent's rhythm. He dodged the incoming punches and kicks with his body like a loach, and instantly circled behind Zongshang, creating some distance between him and him. Then, a giant octopus tentacle attacked silently. At the last moment, Zongshang condensed a shield made of blood in front of him. Boom! There was a loud explosion, the sky was stained with blood, and the tentacles and blood shields cancelled each other out at the same time. When the blood mist dissipated, I saw the noose sitting leisurely on the branch. Don't you understand? I know all your moves. What's more, the toxins in your blood will have no effect on me as your father. However, these words had no effect on Zhongshang, who only wanted to avenge his brother. He exhaled a breath of foul air and said firmly, just like my brother's bad face, elegant. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the swollen fist has already struck. The roaring voice sounded again, be as free as your brother Shui Tu. The palm of the swollen hand actually flew out of the arm, with a long stream of bright red blood acting as a link to the body. The unexpected move finally allowed him to grab the noose by the collar. Then he suddenly threw him over his shoulder. Boom! The earth cracked and the trees were broken in half. Just when he had stood firm, he saw a flying hand again. The 5 fingers, like machines, locked onto the collar of the noose tightly. The blood recycling ability made the noose fly backwards uncontrollably. A terrifying roar rang out in the sky, and the rage for revenge was completely ignited at this moment. Like my younger brother Yuji, full of power. Boom! For the first time, the noose showed a solemn expression. After raising his hand to block, he was still blasted to the ground by this strange force. A huge deep pit was smashed. Chapter 152 I chose Shaolu. However, a special grade is still a special grade, and the noose that was smashed into the deep pit by a punch did not suffer any damage. Instead, he used his palm to block the fatal blow from Zhongshang. The superb spell spirit manipulation technique allowed Nosuo to summon the spell spirit at the last moment to block a large amount of damage for him. Shusuo laughed and said sarcastically, you tried your best to attack, and this is all. He was so angry and retreated. He had already expected that he couldn't defeat the special grade so easily. But no matter what, at least we have to use 1 or 2 moves of the noose. The blood beads that had already condensed behind him quickly attacked the enemy. At first glance, it looked like 8 spider lances bursting out. The cursed spirit attached to the sole of his foot, and he pulled away from the swollen phase and retreated violently. Looking at the swollen phase in front of him that was not going to die, he couldn't help but feel a headache. In order to find out his own technique, he was so desperate. This doesn't seem like Kujuku Yuki's character, so it can be confirmed that the cautious and fearful one must be Tengen. Sure enough, the longer an old guy lives, the more afraid he is of death. The more confident Shaolu is, the more afraid Tien Yuan is, and the greater his chances of winning. What's more, I have already prepared a big move for Juju Yuki. He has never revealed the secret of the open field to anyone, and absolutely no one knows it. This will also be the trump card to kill Juju Yuki. Thinking of this, Luosuo became more and more excited. It seems that he is going to accomplish an amazing feat today. Assimilate Tien Yuan and kill a powerful special grade sorcerer. Who else can achieve such a feat except Sukuna? Nosuo simply stopped retreating, looked at Zhongshang and said, don't you understand, such a speed and rough attack can't cause any harm to me. And how long can you maintain this state? The cursed energy in your body is almost used up, right? However, Zhongshang suddenly clenched his fists. I saw that under his control, the blood arrow actually surrounded the noose in all directions. The sudden operation made Luosuo a little confused, until he saw the countless blood balls floating around him, and then he widened his eyes in disbelief. What time is this? Zhongshang grinned. From the moment the battle started, he never thought that he could harm the noose through ordinary techniques. Therefore, during this period of time, he kept leaving blood bead seeds everywhere. Now, under his control, all the blood bead seeds scattered around were gathered in one place. Now the noose has been blocked from moving, there is no other choice but to take it head on. Supernova. As the deep voice was spoken, countless blood beads around the noose instantly exploded. Boom! A large blood mist rose in the air, completely covering the noose. The huge force instantly blew the surrounding ground into pieces. Countless potholes come into view. Zhongshang stared at the location of the noose. This move will definitely make him feel uncomfortable. However, wait until the blood mist completely dissipates. The old monster who had lived for 1,000 years still stood on the broken stones unscathed. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, my pupils shrank and I felt powerless. This was his strongest killing move that he had been preparing for so long, but the noose didn't even have a scratch on it. Obviously at the last moment, the noose didn't have time to summon the cursed spirit to block the damage, but why? Could it be that there were too many blood beads and his control was not enough to detonate all of them at the same time? Wrong. There was no mistake in my fatal blow. The only explanation is that noose finally used his own unique technique. The shocking bullet holes under his feet are the best proof. I did it myself. Tengen, Kujukuyuki, did you see it? Damn it. Luosuo wiped the blood off his face, and the calmness on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. The blow from Gang's face made him feel the breath of danger. He had no choice but to use a technique other than the cursed spirit manipulation technique to defend himself at the last moment. Although the blood mist blocked the vision, Zhongshang might not have seen it. But, I can't hide it from Yuki Kujuku, who is also a special class. As a 1,000-year-old scoundrel, he attaches great importance to intelligence. Even in many cases, a tiny deviation in intelligence can determine the outcome of a battle with a strong opponent. He wanted to use the open field and this intelligence gap to kill Juju Yuki. I never expected that this arrogant person whom I had always looked down upon would push me to this point. Tengen's words made Juju Yuki pause, and he turned around and smiled confidently. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Togen. Hearing this, Tien Yuan looked deeply at the four natural disasters. Tien Yuan. It's better this way, otherwise. Juju Yuki touched the jointed snake form god that was wrapped around her, and then walked towards the gate. This way we win. Wrong. I chose Shaolu. Seeing that Tien Yuan was going to threaten him, Lu Hu immediately got angry and asked, otherwise, what will happen? Tien Yuan's voice came from behind. Moreover, no one can guarantee that these natural disaster cursed spirits are still under Shaolu's control. Lu Hu's eyes lit up. Then I will burn all his hair with fire. That's enough. Before Tien Yuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yuki 19. You old man, do you really want to squeeze out the value of Zhongshang to save your life as much as possible? The real person sighed in a pretentious way. My kindness is really taken for granted. To put it bluntly, the noose is insidious, and you are a coward. Juju Yuki moved his body, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This is enough. The real person made a gesture of expanding the domain and said excitedly. Wait a little longer. After saying that, she turned and left without even looking at him again. What can you do in your current form? I'm afraid of Shaolu, not you Tien Yuan. Hua Yu said calmly. I'm going to poke him with a giant tree. No, I'm not afraid of Shaolu either. I'm afraid of his illusions. This was a situation he didn't want to see. Tien Yuan's tone was unusually solemn. Zhongshang still has some strength left. Now is his best time. Perhaps he can force out more techniques from the noose. You seem to be looking forward to the battle between Kujuku Yuki and Nozomi. So, you finally chose to believe the words of those cursed spirits. Don't forget, I'm also a top-grade sorcerer. My phoenix wheel and I can't hold back any longer. Quote, if Kujuku Yuki rashly goes to fight Nozomi now, it will be the perfect opportunity for them to stab him in the back. Lu Hu sneered. Of course, we have been waiting for this moment for a long time. If Juju Yuji can't get up, how can we find the right opportunity to beat up Nozomi? This scene on the battlefield was naturally seen by several people in the main hall of Hongxing Palace. Lu Hu and the others who were watching the show seized the opportunity to mock him. When the time comes, I will open my domain and slap him in the face. Okay, Lu Hu, don't fight it. The opportunity to beat up Noose is coming soon. We have to seize the opportunity. Chapter 153, Shikigami is a football. Outside the hall, Zhang Zhang's body flew out at high speed. Flying backwards in the air, he was startled as he looked at the noose that was rapidly approaching him. Ever since Luo Suo became serious, he was no longer his match. At this moment, he completely felt the gap between the first grade and special grade levels. It's like heaven and earth. What's more, he is a top-notch special grade sorcerer like Nozomi, who has lived for 1,000 years. But as long as I still have breath, I must not give up. We need to force out the noose technique as much as possible to provide more information to Juju Yuki. As long as he can kill Zuosuo and avenge his brothers, he would not care about his own life. What's the pain? What's the special grade? Suddenly, a loud female voice was heard from the sky. Zhongshang, let me take over. Boom. Juju Yuki jumped directly from the top of the hall. She put one hand on her waist, her eyes burning with fighting spirit, and the Shikigami behind her was also hovering excitedly in the air. Itadori is so lucky to have you as his brother. You've done enough, step down. Hearing this, Zhongshang breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, for my brothers, these are just the most basic things. After saying this, he decisively withdrew from the battlefield. Although I don't know why Kujuyuki showed up so quickly. But I am already at the end of my strength. If I stay here by force, I will only become a burden. I hope that the information I just desperately tried to find out can increase her chances of killing Nose. The moment he heard the sound, the lasso that had been pursuing the enemy decisively gave up the attack and retreated. He also didn't expect that Juju Yuki would appear so soon. However, being able to kill Chosho without consuming cursed energy and directly fight against Kujuku Yuki is a good thing for him. Juju Yuki always had an excited smile on his face. The upcoming battle made all the cells in her body boil. Her body, which had not been active for a long time, was ready to go. At this moment, her condition has reached an unprecedented level of perfection. She looked across at the calm and composed Nose and said, we meet again, you, maggot that steals other people's bodies. Nozomi raised his eyebrows slightly, squinted his eyes and smiled, and said in a gentle voice, you changed your words so quickly. Last time in Shibuya, you called me Shaolu. Juju Yuki spread his hands and smiled. Don't blame me, this title was given to you by Shaolu. If you don't agree, you can go find him. Shusuo was stunned for a moment, then he said casually, so it's Shaolu, then call him whatever you want. However, his heart was not at peace at all. Looking at the confident woman in front of him, he was quickly calculating his chances of winning. Judging from the aura alone, Juju Yuki is completely not on the same level as Zhang Shang. This woman who had already become a top-class sorcerer at an early age might be even more powerful than I expected. Moreover, there is absolutely no valid information about this woman who became a special grade sorcerer the earliest in the upper echelons files. Nothing is known about her abilities or techniques, the only thing that can be found out is that she can know. She is a strong woman who gets paid but does nothing and spends her days lazing around abroad. If you are not careful in fighting with someone of this level, you will lose your life. Therefore, my best hope for victory is still in the open field. Although she already knew one of his techniques, she knew absolutely nothing about the special field. Thinking of this, Shusuo laughed and said, why didn't you ask me what kind of woman I like this time? Having been cautious for 1,000 years, he wanted to take advantage of the conversation with Kujuku Yuki to recover as much of the cursed energy he had wasted on Shosang as possible. That's not necessary. I have no interest in people who steal other people's bodies. Really, that's a pity. Xiaosuo pretended to be disappointed and continued to ask, it has always been you who ask others what kind of women they like. So what kind of man do you like? Juju Yuki sneered in his heart. Do you think I can't see that he is trying to delay time to recover his magic power? But it doesn't matter. The Phoenix Wheel behind him is not idle, and is also accumulating imaginary mass. In contrast, I am more advantageous. She smiled, stroked her chin and thought, if you were Dongtang, Zongshang, a bold and combat-crazy person like that, maybe I would take a second look at you. Even if you were a mysterious, powerful, and seductive man like Shaolu, I would be more interested. But unfortunately, you don't even deserve to be looked at by me for a second time. So, I'll beat you up so that I can look good to you. After saying this, the veins on Juju Yuki's arms bulged, and his body, which contained infinite power, was filled with murderous intent. The Shikigami, Howren, behind him also roared in dissatisfaction at the news. Bang! At this moment, both Juju Yuki and Tien Yuan and others hiding in the hall were extremely surprised. Tisk! After a brief moment of shock, Juju Yuki could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. What an amazing strength! Luosuo showed a sinister smile and introduced his pet with pride. I don't like you either, so don't come near me. Having lived abroad for many years, she is very familiar with the aura of foreign cursed spirits. Luosuo, Luhu and others were also shocked by this scene. A loud bang. What? This is too cheap. Its ability is to remove all obstacles. It should be enough to give you a hard time. As the Phoenix Wheel was thrown down by Juju Yuki, his powerful left leg was lifted back to accumulate strength. He felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy and no longer had the ease he had when he first fought against Zhang Shang. As she finished speaking, the Shikigami, Howren, behind her changed into the shape of a football and was held in her palm. You can never be compared to us, the natural disasters. However, I have to say, this noose is really a shady old BD. A huge cursed spirit appeared behind the noose, and it looked like a Buddha statue wearing a monk's robe. What on earth is Nozomi doing? Why did he openly disclose the technique? The technique is revealed. With a roar, Luhu and the others looked disdainful. Humph, it doesn't matter whether you are in Daxia or abroad, as long as it is a cursed spirit. Who cares about your third and fourth brothers? Just blow them up with one punch. The powerful shot volleyed the soccer ball-shaped Phoenix Wheel out. A very standard football shooting posture has been formed. Such a powerful helper is hidden. The rope slowly retreated to the back of the Buddha statue and proudly introduced. Yes, it is the cursed spirit from the country of the third brother. This cursed spirit was imported from a foreign country, right? Could it be that this is another conspiracy of his? However, the terrifying power contained in it made the expression of the no-suo even more solemn. As he said this, he released his few special-grade cursed spirits without hesitation. The smile on Luosuo's face froze, replaced by extreme vigilance. The intimidating-looking Shikigami behind this woman was actually used by her like this. Juju Yuki, sensing the aura of the special-grade cursed spirit, guessed. Looking at the earth-shaped Shikigami flying towards him at high speed like a cannonball. Chapter 154 Is Shaolu not a human? Boom. With a loud bang, a blow containing imaginary mass poured out. In front of him, the special-grade cursed Buddha statue that he was so proud of was actually pierced directly by the Shikigami, Phoenix Wheel. The blood mist sprinkled on his face, and Luosuo's eyes widened in disbelief. What a terrifying attack power. The special-grade cursed spirit that I summoned was killed instantly. What exactly is this woman's technique? However, Kujukuyuki would not give Nozomi any time to continue thinking. She killed the Buddha statue instantly without stopping, and ran towards the noose standing there at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying aura was already in front of him. You must be curious about what my technique is, right? It's okay to tell you, my technique is very simple and brutal, it's called quality. As soon as these words came out, everyone present in Hongxing Palace was shocked again. Another technique revealed. Are these two people crazy? One first revealed his special grade curse technique, and the other was even more outrageous, and actually revealed his own technique directly. Lu Hu took a deep puff of smoke and asked in confusion, if that's the case, wouldn't that mean he has told Luo Suo all the information about himself? What a crazy woman. We cursed spirits all know the importance of intelligence. Doesn't she understand this? The real person behind him also shook his head, expressing his incomprehension. It was the first time he had seen someone take the initiative to reveal his or her skills during a battle. If Shaolu had been so reckless and disclosed his technique to the public, perhaps we would have won. Lu Hu shook his head. That guy can't be treated as an ordinary person. How many techniques does he have that you don't know? Just to make it public, I'm afraid it will take 10 minutes to talk about it. Can you remember it? The real person's mouth twitched. It seems to make sense. Isn't it because of Shaolu that they can stand here and discuss in this half-dead state? He can even use the dead for his own purposes. God knows what incredible technique he has mastered. At this time, Tien Yuan on the side spoke up. Her choice is correct. Although revealing your skills will reveal your information to the enemy and put you at a disadvantage, you will also gain benefits. By making a bind through a public technique, the effect of one's own technique can be enhanced, thereby increasing the lethality of the technique. It is especially suitable for sorcerers like Kujuku Yuki who use simple and crude spells. Lu Hu nodded, thinking to himself, I knew it, how could Nozomi and Kujuku Yuki do something that would do no good but harm? This old monster Tien Yuan actually knows a few things. As for the other half, Juju Yuki's heavy punch had already arrived in front of Nozomi. As a veteran top-class sorcerer, her spells are not only powerful, but her combat experience is also unparalleled. Bang! A heavy punch containing powerful curse power landed firmly on Nozomi's cheek. Sha Yuji's appearance has been completely distorted by this terrifying power. The huge impact force caused the noose to fly backwards at high speed like a cannonball. An attack involving imaginary mass cannot be described by common sense. Inside this huge empty barrier, Noose's body flew backwards at a high speed, completely out of control. Boom! Finally, the noose flew backwards and hit the edge of the barrier before it stopped. Dense spider webs appeared on the barrier, and sand and gravel flew all over the sky. Ahem. Luosuo sat on the ground, holding his aching stomach and laughing at himself hoarsely. Haha, does that count as being literally beaten to a pulp? If it weren't for the void nodule set up by Tien Yuan, he might have to fly in the air for a whole day. In 1,000 years, this was the first time he was so embarrassed. He was always cautious and careful, and even when he was plotting against Gojo Satoru, not a single finger was touched. But now, he was beaten into this state by Juju Yuki. He looked down at his two broken arms. One was covered in blood and completely destroyed, and the other wasn't much better, with only some tendons and skin connecting it. So how does his cerebral cortex bear such a huge load? Let her be proud for a while longer. The moment the domain is opened will be the day of her death. However, if a person masters too many techniques, it will lead to excessive load on the cerebral cortex. Sure enough, the noose in the distance had already repaired the broken arm using the reverse curse technique. Looking at Juju Yuki in the distance with one hand on his waist and a provocative smile on his face, Nozomi thought quickly in his mind. But for a guy like Nozomi who has been changing his body for thousands of years, we can't judge by trying. Juju Yuki responded jokingly, but at the same time he was constantly analyzing the ability of the noose in his mind. On the other side, although Kujuku Yuki appeared to be proud and underestimated his enemy, he was not careless at all. Really, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought I was the weakest. After all, I'm the weakest girl among the 4 special grade girls, right? Although the mass that Juju Yuki controls is simple and crude, it is extremely powerful. The duel between two strong men is not just a fight, the battle of brainpower is also extremely important. Until now, everyone seems to have overlooked an important point. Previously, his ability to avoid expansion phase supernovae should have been related to gravity. Isn't he a human? I have personally experienced the specific situation. In other words, the high-level cursed spirits that I collected in Shibuya will not be of any use at all. Although I don't know where you rank, you are definitely above Geto Suguru. After all, such a useful cursed spirit manipulation technique was completely defeated by you. But this injury is nothing to a noose master who has mastered the reverse curse technique. At the moment before countless blood beads explode, force them to fall to the ground, thus greatly reducing the damage to oneself. The purpose may be to test one's own depth. It seems that I can only rely on my own skills to hunt this tigress in front of me. One of your cards has already been played, and it depends on how you play the next card. Geto Suguru's cursed spirit manipulation technique was perfectly restrained in front of her. Thinking of this, Shaolu's figure emerged in her mind. Because no matter how many are released, they will all be killed instantly by her punch. He brushed the dust off his sleeves and looked at the woman in front of him who was like a ferocious beast, his heart filled with uneasiness. Logically speaking, a person who mastered so many techniques at the same time would have become a madman. How did Shaolu do it? However, he definitely does not only possess the gravity technique. Is the term quality. Although it was very powerful, it was still within my expectations and not as troublesome as I thought. She always kept in mind the open field that Shaolu reminded her of, and now she seemed to have the upper hand. Shaolu should have the most techniques, right? And this is still a known fact. Thinking of this, Susanoo chuckled. You 4 special grade masters should have a ranking, right? It can even be judged that there is no upper limit to its power. And the amount of mana consumed doesn't seem to be much. Moreover, she felt that Noose had taken the punch just now intentionally. Chapter 155. Is this really an open field? The idiot Tien Yuan comes out to stand in the corner. It's really tricky. Juju Yuki couldn't help but sigh. In just 1 minute, she consumed more brain capacity than she had in the previous decade combined. After all, in the past, even when facing a special grade cursed spirit, you didn't need to worry too much, just blow it up with 1 punch, and if 1 punch doesn't work, then use 2 punches. But this 1,000-year-old demon, Susanoo, is so sinister. When she thought about the fact that he still had a trump card hidden, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. Even if I know now that the other party has an open field, it can only serve as a defense. Then the only way is to use Star Fury to continuously consume his physical strength and reduce the strength of the opponent after he deploys the domain as much as possible. In this way, Tien Yuan might be able to eliminate the opponent's territory within a minute. The plan in her mind was already finalized. She took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and prepared to attack again. However, the next second, cold words from hell reached my ears. Oh my, what a difficult guy. Since both you and I are very afraid of our own techniques, why don't we compete in domains? When this was said, everyone was shocked. The most worrying words have finally been spoken. Are you planning to expand your territory so soon? Tien Yuan, who had not yet fully prepared himself mentally, had a few drops of sweat on his forehead. The sudden change from the beginning of the battle to a showdown in the field made Tien Yuan panic. A bad premonition came to my mind. Nozomi gave up fighting with Kujukuyuki and instead decisively opened his domain. Doesn't this prove that he has great confidence in his field? Is it true, as Shaolu said, that the noose is an open field? But Luhu and the others on the side were completely different. Excited smiles appeared on their faces. Has this moment finally arrived? Luhu's eyes were gloomy, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why you, Master, Tuo-Gen, are you ready? It's time to go. Seeing the noose with his hands crossed and starting to form a seal, Juju Yuki was shocked. This sudden situation instantly shattered the goal she had just planned in her mind. She had never expected that the noose did not use gravity or other spells, but chose to directly launch the spell. Tien Yuan, get ready. Juju Yuki's urgent shout reached Tien Yuan's ears, but there was no response. The eerie words spread throughout the entire void barrier. The field expands. The fetus is everywhere. Boom. The entire ground of Hongxing Palace suddenly began to shake violently. A huge pillar of vengeful ghosts suddenly rose from the ground. The ghost pillars, which looked like creatures from hell, were covered with horrible, twisted human faces. These people's faces were all bleeding and crying, their mouths were wide open, begging for mercy. Countless cries of pain were heard everywhere, as if they could directly affect the human mind. Looking at the domain ghost pillar behind him, Xia felt emotional. This is the ultimate killer move he has learned over the past 1,000 years. Shell. Where is his domain shell? It's actually an open field. This scene, even though Tien Yuan had been prepared, was still confused. I didn't expect that in this world, besides Sukuna, there is actually an open field for talents. Shaolu, what you said is true. Tien Yuan looked at Luhu and the others helplessly. Thinking back to his previous doubts, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed even though he had lived for so long. Luhu and the others were also shocked by the domain of the noose and turned to look at Tien Yuan. Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear what that crazy woman said? Start removing the noose from your territory. If you don't release the domain, how can we go up and beat the noose? Originally, they planned that the moment the noose opened its domain, the 4 great natural disasters would attack directly and surprise the enemy. But it was not until they felt the horror of the open field that they realized that they could not rush forward. Otherwise, even if the 4 of them opened their domains together, they would be directly breached by the domain of the noose from the outside, and would not achieve the effect of surprise at all. His open field is close to Sukuna in terms of solidity. I'm afraid I won't be able to remove it in a short time. Sweat was already oozing out of Tien Yuan's forehead, and words of loss came out of his mouth. He realized that he had made a serious mistake in his judgment. With his own background, it is indeed possible to unlock the open domain, but he overlooked a crucial point. That is, even in the open field, there are strong and weak ones. At first, it thought that even if the noose was an open field, it would definitely not be as solid as Sukuna's field. But the fact is, the domain of the noose, in terms of solidity, is probably not much weaker than Sukuna's. If this guy with terrifying talent is given 1,000 years to grow, he might have a chance to become the next Sukuna. What did you say? Luhu and the others were all upset, and they wanted to rush up and beat Tien Yuan up first. He had vowed before that even if the opponent's domain was open, he would be able to crack it within a minute. And now you tell me that it cannot be resolved in a short period of time. Then how can they teach the noose a lesson easily? Wouldn't Zhang Shang have been beaten for nothing? The most unlucky person is probably Kujuku Yuki, who was fighting against Nozomi. On the battlefield, Juju Yuki looked at the huge ghost pillar with human faces hanging on it behind Nozomi with a solemn look. There is no mistake, there is no domain shell at all, this is an open domain like Sukuna. She had called out to Tien Yuan just now, but hadn't received a response yet. She had given up hope. He had completely given up the Tien Yuan plan in his heart. Fortunately, I believed Shaolu's words, otherwise, I would have foolishly opened the field and fought against the noose. The one who will be shattered and enter the spell meltdown will definitely be me. At that time, I will fall into an irretrievable situation. So, now, the only way to deal with it is, simplified field. New Yin flow. Boom. In an instant, a simple small circle of 3 meters in size appeared under Juju Yuki's feet. The New Yin flow can effectively resist the erosion of ordinary areas. However, when facing the Taizang Pianyi of the noose, it was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a strong corrosive force. Juju Yuki was extremely shocked. But the more this happened, the more she couldn't open the realm now. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Tien Yuan's plan, otherwise I would have foolishly opened the domain now. In this way, the real killer move will be completely placed on the 4 natural disasters. And Shaolu, who was standing opposite, was also very puzzled. Simple field. Juju Yuki did not open the domain directly as he expected. But this is totally inconsistent with her fighting style, right? Shouldn't she immediately expand her territory and fight against me? Could it be that she knew from the beginning that her field was open? He shook his head and quickly rejected the idea. Although Tien Yuan is knowledgeable, he is not a prophet and cannot predict his own killer move. Who could have reminded Juju Yuki? Or maybe Kujuku Yuki's intelligence was beyond his imagination, and he was able to detect something wrong in advance just by his own perception. Noose threw away the thoughts in his mind and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What if the other party knew? Do you naively think that you can resist me with just a simple domain? Having been scheming for thousands of years, he knows better than anyone that in the face of absolute strength, any strategy will be meaningless. Since you don't want to open your domain, then just go and die. Chapter 156. Territory broken, cause of defeat. As he spoke, the terrifying faces on the Hell Demon pillars behind Nozomi broke away from the pillars and flew towards Juju Yuki at high speed. The piercing, sharp howl seemed to have some effect on the mind. Juju Yuki's simple domain was constantly compressed and weakened under the attack of the human face. The guaranteed hit effect within the area made it impossible for Juju Yuki to dodge, and he could only endure it. Looking at Juju Yuki, who was in an absolutely passive position, Nozomi still kept the hand seal and said tauntingly. Where is the smugness from before? Do you really think that you can fight me with just this small, simple domain? Open the domain. Don't let this kind of battle become too boring. Facing Nozomi's ridicule, Juju Yuki ignored it and gave up defense and went on the offensive. Instead of standing there and waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative to attack. She knew very well in her heart that the 4 great natural disasters were waiting for a perfect opportunity to enter the battlefield. In this case, let her create this opportunity. Wrapped in the simple domain, she ran towards the noose at a high speed. At the same time, in order to make the noose relax more, she also shouted. Hurry up, Tien Yuan, stupid. Looking at Kujuku Yuki rushing towards him, Koso had already anticipated Tengen's plan, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Only that old man Tien Yuan can come up with such a stupid idea in this world. It really hurts others and yourself. He slowly raised his fingers and spoke indifferently. I am different from it. I came from bloody battles, but Tien Yuan. To put it bluntly, he's just an old antique who stays at home. At this time, inside the hall, the old antique in the mouth of the noose was already sweating profusely, and was completely at a loss. A minute will pass quickly, and I still have no idea what to do. If Juju Yuki only relies on the simple domain, he won't be able to hold out for long. If I had listened to the advice from the beginning and discussed new tactics with the 4 natural disasters immediately, how could this result have happened? At this point, I can only use the edge of my own barrier as the outer cover of the noose. Only if you remove your own emptiness barrier together with it, will you have a chance of survival. However, as time goes by, only a few spots of the simple domain under Juju Yuki's feet remained, and it would soon be completely stripped away by the attack of the noose. At that time, what awaits her will be an indiscriminate attack. The face of the rope was ferocious, and he laughed loudly, ha ha ha. You have no chance to get close to me. I will make you pay me back 100 or 1,000 times for the punch you just gave me. He raised his hands high, and at this moment, the terrifying aura in the area was mobilized in his hands. Go to hell, Kujukuyuki. The eerie words came out of his mouth. Next second, the terrifying attack of countless vengeful spirits, accompanied by the piercing roars of countless human faces, suddenly fell. Boom. The powerful destructive force caused the entire Earth to collapse instantly, and even the huge star-bombing palace was shaking. The power of this attack far exceeds the supernova that was previously inflated. Looking at Kujuku Yuki, who was completely overwhelmed by the attack, Nozomi laughed secretly in his heart. Because of the guaranteed hit effect, she could only endure it. Without the simple field defense, Juju Yuki will surely be seriously injured. However, the next second, a shell like the starry sky spread out instantly. Juju Yuki's long brown hair fluttered, his hands were in a seal position, and he stood in the center intact. Behind her was a huge black hole that was slowly rotating. It was constantly swallowing up the tiny stars around it. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Domain. Juju Yuki opened the domain. How dare she open the domain? Tien Yuan widened his eyes and looked at the space of Juju Yuki in disbelief. Even though he knew that the domain was suppressed, he still insisted on opening it. Could it be that she wanted to blow herself up and pull the noose into the water? A gleam flashed in Lu Hu's eyes, and he stretched his neck. Here comes the opportunity. On the battlefield, Koso watched as Juju Yuki opened his domain to offset his fatal blow. Not only was he not disappointed, but the smile on his face became even more sinister. If Juju Yuki hadn't opened his domain, there might still be a chance for him to survive. But if she opens the domain, then this battle will no longer be a suspense for him. Boom. The forces of the two major realms are constantly confronting each other. At first, they were evenly matched, but with the control of the noose. His domain, Taiza Bianye, actually gave up directly confronting Kujukuyuki. Bang. However, as the simple domain quickly dissipated, there was no panic on Juju Yuki's face, but he stared at the noose in front of him. The outer shell of Juju Yuki's domain was already covered with dense cracks. The next second, the pupils of the noose suddenly contracted. A smug smile appeared on Nozomi's face. Apart from the heaven and the tyrant Shire of the past, he couldn't think of anyone who could survive under such circumstances. A minute and a second passed. Without the protection of the domain, the evil spirit's black energy enveloped her again. Kujukuyuki, you really disgraced the name of the special grade and did not satisfy me at all. Seeing a crack appear on the top of the field, 99 remained calm. Suddenly, wounds began to appear on her body. What about the Shikigami behind her? Even if the spell is melted, it won't affect the disappearance of the Shikigami. Everything in the area is rapidly dissipating. Disgrace the name of the special grade. Really, as for the reason for the defeat, it's all because you trusted that old fellow Tien Yuan too much. A bad premonition came to my mind. A noose with an open domain, during this period, constantly attacks the outer shell of Juju Yuki's domain. With a loud and clear sound, Juju Yuki's domain was finally shattered. The imaginary mass is continuously injected into the body of the Shikigami, who loom behind him. Wrong. As he spoke, he exerted force with both hands, mobilized a large amount of domain power, and condensed a sharp spear again to pierce the shell of Juju Yuki's domain. Instead, they used the special features of the open domain to continuously attack the outer shell of Juju Yuki's domain from the outside. The Shikigami, Phoenix Wheel, behind him has disappeared. Click. Juju Yuki, who had no skills, only used the most basic physical skills to dodge his next crazy attack. It seemed as if it would completely fall apart in the next second. She had to do her best to inflict a fatal blow to the noose's field before the technique was melted. The eyes of the lasso were cold, and the corners of his mouth were smiling evilly. Everything is just a struggle before death. Thousands of years of experience in life and death battles made him subconsciously cast a spell to protect himself. Even with the neutralizing effect of the simple field, she still couldn't withstand this endless attack. It's time to end it. You have entered the spell fuse and will not be able to use the spell engraved in your body for a short period of time. Juju Yuki's hoarse words came out. The disappearance of the simple domain will be the final countdown of your life. Too bad, she's not sheer. However, Juju Yuki can only passively defend, without any means of attack. Chapter 157. Natural disaster strikes, and Nozomi is stunned. As expected, a strong aura came from behind. Suddenly turning around, I saw Kujukuyuki's Shikigami, Howren. This Shikigami, which was filled with imaginary mass, was like a giant white bone python, flying towards him at high speed. Fortunately, he had prepared defenses in advance. With the blessing of the domain, even if it is a hypothetical quality, he will never suffer fatal damage. Come on, this should be your last struggle, right? However, the next second, confusion appeared in the eyes of the Wansuo. The Shikigami Phoenix Wheel actually brushed past him and slammed into the human-faced ghost pillar behind him. The look on his face was suddenly startled. What a cunning crazy woman. Her target was not herself, but the core of his domain. That's right, although his domain is an open domain, the huge human-faced ghost pillar behind him is the core of the domain. It is also the most vulnerable part. This is also the reason why he has stayed here and never left since he opened the domain. This is to prevent Juju Yuki from seeing the flaws and launching an attack. And now, the thing that he was most worried about happened. In the battle with Juju Yuki's domain just now, his open domain also consumed a lot. If I were to be hit by this imaginary Shikigami, I'm afraid. Boom. The moment the Shikigami Phoenix Wheel came into contact with the demon pillar, it instantly released all the false qualities contained in its body. The extraordinary power blew a huge gap in the entire Tien Yuan void barrier. The human-faced ghost pillar behind the rope shook violently at first under this horrific blow, then broke into two and collapsed. Seeing this, Juju Yuki wiped the blood off his face, but the mocking words he had already prepared stopped coming to his lips. How is that possible? The ghost pillar of the noose domain has clearly been broken, so why does the domain still exist? Can the collapse of the ghost pillar only play a weakening role? Damn open field, it's so tricky. Ahem. Luosuo slowly stood up, his face extremely ugly. What a surprise, but your vision is too low after all. Even if the ghost's rupture collapses, I can still maintain the existence of the domain. For thousands of years, I have been constantly seeking progress, while you so-called top-level sorcerers have always been standing still. Today, the gap is clear. Die in despair, a special shame. Nosuo flashed and instantly appeared beside Juju Yuki like a ghost. When the horrific fatal blow was about to fall, he found that several strange-shaped insects flew out from around him. Shusuo was shocked. This is a fire gravel worm. The body of the fire gravel worm expanded rapidly, and then exploded instantly. Boom! The huge impact force instantly blasted the noose away. Having barely managed to stop himself, he looked down at his scorched hands, feeling incredulous. Isn't this the technique of lead coral? Could it be that? Boom! The door of Hongxing Palace was slowly pushed open. Noose's gaze also followed. In his wide eyes, 4 extremely familiar figures came into view. What? The real person showed his harmless smile, waved his hand and said, "Long time no see, Shaolu." Humph, Luhu said dissatisfiedly. Why are you still being polite to him? Why not just take action directly? On the side, Juju Yuki breathed a sigh of relief. She curled her lips and whispered softly, "Shaolu, you are indeed a reliable man." Now that the 4 natural disasters have come to disrupt the situation, she has enough time to recover from the magic meltdown. By then, it will be the day of Nozomi's death. Luhu, Waiu, Junrin, Tuogan, you. How is it possible? Shu Suo was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even though I had prepared myself mentally before, I still couldn't stop being shocked when I actually saw them. Countless doubts came to my mind. I saw with my own eyes that the chess piece that had died before actually appeared in front of me again. And it was still intact. Besides, weren't they in the game where they died before? Why are they here? Why did they attack me? Was he really controlled by the High Commissioner? But who in the college has such a great ability? He secretly glanced at Juju Yuki, who was recovering in the distance, then looked at the real person. Mei Mei always felt that all this seemed to be predicted by someone. Tisk, the only drawback of open fields has appeared. That is to be able to enter and exit freely, which naturally includes the technique. What he was most worried about finally happened. Seeing this, Luhu shouted to Juju Yuki in the distance, "Hey, crazy woman, get out of here. It's time for the natural disaster show now." Nozomi first used the reverse curse technique to repair his burnt palm, and then pretended to look sad as he looked at the others. Bah, stop pretending to be kind. Have you ever considered us as your partners for even 1 second? The real person narrowed his eyes and smiled. We came here specially to beat you up, Shaolu. Then, 4 different voices sounded almost simultaneously. Otherwise, once Juju Yuki is out of the magic fuse, everything he has done will be in vain. But why do you still get so angry? In addition to anger, there was also doubt in the heart of Luosuo. So, the purpose of your coming here this time shouldn't just be to reminisce with me, right? That is, there is someone else. Without any hesitation, he immediately mobilized his domain and launched an overwhelming attack towards the 4 natural disasters. I'm afraid we'll end up being besieged. Field expansion. Devour the Sea of Light. Good, very good. Luosuo gritted his teeth and said, "Look at me crushing your domain eggshell. The reason is that you used us as pawns in the beginning. But the only pity is that this time, our relationship seems to no longer be that of partners." Field expands. Self-enclosed circle suddenly wraps up. Sparks were faintly coming out of the volcano above Luhu's head, and the temperature around it began to rise. The field expands. The horizon is surging. Could it be that they had been hiding outside the main hall door, watching everything? These 4 damn troublemakers must be dealt with quickly. It's great to see you again. This is really troublesome. We finally managed to get Juju Yuki into a desperate situation where his technique was broken. But at this last moment, the situation was disrupted by the former chess piece. Before, he had doubted Tien Yuan, but now he believed that Tien Yuan, a shut-in, would never be able to do such a thing. Technical college, there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Shu Suo was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. After your rebirth, your mind has matured a bit. The domain is expanded. The coffin is covered by the Iron Wall Mountain. The moment he saw the fire gravel worm, he knew in his heart that the 4 former natural disasters were now on the side of the high school. Hearing this, Luosuo's face suddenly turned gloomy. Chapter 158. The field exploded, and all fell into the warlock fuse. Boom. The bombardment of the 5 major areas is causing the entire Hongxing Palace to fall apart. Several huge volcanic turrets suddenly appeared around Luhu. Boom. The terrifying flames suddenly spurted out, and the scorching heat instantly raised the temperature in the air. The real person has a crazy expression, with his mouth wide open in laughter, and 3 pairs of pale little hands growing out of his mouth. The little hands crossed each other, forming an extremely complicated handprint. Under his control, countless pale hands condensed and bloomed like lotus flowers. The big hand stretched infinitely, forming a palm shape, and swept towards the noose in the air. Shaolu, take the slap. Waiu, who was standing by, still had a calm expression, and summoned countless vines from behind him to shoot towards the noose. Tagore was not willing to be outdone. He suddenly swung his legs and opened his hands wide. Death troops are surging. All of a sudden, countless ancient giant fish emerged from the sea, each with their bloody mouths opened wide and bit towards the noose. Before Luosuo could curse, Luhu became unhappy and shouted at Tuogan. Watch out, don't put out my flame. The real person was so excited that he shouted, Waiu, you are too serious. You should tie the noose with vines. Any posture is fine, then I can reward him with a big slap in the face. Faced with the fierce attacks of the 4 natural disasters and the taunts of extremely aggressive power, even the usually calm Shaosuo almost couldn't help cursing. Although the 4 natural disasters are not strong to him, they all have their own domains and their spells are difficult to deal with. Most importantly, He still couldn't understand why Shaolu and Gojo Satoru were so hard at beating him when it was Shaolu and Gojo Satoru who killed them. And their faces all seemed filled with excitement. The heat in his eyes is about to overflow. Why did they work so hard when they fought Gojo Satoru and Shaolu? He started a new territory right away. It's like he and I have an irreconcilable feud. At most, I am just using them as pawns. Is that so serious? There must be someone behind this instigating. Anger is anger, but Luosuo's 1,000 years of combat experience and his in-depth knowledge of the 4 great natural disaster techniques allow him to barely withstand the attack. The guaranteed hit effects of the domains were also offset during the fight. For a while, neither side could do anything to the other. Tien Yuan, who was hiding in the dark of the main hall, was already dumbfounded. The scene of the 4 natural disasters fighting against the noose actually appeared. First, I doubted the authenticity of the open domain, and then I didn't believe that the 4 natural disasters would help the college. However, these doubts were broken one by one as the battle continued. Obviously, from beginning to end, it seemed like a clown. But it was happy in its heart at this moment. Now that the 4 great natural disasters have joined, Jujuyuki has a chance to catch his breath. By then, all we have to do is wait for her to leave the spell's fuse period, and that will be the end of Nose. It seems that Shaolu is more mysterious than I thought. Let's not talk about how he made the 4 natural disasters, who were proud of their lives, devote themselves to making noose. The most important thing is that he was able to predict, just like himself, that the noose would target him. This boy is unfathomable. Whether in terms of strength or strategy, he can actually keep up with me, and even does better than me in terms of intelligence. But Tien Yuan still couldn't figure out how Shaolu knew that the noose had an open domain. Back on the battlefield, the simultaneous existence of the 5 realms filled the entire battlefield with violent curse power. The territory of Luhu and others was within it, and Lu so cleverly expanded the territory to a size that could just surround them. Both sides are confronting each other with all their strength, neither dares to act rashly. Although Nozomi is stronger than the 4 natural disasters in both strength and domain. But there are 4 of them. Moreover, his territory had been severely damaged by that crazy woman Jujuyuki before. The look on his face was more solemn than ever before. Everything that happened now was far beyond his expectations. First, Jujuyuki didn't fight with him in the first place, and then the 4 natural disasters that he had worked with before actually fought against him. He didn't forget about the 99 Yuki behind him. Once she recovers from the circuit breaker period, it's time for her to take action. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Luhu and the others were also extremely shocked, although he had already witnessed the terrifying power of the noose when watching the battle before. But now that the fight has really started, I realize that he has become so powerful. This 1,000-year-old monster is hiding really well. That's enough. The noose roared. This will only become increasingly disadvantageous to him. Even if I could have the last laugh and destroy all their domains from the outside, it would be useless. Because by then, Kujuku Yuki might have already left the state of the spell's fuse. You must take the initiative into your own hands. As he spoke, Luosuo's face turned grim. He knew it was time to fight for his family's wealth. Ultimate fan. Whirlpool. As he finished speaking, a huge dark vortex suddenly appeared behind him. Pairs of terrifying hands were scrambling to crawl out. The voices of countless cursed spirits overlapped and spread throughout the battlefield. All the cursed spirits here were carefully collected by him over the years. He will never use it until the last moment. The strength of these cursed spirits varies. They may not have much effect on Jujuyuki, but it is different for the 4 natural disasters. Luosuo looked at the 4 people from Luhu opposite him and laughed. Don't you 4 great natural disasters always think that you are naturally superior to ordinary cursed spirits? Then I will let you die at their hands. The rope waved its hand. Countless cursed spirits rushed out of the whirlpool. The real person sighed and looked at the shrunken mummy in his hand. Ah. It's all because Shaolu didn't allow me to kill them randomly. I don't have much stock left. Luhu grinned. Who can be as crazy as us, Tianzai? No one should be able to escape the theorem of the spell melting, right? Junrin's eyes lit up, and he glanced at Luhu in surprise. You mean, let everyone enter the spell fuse? Luhu nodded with a grim smile. The real person widened his eyes, pretended to be panicked and took 2 steps back, pointing his finger at it. You, who are you? Get out of Luhu's body. Master, you are still as annoying as ever. Luhu glanced at him unhappily. The noose is very strong in the open field, and we won't get any advantage if we fight hard. But after fighting for so long, I've almost reached my limit, especially since that ghost pillar is getting smaller and smaller. In that case, then I'll blow up my own domain and drag him down with me. Hua Yu and Tuo General nodded, and looked at the group of cursed spirits that were attacking quickly, and they formed seals with their hands. Chapter 159 The 4 Natural Disasters Fight with the Noose. The noose on the opposite side was confused by this scene. Careful observation revealed that the hand seals of the 4 people from Luhu had changed. What other tricks can they come up with? Click. A crisp sound brought Nose's thoughts back to normal. He focused his eyes and saw that cracks began to appear on the outer shells of the 4 natural disaster areas. But he was not happy, because the effect of his domain had been greatly weakened in the long battle. It is absolutely impossible to disintegrate the 4 major areas at the same time in such a short time. The only possible explanation is the pupils of the rope contract. They want to detonate their own domain and drag themselves down with it. Nose was shocked and angry. In the past 1,000 years, no fool would voluntarily self-destruct his own domain, because this would put him in a desperate situation where his spell would be broken. However, they intend to do this. The autonomous explosion of the domain will produce a powerful force, and then your own domain will definitely be strongly impacted. If the 4 special domains explode at the same time, his domain will also be disintegrated by the powerful force. In just a moment, Nozomi had understood the intentions of the 4 natural disasters. I will never let you succeed. The Wansuo intends to take the initiative to contact the field. However, it's too late. Rub rub rub. The black hole-like outer shell of the domain continued to expand, and the aura within the domain leaked out crazily. It's like a time bomb about to explode. Luhu showed a crazy smile on his face. Field. Explode. Boom. In an instant, time seemed to be quiet, and the whole sky was covered by daylight. The power brought by the active self-detonation of the 4 special fields will be uncontrollable. The surrounding buildings were instantly destroyed by this powerful force. Even Tien Yuan's extremely solid void barrier was shattered at this moment. If it is broken like a mirror, it will scatter across the sky. The self-destruction of the field lasted for 10 seconds. When everything was over, the Hongxing Palace had already become a ruin, and the land was devastated. Tien Yuan stood on a huge piece of rubble, looking down with a dull look in his eyes. The Hongxing Palace where I had lived for so long is gone. It sighed deeply. They are crazy to think of such a way. Ahem. After the smoke and dust cleared, Luosuo weakly supported himself and looked at Luhu, saying in a hoarse voice. Luhu, you really impressed me. But why bother? No one gets any benefit. The current state of the 4 calamities is obviously not good. After all, exposing one's own domain will have a huge backlash on oneself. Luhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked down at his broken arm, and sneered. No benefit. Why are you pretending? You are also in the spell melting period now, right? Are you ready to be beaten? Hearing this, Luosuo's face froze, and his expression was extremely rare. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, he had indeed entered the spell fuse period. Any technique in the body will be unusable, including Geto Suguru's cursed spirit manipulation technique. Now, he has no other options except for physical training, although the same is true for Luhu and the others. But, there are 4 of them. While Luosuo was thinking, a smiling face covered with stitches appeared before his eyes. He, I smell fear from you. I never thought you would be afraid, Geto. The real person had a ferocious face and laughed wildly, and his fist, which had been fully charged, suddenly fell down. Bang! The fist as big as a real sandbag hit the face of the noose heavily. Yeah, I won. Luhu, I was the one who hit Xiaoyu's face first. The real person opened his arms and spun around in circles with joy. The corners of Luhu's mouth twitched. What a scheming man, he was actually beaten to the punch by this annoying guy. However, the next second, the attack of the noose also came quietly. Bang! The real person who was immersed in joy was knocked to the ground by an unexpected punch. The look in the eyes of the scorpion was extremely gloomy, and he wished he could grind them into dust. It was fine that he was punched in the face by Juju Yuki, who was at the same level. But the 4 natural disasters that he had originally allowed himself to control actually dared to slap him in the face. When did the consequences of living for thousands of years end up being so humiliating? At this moment, Luhu and others also approached the noose in an instant. In a triangle pose, he is surrounded tightly. Luosuo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled. I never thought that one day I would be reduced to fighting with others. Can you tell me who resurrected you? However, what responded to him was Luhu's hard fist. Luosuo moved his feet and moved sideways to easily avoid Luhu's attack. Even though he cannot use spells, this sorcerer who has lived for 1,000 years is also extremely powerful in physical skills. Seeing that the first blow failed, Luhu continued, want to know? Then let us beat you up until we are satisfied. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Yu and Tuo General attacked from both sides. Bang! Without a spell, the noose could only jump up in panic to avoid this sudden attack. The ground at the original location had been split by a powerful kick, creating a deep pit and stirring up rubble all over the sky. The rapidly retreating noose was about to fight back, but he discovered that the real person who was originally lying on the ground had disappeared. Behind him, the real person pursed his lips, stretched them to an exaggerated shape, and pretended to kiss the noose. The smug expression made Luosuo step back subconsciously. Tisk. Faced with this extremely mocking action, Luosuo became even more angry. Sure enough, among the 4 great natural disasters, the most annoying one is the real person. The next second, the 4 natural disasters had completely surrounded him. They all raised their fists as big as sandbags and jumped towards the noose. Bang bang bang. For a moment, the 5 of them fought together. It was like a primitive fight, a fist-to-flesh attack. Now his hope of killing Yuki Kujuku is gone, but he still has one last chance. Thinking of this, Luhu became furious and his men's attack became more fierce. He decisively engraved the absorption spell controlled by the cursed spirit on the palm of his right hand, waiting for this last moment. If I were touched, the consequences would be disastrous. Tien Yuan on the side was also watching with great interest. Oh no, Kujuku Yuki has recovered from the spell meltdown. Damn it. However, at this moment, the voice of Juju Yuki suddenly sounded. Long before, he had secretly cast his eyes towards Tien Yuan standing on the stone. However, at this moment, hey, did you forget about me? This is also the reason why he never used his left hand during the hand-to-hand combat with Lu Hu and others. Every move he made was a despicable one. The pupils of the noose suddenly contracted. From beginning to end, he never forgot the ultimate purpose of this trip. Looking at the huge hand approaching him, Tien Yuan was unable to dodge for a moment. A sinister smile of success appeared on his face. No one could have imagined that the fight between the 5 special-level masters would not involve any earth-shattering spells or any deadly moves that were impossible to defend against. If there is a chance, I must refine the real person's beads. Facing the 4 great natural disasters, who were fighting against one another without any moral principles, even the powerful noose could only barely hold back. The noose suddenly gave up dodging, took a few punches despite being injured, and then forcibly broke free from the blockade of the 4 natural disasters. His figure flew quickly, like a ghost, and attacked Tien Yuan. The most difficult thing for him was the real person. Just use the spell to touch it and everything will be done. And Lu Hu and the others became more and more frightened as the fight went on. Just a second before his domain was shattered and the spell was about to be tripped. That is assimilation of Tien Yuan. Tien Yuan's appearance made him ecstatic. He didn't expect it to become like this. In this way, he doesn't need to spend any effort to assimilate Tien Yuan. The noose stretched out 5 fingers and grabbed towards Tien Yuan. I didn't expect this guy's physical skills to be so powerful. He could hold out for so long against the 4 of them. While the noose was exhausted from parrying, he secretly swore in his heart. There are endless weird moves like monkey stealing peaches, kick to cut off offspring, double dragons going out to sea, etc. Moreover, why did he always deal with it with one hand? Did he look down on him? Chapter 160 The Bruised Noose. Owl. With a loud shout, a skeleton-like shikigami shaped like a python tore through the air and appeared before his eyes. Phew, the noose's shoulder was instantly pierced, and a burst of snow flew out. The whole person was blown away. He could only watch helplessly as his hand moved further and further away from Tien Yuan. It's only the last step. Obviously, he had a chance to kill Juju Yuki. All of this is to blame on the damn 4 natural disasters, no. It should be blamed on the mastermind behind it. At this moment, Shaolu felt extremely unwilling. Right now, there is no hope of killing Juju Yuki or assimilating Tien Yuan. Even your own life will be threatened like never before. Sure enough, before he could stop flying backwards, a devilish voice came from behind his head. Just now, you said that I was a disgrace among the special class. Blood continued to flow from the corners of Juju Yuki's mouth and eyes. The price of forcibly recovering from the technique's meltdown was damage to his cerebral cortex. In addition, the injuries she received from the previous battle with Nozomi made her look like a bloody person seeking revenge. In the eyes of Nozomi, who was filled with fear, Juju Yuki suddenly swung a heavy punch containing imaginary mass. Bang! The unparalleled attack directly hit the body of the noose. He was flying backwards like a kite with its string cut off, and he found that one of his arms had been blown off by the punch. Imaginary mass, what a terrifying attack. A strong sense of death came over me. From the perspective of the power of her technique, this woman is even more terrifying than Gojo Satoru. But, she seems to be in very bad condition. With his keen observation ability, the lasso flying upside down in the air immediately noticed something unusual. I see, so they probably saw me about to touch Tien Yuan, so they forcibly broke free from the spell a few seconds in advance and broke free. What a crazy woman. Isn't she afraid that her cerebral cortex won't be able to handle it and she'll turn into a lunatic? Coupled with the indiscriminate attacks from her domain before, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is dragging a seriously injured body at this moment. He was obviously stunned by the desperate woman in front of him. Crazy, why don't you treat your body? Juju Yuki's heroic face was full of smiles, and his bloodshot eyes stared at the noose, grinning excitedly. It's just a fatal wound, of course I'll beat you first. After saying that, Juju Yuki flashed and appeared behind Noose in an instant like a ghost. A powerful kick like a shot suddenly fell down. The Noose gritted his teeth, his heart ruthless. Simple field. A simplified version of the punching area was formed from 1 meter around him. I didn't expect that. Not long ago I was laughing at Juju Yuki for using the simple field and struggling to death. Unexpectedly, the identities suddenly reversed and it was his turn to struggle to his death. If I don't activate the simple domain, my body alone will definitely not be able to withstand a kick from 99 that is filled with imaginary mass. Bang! Juju Yuki's whip kick collides with the simple field. The whole body of the lasso was like a cannonball, smashing into the ground fiercely, creating a huge deep pit in the earth. The simple domain that had just been opened was almost shattered by this kick. Ahem! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the rope. Severe pain instantly swept through the whole body. It has been 1,000 years. I haven't suffered such a serious injury in a full 1,000 years. Looking at the bloodstained face of Kujuku Yuki, Nozomi screamed madly in his heart. Why don't you use the reverse curse technique to recover from such a serious injury? If the opponent uses reverse curse technique to heal, you will also get a brief respite. I tried to activate the spell within my body, but found that the operation of the spell power seemed to have short-circuited. However, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up into an evil smile. Do you really want to fight to the death? Don't forget that this body belongs to Geto Suguru. If you kill me, this body will disappear. I don't think Gojo Satoru wants to see this, right? However, before Jujuyuki could answer, I don't care who you belong to. Lu Hu's heavy punch had already landed harshly on his face. Looking at the noose that was knocked away by a punch, Luhu took a puff of his pipe elegantly. What the hell is this, Geto Suguru, Gojo Satoru, I don't care about you that much. If he wasn't paying attention, he would be knocked to the ground by a punch again. Why are you still standing here? Are you waiting for Nozomi to find another opportunity to assimilate you? The dark soles of the shoes completely occupied his vision. Tien Yuan. This time, thanks to you. Even without Shaolu's presence, the crisis was easily resolved. The real man jumped up with a crazy smile on his face. On the other hand, the situation of Luosuo at the moment is extremely miserable. Compared with Shaolu, I do seem a little stupid this time. After all, I still can't let go of the so-called pride in my heart. But this time, she completely lost her trust in Tien Yuan. Before he could get up, he heard a strange cry. Thinking of this, Juju Yuki came to Tien Yuan's location just in case and began to use the reverse curse technique to heal his injuries. Unable to use magic, the noose can only bite the bullet and fight against the 4 natural disasters. If I remember correctly, that time in the school corridor, after I talked with him about my ideals, Shaoyuji defected the next day. Fortunately, I chose to believe Shaolu, otherwise I would have been tricked to death by Tien Yuan. However, the more he behaved like this, the more Luhu and the others beat him up. I step on it, I step on it, I step on it. The real person was like a happy child, stomping on the body of the noose madly. If it were before, although she didn't like Tien Yuan, she at least recognized its ability and would respect it. Bang! The latter simply raised his arm to block, staring at the real person with murderous eyes. Seeing this, Juju Yuki sighed. Forget it, let the 4 natural disasters do the fighting. The next second, the corner of the mouth of the rope suddenly curled up into an evil smile. Well, although the 4 natural disasters were instructed by Shaolu, they also helped me. Let them beat me for a while. Speaking of which, it seems that Geto Shiu's dark turn was indirectly related to me. He promised to be able to access the open field in a short period of time, but he failed to do so, which almost killed Juju Yuki. This plan has completely failed, we must find a way to escape. It is said that 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, let alone him who only has 1 arm left. Facing Juju's contemptuous gaze, Tien Yuan's face turned dark. Finally, he had waited until this moment. Juju Yuki didn't even bother to look at it. I refuse to talk to someone who failed in decision-making and almost killed me. Therefore, she decided that she must hold on to Shaolu's thigh in the future. She would never let go. This huge Hongxing palace has been torn to pieces by you guys, where the hell can you go? Tien Yuan's mouth twitched, and he wanted to refute, but he had no reason. Chapter 161 Crazy Noose. Reverse Curse Technique. As the words of the rope fell, the broken arm and the various injuries on the body were instantly repaired. Boom. A powerful impact force directly knocked the real person who was stepping on him away. Nose stood up, pinched the end of the suture on his forehead with his index finger and thumb, and then suddenly pulled it in front of everyone's puzzled gaze. Sizzle. The top of his head was opened directly, and his white brain was exposed to everyone. For thousands of years, some people called him Wan Suo, and some people called him Naoya. But no one knew that his strongest point was not occupying their bodies and depriving them of their skills. It's the brain inside. He glanced at everyone, smiled, and said gently, actually, I have a big ultimate move. Hearing this, the expressions of the 4 great natural disasters were suddenly shocked. They all retreated dozens of meters cautiously. There's no way, the sudden action of the lasso is really too scary. How could he suddenly open his head during a fight and tell them to use their ultimate moves? In the distance, Juju Yuki also widened his eyes, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. A black hole began to form quietly behind him, and imaginary mass was constantly injected into it. This was supposed to be her last resort, but now it was clear that she didn't need to force herself to exchange it with Nose. But it's always good to be prepared for any eventuality. Under the extremely shocked gazes of the crowd, the gentle fake smile of Shusuo suddenly changed. Instead, there was an extremely ferocious and hideous smile. Tien Yuan frowned. Is there any killer move? Could it be that the noose has already escaped the technique's fuse period? Otherwise, no matter how powerful his killer moves are, they must rely on techniques. He was finding it increasingly difficult to see through the noose now, and it seemed possible that he could escape the spell's fuse state in such a short period of time. Puff! The 5 fingers of the noose formed into claws, and suddenly reached for his own cerebral cortex. Then a small piece was peeled off abruptly. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, he used the reverse curse technique to repair it. Lu Hu was shocked. Reverse curse technique, isn't he in the same spell-breaking period as me? Hee. After sewing up his crown, he smiled sinisterly. I'm sure everyone present here knows that the reason why the technique is broken is because the fragile cerebral cortex cannot withstand such a strong load. And a self-protection mechanism that is automatically turned on. The sorcerer who could become a special level existence, his willpower has already surpassed his physical strength. What if I just dig out the cerebral cortex, force the restoration of the technique to fuse, and then immediately run the reverse curse technique to repair it? At this point, a huge vortex suddenly appeared behind the rope. Everyone present saw it at a glance. This is exactly Geto Suguru's technique, Extreme Fan. Whirlpool, Kyujuku Yuki, compared to your previous brutal struggle to break free from the spell fuse without caring about the damage to your brain. My method should be far better than yours, right? In terms of talent, I am far superior to everyone in your high school except Gojo Satoru. More crazy than that, you, Yuki, are still a child in front of me. The crazy sound of the noose echoed throughout the Hongxing Palace. Everyone's breathing held. This crazy genius, he actually discovered such a heaven-defying method by observing how Juju Yuki forcibly broke free from the fuse of the technique. This method is only limited to the madman who can lift the noose of the top of his head at any time. The extreme vortex behind you can't be fake. It seems that the noose has indeed escaped the magic fuse in this way. Tien Yuan's heart was extremely shocked at this moment. Hundreds of years ago, it noticed that this descendant named Zuosuo possessed extraordinary talent. I didn't expect that he could do this. Juju Yuki frowned. She always felt something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what the problem was. Facing the verbal ridicule from Luosuo, she just waved her hand casually, looking nonchalant. Okay, you're awesome, okay. You've lived for 1,000 years, and yet you were almost beaten to death by a junior like me. You beat the trump card of the open field to pieces, and you can still laugh. If I knew how to open the field, you would have gone down to see Geto Suguru long ago. He said he was quite capable, but Shaolu still had him tricked. Maybe he still doesn't know that all this happened because of Shaolu's words. While speaking, Juju Yuki, the black hole behind him, was still accumulating power. Facing Juju Yuki's reply, Nozomi remained indifferent, and instead looked at the real person and said with a smile. Come to think of it, I have to thank you for your transformation of inaction. Quote, the real person was stunned, and was confused. The next second, the vortex behind the rope began to expand rapidly. The 4 great natural disasters immediately withdrew and retreated violently. Just by looking behind me to get something, a sense of crisis of death swept through my body. He actually lied to me. Isn't this the most common transformation through inaction? He can do it too. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hands violently, and a huge whirlpool swept over. However, the moment the vortex comes into contact with the barrier. Everyone, I look forward to our next meeting. Let me tell you what it means to truly destroy the world. She actually possesses such a terrifying technique. Retreat. Nothing happened. Everything was calm and peaceful. Lu Hu scratched his head in confusion. Is Tien Yuan's barrier so powerful? A terrifying aura emanated from within the vortex. The real person was shocked, and quickly extended his index finger, trembling as he pointed at the flying noose. There is not even a trace of mana fluctuation. What a killer move. The entire sky was covered with a huge shadow. He actually directly resolved the ultimate move of the noose. The corners of Juju Yuki's mouth slightly raised, and a huge black hole slowly rose behind him. In the blink of an eye, half of the Hongxing Palace was covered. With a loud shout from Lu Hu and the others looked at the huge vortex slowly approaching from the sky with extremely solemn expressions. Ideographic comma. Looking at the whirlpool approaching, everyone seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. The lasso, which had just flown a short distance away, suddenly turned back and looked in horror at the extremely dark miniature sun that was slowly rising behind him. Without any hesitation, Tien Yuan immediately used the remaining energy of the void barrier to create a barrier that enveloped everyone. Can Tien Yuan's barrier withstand such a terrifying vortex? Juju Yuki's words fell into his ears from afar. What does he mean? Is there something that I haven't fully developed in my Wu Wei transformation? Although I don't know what special move the noose will release, but judging from the posture, the power is probably unprecedented. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up suddenly, only to see that a pair of flesh wings had grown out of the noose's body at some point. Tien Yuan, your Hongxing Palace is almost rotten anyway, why don't I help you flatten it? The noose rope opened its hands and slowly rose into the sky, and the monk's robe on his body moved without wind. As this thing, a real black hole. Chapter 162, I can't think of any other way except to turn it into nothingness. This move is also called Ultimate Star Fury. It is her ultimate killer move. She has never used it since she mastered this technique. Now, let the noose experience its power. The black hole was suspended in midair, not touching the ground below, but it had forcibly created a huge deep pit. The whole sky lost its light temporarily. Madman. Lu Hu and the others looked at the black hole behind Juju Yuki and felt their scalps tingling. Including Tien Yuan, they all retreated and hid. The compression of absolute mass instantly forms an ultra-high density black hole. All objects and living things, even light, will be completely swallowed up. At this moment, all that was left for Nosuo was boundless terror. He flapped his flesh wings madly, with only one thought in his mind. Escape. No one can withstand this black hole. Don't waste your efforts. I can't think of any way to avoid this attack except Shaolu's divine power. Gravity, mass, and time will cease to exist at this moment. Juju Yuki's playful words came from behind. The noose suddenly lowered his head and saw a terrifying black shadow appearing under his feet. The powerful suction seemed to drag him into the abyss of hell. Everything around him fell into absolute darkness, and the only sound in his ears was the mocking voice of the woman. What now? Am I, a young kid, crazier than you? At this moment, Zuosuo was completely speechless. The ground buildings of Hongxing Palace were reduced to ashes. The underground palace shook violently, and the terrifying black hole with white light was bottomless. The void barrier that Tien Yuan and even the entire high school were so proud of no longer existed. Boom. At this moment, the world was eclipsed. At this moment, there is only endless roar in my ears. Dot 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 dot. After the end of the world, the broken dome of the Hongxing Palace casts dazzling sunlight, contrasting with the devastation on the ground. For the first time in hundreds of years, the Hongxing Palace, which had never seen sunlight, welcomed the light. There was complete silence all around, as if the brutal battle just now had never happened. At this moment, there was no trace of the noose. Juju Yuki knelt weakly on the ground, a satisfied smile appearing on his pale face. The reason for using this move is to respond to Nozomi's words. She can accept others saying she is weak, but she will never accept that someone is crazier than herself. This is just the situation she can control. If she is given enough time, she can even bury the entire earth with her. Luhu and the other three slowly crawled out from underground, stuck their heads out and carefully observed the scene around them. Now, I'm afraid even the ashes of the noose have been scattered by you. Tien Yuan stepped on a piece of gravel and sighed. With such power, I'm afraid that even if I give the lasso another life, it won't be able to survive. Juju Yuki smiled confidently. I told you, no one can survive this move except for hollowization. Luhu breathed a sigh of relief and felt much better. I've already put the noose on the wall, now I can finally go kill someone. Murder. Juju Yuki frowned and glanced at the four natural disasters with a threatening look. Although I'm in a very weak state now, I should have no problem beating the four of you. Luhu, can't you explain yourself clearly? The immortal waved his hands and explained with a laugh. Don't get me wrong, we received instructions from Shaolu to kill the high-ranking officials and capture the strong ones to throw into the death reincarnation to give Shaolu and his team points. Just now, the four of them received instructions from Shaolu in their minds at the same time. After they have beaten up the noose, let them go to the higher-ups. Hearing this, Juju Yuki's expression changed instantly, and his eyes lit up. Go to the upper floors to kill people. Take me with you. Shoko had already told her about the high-level penalty order. This bunch of rotten oranges is completely hopeless, she has long wanted to destroy these hopeless old guys. When that happens, I will create a black hole directly on the heads of the top management. Luhu's mouth twitched. This crazy woman. As expected, none of the four special grade colleges are normal. But, Shaolu took a deep breath and smiled with enjoyment. It's great to be alive. Fortunately, he made the right bet and pulled half of his life out of the black hole. I don't know how Mei Mei is doing. When everyone has left, with his only remaining hand, he gently brushed off the dust on his body. What happens at the top has nothing to do with me. Humph, you're smart. In thousands of years, he has never been so embarrassed. Call. Bang. Thinking of this battle, Xasuo couldn't help but laugh at himself. Gojo Goku was afraid that he would be unsealed soon, and his injuries could not be recovered in a short time. What a terrible woman. At that moment, he didn't know whether this method would work, but in a life-and-death situation, he had no choice. Kyujuku Yuki, I recognize you and look forward to the next battle. While improving the ability to rotate the technique, it also minimizes the output and activation time to the limit. As if he had forgotten something, Juju Yuki showed a dangerous smile. Tengen, you should not have heard anything, right? Juju Yuki is now filled with anger. If Tien Yuan dares to speak out to stop her, she won't mind using it to vent her anger. At the critical moment, he transformed his own body into a domain and instantly activated the anti-gravity mechanism technique. However, even with such a miraculous operation, he still almost died in the black hole. Half of his body had been blown away by the terrifying black hole just now. It's really troublesome. Having lived for 1,000 years, he cherishes his life more than anyone else. Anything and any plan requires a life to be done, and also requires a life to witness, right? Under the suddenly propped up stone stood a man covered in scars. At the last moment of life and death, he had no choice but to use a technique that was rarely known to the public. This time he was completely predicted to fail, and the chance of assimilating Tien Yuan would probably be difficult to realize. That is the anti-gravity mechanism. With the addition of Shaolu, the pervert, the death return game has probably really turned into a game of killing monsters and leveling up. The owner of this technique is Itadori's mother, Kaori. He is not like those fools like Luhu who are willing to die for their ideals. The best plan at the moment is to hold on to Susanoo first, and the subsequent plans will be carried out around him. The words of the survivors were expressed with emotion. What an ultimate killer move. What a man even crazier than me. A faint thumping sound was heard from beneath the silent rubble. Tien Yuan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. The world of spells is completely in chaos. Chapter 163. Sukuna is the fallen angel. Death and destruction return, the first barrier in Tokyo. Inside a luxurious skyscraper room, Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi are sitting at the dining table. Opposite them was a girl with golden curly hair, a halo on her head, and a pair of angel-like wings behind her. Lacy tilted his head and smiled slightly. Did you sleep well, the two people of destiny? Itadori smiled and politely responded, it's okay. After the two rushed back to the death realm, they defeated Higurashi Hiromi and Rei Shimei, respectively. Finally, after unremitting search, he finally found the angel he had been thinking about, Lacy. And there seems to be an unexpected gain. The angel seems to have a great affection for Fushiguro Megumi. Itadori always felt that Fushiguro Megumi and Lacy had some unspeakable secret. Seeing Fushiguro Megumi, who was worried about her sister, Itadori summoned his own golden bug and showed it. Don't be so proud, boss. We are getting closer and closer to victory. If you don't believe me, look. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger and continued. Senior Hyokanji scored 100 points, and Senior Okatsu scored an impressive 190 points. Shaolu, who seemed to have a cheat code, even scored 500 points. With these points, you have to use them well. You will definitely be able to save your sister. Hearing this, Fushiguro Megumi felt a little better. As long as we can meet up with Shaolu and his friends, save my sister, and escape death, there will be hope. Fushiguro Megumi took a deep breath and looked seriously at the blonde girl sitting opposite him, staring at him with a crazy look on her face. Lacy, are you really an angel? If so, please help us open the prison gate. He always felt that Laizihua was not like an angel, but more like an nymphomaniac. At this moment, a voice that did not belong to Lacy reached their ears. Yes, I am the angel. The next second, a terrifying mouth appeared on Laishihua's face. Itadori and Fushiguro were petrified on the spot when they saw this. Itadori couldn't even speak clearly. You, mouth. He knows the mouth on this girl's face very well. Isn't this exactly the same as the Sukuna in my body? However, the mouth on Lacy's face didn't care about the exaggerated reactions of the two people and started to talk nonsense. Hey, little Fushiguro, I remember what Lacy did to you when you were little. Before he could finish his words, Lacy, who was blushing, slapped him in the face. However, the mouth appeared on the back of Lacy's hand. Knowing that Lacy was thin-skinned, it changed the subject. My spell can invalidate any spell. The barrier including the seal is no exception, so this is why Lacy and I can freely cross the barrier without consuming points. Of course, the main reason is that there is a killer with a bun in the second barrier of Tokyo. The mad demon mentioned by the angel refers to the martial arts fanatic Lu Zion who was fooled by the panda. Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi listened quietly to the angel's dictation. As for the strongest seal of the prison gate you mentioned, I can actually unlock it. Hearing this, the two of them showed excitement in their eyes, and Itadori even stood up excitedly. The tense nerves were relieved, and the two excitedly high-fived each other. The hope for teacher Gojo Satoru to see the light of day again has finally come. However, the next second, the angel's words came out again. But, I need you to help me find someone. His name is Fallen. I can promise you right now, if you help me find and kill the fallen angel, I will immediately unlock the prison gate. As the word, Fallen, was spoken, Itadori's eyes suddenly widened. The extremely evil feeling came again. The scene suddenly changed, and a scene filled with blood and bones appeared before my eyes. The countless broken limbs and arms scattered on the ground let him know that this was the devil's domain. Sukuna sat on the high bone mountain and said impatiently, I feel sick when I see your lowly face. Living inside your body is the only shame of my life. But now, for your life and my safety, I'm going to tell you a secret before you, an idiot, spill the beans. Itadori clenched his fists and stared at Sukuna. He wanted to see what this demon who killed people without blinking an eye had to say. The next second, Sukuna's words made Itadori completely frozen in place. The fallen is me, I am the fallen. Facing the angel who was his nemesis, Sukuna had to tell Itadori his other name from thousands of years ago. Teleport the player Fushiguro Miki to the barrier where Itadori Yudo is. Looking at Itadori who was standing there in confusion, Sukuna raised a wicked smile and waved his hand. Itadori pointed at Sukuna angrily. If he could defeat him, he would beat the demon that occupied his body to death today. What if I die? For everyone's safety, for the teacher to see the light of day again. I will die in front of you. However, he no longer liked this body, and the black-haired hedgehog head outside was even more tempting to him. He didn't expect that Itadori's hatred for him had reached such a level. Perhaps that naive Laizihua is willing, but the one who can make the decision must be the angel living in her body. Does it still trust you so much? Hasn't it helped you to unlock the prison gate? Itadori returned to the outside world. After his thoughts turned upside down, Sukuna still smiled calmly and said, it doesn't matter if you die. But have you ever thought about what would happen if the angels found out that I, the fallen angel, on the kill list, had been living in your body? Quote, I'm looking forward to that day. To put it simply, the blackening of ordinary people and cursed spirits is called depravity, while the transformation of celestial beings or Buddhas is called fallen angels. Ha ha ha, idiot, you damned jinx, how many nicknames do you have that everyone hates you? Fushiguro Megumi noticed that something was wrong with Itadori's expression and was about to ask about it when he was interrupted by a blog post. The moment Gojo Satoru comes out, you will die. Oh, really? Sukuna raised his eyebrows slightly, and a long-lost excitement flashed in his eyes. You know, this world only allows one strongest. Did you understand, idiot? This kid's willpower is amazingly strong. As long as I die, I can at least make you lose more than half of your strength, or even destroy you together. Swimmer, Anonymous, adds a rule for the death return swim. Fushiguro Megumi suddenly stood up and widened her eyes. Sister. What? Don't be too proud too soon. Okay, then I will tell the angel the secret you are hiding inside me. It's you who ruined my life. It's you who made me a time bomb. Seeing Itadori so angry, Sukuna was a little surprised. Then, isn't the person the angel is looking for exactly the same as me who is right in front of me? That Gojo Satoru teacher will never see the light of day again. If it were someone else, this horrible negative emotion would immediately catalyze a powerful curse. Sukuna was right. Perhaps my death could replace Sukuna, but if the angel became suspicious, he would refuse to lift the seal. Itadori lowered his head and said nothing, but his nails deeply embedded in his flesh revealed his anger and helplessness at the moment. Go ahead and tell me my secret, but your dear teacher Gojo Satoru will never come out again. Haha, Sukuna held his chin up, looked at him like a fool, and sneered, you will die. Chapter 164, Fake Masamiki. Fushiguro Megumi's eyes suddenly widened, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Who on earth was willing to spend 100 points to teleport my sister here? Could it be Okatsu-senpai and the others? But why anonymous? Although he was extremely eager to see his sister Masamiki, he was not overwhelmed by the sudden surprise. At this time, Itadori, who was standing by, showed his intelligence. Fushiguro, don't get excited. Don't forget that your sister was taken away by the noose. Now she suddenly appears beside me. What conspiracy could she be hiding? After saying that, Itadori called out to Sukuna frantically in his heart, wanting to ask if this was his conspiracy. But no matter how hard he pressed, the answer he got was always just 2 words, idiot. Was it too much of a deliberate act to teleport Fushiguro Miki to Itadori's side? Yes, Itadori is right. Angel Lacy also nodded in agreement. She just hopes that Fushiguro Megumi will be fine. Fushiguro Megumi clenched his fists. No matter what, I have to go downstairs to check now. This is not a safe place, but a place of death and destruction where fighting is taking place all the time. If Masamiki encounters any danger, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Hey, you damn sister complex, let us go down with you. Seeing Fushigiro's expression that showed he could not afford to negotiate, Itadori shook his head and smiled bitterly. Soon after, the platform downstairs. In the sky, a black figure suddenly landed on the ground. Ah, Miki Fushiguro, who fell from a high altitude but was unharmed, patted her chest, looking frightened. Wow, precision teleportation. Itadori was so shocked by this magical scene that he couldn't help but exclaimed, this is exactly like playing a game. Fushiguro, is this your sister? She's so beautiful. Fushiguro Megumi glanced at Itadori with a wary look on his face, then fixed his eyes on his sister. Whether in appearance or tone of voice, she is no different from her sister. But before that, his sister had been lying in bed for many years and fell into a deep sleep because of a curse. But now, it appeared in front of him alive and kicking. Was all this done by Nozomi? What on earth does this damn guy want to do? Masamiki smiled as she looked at her brother who was deep in thought. Shaohui, long time no see, did you miss me? Falling from the sky really gave me a scare. A word of Shaohui made Fushiguro Megumi unable to think anymore. Sister, she is my sister, no one can imitate her. However, Lakesua on the side noticed something was wrong. I remember when she was a child, she met Fushigiro's sister from a distance, and her personality seemed a little different from now. But I can't explain why. She looked at Jin Meiji and asked, hello, sister, do you know who spent 100 points to teleport you here? Although, I like Fushiguro Megumi, now is the time to increase the favorability of the future big sister. But now Fushiguro Megumi is so excited that he has lost his judgment and must figure out everything. Itadori was very familiar with the place and smiled. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Sister Masamiki, which kind-hearted person teleported you here? You can talk about appearance, too. For example, a weak boy with a 3-7 hairstyle, or a man with 1 red and 1 purple eye. In Itadori's opinion, if it was really the work of the college, then Okatsuyuda and Shaolu, who had the most points, were the most likely to be responsible. Moreover, these 2 people were present at the time and knew that Sister Fushiguro was taken away by Nozomi. Fushiguro Miki hesitated for a while, then nodded excitedly. Yes. It was the man with 1 red eye and 1 purple eye who sent me here. It's really thanks to him that I came to my rescue, otherwise I might never see Shaohui again. Hearing this, Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this time it is correct, 1 eye is red and the other is purple. Apart from the cosmetic contact lenses, Shaolu is the only one in the entire world of sorcery. A man with 1 red and 1 purple eye. Lakesua tilted his head to show that he didn't understand. Neither she nor the angel within her had ever seen eyes like these. But I always feel like something's weird. The angel's intuition made her feel inexplicably uneasy. But if I continue asking now, I'm afraid it will leave a bad impression on my future big sister. What are you doing standing there? Go and reunite with your sister. As he said that, Itadori transferred all his points to Fushiguro without hesitation. By the way, spend another 100 points to send her back to the game of death. Jin Meiji's expression suddenly changed. The originally gentle and generous sister completely tore off the veil of disguise. During the Shibuya Incident, after Shaolu used the repulsion technique, Mei Mei disappeared without a trace. What? A crazy smile appeared on his face. Itadori and Fushiguro immediately had the answer. Reverse plum. But who would have thought that this naive Itadori would actually give himself the answer directly? The college searched for her afterwards, but could not find any trace of her. Fushiguro Megumi stood there in a daze, feeling extremely grateful, and finally managed to utter 2 words, thank you. Not only was my feelings betrayed, but also the 100 points I worked so hard to earn were wasted. His pupils shrank and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He stared at Jin Meiji, who was always smiling, and spoke slowly with trembling words. What she should have said was, escape from death and return, what on earth is going on? Ha 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 ha, the people in the technical high school are really idiots. How could the rope lead my sister to meet Shaolu? What he hated most in his life was people who played with his family's feelings. Fushiguro Megumi suddenly took 2 steps back. As soon as these words came out, the 3 people's eyes widened in disbelief. Fushiguro Miki smiled and nodded, took a step back, waved to the crowd, and blurted out the crisp words. Fushiguro Megumi roared, unable to hold back his anger. I have to thank you very much for giving me the answer that I was able to get away with. Add additional rules to allow swimmers to enter and exit the barrier freely. Haha, let me tell you, my name is Wan. You may not have heard of it, but those old guys hundreds of years ago must have known it. Quote, were they tricked? Want to know who sent me here? I can tell you. He stepped forward, grabbed Miki's hand, transferred the points to her, and carefully instructed her how to add rules. Of course I am your sister, Fushiguro. Who are you? Originally, when Itadori asked who teleported her here, she was shocked and didn't know how to respond. Get out of my sister's body now. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. He should have thought of it earlier. For a moment, Itadori and Lacy whose brains went blank. White mushroom head, facial paralysis girl. Itadori clenched his fists. Who are you? A voice that was completely different from Miki's, echoing throughout the entire platform. I don't know her name, but she has white hair, a mushroom head, and a cold expressionless face. Chapter 165. Sukuna, Lord Makora. Overwhelmed with regret and endless guilt, Fushigiro's mind was filled with regret. Why did you lie to me? Wan just smiled evilly. No reason, isn't it good to get 100 points without any effort? As for why such a rule was added. At this point, Wan paused briefly, took a deep look at Itadori's body, then stuck out his bright red tongue, licked his lips, and said eagerly. I know you can hear me, and I won't interfere with what happens next. But once you accomplish your goal, don't even think about abandoning me. The 3 of them had no idea what she meant by what she said. The next second, dragonfly-like wings had grown on Wan's back. As her thin wings vibrated rapidly, her body floated into the air. Wan blinked and blew a kiss to the 3 of them playfully. Bye. Whoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew into the distant sky like a cannonball. Chase. Itadori and Angel Lacy reacted immediately and chased after him at high speed. We must pull her down before she flies away. However, Wan, who was flying in the air, suddenly stopped and turned to look down, smiling triumphantly. Then, in front of the shocked eyes of several people, he took out a dried black finger. Take it, just consider it as my dowry to you. What? Itadori and the others suddenly widened their eyes. That's Sukuna's finger. Were you talking to the Sukuna in your body just now? Sure enough, that scary mouth suddenly appeared on Itadori's face. The mouth sucked lightly, and the finger still falling in the air seemed to sense the owner's magic weapon and turned into a streak of light and flew towards Itadori. Get out of the way! Fushiguro Megumi shouted from the back. However, the fingers moved too fast for Itadori to react. The finger instantly fell into the terrifying mouth. Well, Itadori stood there in a daze, with his head down and no words. Tiger, Itadori, what's wrong with you? The next second, the demon that occupied Itadori's body reappeared. Laizuihua's neck was tightly strangled, and the girl, who was completely unable to react, quickly went into shock and fainted on the ground due to the terrifying feeling of suffocation. Sukuna forced himself to control his body, and like a puppet, he turned his head to look at Fushiguro Megumi who was rushing over. The long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived. Now he has gained the strength of 16 hands, and has improved exponentially in every aspect. Therefore, he can forcibly occupy Itadori's body and move freely for 1 minute. However, you cannot do anything too exciting, in other words, you cannot kill anyone. However, killing people is nothing compared to the perfect vessel that is Fushiguro Megumi. Sukuna, return Itadori's consciousness to him. Fushiguro Megumi made a hand gesture for battle, and he could clearly see that Itadori was still completely unconscious. Maybe there is still a chance to wake him up. Come back, okay. Sukuna grinned, and in front of Fushigiro's shocked gaze, he suddenly tore off Itadori's left ring finger. Sizzle, the bloody severed finger contrasts with the hideous face of the devil. What on earth are you going to do? Fushiguro stared at Sukuna intently. He never understood in his heart why Sukuna would commit such a self-mutilating act. Sukuna held up the severed finger as if admiring a piece of art. He knew that he had won the bet. The intense pain did not allow Itadori to regain control of his body. Instead, his willpower was impacted for a brief moment and he was completely possessed. Although I will feel pain as well, it is stronger than willpower. From ancient times till now, no one has ever defeated him. Looking at Sukuna's increasingly wide smile, Fushiguro felt uneasy. Itadori, can you hear me? His words of probing were no longer effective, and the thing he was most worried about still happened. Fushiguro Megumi realized the situation and started to make hand seals without hesitation. However, when the seal was only halfway formed, a devilish low voice came to his ears. You know, you're more attractive than Itadori. Fushigiro's eyes widened, and he tried to fight back with a punch, but was locked tightly by a powerful fist. Bang! An inch punch that was too fast to be captured by the naked eye hit Fushigiro's abdomen. Along with the dull sound of flesh, Fushiguro Megumi's eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks were forced to bulge, and he spat out a mouthful of gastric juice. Under the huge force, the body kept hitting the ground like a rolling board. Not bad, his physical endurance is no worse than that idiot Itadori. Ahem. Fushiguro Megumi, who had stopped himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth when he was hit by Sukuna, who teleported over again. Bang bang bang, the huge gap in strength left him with no power to fight back. While Sukuna was attacking Fushiguro Megumi, he also did not forget to attack her heart. You realize you're weak, right? It's fine that you can't protect your best friend. Even your sister has been possessed by someone. There is infinite potential hidden in your body, but you don't know how to use it. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are a waste, right? Bang! With another kick, Fushiguro Megumi was kicked hard into the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and Fushiguro Megumi struggled to stand up. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! A waste! Facing Fushiguro Megumi's crazy grin, Sukuna frowned slightly. What's going on? These heart-piercing words didn't hit him at all. Hey, kid, what are you crazy about? Did you get a concussion? Hee hee. Fushiguro Megumi's arms fell weakly, and he stood up shakily. The messy hairstyle covered half of her face, preventing herself from bleeding from her nose. His eyes were gloomy, and he looked up at Sukuna, with a crazy smile on his face, as if he had turned evil. I'm going to die first, you do your best. Bang! Just finished speaking. A pair of pale arms full of explosive muscles instantly knocked Fushiguro Megumi away. Looking in front of me, there is a monster with a huge body like a small mountain, a ferocious face, pale skin, and a metal roulette on its head. Mokurora looked down at Sukuna, his huge size forming a sharp contrast with Sukuna. Sukuna picked his ears calmly and said, "What kind of monster are you? You're so ugly." At this moment, a broadcast sounded again. Swimmer Lee Mei spent 100 points and delivered the following message. Lord Sukuna, this is the divine general from another world, Moxu Luo. Subduing it will allow you to reach a higher level. This is a gift I carefully prepared for you, I hope you like it. Oh, Moxu Luo. Sukuna looked at the monster in front of him, and then suddenly laughed wildly. What a pleasant surprise. That's thoughtful, Lee. Before he could finish his words, a heavy punch as powerful as a cannonball suddenly blasted out. Sukuna was caught off guard and was blown away, knocking down buildings one after another. At the same time, all the barriers of death and rebirth heard this report. And Shaolu, who killed all the cursed spirits in the barrier, looked up at the sky. Bu Kui is the ultimate bootlicker in Jujutsu Kaisen, Lee Mei. He even spent 100 points just to let Sukuna know the function of the demonic illusionary Luo. It seems that Sukuna has met his elder father, Makora. But in this way, everyone knows that something happened to Fushiguro Megumi. As the final battle of death, destruction and return about to begin. I'll go join in the fun too. On the other side, Fushiguro Shigeu stomped the cursed spirit under his feet and said in an extremely gloomy tone. You're courting death if you dare to touch my son. He doesn't care what kind of bullshit cursed king you are. When he was alive, he dared to kill Gojo Satoru. Now that he has died once, what does Sukuna matter? Chapter 166 Sukuna vs. Mokuro. The eight-handed sword-wielding alien god, Makoro, the ultimate secret of the 10 kinds of shadow magic, is the most powerful Shikigami that the Zenin family has never experienced. The former head of the Zen temple summoned this untamed Makoro to die together with the head of the Gojo Satoru family who possessed the 6 eyes. You can see how powerful it is. If it were an ordinary sorcerer, he would have been frightened to the point of rolling on the ground by this godlike body. The cursed King Sukuna slowly walked out of the ruins, with no injuries other than his torn clothes. That powerful punch just now didn't cause any harm to him. Sukuna bowed slightly, clenched his fists, and grinned excitedly. Makuro, huh? Let me taste your quality. Ding-a-ling. The one who responded to Sukuna was the slightly shaking ring above Makuluo's head. The next second, an afterimage appeared in an instant. Bang! A punch. The punch was so powerful that Sukuna, who had raised his arm to block it, flew backwards again. With this punch, Sukuna felt as if he was hit by a high-speed truck. Moxu Luo stretched out the demon-destroying sword in his hand, and then his figure flashed and instantly approached Sukuna. Without a moment's hesitation, the demon-breaking sword cut through the air and slashed down towards Sukuna's neck. However, Sukuna became even more ferocious. A mouth suddenly appeared from his Adam's apple and he bit the demon-breaking sword. Click. A loud bang. The demon-breaking sword, that was specifically designed to kill cursed spirits, was actually bitten off by Sukuna. If Sukuna's true nature was a cursed spirit, this attack could turn him into ashes. It's a pity that he is the strongest cursed king in human form. This level of attack no longer poses any threat to him who has already devoured 16 fingers. Sukuna fell to the ground and lightly stroked with his fingers. Untie. Whoosh. An invisible wind blade that was incredibly fast cut through. Boom. A terrifying 10-meter-long cut instantly appeared on the wall of the building behind him. Moxu Luo stood there as if petrified, with a thin line of blood appearing on his head. Half of its head began to disintegrate and fall off like a watermelon. Sukuna's calm voice rang out, "It's over." Just then, ding-a-ling, the wheel above Moxu Luo's head rotates like the hands of a clock. The half of the head that was about to fall off actually returned to its original position as if time had gone back. The fatal wound on his head healed instantly at this moment, as if he had not been attacked at all. Seeing this incredible scene, Sukuna's eyes flashed with surprise. As the king of curses, he could tell at a glance that it was not using the reverse curse technique to repair the body, but an ability that he had never seen before. Lee Mei, you really gave me a big surprise. He looked towards Fushiguro Megumi, who was lying unconscious on the ground in the distance. I never expected that this kid actually had such a powerful force hidden in his body. You are full of treasures. As soon as the words fell, Maxu Luo's attack strikes again. Sukuna's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and instead of advancing, he retreated and actually went straight to meet the enemy. He knew that this person named Maxu Luo was an unmodulated Shikigami from the 10 kinds of shadow magic. Since he is an untamed Shikigami, let him tame him. Suddenly, the death return to Tokyo Barrier ushered in a terrifying battle. The aftermath of the battle caused all swimmers and cursed spirits to stay away. Maxu Luo's roar resounded through the sky, and his incomparable body turned into an unstoppable bulldozer, flattening all the buildings along the way. There are tons of power in both fists and feet. However, despite this, Sukuna is not at all inferior. He even dealt with Maxu Luo's angry attack with ease. Whoosh! The invisible slash swept across, cutting off Maxu Luo's fist and arm that were coming towards him. Then, Sukuna waved his arm downwards. One of Maxu Luo's feet was directly separated from his body. Boom! Sukuna kicked sideways, instantly sending Maxu Luo's huge body flying and crashing into a large car shop. Looking at his smoking fist, Sukuna blew lightly and looked inside the car shop. A low voice uttered from his mouth, "Submit, or die." However, what responded to him was a 4S shop car speeding over. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Maxu Luo grabbed all the cars in the store and threw them at Sukuna without thinking, just like throwing stones. It seems that he still hasn't been defeated. Looking at the densely packed cars that were smashing towards him, Sukuna put his hands in his pockets, and countless slashes behind him swept forward like a spring. In the blink of an eye, a large number of cars were cut into long thin noodles and scattered across the sky. The next moment, Maxu Luo's figure flashed in front of Sukuna again. This puts him in a passive state all the time. It really opened my eyes. However, during this period, he found that the damage his slashes caused to Maxu Luo was becoming less and less effective. This also made him realize the terrifying ability of Maxu Luo. During the battle, no matter the cars on the roadside or the houses along the way, Maxu Luo threw them everywhere like toys. In order to completely break the adaptation of Maxu Luo, the only way is to use a technique that it has never seen before and kill it instantly. Don't give it a chance to adapt. But let's end it here. I won't give you another chance to adapt. I have to admit that in the last battle, the biggest trouble Shaolu gave him was illusion. Open. He raised his hand and swung it out, slashing Mo Shu Luo away. It completely surpassed Luhu's all-out attack and completely covered Maxu Luo. That's adaptation. As he spoke, a fire bow made entirely of hellfire suddenly appeared in Sukuna's hand. At that time, I could perfectly counter Gojo Satoru's Void Style, Z, and other moves. There is even a chance to surpass my peak period 1,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Sukuna's desire to conquer Makuluo became even stronger. The terrifying Shikigami Mara had already been reduced to ashes, leaving only the broken metal wheels rolling on the ground. The most important thing is that I can also adapt to Shaolu's illusions. A huge flaming arrow suddenly shot out, like a sky-swallowing flaming phoenix, dyeing the entire sky red. Your ability to adapt is indeed very tricky. As expected, every time the metal ring on Maxu Luo's head rotates, it will increase his immunity to his attacks. The battle between the two strong men begins again. I never thought that there is such a heaven-defying ability in this world. With a clang, as the huge flames slowly died down, everything was over. Looking at the faint bloodstains on the other person's body, Sukuna showed a satisfied smile. Thinking of this, Sukuna grinned evilly, dodging Maxu Luo's crazy attacks while thinking in his heart. Sukuna estimated that after the wheel rotated about 6 times, all his attacks would be completely ineffective. If I could obtain this incredible adaptability, my strength would be able to break through again. As Sukuna's low and hoarse voice fell, if I had Maxu Luo's adaptability and could adapt to Shaolu's illusion, I would have nothing to worry about. The more adaptable it is, the more help it will provide to you. Watching the wheel gradually disappearing from the ground, Sukuna knew that he had subdued the demon Zuhuan Luo. However, after devouring the 16th finger, Sukuna was able to stroll leisurely under such a crazy attack. As the king of curses, he can do more than just slash. Chapter 167, Sukuna's natural enemy. The ladder of evil and regret. Next, comes the more important thing. Sukuna had a sinister smile on his face, and walked leisurely towards Fushiguro Megumi, who was unconscious in the distance. In the battle just now, he deliberately kept his attacks as far away from Fushiguro Megumi as possible. From ancient times to the present, the only person who could be taken care of by him in this way is probably Fushiguro Megumi, right? Sukuna took out the severed finger of Itadori that he had torn off before, squatted down, roughly opened Fushiguro Megumi's mouth, and put Itadori's severed finger in. You should be content, right? It is your greatest honor to be valued by me. The next second, Fushiguro Megumi, who had fainted, suddenly opened his eyes wide, put his hand into his mouth, and dug it out frantically, trying to dig out the finger that was just swallowed. However, the powerful curse power filled every cell in the body, and the black energy that belonged to the cursed king spread crazily. Fushiguro Megumi's eyes were bloodshot and his face was extremely ferocious. It's so painful. Fushiguro Megumi spat out blood and stared at Itadori, who was standing there unconscious. So, you have been enduring this kind of pain. Until this moment, he finally realized how much suffering Itadori had been enduring. Fushiguro, Itadori, who lost Sukuna's control, finally woke up. He patted Fushiguro Megumi's body gently with a look of horror on his face. However, the person who slowly raised his head was no longer his best friend. Bang! Itadori's hand was ruthlessly slapped away, and an evil face covered with strange evil patterns slowly raised up. Sukuna smiled triumphantly. Do you remember what I said? But I'll give you a big surprise later. Sukuna could hardly suppress his excitement at this moment, as he finally possessed the body he had dreamed of for so long. The cursed king from thousands of years ago has come to the world again, and no longer has to suffer the constraints of Itadori, the strongest vessel. In other words, he no longer has to worry about Fushiguro Megumi regaining control of his body. Itadori's eyes widened in horror, his trembling pupils fixed on Sukuna in front of him. Rip, the cursed king must do one thing when he appears, tear his clothes and flip his hair. Sukuna was topless, looking up at the sky, looking very happy, as if he was reborn. Ah! This body is so amazing. Whether it's the degree of compatibility or the 10 kinds of shadow spells that come with the body, they are all so tempting. And now, it's finally here. Ha 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 ha, the unruly laughter of the wild wind spread throughout the Tokyo barrier. Looking at Fushiguro Megumi, who was emitting a cursed black aura, Itadori said anxiously, Fushiguro, don't let his consciousness take over. Sukuna was in a playful mood and pretended to speak like Fuhui, Itadori, save me. However, the devilish black lines on that handsome face became more and more intense, and his calm face made people tremble with fear at a glance. The strong spell power sizzling in his palms all proved that his best friend would never come back. Next second, the fist of the former, best friend, had hit Itadori's abdomen hard. The powerful impact caused Itadori's body to bend uncontrollably into a ball. The terrifying cursed power penetrated Itadori's abdomen and burst out from his back. Puff! Itadori's pupils contracted, and a large mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his throat. The severe pain from his internal organs being severely damaged almost made him faint. Sukuna smiled sinisterly and continued to exert his strength. It's not over yet, my dear friend. Boom! The double force bursts out again. Itadori only felt that the scene in front of him was rapidly moving backwards, like a kite with a broken string flying backwards at high speed. Under this tremendous force, human flesh crashed through concrete skyscrapers one after another. The violent collision sounded throughout the Tokyo barrier. Itadori was knocked hundreds of meters away and flew backwards in the air. He stared at Sukuna below, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Finally, the force of the punch completely dissipated, and Itadori, lying in the ruins, was covered in blood, as if paralyzed. This huge noise also caused Fushiguro Shiga, who had just entered the barrier, to turn around suddenly. Without any hesitation, he raised his knife and rushed towards the direction of the battle in the distance. But Sukuna just sneered. He had already sensed several powerful auras approaching. Haha, no matter what era it is, there will always be ignorant bugs that come to bother you. In that case, then let's all die. As he spoke, he gently raised his hands and formed the hand seals of 10 shadow spells. A black shadow and lightning flashed by. The huge Shikigami, new, landed on top of a building. The spread wings completely covered several buildings in a row. The Shikigami that Fushiguro Megumi used to use became 10 times bigger and stronger than before under his control. The characteristic of the Shikigami following its master also makes the face of new, unusually ferocious. Under Sukuna's control, it roared. Purple lightning filled the sky like thunder snakes descending from the sky. The target of the attack was Fushiguro Shigeu, who rushed to the scene at full speed. This scene is like a punishment from heaven. Sukuna smiled with satisfaction. This way, the bugs that were disturbing his body's adaptation should be solved. Just when Sukuna was about to take the opportunity to study how to use Mokuluo's ability, a figure suddenly flew out of the sky. Sukuna looked up and saw that it was the angel Lacyhua. At this moment, Lakesua is bathed in golden holy light. The dazzling light made Sukuna unable to help but raise his hand to block it. Sukuna's newly improved mood disappeared instantly, replaced by endless anger. In a real sense, it is a natural enemy that completely restrains itself. Even though he alone almost caused the world of curses to collapse 1,000 years ago, he still rules the world for eternity. But this, angel, who has a technique that completely restrains his own, is the only guy he doesn't want to face. Now he has the demonic void in his body, but he has not yet figured out how to use it. In the sky, the curse power in Laishihua's body rises as she slowly flaps her wings. The angel in the body has long been thirsty. The demon that has been chasing us for 1,000 years is right before our eyes. This is a great opportunity to completely eradicate it. However, Lakesua looked worried, and looked at Sukuna on the ground with a trembling voice. Wait, if I kill Sukuna like this, will Fushiguro also? The angel said firmly. There is no other way now. If we kill Sukuna now, Fushiguro Megumi may still have a chance to survive. The longer we wait, the slimmer the chances of Fushiguro Megumi surviving. After saying that, the angel controlled Lacyhua and began to chant obscure spells. Sukuna at his feet felt fear for the first time in his life, but he did not run away with all his might. Because he knew that the range of the angel's spell was enough to cover the entire city, and he had nowhere to hide. Furthermore, when the angel was chanting the spell, he was in a state of absolute invincibility. My attacks can't cause any damage to it, let alone interrupt its chanting. O light that purifies all, please destroy faults, sorrows, and evil. The ladder of evil and regret. Chapter 168, Sukuna's beauty tactics. stuffing mouth with Rasengan. Boom. As the angel Lacy's spell was activated, a huge angel halo appeared out of thin air above the entire Tokyo barrier. The cross in the middle of the aperture emits dazzling holy light. The whole city was instantly illuminated at this moment. As the holy light rapidly shrank, a beam of light descended from the sky. The location where the beam of light fell was exactly in the center of where Sukuna was. Sukuna was locked by the beam and fell to the ground, unable to move at all. The cursed black energy in the body is being madly drawn out. The demon's soul is being torn from Fushiguro Megumi's body. Sukuna's face is hideous, and his miserable howls resound throughout the Tokyo barrier. In the sky, the angel Lacy continued to increase the output of her curse power. Below, Fushiguro Megumi's desperate cries made Laizahua burst into tears and shouted frantically, "Give way back to me! Give way back to me!" A minute and a second passed. Sukuna, lying on the ground, could no longer utter a word, and Laizahua was already in tears. At this moment, Fushiguro Megumi's unique voice rang out, "Wah, thank you, I'm back." Laizahua's expression suddenly trembled, and he immediately stopped outputting. Because this voice is extremely familiar, it is a voice that only Fushiguro Megumi can make. The cursed king on the face of Fushiguro Megumi has dissipated. He stood up slowly, a long-lost smile appeared on his face, and he spoke softly. "I remember now. Thanks to you, I'm fine now." Fushiguro Megumi stretched out his hand and looked tenderly at Laizahua in the sky. Laizahua, who was reading I now, was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. "Great, my efforts have not been in vain, my way is finally back." Now she just wants to open her arms and hug the love of her life. "No, Shaolu, keep performing the spell. The Curse King cannot be purified in such a short time. That's not your Fushiguro." The voice of the angel inside me screams madly. The ladder of evil and regret is a unique purification technique. Once it is completely interrupted, it will not be able to be activated for a short period of time. By then, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will be completely ruined. However, at this moment, Laizahua was completely overwhelmed, and flew down the sky recklessly, rushing towards Fushiguro Megumi. At this moment, the space fluctuated and a vortex appeared that was wide enough for one person to pass through. "Where are you installing your dam?" Before people arrive, the national essence comes out. Shaolu rushed out of the whirlpool and stuffed the half-rolled Rasengan in his hand directly into Sukuna's mouth. Bang! The violent impact caused Sukuna to fly backwards, his stunned eyes full of confusion. This sudden scene made Laizahua stand there in a daze, still keeping his hands outstretched. Obviously, she was completely stunned. Shaolu ignored this love-brained man and looked at Sukuna lying on the ground, mockingly saying, "The King of Curses is trying to use the beauty trick. You didn't rely on this trick to kill people all over the world 1,000 years ago, did you?" Shaolu wanted to laugh at this moment. Didn't Sukuna learn this from the old sinister Suso? My goodness, the two villains in the world of sorcery are both masters of emotional deception. One used a beauty trap against Gojo Satoru, and now Sukuna is using a beauty trap against a man. Shaolu raised his middle finger to Sukuna. "I despise you." Beauty trap. Laishihua's eyes suddenly widened and he covered his mouth in disbelief. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that she was deceived by Sukuna. Boundless anger suddenly arose in my heart. Damn Curse King, killing you 1,000 times is not enough. You actually dared to use Hui's body to seduce me. She secretly swore in her heart that she would tie Sukuna to a cross and torture him with the evil ladder of regret every day. Make him live a life worse than death. Haha, it's you again, little brat. Sukuna wiped the blood off his face and stood up shakily. You have ruined my plans time and again. Now that I have taken over Fushiguro Megumi's body, mastered 10 kinds of shadow magic, and devoured 16 fingers, do you think you can still get the upper hand? Sukuna did not reveal the matter of taming Moxu Luo. After all, this was his trump card for the future. It's an unexpected killing move. Waste, Shaolu said lightly. Sukuna narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing murderous intent. What did you say? I said you're trash, but what if you have 16 fingers? Aren't you still trash? After these words came out, Laizahua and the angel in her body were completely stunned. Where did this man come from? If it was during a battle, this brief moment of daze would be enough to kill her. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice sounded beside my ears. Shaolu noticed something and tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Shaolu, pay attention to his eyes. The huge impact force created a huge deep pit in the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. Fushiguro Shire glanced sideways at Shaolu. Let me do it. We must divide him into 8 sections today. I've never seen it before, but I'm sure that it's a pair of eyes that can forcibly influence people's minds. Laizahua secretly called out in his heart. Angel, you have a lot of experience, what is the origin of these eyes? For thousands of years, it has never seen such strange eyes. Although he said this, Sukuna didn't really want to fight an opponent of Shaolu's level at the moment. Shaolu looked at Fushiguro Shijuru with interest, whose eyes were extremely cold. No wonder even Sukuna had deliberately looked away the moment he saw him. Haha, Sukuna laughed in anger. Although your illusion is annoying, the way to deal with it is very simple. Well, he wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created when Tien and the tyrant faced Sukuna. Killing you is easy. The angel inside the body cried out in surprise, and Laizahua looked closely. Next second, and judging from Sukuna's tone, it seems that the two of them have fought before. Boom. Shalwa, don't look. Red eyes. Could he be the high school friend Itadori mentioned before? Her face turned pale, her heartbeat quickened, and she said in fear, what strange eyes. The reminder from the angel in her body pulled Laishihua's gaze back. Just by looking at each other for a second, there was a fear that I was trapped in a quagmire. You are too late, your son has been possessed by someone. The Sharingan seemed to have magical powers, making Laxua unable to help but stare at it. How dare you point your finger at Sukuna and call him a waste? Sukuna dodged the attack, put his hands in his pockets, moved his head, and looked at the deep pit on the ground with displeasure. A black figure broke through the barrier and fell from the sky. Secondly, he had just taken over Fushiguro Megumi's body and had not yet fully adapted to it, so he could not display his full strength. Shaolu couldn't help laughing when he saw Sukuna's stubborn attitude. Knowing the plot, he naturally understood Sukuna's current situation. However, Shaolu's strange ability to become virtual made the 10 shadow spells he had just mastered ineffective. Inside the deep pit, a man wearing a black tight-fitting shirt and holding a blood-stained long knife was staring at him as if he were his prey. Court death. Firstly, he had just withstood the angels, ladder of evil and regret, and was not in good condition. Chapter 169. No time to mourn, the next to appear is the tyrant Shen-Er. The angel Lacy who was standing by was stunned again, and quickly put on a gentle and ladylike look. Is he Xiaohui's father? It looks like it's very powerful. Although I have never heard of it, the appearance and hair are indeed very similar. I must perform well in front of my future father-in-law. Facing Laishihua's gaze, Fuguro Shire simply ignored it. At this moment, he quickly pulled out the BD that occupied Fuguro's body. He stroked the bloody long sword in his hand and blurted out cold words. No matter who you are, get out of my son's body immediately. Otherwise, chop it up and feed it to the dogs. Sukuna stared at the man in front of him with a strong aura. There is no fluctuation of cursed energy in the body, but what is this invisible sense of oppression? Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he remembered something, and grinned excitedly. I see, it's actually the curse of heaven, no wonder the previous, new, couldn't get rid of you. Quote, I am sorry for occupying your son's body and using his magic to attack you. But, Sukuna licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly, so what? Whoosh, an extremely sharp cold light flashed. Sukuna slightly tilted his head to dodge, but found a drop of blood dripping from his cheek. What a fast knife. The next second, he flashed. Two afterimages collided at high speed in the air. Bang bang bang. In just a few breaths, the two had fought for nearly 100 rounds. The rumbling sound of fists hitting flesh spread from the center of the fight between the two men, and the terrifying force swept around. The superhuman body of Tien Yuan Tyrant makes him not inferior to the cursed King Sukuna. Moreover, he had already prepared the intelligence long before coming. When Sukuna does not activate his domain, he needs to raise his hand to release a slashing attack. Even if this initial movement was tiny, he had the confidence to detect and dodge Sukuna's technique. At this moment, Sukuna only felt that the opponent's punch was getting stronger and stronger. My arms were already numb from the shock. But he was not panicked at all, instead he showed a crazy fighting spirit. It's been a long time since I've encountered an opponent with such strong physical skills. Therefore, he wanted to use physical skills to completely crush the opponent's pride. Seeing this scene, Shaolu couldn't help but think of a sentence in his heart. It's too late to mourn for Mo Shu Luo, and the next to appear is Tien Yuan Tyrant. The battle between the first generation of heaven, the tyrant and the cursed king was a rare scene. This is all thanks to the Impure World reincarnation technique. What is certain is that Fushiguro Shinobu will never be able to defeat Sukuna. After all, the king of curses is not created by words, but by killing. But he wanted to see how much strength Fushiguro Shinobu could bring out of Sukuna. The battle between the two will not end in a short period of time. Shaolu flashed and came in front of Itadori. Looking at Itadori, whose eyes rolled back and who was lying on the ruins covered in blood, Shaolu thought for a moment and then said, Student, get up quickly. You are not allowed to sleep here. As soon as these words came out, Itadori's consciousness was immediately brought back to reality. Fushiguro. He stood up suddenly, breathing heavily, then looked up and saw a familiar face. Shaolu. Itadori was delighted at first, then immediately said anxiously, Go and save Fuhui, he is possessed by Sukuna. Seeing Itadori's anxious look, Shaolu made way and pointed forward, he's saving them. Fushiguro's father is working hard. His goal is to quickly complete the Death Return Tour and take the first place in the scoreboard to get the system reward, beat Tianshan. There is no pressure in speedrunning and returning to the game. Just beat up Sukuna and then use a lot of points to end this human fighting game. But the only trouble now is the points ranking. There was a dull thud, followed by the sound of bones breaking. So, if that's the case, then just wait for Li Mei to show up, and then start grabbing it yourself. Although Sukuna was hit several times during this process, he still did not forget to taunt. Generally speaking, I am indeed no match for him. Now, at every moment, there should be a large number of contracted swimmers and cursed spirits working for her. Moreover, anonymously teleporting Fushiguro Miki to the first barrier in Tokyo was probably also Raimei's method. When the bloody sky and the tyrant meet, it will be a real fight to the death. Sukuna only felt that his head was hit by a huge hammer. The whole person fell directly to the ground. From the fact that Mei Mei had spent 100 points lavishly just to pass a message to Sukuna, it was clear that she had quite a few points in her hands. After saying that, he grinned, raised his head suddenly, gathered strength, and delivered a powerful and heavy iron head strike towards Sukuna's head. But so what? Anyone who dares to attack his son will be killed, even if it is the Cursed King. He stuck out his tongue and tasted the blood flowing from his forehead to the corners of his mouth. To put it bluntly, a large group of swimmers who signed a contract with Nozomi thousands of years ago and lived in the flesh are now forced to work for Mei Mei. Fushiguro even exhaled a breath of foul air and suddenly changed his fighting style. Shiro knew clearly that Sukuna was not inferior to himself in either speed or physical strength. At the same time, two afterimages in the sky were still bombarding each other. In terms of strength, Itadori is probably not that weak at the moment, right? Click. Nozomi went to Hongqing Palace. Currently, the control of the Death and Rebirth Tour should be in Mei Mei's hands. What? Itadori shouted in shock. Then what are we waiting for? Let's just fight. An extremely indifferent voice rang out. You are even more annoying than the Gojo Satoru who was hanging upside down in the sky back then. Touching his cracked skull, Sukuna cursed angrily. Where did this lunatic come from? He took several punches from Sukuna, then suddenly moved closer, exerting force with the muscles in his arms, veins bulging, and locking Sukuna's body tightly. Wait, Itadori suddenly thought of something, stood up and looked at Shaolu. Can Fushigiro's father beat Sukuna? Shaolu looked at Itadori carefully. In just a few minutes, the blood on Itadori's body had coagulated and the injuries of all sizes on his body were healing rapidly. All we have to do now is wait for Mei Mei to show up. Wow, so strong. I didn't expect that there is someone in this world who can fight Sukuna to this extent with just physical strength. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, the opponent has not used any magic. Relying solely on myself or with the help of the college, I definitely wouldn't have as many points as Mei Mei. Shaolu analyzed. Not likely. Try harder, this alone won't save your son. Itadori stared at the battle ahead, obviously attracted. Fushiguro Shiga's eyes were cold and blood was flowing from his forehead. Like a beast that feels no pain. He was dizzy and confused by this sudden attack. Chapter 170 Crazy Sky and Tyrant. Are all Tien Yuan tyrants like you, self-harming idiots? Sukuna spat out disdainful and cold words, and the wound on his forehead had already been repaired by him using the reverse curse technique. In this way, the one who suffered the loss in the exchange of damage was Fushiguro Shiga. However, Jinur just stared coldly at Sukuna in front of him, ignoring his ridicule. With every step he took, his aura would rise. Say it again, get out of my son. After saying this, he lowered his waist and sat on his hips, swung his hands back to gather strength, and his eyes were fixed on Sukuna's face. The next second, bang, the ground beneath his feet suddenly broke apart, and the man was nowhere to be seen. The fleeting punch hit Sukuna's face hard, without any mercy because it was his son's face. This punch was like a mountain pressing down on Sukuna, causing his face to twist and he flew backwards for hundreds of meters before he could barely stop. Come again. Sukuna didn't care about the injury on his face at all, he rushed out and attacked Jinur. The two powerful punches collided violently without giving in to each other. The powerful impact pierced through the thick wall of the building, and a spider-like crack appeared under the feet of the two people, which was rapidly spreading in all directions. Suddenly, a naked upper body figure flew out from the smoke at high speed. Sukuna bent his bow and grabbed the ground, his sharp black nails scratching long scratches on the ground. Only then did he stop his rapid retreat. His heart was filled with surprise. Although he only has the strength of 16 fingers, his body's strength has long exceeded the category of special grade. But facing the Tien Yuan tyrant in front of him, he actually lost in the physical battle. In the past 1,000 years, he had never encountered a sorcerer who could make him retreat just by using physical attacks. Is it that heaven and the curse bound Dakion, or is this man in front of me too abnormal? If Itadori, the indestructible cockroach, possessed a strength that even he envied, then the man in front of him relied entirely on his own strength to launch attacks beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Ha ha ha, Sukuna suddenly stood up and laughed. It's been a long time since I had such a refreshing battle. Let's end it here. There was no time for Sukuna to continue thinking. He kicked a huge truck and it flew towards Sukuna. As the truck flew out, Jinur concealed his breath and followed closely behind the truck like a ghost. He wanted to transform himself into a hunter and give this so-called cursed king a fatal blow. However, Sukuna just waved his fingers calmly. Slash. 8. Swish. The all-destroying slash instantly cut the incoming truck in half. The next moment, the wild wind died down, leaving only the sound of a sharp knife. He suddenly chopped down with a knife. But Sukuna seemed to have anticipated this and calmly dodged the fatal blow. A joking expression appeared on his face. What do you think I am? The trick of deception has been played out by those people back then. Thousands of years ago, many sorcerers from assassination families used similar tricks to try to sneak attack and kill him. But in the end, without exception, they were all cut in half by him. They died without a complete corpse. Having missed the chance to attack, Jinur did not give up and continued to hack and chop with the knife. However, Sukuna did not intend to waste time on this. Let's end our game here. Your physical skills are indeed good, but that's all. As soon as the words fell, swish, a slash flew out again. With a sense of danger, he instinctively switched from offense to defense and blocked with his sword. However, He still underestimated the power of Sukuna's slash. The long sword in his hand was cut off instantly, and a deep scar appeared on his chest. Even his entire body was chopped off and flew out. Sukuna put his hands in his pockets and said disdainfully, "It hurts, right? And you don't seem to know the reverse curse technique yet." Shinnur fell to the ground and looked down at the shocking scar on his chest, his expression still calm. It was as if the one who was attacked just now was not me. He stretched out his hand and slowly touched the wound on his chest, saying calmly, "As the attack from the Cursed King just a tickle." As soon as these words came out, Sukuna laughed in anger, tickling. "In that case, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can touch me, I will let your baby son go, how about that?" Shinnur grinned and said, "Come on." Swish. The sound of breaking through the air. The slashing technique was launched again without any warning. Shinnur rushed towards Sukuna's body at high speed and stopped where he was. The sharp slash, like cutting a mirror, cuts all the way down along Shinnur's shoulder. Puff. Bright red blood instantly spurted out from the shoulders to the thighs. However, Sukuna was slightly surprised. It was hit by its own cursed slash but was not broken into two. Is this guy's body stronger than those steel bars? After all these years, this was the first time he had encountered someone who could withstand his attack with just his mortal body. The angel Lassua, who was flying in the sky and watching the battle, widened her eyes and covered her mouth in horror. "This won't work, father-in-law. Xiaohui's father is very strong in physical skills but he can't stand being chopped down like this by Susanoo." She began to call upon the angel in her body. "Don't you have a unique healing technique? Help him." The angel hesitated. "But if I do this, I won't be able to prepare the ladder of evil and regret again." During this period of silence, it had been secretly gathering strength in Laishihua's body, preparing to give Sukuna another fatal blow. But with Sukuna on one side and Shaolu's future father-in-law whom he wants to please on the other, how should he choose? It is not Sukuna, a demon who has no human feelings. For a moment, the angel was in a dilemma. It still couldn't forget the man who emerged from the whirlpool and stuffed the energy ball into Sukuna's mouth. If he also joins the battle against Sukuna, it will be much easier. But now he is hiding in a tall building far away to watch the battle. Is he waiting for some opportunity? Below, Sukuna looked at Shinnur who was slowly walking towards him, and said in an unhappy tone. "Although you have withstood my attack, I will never take you seriously. You extremely weak human bugs, don't you have any self-awareness? Don't you feel bored when you keep talking about ridiculous family, love, and friendship every day?" In Sukuna's eyes, so-called humans are just a bunch of ants that can be crushed to death at any time. And those so-called sorcerers are nothing more than slightly larger ants. Shinnur still kept his head down and said nothing, walking towards Sukuna with heavy steps. The murderous expression is in stark contrast to the smiling Sukuna on the other side. Seeing that he still dared to approach him, Sukuna said impatiently, "Slash. Release. Oink oink." In an instant, countless sounds of breaking through the air were heard. The dense slashes all hit Shinnur's body, and blood spurted out. However, the more this happened, the more intense his grim smile became. He stared with bloodshot eyes, like a bloody avenger. His whole body was covered with wounds, like a bloody man, or even a demon from hell. He was completely defenseless and kept moving forward despite the attacks from the Cursed King. "Haha, that's it. What if you cut me into pieces? What if you cut me to death? If you dare to touch my son, you will have to pay the price." On the high building, Itadori gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Damn it. Damn the Cursed King. This fight isn't fair at all. In his opinion, being able to achieve this level with just the physical body was already very impressive. Chapter 171 Tyrant Relay Race. But this BD Sukuna has no martial ethics at all. He actually used Fushiguro as an excuse to let his father take the slash. If this continues, even if Fushigiro's father is physically strong, he will die. Shaolu on the side looked down at the battle situation below thoughtfully. It must be said that Tyrant Shinnur brought him an ultimate visual feast. However, Fushiguro Shigeki is not a reckless man like Itadori. He would never resist Sukuna's attack just to be angry. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to follow Gojo Satoru for several days in a row in order to kill him, and to act with great patience when Gojo Satoru was most tired. Not to mention that he had fully understood all of Gojo Satoru's techniques beforehand. Thinking of this, his eyes fixed and his Sharingan moved. After a while, the corners of his mouth turned up. "I see. That's what I said. Shinnur would never do such a meaningless thing." Through the careful observation of the Sharingan, it can be seen that the power of Sukuna's slash was weakened at the moment it hit Shinji. This is definitely not due to Sukuna's lack of magical power or weakness, nor is it because Shire used some strange trump card. It's Fushiguro Megumi whose body is occupied by Sukuna. The two fathers and sons reached a mutual agreement without any communication or even meeting each other. "Angel, heal me now." Laxua, flying in the sky, was madly shouting at the angel in her body. Jinner below has been completely turned into a bloody man under Sukuna's slash. "Oh, well, there's really nothing I can do about you." Below, Shinji, who was bearing the storm of slashing, was getting closer and closer to Sukuna. Suddenly, a beam of holy light shone on his head, and the injuries on his body began to recover under this holy light. He glanced, nodded at Laxua in the sky, and continued to move towards Sukuna in front. Seeing this, Sukuna raised his eyebrows slightly. are there any healing techniques other than reverse curse technique? Do you think this will work? Although there is the healing of the holy light, its recovery speed is far less than the damage caused by one's own slash. It's nothing more than a struggle to survive. Thinking of this, Sukuna once again increased the output of his cursed power. For a moment, the overwhelming slashing attacks completely surrounded Shen-Er. However, the expected scene of Shen-Er being cut into pieces still did not appear. Looking at Shen-Er getting closer and closer to him, Sukuna frowned and realized that something was wrong. Even the strongest steel bars would be cut into pieces. How could human flesh continue to resist? After a careful observation, Sukuna's pupils contracted and he knew the reason. So that's it, it was the little devil inside him that was causing trouble. Even though he could withstand his own Jia and Ba, it turned out that it was because his own curse power output had decreased. This also resulted in a slash that could have killed Shen-Er, only causing less than fatal damage to him. Fushiguro Megumi, you were so shameless even though you were already devoured by me. Is it because you can't bear to see your father being cut to death? Then I will make you completely collapse in despair. An excited smile appeared on Sukuna's face, as if killing his opponent made him feel happy. The important thing about killing an opponent makes him twice as happy. He slowly raised his hands, and the spell power continued to gather. Go to hell. Before he could finish his words, he was grabbed by a pair of bloody hands. A terrifying face that looked as if it had been washed in blood appeared before my eyes. A devilishly deep voice came to my ears. You scraped me so hard, are you tired? As he spoke, Shen-Er grinned evilly, raised his head again to gather strength, and suddenly hit Sukuna's head. Bang! There was a muffled sound followed by a cracking bone. The two were sent flying backwards under the powerful impact. Sukuna felt his vision spinning and he saw stars. At the same time, a raging rage surged in his heart. Looking at Shen-Er lying on the ground, dying, he roared in anger. Chop Suey, how dare you humiliate me twice with such a stupid attack? What a shame this is for him, the king of curses. Damn the sky and the curse, I will do it myself. However, before he could finish his words, a loud bang was heard from the rooftop in the distance. A red figure turned into a stream of light and flew towards them at high speed. Itadori clenched his fists, and black lightning surrounded him. Bang! A black flash hit Sukuna's arm solidly, knocking him back dozens of meters. Sukuna shook his numb arms and sneered, you're not dead yet, you're just a piece of shit. At the same time, he also glanced at Shaolu on the rooftop in the distance. From beginning to end, he never intervened. Was he waiting or planning something? His intuition told him that he could no longer get entangled with these small fry. Just go back and adjust yourself and swallow all the remaining 4 fingers. By then, with his full strength, 10 shadow spells, and the blessing of Moxu Luo, he will be completely invincible. What the hell, Shaolu, the strongest Gojo Satoru won't take him seriously. Itadori's roar brought Sukuna back to his senses. What caught my eye was another black flash. Why do you want to stay in the human world? Looking at Itadori standing there in a daze, he decided to put a perfect end to his former container. Why are you spreading misfortune everywhere? If you are happy, enjoy yourself. If you are unhappy, kill people for fun. This is the real curse. The steel pipe in his hand also broke into 2 pieces. Itadori also showed his bloodiness, and the shocking bloodstains on his chest made his adrenaline surge. Su spread his arms and laughed arrogantly. Little ghost, where did you get the chicken blood? Black flash in every punch. He stared at Sukuna intently, wishing he could chop him into minced meat. I can do whatever I want, and no one can restrain me. It was like this 1,000 years ago, and it is even more so now. Letting him die in the most painful way is his greatest reward. And from time to time there are black lightning mixed in. Bang, bang, bang. Why don't you just die? Get lost. Itadori stood in front of Jinner, staring at Sukuna. The 3 questions in a row made Sukuna laugh out loud. You are such a fool, little brat. Seeing the tall building in the distance, Shaw's eyes lit up, and a sentence inexplicably emerged in his mind. He looked at this old friend, with whom he had been living day and night with some surprise. This cycle repeats itself for about 3 rounds, and Itadori launches a slashing attack and sends him flying. Looking at the lively Itadori, Sukuna said dissatisfiedly, Tisk, it's the little devil in your body that's causing trouble again. I will make you sink to the depths when I return. Those extremely calm eyes revealed endless murderous intent. This time, Sukuna did not resist, but instead moved his body to the side and dodged. Or, are you, Itadori, acting like a BCH now because you're jealous that I gave up on you and took over Fushiguro Megumi's body? Facing Sukuna's ridicule, Itadori ignored it and grabbed the steel pipe on the ground and launched an attack. There is no reason. I am different from those people like Luo Suo. I have no purpose. There were loud noises coming from the battlefield. Beside him, a woman with short hair, black clothes and holding a long knife was leaning quietly against the wall. It's too late to mourn for the Heaven and Tyrant. The next to appear is the 2nd generation of Heaven and Tyrant. Hee. Sukuna couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sukuna's eyes widened, and the silent breath of death filled the surroundings. You ask me why, then I'll tell you. You know, when a person or animal that is too weak gets angry, the stronger ones will think it is just being cute. The 2 figures collided with each other and separated again. Suddenly, an extremely cold female voice sounded. Really? Chapter 172, Aesthetics of Violence. Thanks to MOMMMMM for the King of 10 Gifts. I thank you on my knees. Sukuna glanced at Shinji leaning against the wall and was secretly shocked. What's up with this woman? When did she appear, and why couldn't even I sense it? Thinking of this, Sukuna frowned and looked at Junshi, who appeared quietly in the corner with an impatient expression. No spell power. Although he does not have any curse power at all, he exudes a dangerous aura all the time. Could it be another person cursed by heaven and earth? What happened today? Did I disturb the heaven and curse? Maki didn't even look at Sukuna, but asked Itadori calmly. Tell me, what's going on with this, Fushiguro, in front of you? The extremely indifferent words came out of his mouth, which made Itadori feel a chill on his back. What happened to Maki-senpai? Although she usually looks aloof at school, she is actually warm-hearted. But now it feels like an ice cellar. Especially those calm eyes and the aura emanating from them, which were terrifying. What on earth did Senior Junshi go through before this? Itadori came to his senses and immediately warned Maki. Senior, be careful, Fushiguro is now possessed by Sukuna. Just as he finished speaking, Maki's flying kick hit Sukuna's chest. Bang! There was absolutely no hesitation. The two strong men who never talked nonsense seemed to be fighting in close combat, and all their moves were deadly. Sukuna raised his hand to block Maki's high kick, and took the opportunity to grab her temple with his claws. However, Maki seemed to be prepared. She slipped away from Sukuna's fingertips like a ghost and flowing water. He pressed down on the arm of the locked Nuo, and suddenly sent an elbow strike through the air. Bang! A set of movements that flow smoothly. Sukuna stumbled back after being hit, and covered his sore nose with his hand, cursing in his heart, what a crazy woman. Obviously, this woman who suddenly appeared was not the kind of trash that could be easily dealt with. Her extremely swift attack and sharp grappling and fighting skills were brought to the extreme by her. He has the same job as Fushiguro Megumi's father. But the force seemed even more fierce, especially the green flame coat attached to her body. It made him feel amazed. Bang bang bang, fists were hitting each other like a violent storm. Susanoo's whole body muscles are tense, his face is fierce. On the other hand, Maki's expression remained indifferent, and her eyes remained calm. From the beginning till now, she had never blinked. The fluttering cape is elegant and graceful, and the peak body shows great strength. Fists are like sharp knives, legs are like sharp axes. The crazy attack style of attacking without defense and unknown combat power made Sukuna a little difficult to resist. The violent aesthetics are performed to the fullest. Itadori on the side widened his eyes in disbelief. Looking at Senior Maki, who seemed to have been reborn, he was extremely shocked. What on earth did she go through? Why did she suddenly become so powerful? How could she gain the upper hand in the fight with Sukuna? He knew that Maki's taijutsu was very strong, but right now, it seemed that he was no worse than Fushiguro Shiori, who was lying on the ground, right? The angel Lasso flying in the sky used holy light to heal Fukui Shire's injuries while observing the battle below. What a powerful short-haired sister, with the same physique and similar fighting style. Could it be that she has the same physique as Xiaohui's father? Just as she was thinking, there was a loud noise from below. The muscle-tight whip leg struck again, hitting Susanoo's head. The explosive kick caused Sukuna's face to twist horribly. Maki exhaled, spread his hands, and his self-created technique, Shiranui Keita, was already unfolding. Under Sukuna's puzzled gaze, she suddenly pushed her hands forward. The outrageous operation of grabbing the air with bare hands caused the air around Sukuna to vibrate violently, affecting his body. Boom! Sukuna was knocked flying and crashed into the iron guardrail behind him. Looking at the guardrail in his hand that had been twisted beyond recognition by Maki, Sukuna grinned. You are the most powerful woman in physical skills that I have ever seen in the past 1,000 years. But that's all. The last man with the strongest physical skills was chopped into a bloody mess by me. Maki glanced indifferently at Fushiguro Shigeharu, who was lying on the ground in the distance, and there was no ripple in his heart. What do you want to say? Sukuna stretched his neck and said hoarsely, I admire you. Either follow me or die. As soon as he finished speaking, a car came towards him. Swish, an invisible slash swept past. The car was 1 meter in front of him and split into two. Sukuna's forehead formed a, shape, and he glanced coldly at Itadori. Looking at the young man beside him who was pestering him endlessly, he felt annoyed. Do you find this interesting, Itadori Yuji? Even if I stand there and let you hit me, what can you do to me? He just doesn't believe Itadori can dodge every punch. Before Itadori could answer, Maki's kick hit Sukuna again. At the last moment, Sukuna raised his arm to block, but was still blown away by this strange force. The body flew backwards at high speed and crashed straight into the building in the distance. The huge roar was deafening and raised a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, Sukuna walked out of the cave with his hands in his pockets as if nothing had happened. This kind of basic physical attack can no longer cause any substantial harm to him now. Moreover, this is not his prime period. If he goes back, he will fully master Moxu Luo's abilities. By then, he will truly be the only one in the world who is supreme. Itadori had a serious expression, his eyes fixed on Sukuna. Senior, your attack just now was not in vain, it's just that guy has mastered the reverse curse technique. Maki nodded, but didn't take it too seriously. Now she has completely developed the physique of Heaven and Tyrant, and she was just using him for training in the fight with Sukuna just now. Before entering the death and annihilation journey, the imitation, soul-devouring sword, made for her by her sister Mei, which she had used up all her cursed energy, had not yet been used. And she also wanted to test it out. If she opened the last 3 gates of the 8 gates, would Sukuna still be able to laugh? Thinking of this, Maki's eyes softened, he glanced at the tall buildings in the distance and nodded at Shaolu. The next second, a terrifying aura burst out from her body. Slightly excited, he blurted out, "I'm going to speed up Itadori, can you keep up?" Yes, Itadori, with scars all over his face, nodded vigorously and gave an affirmative answer. However, before he could move, a strong wind suddenly blew up beside him. Itadori was blown around uncontrollably by the strong wind. Maki, who was standing next to him just now, has disappeared. He widened his eyes in disbelief, wishing he could take back what he had just said. How could I possibly keep up with this speed? Boom. Maki's body was like a rainbow, shooting out like a cannonball. With the help of the 8 gates, her speed was as fast as lightning, causing the space behind her to distort. Itadori behind him also tried his best and followed closely. Sukuna. 2 little brats whose hair hasn't even grown out yet, do you really think you can beat me? Chapter 173. What are you looking at? Sukuna poured all his cursed power into his body to strengthen his physical strength. Maki, who was faster, was the first to go behind Sukuna. The imitation, soul-eating sword, in his hand was suddenly pulled out from his waist. Blocking Sukuna's retreat, Itadori rushed to Sukuna's side with the force of a horn and surrounded him tightly. Bang! Sukuna took Itadori's heavy punch without any pain. At the same time, he subconsciously lowered his head and narrowly avoided the sweeping blow. As long as Itadori's attack fails to produce a black flash, it can be almost ignored by him. Therefore, he focused more on guarding against Maki and the extremely sharp knife in her hand. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Maki's speed seems to be a level faster than before. Could it be related to the energy code attached to her body? The Jujutsu High School actually has such a powerful secret technique. While thinking, Sukuna grinned fiercely and thrust his legs straight into the ground. Forming a steady horse stance, he kept switching fists with both hands to meet the attacks from Shinji and Itadori. Bang bang bang, the punch was so fast that it left an afterimage. The air was filled with the sound of bodies colliding violently. Sweat and blood splashed in the center of the battle between the 3 people. Sukuna became more and more excited as he fought, grinning wildly. You don't know, do you? The 2-faced, 4-armed, illusory demon is also my title. So, the saying that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands doesn't apply to me. Maki snorted coldly, and just as he was about to draw his sword and sweep it across, he suddenly froze, as if he had sensed something. At the same time, Sukuna and Itadori also stopped their fierce fight and turned their heads away. What came into view was a man in black robe, emitting a frosty aura. Every time she took a step, the ground behind her would freeze into ice before the next step landed. The sky full of icy curse power filled the area around her. Itadori and Maki are facing a formidable enemy. This is obviously not the partner of the High Commissioner. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Ice condensation spell. Frost Nagi. In an instant, frost swept across the entire battlefield, and countless ice spikes rose up and stabbed Itadori and Maki. As a last resort, the two had to dodge everywhere. The man in black pulled down the hood that was hiding his face, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Sorry, I interrupted your fight." After saying that, Li Mei glanced unkindly at Shaolu who was standing on the tall building. I saw a red light flashing in the other person's eyes and he grinned. HMPH. Li Mei snorted coldly and looked away. Ever since she took over the control of the death return from the nose, she has been paying close attention to the battle here. From the time Shaolu appeared until now, apart from using despicable means to sneak attack Lord Sukuna, he has not taken any action since then. Instead, he hid on a distant building and watched the show. This guy must be planning something, and it's something that's bad for Lord Sukuna. Therefore, she must act quickly to help Lord Sukuna resolve this farce. Sukuna waved his hand and said casually, "It's okay, you did just right." Sukuna, who finally freed his hands, smiled sinisterly, suddenly bent down and squatted, pressing his hands to the ground. In an instant, dense spider cracks have formed within 100 meters. /8. As the words fell, the ground within 100 meters collapsed. At this moment, the extremely hard concrete was actually cut into countless neat and smooth tofu blocks. Deadly slashes continued to slash out from the ground, attacking Itadori and Maki. The extremely dense attacks made Itadori and Maki dodge with difficulty. But coupled with the fact that Li Mei used magic in the dark and summoned ice cones at the right time to block the attack, the two soon had no way to hide. At the critical moment, a huge thorny net made entirely of wood fell over Sukuna and Raimei's heads. A huge black shadow instantly enveloped the two of them. Sukuna suddenly looked up. "Are you finally willing to take action? I haven't seen you for a while. Do you still like to play tricks like this?" He sneered, slowly stretched out his arm, spread his 5 fingers, and launched a slash. Oink! The large wooden net was cut into countless pieces without any resistance. Sukuna smiled contemptuously. Not even a single blow can be sustained. Suddenly, a huge Rasengan fell from the sky. Its terrifying power made Sukuna frown. "Humph, you are not worthy of the adults, help." Li Mei shouted angrily, and used the ice condensation spell to its full output. Snap! The temperature in the sky suddenly dropped to an extreme, and the Rasengan was instantly frozen into a huge ice ball, and Shaolu in the sky was also frozen in place. Sukuna raised his hand and swung it, an invisible slash that pierced through the sky and cut through vertically. Split Shaolu's body and the clouds in the sky into two. Just as Itadori and Maki were about to exclaim in surprise, a pair of slender hands with distinct joints pressed down on their shoulders. The two of them suddenly turned around and then breathed a sigh of relief. Shaolu. It turns out that was just your clone, it was so scary. Mei Mei, who was far away, looked at the two wooden stakes falling from the sky and said in disbelief, fake, fake. Sukuna, who had seen this trick before, sneered, it's just the same trick as always. After saying that, he raised his hand and swung it, launching another even more powerful slash at Shaolu's location. Many battle summaries made him understand one thing. When facing Shaolu, you can't compete with him in spells. Especially spells with super standard cursed power output. The only and most effective way is to chase him relentlessly. Don't give him any chance to perform his magic. Swish. The slash swept across Shaolu's body without a doubt, splitting him in two again. However, the next second, Shaolu turned into a wooden stake again. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Fake again, so where is Shaolu now? Mei Mei gritted her teeth and looked back at the rooftop in the distance. It was empty. Shaolu had already left. This damn guy. Feeling that he was being teased, Sukuna yelled, get out of here, you coward, you idiot. The words haven't been finished yet. Sukuna's pupils shrank sharply, and he felt nervous. Without any hesitation, he dodged quickly. A vortex appeared, and the space was distorted. Click. Blood splattered, and Sukuna's arm fell to the ground. It's this damn space ability again. If he were to say, the most frightening thing about Shaolu is this technique of manipulating space. As for the so-called illusions, etc., they can all be dealt with the help of Moxu Luo's super adaptability. The only problem is that with this spatial attack, if I'm not careful and my head is twisted off, I might not have time to use the reverse curse technique. Sukuna used the reverse curse technique to grow his broken arm back. After moving it for a while, he looked at Shaolu who was walking slowly in the distance and laughed. You are so ruthless, aren't you afraid that I won't be able to dodge and let your good friend's head be divided? Also, you should be in your true form now, right? Guess. Shaolu stepped forward and said with a smile, but you are the king of curses, how can you die so easily? As if he sensed the hostile gaze, he looked at Mei Mei, who was staring at him with anger on her face, and said, Mushroom head, what are you looking at? End the death game immediately and transfer all the points to me. Otherwise, I will pin the Lord Sukuna you admire to the ground and rub him hard. Chapter 174, Flying Thunder God dodges the slash. What did you say? Before Sukuna could speak, Mei Mei stood up and shouted, do you really think you are a match for Sukuna-sama? Have you ever seen the heyday of the adults, you ignorant bastards? Ha ha ha. Sukuna suddenly laughed like crazy, then waved his hand violently, slashing through the air. Swish. The two were only 100 meters apart, and the slashing speed was very fast, slashing towards Shaolu's waist. However, what no one expected was that Shaolu was even faster. Facing the incoming slash, it suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light and moved to the side, just avoiding Sukuna's slash. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying cut was made at the spot where Shaolu was before. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. What did I see? Sukuna's slash was dodged. It is well known that Sukuna's slashing speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Even if his eyes were superhuman enough to catch the trajectory of the slash, his body wouldn't have enough time to react. But Shaolu actually did it just now. Itadori and Maki stared at Shaolu who was walking in the distance. How did he do that? Did he observe the subtle movement of Sukuna raising his hand in advance and dodge it? If I were to do it myself, I would probably just be beheaded. Sukuna frowned slightly and looked at Shaolu who was slowly approaching with a little surprise. What a fast speed. In 1,000 years, this was the first time he had seen someone dodge his attack simply by relying on speed. Could it be that because of the Fushiguro Megumi in his body, not only was the power of his slashing attack weakened, but even the speed was reduced? Sukuna has doubts in his heart. But no matter what, Shaolu's speed just now was so fast that even he could only catch a glimpse of golden lightning. Shaolu blurted out frivolous words. What? Did you not eat or do you have kidney deficiency? The strike was so soft and slow as a snail. With the power of the eternal Mangekyo, he could barely catch Sukuna's slash. But the most important thing is that he has already spread seeds all over this battlefield. It's the Flying Thunder God's mark. As the saying goes, pay attention to the enemy tactically and despise the enemy strategically. How dare you insult Sukuna-sama like this? The dog licker Mei Mei clenched his fists, and the whole body was filled with coldness. I just luckily dodged a casual attack from you, my lord. Sukuna patted her shoulder, took a step forward, looked at Shaolu with interest and said, I don't know, how many times can you dodge? The words fell. 8. Sukuna waved his hands, and 2 3-meter-long slashes formed an X shape and attacked Shaolu through the air. Shaolu's body was as fast as lightning. He dodged the oncoming attack twice in a row. Then he walked slowly towards Sukuna, still calm and composed. This scene once again shocked everyone. Hiding again. If it was luck once, then this time it was definitely strength. Adult Sukuna. Li Mei just lamented that her face was burning. Shaolu's action slapped her hard in the face. Sukuna, who was very experienced, didn't care about other people's eyes, but was secretly thinking in his heart. Even though Fushiguro Megumi was messing around inside him, Shaolu's speed was incredible. What's more, he also has a strange ability to become virtual. Even if I hit the target, it would probably pass right through the opponent's body. Tisk. This damn scoundrel is so hard to kill. There is only one way to hurt or kill Shaolu, and that is to open the domain and launch endless attacks on him. His ability to become a virtual being can only last for 5 minutes. But Shaolu is not the only one present. Itadori Maki is not included. There is also the angel in the sky who is eyeing him covetously. Thinking of this, he decided not to continue wasting time with these dog skin plasters. Sir, you are not in your prime right now. There is no need to fight these people. Retreat first. Mei, whose mind was full of Sukuna, could tell at a glance what Sukuna was thinking at the moment. But Lady Sukuna is extremely proud, so these words must be spoken by her. Sukuna nodded. That makes sense. After getting the consent, Li Mei stepped forward and summoned a small golden bug with a unique appearance. Then he raised his chin, like a proud swan, and scanned everyone with a look of rubbish, finally stopping at Shaolu. You seem to want points very much. Let me see. Not bad. You, who is ranked second, actually have 500 points. It's really impressive. It's a pity that I'm twice as big as you. Sukuna formed seals with his hands and summoned the gigantic, Nu. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. At the cost of consuming 1,000 points, he ended the death return game early and used the rules to target Shaolu. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Shaolu. What? How can such a despicable rule be made? As expected, Li Mei's points are as high as 1,000. However, it is indeed difficult to get 500 points within 10 minutes. This is her and the Noosa's final killing move. Li Mei held up the little golden bug, his eyes were extremely crazy. He typed in the command. In just 10 minutes, it is almost impossible to collect 500 points. This also proves that something must have happened before she arrived here. This is what happens when you go against Sukuna-sama. This is clearly a blatant targeting. Facing Itadori's questioning, Mei first knelt on one knee and asked Sukuna for instructions. After getting Sukuna's consent, he smiled sinisterly. Because most people are little Kurami, and they don't have many steel keys on them. She just wanted to use this to suppress Lu and gain face for Master Sukuna. It is her honor to help Sukuna-sama get rid of such a troublesome person. Mushroom Head, what do you want to do? Who in Jujutsu Kaisen can be more licking than Mei? And this was a sudden surge. Li Mei, who was sitting above, did not forget to taunt. Itadori and others quickly opened their own little golden bugs to check their points. Even killing all the swimmers in the area might not be enough. After hitting Shaolu, she felt a little better. Swimmer Li Mei, consume 1,000 points and add a new rule. You only have 10 minutes left, don't give up and wait for death easily. Nu carried Sukuna and Mei away. Shaolu sighed. As expected of Mei, I, Uchiha Shaolu, would like to call you the strongest bootlicker. Although these points are accumulated by a large number of swimmers who signed contracts and lived in flesh, this is the reality. Suddenly, an emotionless announcement echoed in everyone's ears. 1. The death swim will end in 10 minutes and will lock onto the swimmer Shaolu. If you fail to collect 1,000 points before the death swim ends, your body's spells will be taken away. He was still standing there with a calm expression, as if he had not heard the announcement. No wonder he became Sukuna's recognized servant thousands of years ago. As soon as Li Mei's shocking words came out, struggle as hard as you can. What do I want to do? Give you a surprise, of course. Chapter 175 Tien Yuan was assimilated. How come I didn't know? However, Mei's actions were also a good thing for him. At least I am now ranked first in points. Judging from the time, Luvu should be here soon. Suddenly, his pocket vibrated and a small golden bug flapped its wings and flew into his sight. Ding! Maki from the Swimmer's Zen Temple transfers 100 points to you. Shaolu raised his brows slightly and turned to look. Maki clenched his fists and looked worried. Sorry, I don't have many points. Hurry, everyone, gather your points. Itadori was so anxious that he was spinning in circles. His points had long been cheated away by that bad woman named Wan. Angel Lizihua slowly floated down from the sky and said apologetically, sorry, I've been hiding in the hotel and don't have any points at all. She felt very ashamed. Shaolu had just saved her life not long ago. Otherwise, if I foolishly threw myself into Sukuna's arms, I would probably die miserably. But now, I can't help him. As if she had thought of something, she said weakly, but you can rest assured, the angel in my body can ensure that you will not be seriously injured or die after the surgery is removed. A mouth appeared on her face. It's a pity that such a powerful technique was wasted. Damn you, Mei. Maki, with an indifferent expression, could no longer control his emotions and punched the wall behind him. I'm going to kill someone right now. Shaolu is her benefactor. Without Shaolu, she wouldn't be where she is today. There are still 10 minutes left. As long as we can collect 400 points, there is still hope. Therefore, no matter if they are ordinary people, swimmers or cursed spirits, she will not let them go. Shaolu stopped Maki who was leaving with a knife in hand. Don't panic, I have the advantage this time. After hearing these words, several people were stunned. Maki forced himself to calm down. Do you have any other cards? Shaolu nodded. Someone will come to give me points soon. He could sense that Lu Hu and the others were very close to him. Itadori said hurriedly, "Stop joking, you don't have much time left." He believed that the death and extinction journey was about to end, and everyone would move towards the edge of the barrier and leave this damn place. How could he turn around and come back to give points to Shaolu? Senior Okatsu and the others are in another barrier, so they can't make it in such a short time. However, the next second, 4 black spots suddenly appeared in the sky above the Tokyo barrier. Then the distance got closer and closer, and everyone's pupils shrank. Aren't these the 4 great natural disasters? Why would they show up at a time like this? Get out of the way. Lu Hu waved his pipe and shouted loudly. Boom. There was a loud bang, the earth shook continuously, and dust filled the sky. Shaolu waved his hand to disperse the dust in front of him. Are you tiger? Why do you want to appear in this way? Miss the Tsukuyomi set meal. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 natural disasters, led by Lu Hu, froze, and cold sweat ran down their backs. Junrin immediately gave Lu Hu a big slap. It's all your fault. You had to make an appearance like this. Then he smiled at Shaolu and said, according to what you said, all the old guys in the upper echelons have been invited in. There are actually quite a few powerful sorcerers hiding in the upper echelons. We are exhausted. Lu Hu touched his head and added, don't worry, we have beaten them all, just focus on harvesting them. Well, good job. Shaolu nodded. However, this series of information completely stunned Itadori and others. The top brass was wiped out by the 4 great natural disasters. And the instigator behind this is Shaolu. Punishment. This is really too much punishment. But it's good this way. I've been annoyed with those old guys for a long time. The angel Lacy who was standing by was shocked in a different way. She doesn't know what the top management is, nor does she care. But the angel in her body told her, how could these 4 special cursed spirits listen to Shaolu so respectfully? It turns out that such an outrageous thing as giving away points is actually true. The angel in the body secretly told Lacy, Shalwa, I can't feel any life from these 4 cursed spirits. Quote, Lizahua's eyes widened. What? As someone who has been with angels for many years, she knows very well that no matter whether it is a human or a cursed spirit, in the eyes of angels, there is a standard for judging life. This is also why after using evil ladder of regret on Sukuna, I could tell at a glance that he was not dead yet. The 4 natural disasters that were currently lifeless were standing before them in full vigor. Angel, can you spot heresy? I can't see clearly, but the state of life and death of the 4 natural disasters is probably related to Shaolu. Perhaps, this mysterious man can help us kill Sukuna. If possible, we can build a good relationship with him. Maki didn't care about the life and death of the top management, but asked anxiously, so where are those old guys? Lu Hu glanced at Shaolu in fear and said awkwardly, although we can come and go freely without being restricted by the death migration, those people cannot. So we can't control where they land. They should be scattered all over this barrier now. Time is running out, everyone split up. Hearing this, Maki immediately picked up his knife and wanted to turn around and leave. Shaolu grabbed Maki again, and said like coaxing a child, we have many clones, don't be afraid. Maki suddenly understood, and then her face turned slightly red. I was so anxious that I almost forgot that Shaolu also mastered the art of division. The next second, Shaolu formed seals with both hands, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang, suddenly, with him as the center, hundreds of clones that looked exactly like Shaolu emerged. Oh, so many Shaolu. Itadori couldn't help but exclaimed, and curiously stretched out his finger to point at Shaolu's clones that surrounded him. Shaolu, which one is your real body? Angel Lacy was once again shocked by the scene before her. It was not like it had never seen the art of splitting into multiple bodies before, but it was the first time it had seen thousands of clones being created simultaneously in such a short period of time. The army of clones will kill gods if they stand in the way, kill Buddhas if they stand in the way, and kill any swimmers they see. The rule of the death swim is that the stronger the swimmer you kill, the more points you get. But is it true that there are always more solutions than problems? But Shaolu resolved it perfectly. Yes, even though it had lived for 1,000 years, it opened its eyes again. We have to rescue him, but, after that, you have to help open a back door. The next second, a huge army of clones rushed in all directions. Okay, the crisis is over, let's go rescue. Lakesua. Yes, sorry, I was too excited. About 3 minutes later, Lord Tien Yuan was actually assimilated. Shaolu played with the prison gate border in his hand and looked at Laizihua with a smile. The top brass will suffer for their own mistakes, but the waste can still be used. Turning them into points can be considered a contribution to the world of magic. Soon it reached 1,000 points, and it was still rising. Great, Itadori and others couldn't help but give a thumbs up. At this moment, Li Mei's voice fell into everyone's ears again. Then wouldn't the 99 Yuki and Zongshang protecting it be in danger? As soon as these words came out, everyone except Shaolu opened their eyes wide in disbelief. No problem, as long as Xiaohui can be rescued, I will agree to anything you ask. With thousands of clones conducting a very fast carpet search, I'm afraid they will soon gather all the points. Soon, the venue was empty again. Shaolu said, there are only 5 minutes left, there is no need to panic. Shaolu laughed. Amidst the dense crowd, an order rang out. find the top brass, and leave no one behind. Forget it, just think of it as building a good relationship with Shaolu. The angel shook his head helplessly. Shalwa, there is really nothing I can do to you. My previous condition was to kill the fallen angel. Go save Xiaohui. Lakesua couldn't help but shout. In this way, the desperate situation was resolved. Through the little golden bug, we can see that Shaolu's points are constantly increasing. At this point, Shaolu deliberately dragged out the last syllable of the sentence and looked at Lai Zihua, who was looking expectant. Anyone who were in this desperate situation would probably just wait for death, right? What awaits you will be endless despair. I look forward to our next meeting. From Lu Hu's words, we can learn that there are many powerful sorcerers in the upper echelons who were crippled and thrown into the death cycle. Ha ha ha, I forgot to tell you one thing. If nothing unexpected happens, your master Tien Yuan has been assimilated by the noose. Chapter 176 Illusion. Another god. For a moment, Itadori and Maki felt nervous at the same time. Is what Mei Mei said true or false? The one protecting Tengen is the top-class sorcerer Kujuku Yuki. How can the noose succeed? At this time, Lu Hu sneered. Tien Yuan was assimilated. He is just an idiot who was kept in the dark. Shaolu laughed and looked at Lu Hu. Is Luosuo dead? Lu Hu thought for a while, and finally said truthfully. Although I didn't see the body, Juju Yuki's black hole move destroyed him in Hongxing Palace. I think there is no reason for Nozomi to survive. Itadori was a little confused. Hey, wait, you mean Tien Yuan was not assimilated? Haha, not only did he fail to get his way, but we also beat him up. Then, under the pressure from Shaolu, Lu Hu impatiently told Itadori and the others a brief account of what had happened. Itadori chuckled. So, what Mei said just now was just a slap in the face. Lu Hu nodded, then looked at Lu deeply. This guy is becoming increasingly unpredictable. How did he predict that Dalua would go to Hongxing Palace? It seemed like all this was within his expectations. Suddenly, there was a loud roar throughout the Tokyo barrier, as if the door of the mechanism was opened. Along with the shaking and vibration, the black curtain wrapped around the outside completely dissipated. This also means that the hellish game of human slaughter in Death and Return is completely over. Seeing this, Itadori and Maki breathed a sigh of relief. The nerves that had been tense for a long time finally got a brief relaxation. At the same time, most of the people who participated in the Death Return tour breathed a sigh of relief. But there are a few battle fanatics who are dissatisfied. Just like Lu Xianyi wandering alone in the Shantai barrier. Just then, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, and you will be rewarded with illusion. Other gods. The long-awaited heavenly sound finally sounded, and Shaolu looked delighted. The most powerful illusion, Koto Matsukami, is finally in hand. In a sense, this is an illusion that is even more powerful than Tsukuyomi. Forcefully changing the will of others, as long as the timing is right, even making Sukuna kneel down and sing, conquer, is not a bad idea. But the only drawback is that the CD is too long, so it should be used with caution. Suddenly, Shaolu's eyes lit up. In addition to the Impure World Reincarnation, he also possessed a forbidden technique with a huge backlash, the Reincarnation technique. This thing can directly revive the dead. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's snatching people from the belly of the god of death. But the backlash of this forbidden technique is too great, and it definitely cannot be performed by oneself. But if we use Koto Matsukami to control Sukuna or Nose, and have them perform samsara, is it feasible? For example, resurrecting the astral plasma body of the past, Tien Liza. Thinking of the astral plasma, Shaolu looked at Fushiguro Shiga, who was unconscious on the ground. At this moment, the injuries on his body had been mostly healed by the angels, so he would definitely not die. Hey, wake up, your son has been taken away. Fushiguro Shiji didn't respond. Shaolu thought for a moment, then leaned close to his ear, smiled and whispered, let me tell you a secret, your son's last name is Wu Tiao. As soon as these words came out, Fushiguro Shijiro suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, and his whole body rose straight up from the ground. His eyes were cold, he clenched a bloody long knife in his hand, and stared at the prison gate in Shaolu's hand. At this moment, he wanted to tear Yumenjong apart with his bare hands. To settle the score with Gojo Satoru, Itadori's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, it's fake, Shaolu lied to you. But I have to admit that this way of waking up is simple and crude. Angel Lacy came over anxiously, her eyes determined, let's go and save Xiaohui. As long as Xiaohui is safe, I will immediately unseal Gojo Satoru for you. Itadori sighed, but where will Sukuna and Satomi go? For a moment, everyone fell silent. This is indeed a sharp question. How can we save Sukuna if we don't find him? Zenuan family. Shaolu suddenly spoke. Knowing the plot, he naturally knew that Sukuna should have arrived at the Zenin family, which had just been wiped out by Maki not long ago. Zenuan family. Suddenly everyone's eyes turned to Shaolu. Shaolu pretended to be confused. Is there any need to think about this? Sukuna occupies Fushiguro Megumi's body. At the same time, the Zen family. A bloody light flashed, and Sukuna slowly opened his devilish eyes. After taking a bath, he was refreshed and felt like he was reborn. Freeze the head of the cursed spirit with frost, then crush and grind it like a juicer, squeezing out every drop of blood. Boom. Sukuna, with her hair down and naked, spread her arms out without any hesitation, enjoying the fresh air. Mei is continuously pumping blood into the blood pool. However, Mei, a vicious person who would do anything for Sukuna, came up with an extremely cruel method. If he wants to improve his compatibility in a short period of time and perfectly master the 10 shadow spells, he will naturally go to the Tien Yuan family to find the answer. Other people's flattery may make him feel annoyed, but Li Mei's flattery is very logical. In theory, when the cursed spirit is exorcised, it will dissipate between heaven and earth and generally will not leave any blood. Why did Sukuna go to the Zenin family for no reason? The bathing ceremony of Sukuna has begun. Plus, without Fushiguro Megumi playing tricks on him, his slashing speed was much faster, and Shaolu would definitely not be able to dodge it. Angel Lacy asked doubtfully, "Are you so sure?" Doing so will also allow him to completely take over Fushiguro Megumi's body, causing his will to completely sink into the abyss. The scarlet pool of blood exuded a creepy atmosphere, and the surrounding area was filled with an extremely strong smell of blood. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Sukuna, Raimei's eyes burned, and she changed from kneeling on one knee to prostrating herself in worship, and said excitedly in a trembling voice. "Congratulations, sir, you have completed the fusion. You are now much better than before. If you meet that damn Shaolu again, he will be the only one to die." Seeing this, Li Mei showed joy on her face and quickly squatted down. "Sir, are you awake?" At present, he has taken absolute control of this body, and Moxu Luo's ability has also been completely mastered during his sleep just now. This is the strength that 16 fingers should have. Sukuna grinned. ... That makes sense. Itadori nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Half of Sukuna's head slowly emerged from the water. She first killed a large number of cursed spirits, and then used a special method to revive them. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly realized. He had just occupied Fushiguro Megumi's body and had no time to adapt. In addition, the angel's evil ladder of regret made him in a low state and unable to exert his full strength. And Sukuna bathing in this pool of blood filled with deep resentment will bring him closer to the devil. The entire blood pool suddenly swelled up, forming scarlet blood columns. All this blood is the blood of cursed spirits. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the originally calm pool of blood. Sudden,